Chapter 1. Disdained by his wife for his age and frailty. Old Demon Chu, your time is nearly up, your life is but a fleeting moment, from now on, let us part ways, bridges will be bridges, roads will be roads, and we shall not meet in life or death. Let us divorce. In the Tai Xuan Dao sect, atop a solitary mountain, a stunningly beautiful woman shouted with palpable resentment, clad in elegant white, her skin was as pristine as fresh snow, her exquisite features captivating, as the gentle breeze played with her raven tresses. Her lithe figure resembled that of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Opposite her stood an aged man, frail and white-haired, with parched skin speckled with age spots and dull, gray eyes devoid of luster. Everything about him indicated that his life was drawing to a close. This elderly man was named Chu Feng, one of the 5 grand elders of the Tai Xuan Dao sect. He was also a time traveler, having arrived just a month prior, inheriting the old man's body, cultivation, and the impending end of his life. As a practitioner at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, the elder could have lived for a millennium. Yet, to his dismay, the original owner of this body had already lived for 999 years at most. He had 1 year left. Unlike others who traversed to youth or infancy, with myriad golden opportunities, he was bereft of any advantages. It is often said that death harbors great terror, and Chu Feng was no exception. Before his arrival in this world, he was merely an ordinary person in his 30s, with at least 50 years ahead of him, blessed with robust health. Surrounded by beauty, wealth, and power, he had lived freely, and now, however, unless he was willing to risk his life, even walking had become a challenge. The woman before him was named Lin Xiyue, his wife. The age gap, a common sight in the realm of cultivation, did not diminish the weight of their century-long marriage. Yet, to Chu Feng's astonishment, he discovered that within his memories, they had never once consummated their union. What a tragic irony it was to be wed to such a breathtaking beauty without ever having shared an intimate moment. 100 years ago, Lin Xiyue had just begun her journey in cultivation, possessing mediocre talents and only a fair visage. She was among the many who would ultimately fade into obscurity within the Tai Xuan Dao sect. This reality was unacceptable to the ambitious Lin Xiyue. In her desperation, she stumbled upon the existence of Chu Feng and, on a dark, stormy night, ventured to his solitary mountain, climbing into his bed to offer herself freely. However, focused solely on his quest for advancement, Chu Feng did not take her. Yet, the following day, he married her, bringing her into his secluded life. Thus began nearly a century of companionship, during which Chu Feng spared no effort in providing Lin Xiyue with abundant resources and techniques. In just 100 years, she ascended to the late stage of the Golden Core realm, granting her a lifespan of 500 years. A year ago, Lin Xiyue vanished without a trace, only to reappear now, demanding a separation. With a mocking tone, Chu Feng mused, "You wish for me to release you from the slave mark I placed upon you." The mark of servitude was the only decision the original owner had made correctly. Ironically, it had been Lin Xiyue herself who had sacrificed her soul to ensure their marriage. Once bound by the mark, her life and death became subject to his control. Truly, it was said that one must be ruthless to maintain stability. Should the one who cast the mark perish, the marked soul would suffer grievously. Otherwise, Chu Feng might never have seen Lin Xiyue again. Continuing, he remarked, "After disappearing for a year, you suddenly reappear. It seems you have found a new benefactor." "Indeed," Lin Xiyue admitted without hesitation. "I am fortunate to have become a disciple of the esteemed Linglong Xianzuan. It is in my master's name that I come to seek a divorce and to lift the slave mark." With a scoff, Chu Feng retorted, "So it is Linglong who inspires you? Are you threatening me, or do you truly believe I would fear her?" Panic flickered across Lin Xiyue's face. The saying goes, to risk everything to bring down an emperor. With his lifespan dwindling, Chu Feng had nothing to fear. He suggested, "Since we were once partners, let us part amicably." "A peaceful separation would be preferable, partners?" Chu Feng scoffed. "After 100 years of marriage, we have yet to engage in any marital duties. Do you believe you have fulfilled the role of a wife?" Lin Xiyue's face turned pale. "Is it not because you cherished me that you refrained from intimacy?" Chu Feng nearly barked with outrage. Such words could apply to the original owner, but not to him. The former owner had squandered the opportunity to be with such a beauty for over a century. Were it not for his current circumstances, he would question his own vitality. How absurd! If you truly cared, why seek another benefactor at the first sign of trouble? Sensing the frost in Chu Feng's gaze, Lin Xiyue quickly altered her approach. "What must I do for you to release me from the slave mark?" Chu Feng smiled, saying, "All I ask is to experience a genuine marital union." You rogue!" Lin Xiyue blushed with indignation. "How dare you?" Chu Feng countered coldly. "Lin Xiyue, who gave you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? Let us not forget, we are still married, and the slave mark remains firmly in my grasp. If you wish to perish, I can grant that wish immediately. A wave of dread surged through Lin Xiyue. The specter of death nearly overwhelmed her senses. Trembling, she replied, I did not mean it that way. I only wished to express concern for your health. Engaging in that act would surely harm your essence. Logically, you should still have a year to live, but if we were to proceed, you might not last 3 days, Chu Feng laughed coldly. That is not for you to worry about. Just fulfill the duties expected of a wife. Of course, you may refuse, and I will shatter your slave mark, allowing us to part ways. Bridges will be bridges, roads will be roads, and we shall not meet again. If he were to forcibly break the slave mark, Lin Xiyue would not die, but she would be rendered utterly incapacitated. The thought sent a chill down her spine. Yet, as Lin Xiyue had pointed out, once they consummated their marriage, it was likely that Chu Feng would lose his life. But what of it? Dying beneath a peony was still a poetic end. Rather than lingering in a pitiful existence, he might as well enjoy himself before the end. Moreover, having a being so celestial in nature, even death would be a worthy conclusion. Come, assist me to the bed, Chu Feng commanded. Lin Xiyue, intimidated, complied without protest, her heart a tumultuous sea of conflicting emotions. Had she not known that even with Chu Feng's imminent demise, she remained no match for him, she might have already acted against him. For now, she could only support Chu Feng as he made his way to the bed. Chapter 2, A Futile Endeavor. Congratulations to the host for successfully courting death. The system is now activating for you. Damn it, Chu Feng could only curse inwardly. Having already given up on any hope of recovery, he had taken the plunge into self-destruction, and now the system decided to show up. Did it not understand the trials he had endured over the past month? Boasting the formidable cultivation of a late-stage nascent soul ancestor, capable of soaring through the skies and shifting mountains, he had been rendered powerless. The moment he attempted to use his abilities, he would meet his end. He could not even entertain the thought of sharing a bed with anyone. Initially, even in death, he had hoped to be a charming ghost. However, the escapades of the previous night had left him utterly drained. He felt his magical essence dissipating, his life reaching its conclusion. In no more than half a day, his flesh would crumble, his soul extinguished, leaving only emptiness behind. And now, the system had arrived. What could it possibly do? Could it restore his youth and grant him a second chance at life? Host, please act like a human. I have already transported you into the frail body of an old man on the brink of death, and you possess the cultivation of a late-stage nascent soul ancestor. A mere wave of your hand, a flicker of your power, and you could easily shatter your own body and collapse your soul to activate this system, yet you still fear death. Fearing death is one thing, but to perish in the womb of a woman? You are utterly disgraceful to the legacy of all transmigrators. Is it my fault? Chu Feng replied irritably, enough with the nonsense. Can't you see him about to die? Quickly explain your functions. My life is at stake. Congratulations, host, you have activated the system and may receive the following rewards. Reward 1, the host's physical condition will be restored to its peak state. Reward 2, the host's cultivation will revert to the realm of when they were 30 years old. As a warm current coursed through his body, Chu Feng's once white hair gradually regained its lustrous black hue, his withered skin became supple and radiant, wrinkles vanished. And he appeared youthful and firm, completely restored to the visage of a 30-year-old. However, the most crucial aspect was the realm of cultivation. Chu Feng glanced at his cultivation level and was instantly incensed. System, come forth. What is this? Why am I only at the 10th level of Qi refinement? Does the host not realize they have already perished? Naturally, their cultivation has vanished. Currently, your body is that of your previous life, and I have generously bestowed upon you the cultivation level of this world's original self at 30 years of age. But fret not, as long as you complete the system's tasks, you will gradually restore all your cultivation and return to your peak. There is also a significant chance of breaking through to the latest nascent soul and achieving immortality. A shrewd merchant, Chu Feng was furious. In essence, he now possessed the identity of a latest nascent soul ancestor without the corresponding strength. If a confrontation were to arise, wouldn't it be a glaring exposure? Nevertheless, considering he was merely an old man whose life could end at any moment, who would he engage in battle with? Perhaps he would only be able to exert this meager cultivation. Fortunately, he had regained his original body, yet, instead of a soul transference, it was merely a body transference, without requiring him to cultivate anew. Chu Feng took a moment to calm his thoughts. System, tell me more about your functions. This system is known as the strongest suppression system of all realms. The host only needs to suppress the fated children and daughters of destiny, compelling them to submit or instilling in them feelings of hostility and anger, to acquire their fortune. The harsher the suppression, the greater the fortune obtained, until the opponent's fortune is utterly shattered. Furthermore, the host can utilize the fortune obtained from these fated children and daughters to access the fortune mall, where various wondrous items can be purchased. Chu Feng replied with irritation, "Please, spare me the lengthy explanations. You might as well call yourself the villain system, isn't it simply allowing me to play the role of a villain?" "Agreed. Haven't you heard the saying? Good people do not live long, calamities endure for a millennium. When you are a good person, your entire family is righteous. System, the pressing matter is, where do I find these fated children and daughters of destiny? Rest assured, host. Once the system detects a fated child or daughter, it will promptly notify you." Only then did Chu Feng feel satisfied. In essence, he needed to subdue the daughter of destiny and suppress the son of destiny. I understand. Meanwhile, at Linglong Peak, within a courtyard, Lin Xiyue was engulfed in endless turmoil. The madness of last night transformed her from a young girl into a married woman, the deliciousness of which was not to be disclosed to outsiders. The old Demon Chu had completely lost his mind. He forcefully channeled his power and engaged with her. He had tormented her throughout the night. Just the thought of the various positions he had made her assume filled her with an involuntary sense of shame. Fortunately, the efforts of last night had finally allowed her to dispel the slave mark within her. For her, this meant soaring free as a bird, and now, as she sought to become a disciple of the Linglong Immortal, all she needed to do was diligently cultivate and strive to break through early, becoming the sixth elder of the Tai Xuan Dao sect, thereby seizing control of her destiny. As for Chu Feng, he was likely dead by now. It would be too easy a demise for him. At that moment, the door swung open. It was none other than the Linglong Immortal who entered. Lin Xiyue quickly rose to pay her respects. "Master," the Linglong Immortal suddenly realized something, her brow furrowing as she asked, "You have lost your virtue?" It was Chu Feng's doing. Lin Xiyue's face turned pale, and she silently nodded. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from the Linglong Immortal, her voice icy as she said, "He threatened you with a slave mark. Did you not inform him that you are now my disciple?" Lin Xiyue replied, "I did, but he insisted that as a dying man, what could he possibly fear?" The Linglong Immortal paused, shaking her head. "What a pity. The Taishian's secret realm is about to open. My intention was to allow you to enter, but now," Lin Xiyue's heart raced. "Master, what now? Is it because the disciple has lost her virtue?" "The Taishian's secret realm is fundamental to the Tai Xuan Dao sect, opening once every 500 years, containing the legacies and treasures of past Taishian ancestors. Entering it would significantly ease the path to the nascent soul realm. Only golden core cultivators under 200 years of age, with the consent of a nascent soul ancestor, are eligible to enter." Lin Xiyue perfectly fit one of the criteria, being a latest-age golden core cultivator under 200 years old. Indeed, all of this was facilitated by Chu Feng. This was one of the reasons why the Linglong Immortal accepted her as a disciple. The Linglong Immortal said, "It seems the Taishian secret realm is not destined for you." "No, Master, please. I beg you, allow me to enter the Taishian secret realm." Lin Xiyue's face drained of color as she urgently pleaded. The Linglong Immortal continued to shake her head. "The opportunity was presented to you, yet you failed to seize it. You should not plead with me, the fault lies with you." With that, she turned and left, leaving Lin Xiyue with a face ashen as death, filled with boundless resentment. "Old Demon Chu, it must be him. He knew I sought to enter the Taishian secret realm, so he took my purity, destroying my chances of entering. Old Demon Chu, how cruel-hearted you are. I hate you." Chapter 3, The System Must Be Insane. Sneezed out on the solitary mountain, the rejuvenated Chu Feng could not stop sneezing. His excitement surged. Could it be that some beautiful woman is thinking of me? After all, I am a latest-age nascent soul. Surely, there must be many women wanting to snuggle in my bed. I am no longer the original self, powerless and helpless. I am open to all. Indeed, the goddess is quite impressive. The original self was nothing but a fool. His wife of over 100 years didn't even know how to secure him. Now, I can responsibly inform the original self that you wasted 1,000 years of your life. Chu Feng was completely oblivious to the fact that no woman was yearning for him. It was merely Lin Xiyue cursing him. If it weren't for the possibility that he was already dead and had lost the opportunity for the Taishian secret realm, Lin Xiyue might even dare to confront him. As Chu Feng gazed at the mirror reflecting his youthful visage, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Everyone knows that his lifespan is at an end. If he were to suddenly appear before everyone looking so youthful, wouldn't that imply that his lifespan has been extended? After all, the original self had offended many. If he still possessed the cultivation of a latest-age nascent soul, he would have no fears. The crux of the matter is that he is currently only at the 10th level of chi refinement. It seems he must adopt a disguised eye. In the next moment, Chu Feng reverted to his previous state of impending death. His hair turned white, he appeared frail, and his skin was withered, as if a gust of wind could topple him. However, this was not the main issue for Chu Feng at this moment. The greatest challenge remained finding the fated children and daughters of destiny. In his precarious state, How could he venture out to locate these fated children? Isn't this a glaring revelation? Regardless, last night's exercise not only rejuvenated his body but was undeniably exhilarating. Lin Xiyue is out of the question thus, another target must be sought. As a venerable elder of the Yuanying stage, all female disciples of the Tai Xuan Dao sect could potentially become his quarry. Consequently, Chu Feng descended the mountain with a singular purpose, to indulge in romantic pursuits. This beauty seems promising, she shall be the one. Go, I require every detail about this woman, Chu Feng instructed his disciple beside him. Soon enough, he gathered information about her. Shin Xianxue, an outer disciple of the Tai Xuan Dao sect, she had only been initiated for a year. Shin Xianxue, you are mine. Half a day later, an anxious Shin Xianxue was brought before Chu Feng. At that moment, to his astonishment, the system unexpectedly chimed in. Ding, host, flee quickly. A transformation ancestor has been detected, harboring greedy intentions towards you. It is imperative that you escape this location at once. A transformation ancestor, are you referring to the Shin Xianxue? Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback. System, are you out of your mind? Shin Xianxue as a transformation ancestor? I might as well be facing death right now. An outer disciple who had been in the sect for merely a year could not possibly be a transformation ancestor. The system's credibility was now in question. It seemed to conspire with Shin Xianxue in deceiving him. Seizing Shin Qiangshu's wrist, he began to inspect her. Suddenly, a system panel materialized before him. Ding, detected transformation ancestor, Shin Xianxue, daughter of fortune. Age, 1018 years. Cultivation, mid-stage of transformation. Physique, saintly beauty. Body. This physique inherently captivates, every movement enchanting the hearts of men, naturally evoking a sense of intimacy and a willingness to sacrifice for her, currently in an unactivated state. Identity, Tai Xuan Dao sect, sect leader. Chu Feng was momentarily stunned, then broke into a smile. The attributes were indeed remarkable, yet the information he gathered indicated that Shin Xianxue clearly possessed only qi cultivation. Moreover, considering her age and cultivation, he found it increasingly implausible. The sect leader of the Tai Xuan Dao sect. As one of the 5 Yuanying elders, he was acutely aware of who the sect leader truly was. It was certainly not Shin Xianxue. Goodness, this system must truly be malfunctioning. Host, the transformation ancestor is approaching, brimming with immense greed. To avoid incurring their wrath and potential lethal intent, it is advised that the host departs post-haste. The system reiterated its warning. Silence. Are you instructing me on how to act? Chu Feng rebuked. Why was he so unfortunate to be burdened with a faulty system? In response to his reprimand, the system audaciously ceased its assistance. This system has repeatedly warned the host, yet the host remains obstinate. This system can only prepare for a change of host and reminds the host that upon this death, it will be irrevocable. Chu Feng dismissed the system's words, turning his gaze toward Shin Xianxue. The saintly beauty body, albeit unactivated, explained why he felt an inexplicable attraction upon first encountering her. Most importantly, she was indeed the daughter of fortune. Regarding the so-called daughter of fortune, the system had presented 2 options, suppression or subjugation. By choosing either path, he could reap system rewards and restore his vitality, justifying his descent from the mountain. Fortunately, despite the passage of time, his identity and status remained intact. Moreover, at around 30 years of age, he was in the prime of his life. With a beautiful woman before him, it was the perfect opportunity for indulgence. As for the system's warnings regarding transformation and the sect leader, they were promptly disregarded. Pointing at Shin Xianxue, he declared, "From now on, you shall remain atop the solitary mountain and serve me." Ah! Shin Xianxue was taken aback, scarcely believing her ears, even questioning if she had misheard. Chu Feng snorted, "What? Are you unwilling?" Shin Xianxue quickly replied, "The disciple is willing." Thus, Shin Xianxue chose to stay. Time passed swiftly, and half a month had elapsed. During this time, Shin Xianxue grew comfortably familiar with Chu Feng. In the warmth of his benevolent gaze, she let her guard down, as if they were longtime friends. One day, Shin Xianxue approached Chu Feng, cheerfully presenting a confection she had made, saying, "Immortal, this is a pastry I crafted myself, please do try it." Her joy was not merely from the act of baking but stemmed from the news she had heard that Chu Feng was nearing death and had divorced his wife. Throughout her life, Shin Xianxue had always felt different. Nearly every man had adored her, and as she matured, their affection turned into unwavering loyalty. Upon joining the Tai Xuan Dao sect, her subpar qualifications almost barred her from entry. However, her uniqueness allowed her to be admitted as an outer disciple. Now, she merely needed to employ her charm to remain in Chu Feng's presence, and with him now a solitary man, devoid of disciples or a spouse, she contemplated seizing his resources after his demise. At that moment, she would surely soar to new heights. Yet, it must be noted that Chu Feng was not the same as before. Unbeknownst to him, the tides of deception were about to shift. Chu Feng refrained from tasting the pastry and instead smiled. Xianxue, come sit. Xianxue glanced around, puzzled. Immortal, it seems there is no place to sit here. Chu Feng replied, how can there be none, isn't my embrace still vacant? Chapter 4, A Warm Embrace. Xianxue's face flushed instantaneously, and she shyly remarked, Immortal, how can we jest in such a manner? Chu Feng's expression turned icy as he retorted, you took the bottle of Ling Yuan Dan that I placed on the table, did you not? Xianxue tensed, seemingly awakening to a realization. Wasn't that pill a gift from you? Ling Yuan Dan, a top-tier elixir aiding in the cultivation of the qi refining realm, was something Chu Feng would bestow upon her during her visits, along with guidance and other treasures, though never the ones from years past. Xianxue had taken them of her own accord. This time is no different, Chu Feng said coldly. Did I ever declare it was a gift? Taking without asking is akin to thievery. If someone dared to steal the treasures of the great elder of Yuanying, what kind of punishment would they face at my Tai Xuan Dao sect? What would happen? Xianxue trembled in fear, her body quivering with trepidation. Death. In an instant, a murderous aura radiated from Chu Feng, bearing down upon Xianxue. Despite having only entered the sect for a year and being at the 4th level of qi refining with Chu Feng at the 10th, he could easily manipulate her. The overwhelming killing intent rendered Xianxue pale, her spirit nearly fleeing her body. Seeing her sufficiently intimidated, Chu Feng withdrew his malice and, with a gentle smile, said, Of course, if you were my woman, things would be different. What is mine would naturally belong to you. I would not only overlook the theft of the elixir but also grant you treasures, elixirs, and techniques as you desire. Just like Lin Xiyue. The mere mention of Lin Xiyue's name seemed to cast a spell. Countless individuals looked down upon her, yet many also envied her. In just a century, she had transformed from an average outer disciple to a golden core elder, wielding both status and power. Following her, numerous female disciples sought to emulate her, though few succeeded. Xianxue's appearance before Chu Feng was not devoid of ulterior motives. If Lin Xiyue could achieve such heights, so could she, and with her unique abilities, she believed she could surpass her. The elixirs, treasures, and techniques were precisely what she sought, with merely her body as the price. With a newfound determination, Xianxue's eyes glistened with crimson as she gazed at Chu Feng, pleading, I implore your mercy, immortal. Ha ha ha. Chu Feng laughed heartily, lifting Xianxue into his arms. Congratulations. You have made the wisest choice. With that, he carried her toward the bedroom. Soon, a transaction worth billions was set in motion. Half a day later, within the confines of the bedroom, Xianxue lay weakly on the bed, utterly drained of energy. Her heart was a tempest of emotions as she struggled to comprehend how he could possess such prowess. Was this truly an elderly man, frail and nearing death? Perhaps he was no different than a robust young man. Or was it that beneath his aged exterior lay a hidden youthful body? Having initially resolved to reveal herself, she had anticipated that upon seeing Chu Feng, he would appear too old and feeble to be of any consequence, and thus, she had gambled everything for resources, thinking it would only be for a few years. Yet now, she shamefully realized that she had derived pleasure from the experience. This revelation startled Xianxue. How could she harbor such perverse inclinations? In stark contrast, Chu Feng emerged invigorated after their encounter. With a beautiful woman in his embrace, a goddess-like figure, he reveled in the experience he had never dared to dream of in his past life, now at his disposal in this one. He retrieved a bottle of elixirs from his storage ring and tossed it to her. This is a bottle of premium Ling Yuan Dan, sufficient for your needs for a time. Remember your place, you are now my woman. Suppress any lingering thoughts of seeking other men. Should I discover otherwise, what I can give you, I can also reclaim. And a word of caution, to gain more, one must learn to give. Departing the bedroom, he entered the training room, eagerly summoning the system. The system trembled with excitement. Host, you are incredible. To conquer a being of transformation, my admiration for you flows like the endless waters of the Yellow River. Enough chatter, where's my reward? Chu Feng interjected impatiently. Yes, it will be delivered immediately. Congratulations, host, for forcibly conquering the destined daughter Xianxue. You have earned the following rewards. Reward 1, restore your strength to that of when you were 100 years old. Reward 2, a 10-minute experience card reflecting your peak capabilities. Reward 3, an immortal level technique, the great compassionate poem of Yin and Yang. Strength at 100 years old. He recalled correctly that he had entered the Golden Core realm at that age, achieving it solely through his own diligence and talent, creating an unprecedented legacy in the Tai Xuan Dao sect. Even Lin Xiyue, with his assistance, had lagged behind by over a decade. Finally, he had gained a measure of self-protection. As for the peak experience card, although limited to 10 minutes, it would grant him the combat prowess of a late-stage Yuanying cultivator, one of the top 3 within the entire sect. As for the great compassionate poem of Yin and Yang, Chu Feng's expression morphed into one of intrigue. This was clearly a dual cultivation technique. How delightful! Alas! If only it had come earlier, he could have practiced it on Lin Xiyue. Yet, he dismissed the thought. Lin Xiyue had just been thoroughly exhausted, she could barely move, resembling a lifeless corpse. What fun could that be? He decided to spare her for now and wait for another opportunity. Moreover, the system chimed in once more. Congratulations, host, for successfully conquering a being of transformation, particularly the first-time bonus for conquering the destined daughter. You are rewarded with the immortal level technique, the heaven-turning seal, capable of shattering heavens and obliterating worlds. The path of cultivation is divided into 9 realms: Qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, Yuanying, transformation, unity, great ascension, tribulation, and ascension. The Tai Xuan Dao sect could only be considered a second-rate sect, with its strongest member being a transformative ancestor. The entire sect was governed by the sect leader and 5 great Yuanying elders. Each technique corresponds to its respective realm. Yuanying ancestors, transformative beings, unity giants. Great ascension beings, tribulation celestial lords, and ascended emperors. Immortal level techniques transcend even the ascended emperors, potentially leading to true immortality. The great compassionate poem of Yin and Yang, while an auxiliary technique, could enhance the purity of one's magical power, soul, physique, and bloodline, albeit with minimal direct impact on cultivation. This was precisely why, after practicing the great compassionate poem of Yin and Yang, the enhancements to one's soul, magical power, bloodline, and physique would allow one to far exceed their peers in power, even challenging opponents beyond their level. Such was the marvel of this immortal level technique. Chapter 5. You have 8 months left to live in the Tai Xuan Dao sect. Even the most formidable technique amounts to nothing more than the transformation divine method. In comparison to celestial grade techniques, it is utterly inferior. Not to mention the phenomenal Fan Tian seal. As Chu Feng felt the power of his golden core realm surging within, he was overwhelmed with excitement. It had been a month since his transmigration. Although he had previously possessed the cultivation level of late-stage nascent soul, he could not utilize it. Doing so would lead to an immediate demise, akin to possessing gold while trapped in a remote mountain. Now, however, his body had returned to its prime, and his cultivation had been restored to the golden core stage. At last, he could savor the essence of cultivating immortality. He opened his attributes panel. Name, Chu Feng, age, 999 years, host, please note that your lifespan limit is nearly 1,000 years. Although your body has been restored to its peak condition, your lifespan has not increased. You only have 1 year left to live unless you break through to the transformation stage. Cultivation, late-stage nascent soul, pseudo, actual cultivation at early golden core stage. Fortune value, 10,000 points, forcibly subdued Lin Xiyue. Lin Xiyue, age, 1018 years. Cultivation, mid-stage transformation. Special physique, holy body of beauty, inactive. Identity, daughter of fortune. Loyalty value, 10. So low. Chu Feng shook his head in disbelief. As for age and cultivation, he dismissed them entirely. The eccentric system could scarcely utter any truth. Little system, come forth and elucidate why this loyalty value is so abysmally low. Host, please be mindful. With your approach of coercion and intimidation, it is no surprise that the other party remains indifferent to you. Chu Feng nodded, feeling that Little System's assertion held some merit. It appeared he needed to exert more effort. Why had his original self failed to comprehend the principle of dominating women? One must be forceful and assertive, making her understand that he was her pillar of support. If one attempt failed, then two, if two failed, then three. After experiencing such domination, she would inevitably become devoted to him. As a transmigrator, having consumed countless novels and television shows in Blue Star, he knew this principle all too well. Since he understood, he naturally had to set an example. Also, host, please refrain from calling me Little System, I have a name. Very well, Little System, Chu Feng replied. Tell me, what is the meaning of this 1-year lifespan? Are you jesting? Did you not restore me to my peak state before? Host, please scrutinize my hints carefully, I only restored your body to its prime condition. Ultimately, your cultivation remains at the nascent soul level. You have lived for 999 years and have merely 1 year left, or rather, strictly speaking, only 8 months. If you cannot break through to the transformation stage, you will undoubtedly perish, and not even this system can save you. Is this some cruel joke? Chu Feng's previous joy was instantly shattered. What of celestial grade techniques? What of golden core cultivation? What of sleeping with his goddess? Now, he was reduced to merely an early golden core cultivator. Even if he had regained his full capabilities, being at the late nascent soul stage, he still faced the daunting challenge of reaching the transformation stage. 8 months. The difficulty of cultivation was evident to Chu Feng, who now possessed the memories of his original self. His predecessor had exerted immense effort and employed countless strategies to break through to the transformation stage, yet ultimately failed. Host, please do not despair, anything is possible. Enough, Chu Feng retorted, uninterested in the system's empty reassurances. Not only was it a source of exasperation, but it also felt like a bottomless pit. Other systems typically assisted their hosts in achieving immortality and divinity, yet his was intent on driving him to his doom. Such a morally bankrupt system was unheard of. Lu Linglong, one of the 5 elders of the nascent soul in the Tai Xuan Dao sect, was also the youngest among them. Having entered the nascent soul realm before the age of 300, she was now in her 400s, having reached mid-stage nascent soul. A natural saint, unlike Lin Xiyue, her holy body had already awakened. The commotion caused by her entry into the sect was significant. The reason she took on disciples like Lin Xiyue was fraught with ulterior motives, all in pursuit of the Tai Xuan secret realm. The Tai Xuan secret realm was the very foundation of the Tai Xuan Dao sect. Accessible only to those who entered the golden core realm before the age of 200, and it opened once every 500 years. During its last opening, she had not even been born. This time, however, she had surpassed the golden core level. Within the secret realm lay treasures and legacies from the sect's ancestors, ensuring the sect's prosperity and continuity. Yet, her motives were not driven by the allure of these treasures but rather by the coveted Joju immortal herb. This top-tier herb of the nascent soul level could be used to concoct the Joju immortal pill, assisting her in breaking through to late-stage nascent soul. However, the Joju immortal herb was exceedingly delicate, only approachable by women, and only those who were pure. Lin Xiyue had initially been an excellent candidate, but she had lost her purity to Chu Feng. The crucial point was that no other golden core cultivators met the criteria. Without the Joju immortal herb, she would have to expend tenfold, or even dozens of times more effort to reach late-stage nascent soul. The thought of this filled Linglong with seething hatred. Chu Feng, I shall see if you live or die. If you survive, I shall not hesitate to make you pay dearly for this affront. On the solitary mountain, gazing at the desolate peak, Linglong felt a profound sense of desolation. This lonely mountain bore no semblance of the abode of a great nascent soul cultivator of the Tai Xuan Dao sect. Were it not for the palpable spiritual energy lingering in the air, she would have thought herself in a wasteland. Truly, it echoed the saying that a person's death is akin to a lamp extinguished. After Chu Feng's demise, even his sanctuary had fallen into such disarray. Linglong couldn't help but sigh in contemplation. Having finished her lamentation, Linglong's expression suddenly darkened with rage. Chu Feng, you obstructed my path to late-stage nascent soul. Thankfully, you are dead, otherwise I, Lu Linglong, would have ensured you paid dearly for your transgressions. Just as her words fell, Linglong seemed to sense something. Her expression shifted once more, and her brows furrowed. How could this be? He is not dead. In the next moment, Linglong vanished from her spot, reappearing in a courtyard. However, at that very moment, Chu Feng, upon realizing he had only 8 months left to live, felt his spirits plummet. He lay back, gazing at the starry sky when suddenly, the system rang out. Beep beep beep, host, flee. A formidable celestial being filled with murderous intent is approaching you. If you do not escape, you will undoubtedly perish. As the system conveyed this message, its tone shifted abruptly, dripping with disdain. Forget it, considering your cultivation level. Even if you try to run from a celestial being, you will not escape. You might as well kneel and beg for mercy, perhaps you might still keep your life. Chapter 6, Shall we cultivate together again? With the experience from the previous encounter with Lin Xiyue, Chu Feng scoffed at the system's alert. After all, this was the Tai Xuan Dao sect. How could a major ascension celestial being possibly appear, let alone seek him out? Nevertheless, despite the system's apparent madness, its words were not entirely without merit. Who could it be? Chu Feng pondered. Soon, he beheld the visitor, the exquisite Lin Xiyue. It was because of her that Lin Xiyue dared to approach him for the dissolution of her slave seal. Being one of the 5 grand elders of the Tai Xuan Dao sect. Chu Xixiang, I underestimated you, you have managed to survive, Lin Xiyue remarked coldly. Her words laced with a palpable murderous intent that sent shivers down one's spine. Yet, it must be said, Lin Xiyue was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. Adorned in a flowing purple spiritual robe, her slender figure exuded an air of nobility, and her icy demeanor, mixed with lethal intent, was captivating. Particularly her pair of unparalleled weapons that drew one in irresistibly. To perish beneath such exquisite weapons would almost seem worth it. As Chu Feng found himself entranced, the system chimed in, detected the daughter of fortune, Lu Linglong. Age, 1,486 years. Cultivation, late major ascension. Special constitution, 7 apertures Linglong sacred body. Possessing 7 innate apertures, capable of circulating the celestial cycle, her internal magical power is 49 times that of her peers. And her combat prowess far exceeds others of the same rank, rendering her virtually invincible, sacred body awakened at 30. Constitution, bloodline, and achievements comprise one's cultivation potential. Categorized into mundane, royal, divine, and sacred grades. To possess a sacred body is to hold the pinnacle of cultivation potential in the realm. It is rumored that above the sacred body exists the celestial body, yet in his 999 years of existence, Chu Feng had never encountered one. Each sacred body is a rarity, appearing only once in a millennium. To his astonishment, the seemingly small Tai Xuan Dao sect had produced 3, Lin Xiyue, Lu Linglong, and himself. By the way, why does my attribute panel not display my sacred body attributes? Chu Feng inquired. Because the host's body has been reset by the system. The sacred body remains in an unawakened state, hence it is not displayed. This system once again reminds the host that when facing a major ascension celestial being, the best course of action is to kneel and bow, in hopes of gaining a sliver of mercy. Chu Feng could not help but roll his eyes. The system had indeed gone mad. However, one thing it stated was true, he was indeed no match for Lin Xiyue at present. She was the daughter of fortune. Either he would suppress her or seek to subjugate her. Chu Feng now understood why the system had provided him with a card for his peak period. It was known that in his prime, he was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, possessing the same sacred body, unmatched in combat prowess, earning him a formidable reputation. Yet, faced with dire circumstances, he could not resort to his final trump card. If brute force failed, he must employ cunning. The critical issue was that he had only 8 months of lifespan left. He needed to subdue her to earn the system's rewards. As Chu Feng contemplated his strategy, Lu Linglong observed his expression, which resembled that of a debauched scoundrel. Recalling that he had defiled Lin Xiyue, thwarting her plans, a tide of murderous rage surged within her. Chu Feng, do you not owe me an explanation? Chu Feng replied, bewildered, Linglong shimmy, I do not quite comprehend your words, what explanation? Lu Linglong huffed disdainfully, naturally. You feigned death. Chu Feng shook his head, shimmy, my survival does not equate to feigning death, my lifespan is nearly depleted, with only 8 months remaining. Lu Linglong retorted angrily, if you are to perish, why must you bring harm to my disciple Lin Xiyue? Ha, Chu Feng laughed heartily, shimmy, have you perhaps forgotten something? Lin Xiyue is my wife, I merely allowed her to fulfill her duties as a spouse. How can this be termed as harm? Conversely, you come to confront me merely because I shared a marital bond with Lin Xiyue, and you bear ill intent. Could it be that you have harbored feelings for me all along? Lu Linglong's expression darkened, and her murderous intent erupted, scolding, Chu Feng. Have you forgotten that you are now frail and far from your peak strength? Indeed, even with her fury radiating an unusual allure, Chu Feng, who had been contemplating how to win Lu Linglong over, felt a stirring within him. The contrast of her pale skin, rising and falling with anger, made him question whether, if struck by her weapons, he might not perish from suffocation. Yet even death seemed a worthy fate. He even fancied himself as a basketball player, eager to hone his skills in close control. As this thought crossed his mind, a smile crept into his eyes, and he could not help but swallow hard. However, witnessing this, Lu Linglong, whose murderous intent had been rampant, exploded with rage, raising her hand to slap him. Fortunately, Chu Feng reacted swiftly, retreating just in time. Linglong shimmy. Have you gone mad? Why do you wish to strike me? Lu Linglong coldly replied, not only will I strike you, but I shall also kill you. Chu Feng, do you understand how much you have ruined for me? As she spoke, she swung her palm toward him again. Wait, Linglong shimmy. If you wish to end my life, you must provide a reason, no? Simply because I have shared a marital bond with Lin Xiyue? Lu Linglong retorted, very well, since you wish to know. I shall make it clear before you die. The Taishan secret realm opens once every 500 years, within which lies the Jiaozhu immortal herb that I require. Lin Xiyue is the only one who meets the criteria, yet you have ruined it. Tell me, should I not kill you? Not at all, Chu Feng shook his head. For I was unaware. Furthermore, the fault lies with you, after all, Lin Xiyue is my woman. Lu Linglong coldly declared, that may be so. But your gaze upon me just now was filled with malice, based on that alone, I can justify killing you. Chu Feng immediately protested, shimmy, one may indulge in gluttony, but one cannot speak carelessly. I merely admired your beauty. It is only natural for a gentleman to feel reverence for a lady as exquisite as you. Am I not allowed to admire you? The Jiaozhu immortal herb can be used to refine the Jiaozhu immortal pill, assisting in reaching the late-stage nascent soul realm. In truth, if you desire to elevate your cultivation, I have a way to ensure your wishes are fulfilled. What method? Lu Linglong frowned. With a smile, Chu Feng produced the heaven and earth yin-yang great compassion technique, saying, shimmy, take a look at this, it will clarify everything. Of course. Chu Feng would not divulge everything but only a portion. What is this? In the next moment, Lu Linglong's face flushed crimson, glaring at Chu Feng in indignation. This is a dual cultivation technique. Chu Feng nodded, you guessed correctly, shimmy. The heaven and earth yin-yang great compassion technique is a celestial grade dual cultivation technique that can enhance one's soul, magical power, bloodline, and constitution. With this technique's assistance, not only could you break through to the late-stage nascent soul, but even reach the pinnacle of transformation into a divine being, if you so wish. If you are willing, I would be more than happy to assist you. Chapter 7, accused of being a fraud with that physique of yours, can you really do it? Lu Linglong scoffed, her disdain evident. The very notion of a man being deemed incapable ignited a furious impulse within Chu Feng. To be labeled as such was an affront of the highest order for any man. He was tempted to retort, if I am indeed incapable, shall we settle this with a duel? Yet, amidst this frustration, there was also a flicker of joy. Her words indicated that Lu Linglong held no reservations in her heart. Indeed, the allure of celestial-level techniques was immense. It was likely that Lu Linglong was merely practicing a transformation technique of the god transformation realm, with her spells barely at the Yuanying level. Lu Linglong inquired about the subsequent techniques. Chu Feng pointed to his own head, stating, they reside here. If you train alongside me, I shall impart the remaining techniques to you. He added, of course, there is no rush for your agreement, take your time to contemplate. After all, within the Tai Xuan Dao sect, there are but a handful of individuals worthy of training alongside you. Regarding her concerns about his lifespan, he questioned, do you not find it peculiar? I have expended considerable energy in my union with Lin Xiyue, and I should have long since perished, yet here I am, thriving. This is due to the profound yin-yang great sorrow technique, allowing me to transcend the Yuanying ancestors' limit of 1,000 years. potentially granting us both the chance to ascend to the God transformation realm. I will consider it, Lu Linglong replied before departing. As Chu Feng watched her retreating figure, his heart brimmed with anticipation. Since his arrival in this realm, he had encountered three remarkable women: Lin Xiyue's seductive charm, Lin Xianxue's alluring grace, and Lu Linglong's noble elegance, who also happened to be the woman of destiny. With Lin Xianxue, he could exert threats and dominance, yet with Lu Linglong, he could only resort to enticement. For cultivators like himself, the pursuit of immortality and divinity overshadowed mere romantic entanglements. Few could resist the temptation of celestial-level techniques. As time gracefully passed, a month swiftly slipped away. Chu Feng found himself disheartened. Since Lu Linglong's visit a month prior, she had not returned. Doubts began to creep into his mind regarding her response to his proposal. Throughout this month, Chu Feng remained industrious, wandering the Tai Xuan Dao sect in hopes of encountering the woman of destiny once more. Unfortunately, fate did not favor him. He encountered none. However, Lin Xianxue visited frequently. The profound Yuanying great sorrow technique had greatly benefited her, and each visit was met with rewards and guidance, allowing her cultivation to leap from the fourth to the sixth layer of qi refinement within a month. Ding ding ding. The system reminds the host that you have 7 months left to live. Get lost. 7 months? Not only had he failed to find the woman of destiny, but he also had not encountered the two fated sons. Was the system truly intent on ending his life? One day, after their dual cultivation session, Chu Feng gently caressed Lin Xianxue's silky hair. Over the past month, her loyalty to him had surged to 50, and he had amassed 50,000 fortune points. Upon reaching 100,000 points, he could unlock the fortune shop, where treasures could be purchased to enhance his cultivation. With the knowledge of his dwindling lifespan, Chu Feng sought counsel from the system, which presented him with 3 solutions. The first was to break through to the God transformation realm, granting him a lifespan of 2,000 years. The second involved conquering the woman of destiny and subduing the fated sons to earn rewards from the system, though the specifics remained uncertain. The third option was to gather 100,000 fortune points to unlock the fortune shop, potentially acquiring elixirs to extend his life. Each option was entwined with fate. Now, he had but 2 women of destiny before him: Lin Xianxue, who had become his woman and was diligently working towards complete submission, and Lu Linglong, whose fate he could not dictate. The benefits were laid bare, it was now up to her to choose. On another day, Chu Feng noticed Lin Xianxue's expression of bewilderment, as if she were grappling with a dilemma. Even during their dual cultivation, her mind seemed elsewhere, prompting him to inquire. With a furrowed brow, she lamented, "Master, I have received 2 letters, one from my father, urging my immediate return, and another from a former close friend, claiming I am not the biological child of the Shin family." Through Lin Xianxue's account, Chu Feng learned that she hailed from a modest family in Ciji City, affiliated with the Tai Xuan Dao sect. Every decade, a spot was allocated for entry into the sect. Gifted from a young age, she was chosen to fill that spot, fulfilling her family's hopes. However, mere days ago, a woman appeared, asserting that she was the true daughter of the Shin family and that Lin Xianxue was an impostor. The woman claimed that during their infancy, a servant had given birth, and in an attempt to ensure her daughter could cultivate, the two had been swapped. Now, having uncovered the truth, she sought to reclaim her identity and make Lin Xianxue pay for occupying her life. "Master, do you truly believe I am not the real Shin daughter? Am I merely an adopted child, a fraud?" Chu Feng chuckled softly, replying, "Silly girl, regardless of your origins. Know this, you are my Chu Feng's woman. No one has the right to bully you, those who do shall face me." Moved to tears, Lin Xianxue embraced him tightly. "Master, encountering you is the greatest fortune of my life." Chu Feng reassured her, "Do not dwell on it, whether true or false. I will accompany you to confront this matter and make it clear to all that even if you are not the true Shin heiress, you remain my Chu Feng's woman." "Yes," Lin Xianxue nodded respectfully. As anticipated, with Chu Feng's encouragement, her dependence on him deepened, and her submission level surged to 70. Not only had she passed the threshold, but she had exceeded it by a margin. Most importantly, this revelation opened a pathway for Chu Feng to extend his life. And he was curious to unravel the tangled narrative of the true and false heiress. Chapter 8, The Age Difference in Marriage. Chu Feng remarked. Since your father intends to come personally to seek you, when he arrives, bring him to meet me. Lin Xiyue promptly responded, Thank you, immortal sovereign. Chu Feng smiled and said, There is no need for thanks. If you truly wish to express gratitude, then listen to my words attentively. I understand, she replied. This time, Lin Xiyue was particularly obedient. She followed Chu Feng's every instruction without reservation, putting forth her utmost effort. Chu Feng, naturally, did not lag behind. After a night, Lin Xiyue's gait was filled with peculiarities. Immortal sovereign, you are quite wicked, she said, her face brimming with happiness. Chu Feng replied with a smile, Am I wicked? Well then, let us proceed. Since you are my woman, let us make it official. Lin Xiyue trembled slightly, asking, Immortal sovereign, do you mean? Chu Feng solemnly stated, Indeed, it is time to register our marriage. We shall become Dao partners. In the Tai Xuan Dao sect, registration is required. Much like obtaining a marriage certificate on Blue Star. However, while Blue Star follows a monogamous system, the Tai Xuan Dao sect permits polygamy and polyandry. It depends on your choice. Furthermore, once registered as Dao partners, we will receive the protection and commitment of the Tai Xuan Dao sect. For instance, should one perish in battle for the sect, the surviving partner will be compensated. If one partner dies, their resources and wealth will be inherited by the other. In other words, once we are married, should I die, all my resources will belong to you. Lin Xiyue was instantly moved to tears. Immortal sovereign. Chu Feng interjected, Is it still appropriate to call me immortal sovereign? Perhaps a change in address is in order. Husband, Lin Xiyue called out anew. Ha ha ha. Chu Feng burst into laughter. His conquest value reached 90, and his fortune value soared to 90,000 points. Merely by completely conquering Lin Xiyue, he had amassed enough fortune value to unlock the fortune marketplace. Yet, Chu Feng sensed that the final 10 would not be easily attained. The news of Chu Feng, the esteemed elder of the 5 great nascent souls, remarrying spread rapidly throughout the Tai Xuan Dao sect. For the sect members, being privy to the affairs of a nascent soul elder was unprecedented. Have you heard? Immortal sovereign Chu Feng has remarried. Who is the new bride? Didn't he just divorce Elder Xiyue not long ago? It seems like it was only a month ago. Reports suggest Elder Xiyue left him due to his age and inability to satisfy her. What could he possibly gain from marrying again? Ah, you fail to understand. Elder Xiyue has only been cultivating for over a century and has already reached the golden core realm. 100 years ago, she entered the sect with abysmal talent. Merely an ordinary mortal body, lacking any special bloodline, and could only join the outer sect. Even then, she had no hope of forming a foundation. Yet, she married immortal sovereign Chu Feng, and look at her now, a golden core elder. How unfortunate that I missed my chance, otherwise I could have been the one marrying immortal sovereign Chu Feng. I wonder which vixen has bewitched him, enabling her to marry him and ascend to such heights. Hush! Lower your voice. Now that she is married to immortal sovereign Chu Feng, her status is markedly different. Remember how Elder Xiyue was treated? In the end, she was expelled from our Tai Xuan Dao sect. The woman who has married immortal sovereign Chu Feng, what was her name again? Ah, right, Lin Xiyue. She possesses ordinary talent, but her beauty is undeniable. Upon entering the sect, she was pursued fervently by you men, even leading to brawls. But honestly, if she weren't beautiful, would she have had the chance to marry immortal sovereign Chu Feng? At Linglong Peak, Lin Xiyue lamented the loss of her opportunity to enter the Tai Xuan secret realm. She could distinctly feel the cold indifference from Linglong immortal sovereign. Consequently, her fellow sisters at Linglong Peak treated her with disdain and mockery. Regret filled her heart, but more so, it was directed towards Chu Feng. She had ruined her own future. Had he not forcibly claimed her, she would not have lost her chance to enter the Tai Xuan secret realm. Now she found herself in a position where she was alienated from everyone. Thus, she chose to enter seclusion. The news of Chu Feng's remarriage did not reach her ears. But it did reach Linglong immortal sovereigns. For reasons unknown, Linglong immortal sovereign was filled with rage and sought out Chu Feng directly. Chu Feng, filled with joy, greeted her. Junior sister, you agree to cultivate with me. Ling Long, immortal sovereign, coldly retorted, you are married now. Chu Feng chuckled, having prepared his reasoning, and feigned helplessness, yes. But what can I do? You know my lifespan is limited. To live longer, I must cultivate the great Yuanying grief technique. Since you have yet to provide me with an answer, I had no choice but to seek another partner. However, it is of no concern, the more women involved, the better the cultivation effects of this technique. Shameless! Ling Long, immortal sovereign, exclaimed in fury. Do you intend to embrace multiple partners? Chu Feng sighed. Isn't it all for the sake of cultivation? Junior sister, why don't we cultivate together? Aiming to help you break through to the late nascent soul stage as soon as possible? Leave! Lu Linglong shouted angrily before turning to depart. As she walked away, a flicker of greed crossed Chu Feng's gaze. Her graceful figure, fair skin, and the aura of nobility and elegance she exuded were indeed captivating. Regrettably, it still fell slightly short. After bidding farewell to Lu Linglong, an unexpected guest arrived, Xiang Yutian, the current sect leader of the Tai Xuan Dao sect. As the sect leader, Xiang Yutian was also a nascent soul cultivator, albeit only in the early stages. He had become the sect leader a century ago at the age of over 500. Dressed in a blue robe, he emanated an air of authority while possessing an ethereal demeanor that would certainly lend itself well to the role of a mystic in the secular world. Naturally, one does not ascend to the position of sect leader without possessing exceptional qualities. Chu Feng was taken aback by Xiang Yutian's visit, especially as the sect leader inquired about his search for a Dao partner. Elder Chu Feng, I have heard of your recent marriage, Xiang Yutian stated. Chu Feng had no intention of concealing anything, nodding in affirmation. Sect leader, you are busy with many affairs, surely. You have not come to inquire about my choice of Dao partner? He added, as a prominent elder of the Tai Xuan Dao sect. I should have the freedom to choose my partner, unless you believe that I, as an old man, am about to perish and can be bullied at will. Xiang Yutian quickly clarified, Elder Chu Feng, please do not misunderstand. I merely wish to offer a word of caution, as your recent marriage may tarnish your reputation. Chu Feng's aura turned icy, his gaze sharp as he stated, reputation is but a fleeting illusion. In the cultivation world, everything is determined by strength. As long as one possesses the might, who dares to speak ill? Does the sect leader not grasp this fundamental truth? Chapter 9, Xinzhong advances to Tai Xuan. Xiang Yutian nodded eagerly and remarked, the elder's words bear truth, I merely spoke in jest. I shall take my leave now. With that, he turned to depart. First it was Lu Linglong, then Xiang Yutian. No matter how much Lin Xiyue wished to pursue the matter, she could discern their opposition, and thus adopted a feeble demeanor, saying, Husband, it is my greed that has led to this. I yearn to be your companion, but perhaps we should abandon this notion. Chu Fu was well aware of Lin Xiyue's intentions. Her behavior was reminiscent of a typical innocent flower, feigning vulnerability to advance her agenda. With the influence of her beauty and the power of her sacred physique, who could resist her charms? Yet, Chu Fu remained unfazed, for with the system at his disposal, he was impervious to Lin Xiyue's influence. Do not fret, he reassured her. I, Chu Fu, am more than capable of choosing a companion for myself. Come. Let us return to our cultivation of the great elegy of Yin and Yang. Indeed, Lin Xiyue replied, nodding earnestly. Deep, Lin Xiyue's conquest value has increased by 2. Conquest value, 92. Fortune value, 92,000. Indeed, reaching a conquest value of 90 made further advancements increasingly difficult. Days passed, and Lin Xiyue remained absent. The so-called true daughter of the Shin family grew restless, lavishing attention upon the Shin household with fervent declarations. With Lin Xiyue still away, it was evident to all that she was too fearful to return. This prompted Xinzhong, Lin Xiyue's father, to take matters into his own hands and seek her out directly. However, one must ponder the standing of the Tai Xuan Dao sect. How could a mere family like theirs compare? A single core disciple from Tai Xuan could easily eradicate their entire lineage. Upon arriving at the sect, Xinzhong announced his name and demanded to see his daughter, Lin Xiyue. A foundational disciple stationed at the entrance dismissed Xinzhong's presence with indifference. But upon hearing the name of his daughter, the disciple's face paled in terror. Did you say your daughter is named Lin Xiyue? She just joined a year ago, correct? Xinzhong confirmed. Yes, you recognize my daughter? Indeed, how could I not? Why did you not mention earlier that Lin Xiyue is your daughter? You must have traveled from the Four-Season City, you must be weary. Please, take a moment to rest while I inform Lady Lin Xiyue. At this, Xinzhong was utterly bewildered. He felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles, too apprehensive to sit. He took a step back, bowing respectfully. My lord. You mustn't jest. How could I presume to sit before you? Is something amiss with my daughter? Xinzhong was in a fog. He had come to verify whether Lin Xiyue was indeed his biological daughter. The attitudes of those around him suggested that she was held in high regard within the Tai Xuan Dao sect. If that were true, did he even need to concern himself with the truth of her identity? In response to the disciple's inquiry, he laughed nervously. Well, my wife, Lin Xiyue's mother, is gravely ill. Nearing her end. She wishes to see our daughter before she passes, hence my visit to bring her home. If that is the case, it is indeed time to go home, the disciple replied. I shall escort you. And congratulations on having such a wonderful daughter. Just then, a flash of white light appeared. The foundational disciple caught it deftly and declared, The ancestor has summoned you. The ancestor? Xinzhong trembled. May I inquire who the ancestor is? In the Tai Xuan Dao sect, the title of ancestor was reserved for those of the nascent soul stage, an exalted position at the pinnacle of the sect's hierarchy. Far beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. The foundational disciple nodded. Indeed, you are indeed fortunate. Fear engulfed Xinzhong, as the patriarch of a small family. How could he possibly have any connection to an ancestor? This could spell disaster for him. May I ask why the ancestor wishes to see me? He ventured. The disciple smiled. You will find out upon your arrival. Come, allow me to escort you. With that, he seized Xinzhong's garment and leapt into the air, soaring towards the solitary mountain. Upon reaching the peak, Xinzhong's arrival was promptly reported. Over the past 10 days, Chu Fu had diligently invested effort into guiding Lin Xiyue's cultivation, leading her to a remarkable breakthrough to the 7th level of Qi training, yet her conquest value had not budged. At that moment, a white light streaked through the air, an urgent message from the Tai Xuan Dao sect, fierce and swift, capable of resonating throughout the entire sect in an instant. Your father has arrived, Chu Fu announced. Lin Xiyue felt a pang of sorrow. Does my father truly wish to ascertain whether I am his biological daughter so urgently? Do not take it to heart, Chu Fu comforted her. You are now my wife, and I shall shield you from all concerns. Lin Xiyue nodded respectfully. The message was dispatched. And within the span of a mere incense stick's burning time, Xinzhong was brought to the mountaintop. Outside the courtyard. As soon as the foundational disciple set Xinzhong down, he fell to his knees, exclaiming, Disciple Li Qingshan pays respects to the immortal Chu Fu. Xinzhong was struck with terror, trembling as he hastily knelt. I pay my respects to the ancestor. With a creak, the door swung open. A storage pouch flew forth, landing before the foundational disciple, followed by a voice that echoed, Well done. Here is your reward. Thank you, immortal. Li Qingshan exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, bowing deeply. To kneel before an ancestor was no disgrace, especially when such devotion came with rewards. Disciples, take your leave. Enter, came the command as Li Qingshan departed. Xinzhong's heart raced as he heard the voice from within the courtyard, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. He attempted to rise but found his legs weighed down as if laden with lead. After what felt like an eternity, he finally managed to stand, albeit shakily, and entered the courtyard, bowing low, fearful of offending the nascent soul ancestor. Upon entering, he fell to his knees once more, quavering as he declared, Xinzhong, Patriarch of the Four-Season City Shen family, pays respects to the esteemed immortal. Rise, Chu Fu waved his hand. I dare not, Xinzhong replied, too intimidated to stand. If the immortal has commands, I shall remain kneeling to listen. Father, please rise, Lin Xiyue interjected as she rushed forward to assist her father. Xinzhong, initially hesitant, was taken aback to see his daughter supporting him. Lin Xiyue, is it truly you? He stammered in disbelief. Father, please stand and speak, Lin Xiyue urged. Chapter 10, The Fear of Meeting My Mother-in-Law. Alright, Lin Xiyue, you are indeed the lucky star of the Xin family. From now on, you must take good care of the ancestor, understood? At this moment, Lin Xiyue felt as if he were in a dream. His own daughter had unexpectedly become the partner of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Does it matter whether she is truly his daughter? He had resolved that upon returning home, he would expel this so-called daughter from the Xin family and raise her outside, forbidding her from ever entering the Xin family gate again, to avoid any misunderstandings with Lin Xiyue. Yes, that is what he would do. To forge a connection with a celestial being, the Xin family would truly soar to greatness. Chu Feng said, since you are here, let us set the date for 3 days hence. I will bring Lin Xiyue along for the visit. Lin Xiue's expression changed drastically as he suddenly realized that Lin Xiyue must be aware of the events unfolding within the Xin family. What should he do? What if she truly is not his daughter? Would this lead to a severing of their father-daughter bond, causing her to no longer concern herself with the Xin family? No. That cannot happen. He hastily replied, Lin Xiyue, you need not return, you must have been misled by some slander. Rest assured, you will always be your father's daughter. I have come to tell you this. Chu Feng shook his head. It is better to clarify certain matters. What you say holds some truth. Is it truly a case of the genuine daughter versus the fake? Chu Feng felt a sense of destiny, as if he might encounter a child of fortune this time. Of course, he had no intention of going alone. The disciples of the Tai Xuan Dao sect were numerous, and as the esteemed elder of the nascent soul, he only needed to let out a whisper, and many would eagerly seek to curry favor and respond. When the news broke, it caused quite a stir throughout the Tai Xuan Dao sect. They must go, after all, Elder Chu Feng is known for his generosity. And serving the celestial being would surely bring rewards. Many envied Lin Xiyue for receiving such favor from Elder Chu Feng. Countless individuals rushed to sign up, including outer disciples, inner disciples, and core disciples. Even golden core elders were stirred. Among them was Elder Xiang, a golden core elder of the Tai Xuan Dao sect, who directly approached Chu Feng. Chu Feng, unperturbed by newcomers, assigned Xiang the task of organizing the ranks. Anyone willing to join would be welcomed. Though outer and inner disciples were not needed, only core disciples with foundational cultivation or higher would suffice. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chu Feng was astonished to see the number of Tai Xuan Dao sect disciples preparing to accompany him to cancel the engagement, over 100 in total. This was a remarkable gathering of foundational cultivators and above. The Tai Xuan Dao sect, as a top-tier sect, boasted 6 nascent soul cultivators, over 30 golden core cultivators, and more than 400 foundational cultivators. To have over 100 foundational disciples and 5 golden core cultivators gathered was nearly a quarter of the entire sect's strength. This was no mere engagement cancellation, it resembled a clan extermination. Upon seeing Chu Feng arrive, everyone bowed in unison. Chu Feng couldn't help but reflect on this astonishing turnout. He had expected only 20 or 30 participants, yet over 100 were present. The crowd hurriedly expressed, "It is our honor to serve the elder." Chu Feng waved his hand, "Since you are willing to join me, let us set forth together." "Yes," they replied in unison. Beside them, Lin Xiyue felt a sweet warmth in her heart, her eyes brimming with gratitude as she gazed at Chu Feng. Little did he know that his conquest value, which had reached 92, was now elevated to 93. His fortune value stood at 93,000 points. Lin Xiyue, accompanying them, was filled with mixed emotions. Over these 3 days, he witnessed the immense power of the Tai Xuan Dao sect and Lin Xijue's extraordinary fate. Who would have thought she would become the partner of a nascent soul cultivator? With a single command, the group departed the Tai Xuan Dao sect in a grand procession. Although Chu Feng had never taken on disciples, his contributions to the sect were significant. He enjoyed mentoring the younger generation and frequently visited the martial arts hall to impart wisdom on cultivation. His prestige within the Tai Xuan Dao sect was considerable. As this scene unfolded, even the sect leader, Xian Yutian, could not help but feel envious. Here he was, a grand leader, yet he could not match the ease and esteem of a mere elder. On Linglong Peak, Linglong Xianjun curiously inquired of her disciples, "Has something significant occurred within the sect?" The disciples promptly reported, "Master, Elder Chu Feng has recently taken a partner named Lin Xiyue from a small family. It is said her mother is gravely ill, hence his visit home. Lu Linglong frowned. Are you certain it is her mother who was ill and not a clan extermination? Would a mother's illness necessitate the attendance of over 100 disciples from the Tai Xuan Dao sect? The disciple replied. Perhaps this is Elder Chu Feng's way of rallying support for Lin Xiyue. Lu Linglong's expression changed, and she scoffed. The Tai Xuan Dao sect erupted with countless beams of sword light, and the powerful auras of its cultivators radiated outward. This large-scale mobilization quickly alarmed the surrounding factions. It marked the first occurrence of such magnitude in 500 years. Was the Tai Xuan Dao sect preparing to strike against another force? With such a significant display of power, it was rumored that a nascent soul elder was personally leading the charge. Could it be that the Tai Xuan Dao sect intended to wage war against the other two major sects? Jianzhou, one of the 9 eastern wastelands, housed 3 major sects, the Tai Xuan Dao sect, Qingyun Dao sect, and Xuanqing Dao sect, all of comparable strength. The movements of the Tai Xuan Dao sect quickly reached the ears of the Qingyun and Xuanqing sect leaders, who immediately convened their own powerful members to strategize. They sent messages to Xiang Yutian, questioning, is the Tai Xuan Dao sect preparing to wage war against us? Let them come, we shall not fear a battle, they declared. Xiang Yutian was taken aback. If it came to war, facing 2 sects at once would be disastrous for them. He quickly explained, Elder Chu Feng's partner's mother is ill. And he is merely going to visit. Yet few believed him. Would a visit to a mother-in-law really require such a large entourage? It seemed implausible. This mobilization represented a fifth of the Tai Xuan Dao sect's overall strength, almost treating the 2 major sects as fools. The 2 major sects swiftly prepared for battle, readying themselves for conflict. In an instant, the entire Jianzhou was stirred, a strange tension spreading, casting a shadow of impending war over everyone's hearts. A battle between the 3 major sects would engulf Jianzhou in flames, leading to the demise of countless cultivators. The sect disciples might not suffer greatly, but the scattered cultivators would bear the heaviest losses. Who could have anticipated that Chu Feng would bring such a multitude? Chapter 11. My remarkable fiancé in the splendid Four-Seasons city, the residence of the Shen family was adorned with vibrant decorations, resonating with an atmosphere of joy. Just a few days prior, the true daughter of the Shen family, who had been abducted in her childhood and lost for many years, had been found and restored to her lineage. This momentous event had even summoned the family's revered ancestor to personally preside over the ancestral rites and inscribe her name in the family register. Consequently, there was no longer a need for Lin Xiyue and her father, Shen Zhong, to wait. The most significant development, however, was the recent proposal made by Zhao Yan, a core disciple of the Xianxin sect, who had come to seek the hand of Shen Linger in marriage. Zhao Yan, a student of the esteemed Golden Core elder, had taken it upon himself to approach the Shen family directly, emphasizing the importance of his intentions. The Shen family could not afford to exhibit any semblance of negligence in this matter. Although Lin Xiyue had joined the Tai Xuan Dao sect, she was merely an ordinary disciple, unworthy of comparison with Linger. Zhao Yan was no ordinary individual, his master was Elder Zhou Bo, a formidable figure in the late stages of the Golden Core realm. Zhao Yan possessed both the innate king body and the royal bloodline, bestowing upon him dual heavenly talents. The combination of these attributes rivaled that of any divine bloodline or exceptional aptitude. According to Zhou Bo, Zhao Yan had the potential to reach the Golden Core stage and even aspire to become a Yuanying ancestor. Furthermore, Zhao Yan was the heir of the Zhao family from Millennium City, a family whose strength far surpassed that of the Shen family. In the Grand Hall, Elder Zhou Bo addressed the Shen patriarch, stating that his disciple Zhao Yan had come with the singular purpose of proposing to Shen Linger. Should she accept, she would immediately ascend to the status of a core disciple of the Xianxin sect, and the Shen family would be granted 3 slots for entry into the Tai Xuan Dao sect, thus becoming disciples of the sect. For a modest family like the Shens, such an opportunity was akin to divine favor. Elder Shen, the grandfather of Lin Xiyue and father of Shen Zhong, beamed with delight. Linger, you have endured much hardship over the years. The Shen family has wronged you. Rest assured, once that unfilial son of the Shen family returns with Qianxue, we shall reclaim everything that was taken from you and demand an apology. Thank you, Grandpa, Shen Linger replied, tears of gratitude in her eyes. Her return to the Shen family was already a source of immense satisfaction. At that moment, several beams of white light descended from the heavens. signaling the arrival of Lin Xiyue, accompanied by her father and several foundation-building disciples. Chu Feng chose not to instigate trouble immediately, opting instead to allow the disciples of the Tai Xuan Dao sect to ascertain the truth first. The Xin family, being a relatively insignificant clan, was no match for the foundation-building disciples, as illustrated by Xinzhong, who was merely at the 5th level of qi refinement. A single foundation-building disciple could easily obliterate the Xin family as one would crush an ant. Yet the Xin family remained oblivious to their own insignificance. The leader of the newcomers, Lu Dong, a consummate foundation-building practitioner, surveyed the sudden arrivals with a frown. His spiritual sense swept across the area, quickly discerning the situation of Lu Dong and his companions, filling him with curiosity. 5 foundation-building practitioners? They should all be from the Tai Xuan Dao sect. What brings them here? Among them, one woman stood out, radiating a subtle allure that captivated Zhou Boer's attention. This woman is intriguing, he mused, suddenly struck by the thought that she might be Lin Xiyue. Zhou Boer had never been particularly fond of Lin, perceiving her as overly calculating and of mediocre talent. But he had acquiesced to his disciple's request to propose to her. Now, upon seeing this woman, he thought it might not be such a bad idea if his disciple were to marry her. Elder Shen also noticed Lin Xiyue. Linger, is that your sister Xiyue? He asked softly. Elder Shen coldly commanded, Lin Xiyue, how dare you return? Come here and kneel. Lin Xiyue's brow furrowed, and she instinctively took a step back, fearfully glancing at Elder Shen. Lu Dong swiftly positioned himself in front of her, rebuking, how dare you insult Lady Xiyue? You seek death. Elder Shen retorted coldly. Who are you to cause a disturbance in my Xin family? Lu Dong scoffed, is your Xin family truly that formidable? Does it matter who we are? Lady Xiyue has come here with a singular purpose, to ascertain whether she is truly a daughter of your Xin family. Elder Shen huffed, no need for that. How could Lin Xiyue possibly be my granddaughter? Only Linger is my true kin. Lin Xiyue's expression shifted dramatically. Grandpa, I have only come to verify the bloodline. If I am not a daughter of the Xin family, I shall take my leave. Elder Shen pointed at Zhao Yan, declaring, this is Zhao Yan, the sole heir of the Zhao family from Millennium City, and a direct disciple of the Xianxin sect. He is also Linger's fiancé. Shen Linger added, moreover, Brother Zhao possesses an innate king body and royal bloodline, with limitless potential. Understanding dawned on Lin Xiyue. So, it is because of Linger's fiancé that I must be your daughter, while my own identity is rendered irrelevant. Elder Shen nodded in agreement. You are correct. That is precisely my intention. Very well, I understand, Lin Xiyue replied, preparing to depart. Suddenly, Lin Linger interjected, her expression shifting. No, Grandpa. You promised that Xiyue would kneel and apologize to me. It is because of her that I have suffered so much. Elder Shen, filled with regret, conceded, Linger is right. I shall demand an apology from her. He turned to Lin Xiyue, commanding, Lin Xiyue, did you hear Linger's words? Kneel. Outrageous. Lu Dong could no longer contain himself, bellowing. How dare you speak so disrespectfully to Lady Xiyue? You seek death. In an instant, a powerful aura emanated from Lu Dong, overwhelming Elder Shen. The elder was sent crashing to the ground, akin to a leaf tossed about by the ocean's waves. Elder Shen, merely at the 9th level of qi refinement, stood no chance against Lu Dong. Do not harm my grandfather. As Lu Dong prepared to take further action, Lin Linger's voice rang out. Do not harm my father. Chapter 12, The System Reborn. Brother Zhao Yan, I implore you, save my grandfather, Lin Linger pleaded, her eyes filled with desperation. Zhao Yan reassured her, do not worry. As long as I am here, no one shall harm grandfather Shen. With that, he directed his attention toward Lu Dong. There existed a child of fortune. Just moments ago, Chu Feng had assumed that Lin Linger was the destined daughter of fate. However, that was not the case. The moment Zhao Yan appeared, the system finally provided a notification. After much contemplation, it turned out that the child of destiny was none other than Zhao Yan. Discovery of a new child of fortune, Zhao Yan. Age, 18 years. Cultivation, foundation establishment initial stage. Possessing a heavenly king body, royal bloodline. Fortune value, 500,000 points. This was a staggering 400,000 points higher than Lin Xijue's. Source of fortune, Zhao Yan is a reincarnated formidable being. With the recent awakening of his memories, the fortune of 2 lifetimes has converged, resulting in astonishing luck and unparalleled talent, augmented by his bloodline and physique. His cultivation speed is incomparable, even surpassing that of a sacred body due to the recollections of his past life. Chu Feng was taken aback. So it was true. Indeed. He was a child of fortune. Encountering such a being, one could either suppress him or compel his submission. However, given Lin Xijue's presence, submission was out of the question. Only suppression remained viable. With 500,000 fortune points, not only could one access the fortune mall, but one could also procure essential treasures, such as elixirs that prolong life. Beep, beep, beep. Before Chu Feng could fully relish his joy, the system chimed in once more. Detection of a reincarnated ancient powerhouse, a nascent soul pinnacle being, who has set his sights on the host's wife, intent on abducting her as a concubine. The host must hastily evacuate with his wife, lest he faces the grim fate of losing her while being killed. Here we go again. The system must have lost its mind. Indeed. The system panel regarding Zhao Yan had also undergone a transformation. Zhao Yan, child of fortune. Age, 1018 years. Cultivation, nascent soul pinnacle. Possessing a heavenly jade body, royal bloodline. In his past life, he was a celestial sovereign. The accumulation of 2 lifetimes has allowed him to attain the nascent soul realm at just over 1,000 years of age. The desire to seize the host's wife is a matter of life and death. The host is urged to flee swiftly. Reincarnation and the desire to abduct a wife, what monumental enmity lay between them? This could not be laid at my feet. It appears that only one of us can survive. In light of my responsibility toward the host, this system solemnly reminds you that the individual before you seeks to take your wife. Thus, even if you kneel and plead for mercy, he will not relent. Therefore, flee as far as you can. Moreover, regarding the host's seemingly reckless behavior, I am at a loss for words. Perhaps it is time for the system to seek a new host. At that moment, a thought suddenly struck Chu Feng. Perhaps the system was not mad but had undergone a rebirth. Whether it was Lin Xiyue, Lu Linglong, or the current Zhao Yan, all were information from a millennium hence. Lin Xiyue, 1,000 years later, would reach the divine transformation realm. Lu Linglong, 1,000 years later, would attain the great ascension realm. Zhao Yan, 1,000 years later, would reside in the nascent soul realm. As for Lin Xiyue, Zhao Yan did not harbor an overwhelming affection. The celestial sovereign, a tribulation transcending existence, stood atop the pinnacle of the entire Tianyuan world. Without the emperor's emergence, who could rival him? At this moment, Zhao Yan was indeed captivated by Lin Xiyue. As the system had remarked, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Not to mention the formidable aura that radiated from her. In terms of both beauty and presence, she surpassed Xinlinger. A woman of such caliber, he resolved, must become his wife. Zhao Yan stepped decisively in front of Lu Dong, blocking his attack, and turned to Lin Xiyue, saying, Miss Xiyue, allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhao Yan, and I hope to make your acquaintance. Xinlinger's expression changed instantly as she grasped Zhao Yan's hand, exclaiming, Brother Zhao Yan, how can you speak to this wretched woman? Zhao Yan frowned and replied, Linger, do not be foolish. Did you not say that one should be magnanimous? Miss Xiyue was but an infant in swaddling clothes when the exchange occurred. She could not have known. How could it possibly be her fault? With that, he pushed Xinlinger aside with a smile and approached Lin Xiyue. Lu Dong snorted coldly. You seek death. You are indeed oblivious to your own ignorance, daring to vie for the affection of a celestial sovereign. Lu Dong showed Zhao Yan no mercy. Zhao Yan, now incensed, thought to himself, after finally finding a woman he admired, an obstacle had appeared. He coldly declared, I offer you 2 choices, either depart or perish. This was a clear indication of impending violence. Most importantly, just as Zhao Yan's murderous intent surged, his fortune value remarkably escalated from 500,000 to an astonishing one. 0000000. Beep, beep, beep. This system once again alerts the host, the child of fortune, Zhao Yan, has reached peak anger. Life chapters are being unlocked. Fortune surging to 1000000, triggering the talent of fortune. Each act of violence strengthens his fortune value. Truly, he was a child of fortune. This talent ignited Chu Feng's fervor. At this moment, Lu Dong laughed heartily, his expression dripping with derision. Brat, your strength is lacking, yet your words are grand. I can offer you two choices as well, either depart or perish. Zhao Yan scoffed, you dare to mimic me? Very well, do not blame me for being impolite. Prepare to witness the might of Zhao Yan. Do not think that your foundation establishment pinnacle is anything remarkable. Grant me 30 years. And I shall trample you beneath my feet. Lu Dong sneered, 30 years? Who do you think you are? Do you fancy yourself a reborn celestial sovereign or emperor? Do you know the record for our Tai Xuan Dao sect to break through to the golden core realm? 98 years, having cultivated for over 80 years. What are you worth? Little did Lu Dong know that his casual mockery would become a reality. Zhao Yan was indeed a reincarnated celestial sovereign. Zhao Yan chuckled. For he truly was a celestial sovereign reborn. Of course, he would not divulge that he had been adept in dual cultivation methods in his past life. And this opportunity could allow him to cultivate alongside Lin Xiyue, yielding unexpected results. Moreover, Xin Linger possessed a divine body qualification. Why else would he intervene on her behalf? This dual cultivation method had a unique trait: the more affection and attachment a woman felt toward him, the greater her benefits from their shared cultivation. Chapter 13, The Consequences of Taking in the Wrong Disciple. Such a lot of nonsense, Lu Dong coldly snorted. I will count to 3. The choice is simple, either leave or face death. At this moment, Lu Dong was poised to strike. Being at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Despite having been unexpectedly thwarted by Zhao Yan earlier, Lu Dong was now ready to unleash his full power. Zhao Yan, realizing the imminent threat, could no longer remain passive. If he did not intervene, his disciple would surely be beaten to death. The Tai Xuan Dao sect truly exhibited an oppressive demeanor. Today, Zhou Bo was experiencing it firsthand. Who dares? Show yourself! Lu Dong bellowed. Impudence! Zhou Bo, a prominent golden core elder, was enraged at being chastised by a foundation establishment cultivator. His powerful aura erupted. Directed fiercely at Lu Dong, intending to teach him a lesson. It is him. At the moment Zhou Bo launched his attack, Xiang Zhizhu instantly recognized the danger Lu Dong was in. Do you know him? Chu Feng inquired. Xiang Zhizhu nodded. This man is Zhou Bo, a golden core cultivator from the Xuanqing Dao sect and one of its current elders. He is known for his ruthless methods and decisive killings. Lu Dong, it seemed, had the potential to reach the golden core stage, and it was imperative that Zhou Bo did not ruin him. With that, Xiang Zhizhu bowed respectfully to Chu Feng and stepped forth from the void. At that moment, Zhou Bo was determined to give Lu Dong a lesson. How dare he insult his disciple? Xuanqing Mysteries, Boundless Universe. A beam of white light shot towards Lu Dong. The Xuanqing Dao sect's unique technique, the Xuanqing Mysteries, was evidently what Zhou Bo practiced. Apart from being a golden core expert, he was also one of the candidates for the next 2 sect leaders of the Xuanqing Dao sect. A boundless sword materialized from thin air, aimed directly at Lu Dong. This strike would either kill Lu Dong or render him incapacitated. As the attack descended, Xiang Zhizhu emerged from the void, forming seals with his hands. A golden shield appeared before Lu Dong, effectively blocking the deadly strike. Zhou Bo, you wish to cripple a disciple of the Tai Xuan Dao sect without consulting me? Xiang Zhizhu? Upon seeing Xiang Zhizhu, Zhou Bo's expression changed instantly. The Tai Xuan Dao sect's audacity was unexpected. Xiang Zhizhu let out a hearty laugh. Our Tai Xuan Dao sect does not merely dismiss your disciples, we do not even regard you with respect. Your disciple dared to desecrate Lin Xiyue, he deserves to die. What are you relying on? Your status as Zhou Bo? Let me tell you, you are doomed. Zhou Bo was furious, his gaze towards Xiang Zhizhu filled with murderous intent. As if he wished to tear him apart. Xiang Zhizhu laughed again. Zhou Bo, do you still wish to engage me in combat? Zhou Bo replied disdainfully. If a battle is what you seek, then so be it. I, Zhou Bo, fear no one. Xiang Zhizhu sneered. Zhou Bo, do you know what your greatest mistake is? It is taking in a worthless disciple and indulging him. You have assisted him in all he does, now you have hit a hard wall. And it is no ordinary wall, but one that could cost you your life. Zhou Bo frowned. Xiang Zhizhu, what do you mean by that? Simply put, your disciple has provoked Lin Xiyue, a being you should not have trifled with. And judging by my words, her backing is not something you can contend with. Although I am merely a golden core elder of the Tai Xuan Dao sect, my cultivation is at the pinnacle of the golden core stage, surpassing your own. My standing in the Tai Xuan Dao sect is not low. If Xiang Zhizhu harbored such apprehension, it could only imply that Lin Xijue's protector held a significant position. Possibly that of a nascent soul ancestor. If that were the case, Zhou Bo truly could not afford to offend them. Realizing this, Zhou Bo gasped, his mind racing. Should he retain this disciple or abandon him? Keeping him could provoke a nascent soul ancestor, but if he let him go, how would his disciple perceive him? As Zhou Bo hesitated, Zhao Yan grew anxious. Master, do not listen to his nonsense. He is merely trying to intimidate you into retreating. You must not allow them to succeed. Master, I implore you for assistance. Now that the facade is shattered, I have nothing left to hide. I desire Shenlinger in Lin Xiyue. Gaining either would greatly enhance my cultivation. Please, Master. Zhao Yan's words caused an uproar among those present. He was aiming for both sisters. Originally, it was a rivalry for one, but now he sought both. Unbeknownst to them, Zhao Yan's heart was filled with violence and he was already plotting to torment Lin Xiyue once he brought her home. Zhao Yan was oblivious to the fact that his master was contemplating abandoning him after hearing Zhou Bo's words. Master! Zhao Yan pleaded again. Zhou Bo glanced at his disciple, took a deep breath, and said, How could I, Zhou Bo, abandon my disciple? Chu Feng was at a loss for words. Well, this is becoming interesting. He was eager to see what Zhao Yan was up to. Seeing his master silent, Zhao Yan pressed on, Master, are you truly afraid of them? Furthermore, leaving now would be a slap in your own face. If word gets out, others might think you fear the Tai Xuan Dao sect. This is no longer just about my matter with Lin Xiyue, it concerns the honor of our Xuanqing Dao sect. Silence. Zhou Bo's expression changed dramatically as he coldly glared at Xiang Zhizhu. My disciple speaks truth. Today is not merely about my disciple but a matter of victory between the Xuanqing Dao sect and the Tai Xuan Dao sect. Once more. I say, if a battle is what you seek, then I, Zhou Bo, shall oblige. Xiang Zhizhu showed no signs of fear, instead, he laughed heartily. Zhou Bo, I have long found you displeasing. You wish to fight? I shall grant you that. Brothers and sisters, let us engage. With that, he dashed forward like a bolt of lightning, launching an attack on Zhou Bo. The Tai Xuan Dao sect could also be referred to as the Tai Xuan Sword sect. Its swordsmanship was renowned throughout Jianzhou. The moment a sword was drawn, a formidable sword intent enveloped Zhou Bo. Zhou Bo let out a cold snort, unafraid. You wish to fight? I fear no one. He intended to use this rare opponent to refine his Xuanqing mysteries further. However, the next moment, he could no longer smile. Lu Dong and the others, disregarding any semblance of decorum, attacked Zhao Yan. Zhao Yan was taken aback, infuriated. You Tai Xuan Dao sect! How dare you breach the rules and attack me? Lu Dong sneered, Kid, rules? Who do you think you are? Daring to offend Lady Qianxue, you brought this upon yourself. Blame no one but yourself. Chapter 14, The Death of Zhao Yan, reborn as the ancient celestial sovereign, what of it? Born with a royal physique and possessing a royal bloodline, what significance does it hold? In the eyes of Lu Dong and others, he is but an insignificant ant. With a mere flick, he is sent flying like a scarecrow. Before Zhao Yan can rise, Lu Dong appears before him in an instant, crushing him underfoot. Then seizing his neck and delivering a flurry of slaps. Blood spills from Zhao Yan's mouth as his cheeks swell, humiliation flooding his heart. A fierce desire for vengeance swirls in his mind. He fixates on the faces before him, determined to memorize them, as long as he lives, they shall pay dearly. He vows that all present shall perish, leaving no graves behind. Meanwhile, Chu Feng is filled with exhilaration. His luck has indeed surged. The host has successfully suppressed the Son of Fortune, Zhao Yan, gaining 50,000 luck points. The host's luck points reach 143,000. The luck shop can now be opened. Shall the host consume luck points to access the shop? Open. Chu Feng eagerly opens the luck shop. He knows he has only 7 months left to live. To extend his lifespan, 2 methods exist: the first, to break through to the divine transformation realm; the second, to open the luck shop, where he might acquire precious items. To gain luck, he must either suppress the Son of Fortune or conquer the Daughter of Fortune. He has already garnered over 93,000 luck points from Lin Xiyue, who is evidently less fortunate than Zhao Yan, who possesses an astounding 500,000 luck points compared to Lin Xiyue's mere 100,000. Congratulations, the host has successfully opened the luck shop, consuming 100,000 luck points, leaving the host with 43,000 luck points. Wait. System, explain why you didn't mention that opening the luck shop would consume 100,000 luck points, leaving me with nothing. You truly are a mercenary. Host, would you have opened the luck shop if I had informed you of the cost? No. Chu Feng is instantly defeated. With only 43,000 luck points remaining, he wonders what treasures he can purchase from the shop. System, list the elixirs that can extend my lifespan. At once. A dozen elixirs materialize before him. Minor lifespan pill, increases life by 1 year, requires 100,000 luck points. Major lifespan pill, increases life by 5 years, requires 100,000 luck points. Human origin fruit, increases life by 10 years, requires 5,000 luck points. Earth origin fruit, increases life by 50 years, requires 20,000 luck points. Gulp. Chu Feng can no longer bear to continue reading. The prices are exorbitant beyond measure. Even if he were to sell out Zhao Yan, he could only afford a few minor lifespan pills, not even a single major lifespan pill. However, the major lifespan pill, which grants 5 years, requires 100,000 luck points, while 5 minor lifespan pills, granting a total of 5 years, would only require 500,000 luck points. Could he possibly manage that? Yet, as Chu Feng contemplates, the system seems to anticipate his thoughts, offering a reminder. Host, I kindly inform you that each elixir from the luck shop can only be consumed once, thus your plans are thwarted. Chu Feng is immediately overwhelmed with frustration. Not only is this system mercenary, but it is also exceptionally cunning. He cannot even afford the minor lifespan pill. As for other treasures, he has no desire to peruse them, instead directing his gaze towards Zhao Yan. He watches as Zhao Yan is humiliated by Lu Dong. Zhou Bo, repeatedly unable to evade Xiang Zhizhu's attacks, is almost struck down while attempting to rescue Zhao Yan. Zhao Yan, whom he has painstakingly taken as a disciple, possesses not only a royal physique and bloodline but also the rare 5 elements royal physique and 5 elements bloodline, which complement each other to yield extraordinary potential. With his innate understanding, Zhao Yan is destined to surpass him, with the possibility of attaining the Golden Core Realm and even the nascent Soul Realm. Such a prodigy must not be allowed to fall. Zhou Bo bellows, cease this at once. Xiang Zhizhu, do you truly wish to provoke war between the Tai Xuan Dao sect and my Xian Xian Dao sect? Xiang Zhizhu laughs scornfully, allow me to correct you, even you, Zhou Bo, as the heir of the Xian Xian Dao sect, do not represent the entire sect today. I suggest you withdraw, your disciple is no longer yours. Zhou Bo shakes his head, to abandon my disciple would be a betrayal of my role as a teacher. Xiang Zhizhu sneers, stubborn fool. If we were in ordinary circumstances, I might yield to you. But today, the advantage lies with me, especially with Chu Feng, the immortal sovereign, backing me. If he intervenes, even your Xian Xian Dao sect must tread carefully. Attack! I will hold Zhou Bo back. The ancestor has decreed that Zhao Yan must die for daring to covet the ancestor's woman. Yes. Lu Dong exclaims, thrilled. This brat speaks arrogantly and shamelessly, seeking to claim sisters for himself. If he is not eliminated, who else deserves it? At this moment, Zhao Yan, though the reincarnation of an ancient celestial sovereign, remains unrefined and vulnerable in his initial foundation stage. If he does not die now, when will he? Chu Feng observes the unfolding scene. This is the advantage conferred by status: he need not dirty his hands, for others will act at his command. What significance does it hold that he is a reincarnated celestial sovereign? Crushing him is as easy as squashing an ant. Lu Dong casually unleashes a spell. A beam of white light hurtling towards Zhao Yan. Zhao Yan, pale-faced, cries out in desperation, "No! You cannot kill me, I am the reincarnation of the ancient celestial sovereign. I cannot perish here." Even Zhou Bo, yearning to intervene, finds himself powerless, forced to witness the impending doom. In an instant, Lu Dong, poised to slay Zhao Yan, hesitates momentarily. The boy claims to be a celestial sovereign reincarnation. Could it be true? If so, does that mean Lu Dong would be slaying a celestial sovereign? Ha ha ha. What of a celestial sovereign reincarnation? A celestial sovereign who has not yet matured is still but refuse. However, I can boast of having slain a celestial sovereign reincarnation. Few would believe it, yet here I stand, having suppressed him effortlessly. Chapter 15, Master, your vision is limited. Congratulations, host, for slaying the son of fortune, Zhao Yan, and receiving the following rewards. Reward 1, one awakening of the infinite sacred body. Reward 2, restoration to a cultivation level of 300 years. Reward 3, acquisition of the celestial level sword art. One sword opens the heavenly gate. Fortune gained, 450,000. At the age of 300. If Chu Feng's memory served him correctly, he had ascended to the nascent soul stage when he was in his late 200s. Thus, he now possessed the initial cultivation of the nascent soul stage. Coupled with the infinite sacred body, his strength far surpassed that of his peers, comparable to the mid-nascent soul stage. Moreover, he had also acquired the celestial level sword art. This was distinct from the heaven and earth yin-yang great compassion technique, which was a dual cultivation method that aided in enhancing cultivation, aptitude, and the strength of the soul and bloodline. In contrast, one sword opens the heavenly gate was a formidable offensive divine ability. With a single strike, it could pierce through the heavens. It represented the pinnacle of swordsmanship. With 450,000 fortune points, it was undeniable that he was a reincarnation of an ancient celestial monarch, yet he had met his demise at the hands of Chu Feng. Zhou Er, witnessing the death of his newly accepted disciple, was consumed by rage, his eyes bloodshot with murderous intent as he declared, "You, Tai Xuan Dao sect, are indeed formidable. I, Zhou Er, will remember this humiliation." Boom! However, just as Zhou Er uttered those words, Chu Feng made his move, accepting his rewards wholeheartedly. Awakening the infinite sacred body, even if it was merely one, was a monumental enhancement compared to before. With the cultivation level restored to that of a 300-year-old, he now stood at the initial nascent soul stage. Coupled with one sword opens the heavenly gate, he decided to turn his blade upon Zhou Er. While others may hesitate to kill him, Chu Feng was undeterred. Moreover, he had a 10-minute full combat power experience card at his disposal. The overwhelming sword intent swiftly sliced through the void, aimed directly at Zhou Er. The aura of death enveloped the space as Zhou Er instantly recognized the strength of his assailant, an ancient nascent soul ancestor. The hidden hand had struck, intent on his demise. Realizing that a true nascent soul ancestor sought his death, and with just cause, he shouted, as a golden core elder of the Xuanqing Dao sect, "With my master being the sect leader, you cannot kill me." Chu Feng scarcely acknowledged Zhou Er's pleas. Not only was he unconcerned with Zhou Er, but even if it were his master, the leader of the Xuanqing Dao sect, Chu Feng would slay without hesitation. With the benefits of the heaven and earth yin-yang great compassion technique, the one awakening of the infinite sacred body, and the celestial level divine ability one sword opens the heavenly gate, Chu Feng could not claim he could contend with a late-stage nascent soul. But dispatching a mid-stage nascent soul was effortless. In the next moment, Zhou Er was struck by the formidable sword intent. His body exploded like a balloon, leaving no trace behind, reduced to mere splatters of flesh and bone, dead beyond resurrection. Congratulations, host, for killing Golden Core Elder Zhou Er of the Xuanqing Dao sect, earning 10,000 fortune points. At that moment, a notification from the system rang out, leaving Chu Feng momentarily stunned. Killing an enemy yielded fortune? Wasn't this the privilege of the Sons of Fortune alone? Host, this is a benefit for unlocking the Fortune Mall. Everyone possesses fortune, though it varies in amount. Defeating enemies grants fortune, and conquering or suppressing sons and daughters of fortune not only grants fortune but also additional rewards. Fortune points exceeding 100. 000 can designate one as a son of fortune, while those exceeding 1,000,000 can be referred to as a child of destiny. Zhou Heir. As a golden core elder and disciple of the Xuanqing Dao sect leader, yielding 10,000 fortune points was indeed modest. Thus, he now possessed over 500,000 fortune points. The Zhao family was eradicated. Chu Feng's voice resonated as another sword intent descended, heading towards Millennium City, located several hundred kilometers from Four Seasons City. While Four Seasons City was classified as a county-level city, Millennium City held the stature of a prefectural city. The Zhao family had always been a prominent clan in Millennium City, however, under Chu Feng's sword. Every living being within the Zhao family, be it a chicken or a dog, was mercilessly slain. 186 points of fortune, truly lamentably low. Next came Shenlinger in the old mansion. Without exception, Chu Feng dispatched them with a single sword strike. Previously contemplating the authenticity of the so-called true and false daughters, did she now deem it necessary to verify? For Lin Xiyue, this incident had completely severed her ties to the Xin family. Upon his return to the Tai Xuan Dao sect, Chu Feng was confronted by Xiang Yutian. Brother Chu, your visit to meet your mother-in-law has brought immense trouble to our Tai Xuan Dao sect. Shouldn't you provide an explanation to the sect? Chu Feng replied coldly, what sort of explanation does the sect leader desire from me? Xiang Yutian continued, Brother Chu, you have taken away 1/5 of our Tai Xuan Dao sect strength, causing the Qingyun and Xuanqing Dao sects to suspect that we are preparing for war. Furthermore, you have slain 2 disciples of the Xuanqing Dao sect, one of whom was the next sect leader. Now, the Xuanqing Dao sect is demanding an explanation from us. I believe it would be wise for you to personally visit the Xuanqing Dao sect to apologize. Chu Feng regarded Xiang Yutian with a frigid gaze, fully aware of his intentions. While the other disciples may have been oblivious to their situation, Xiang Yutian was well informed. In his eyes, Chu Feng was already an aging figure, nearing the end of his lifespan. You, an impending corpse, should remain in solitude on the solitary mountain, yet you stir up such turmoil, divorce, marriage, and now an annulment. All while causing such a ruckus. Most critically, you have killed disciples of the Xuanqing Dao sect. If they were ordinary disciples, it might be forgivable. But you have slain the next sect leader. Naturally, had Chu Feng been in his prime, Xiang Yutian would have remained silent. The crux of the matter was Chu Feng's current frailty. Xiang Yutian had resolved to teach this old man a lesson, reminding him to await his demise quietly and not provoke unnecessary trouble. Xiang Yutian queried, what do you think, Brother Chu? Chu Feng snorted coldly, what if I refuse? Are you planning to force me to the Xuanqing Dao sect? Xiang Yutian shook his head. That would not be the case. But I fear your resources may be cut off from now on. Chu Feng retorted, Xiang Yutian, I was never in favor of your selection as the next sect leader of the Tai Xuan Dao sect by your master. In my view, you have always lacked vision. And it appears I was entirely correct. Cut off my resources? You may certainly attempt that. Boom! In an instant, Chu Feng unleashed one sword opens the heavenly gate. Though he had only recently begun to master it, it was nonetheless a celestial-level supreme divine ability. Even in its nascent form, the power unleashed was capable of obliterating the heavens and earth. Instantly, Xiang Yutian, the nascent soul realm leader of the Tai Xuan Dao sect, found himself like a solitary boat amidst a vast ocean, engulfed by relentless waves. In that fleeting moment, destruction was imminent. How could this be? At that moment, Xiang Yutian felt the presence of death. This sword intent was beyond his capacity to withstand. He might very well meet his end. Chapter 16, The Grand Immortal Technique. Chu Feng scoffed, I fear I will disappoint the sect leader, I am not dying anytime soon. Xiang Yutian's expression froze. And he awkwardly replied, it is excellent news that the elder is well. Congratulations on extending your lifespan and restoring your cultivation. This is indeed a monumental blessing for our Tai Xuan Dao sect. Chu Feng retorted dismissively, I wonder if the sect leader still intends to withhold my resources. Xiang Yutian hurriedly insisted, the elder must have misheard, what I meant to convey is that your resources will be doubled. Oh, Chu Feng mocked. I wonder if I still need to apologize to the Xuanqing Dao sect. Absolutely not, Xiang Yutian hastily shook his head. Those who dared to compete for a partner with the elder are the true culprits, it is they who should apologize to you. The elder has pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. As he departed from the solitary mountain, Xiang Yutian was drenched in cold sweat. Overwhelmed by astonishment. Logically, given Chu Feng's limited lifespan, it seemed improbable for him to sustain his strength at the nascent soul stage. Yet, just moments ago, the sword intent he exhibited was beyond what he could counter, potentially endangering his own life. Watching Xiang Yutian's retreating figure, Chu Feng's eyes flickered with a mix of anger and murderous intent. It seemed that in his old age, he had become a target for anyone to bully. At that moment, he had reverted to the cultivation of a 300-year-old, at the initial stage of the nascent soul. If memory served him right, he had broken through to the late nascent soul stage at the age of 480, reached his prime at 550, and maintained that strength until the age of 900. When age took its toll and his power began to wane, he almost forgot, he was a patron of the fortune mall. Enhancing his strength did not necessarily require the restoration of his own power. The fortune mall could also augment his cultivation. As a formidable practitioner at the late nascent soul stage, he possessed not only his cultivation but also a plethora of treasures. At present, what he lacked was merely a suitable technique. Whether it be the great Yuanying great compassion technique or the one sword opens the heavenly gate, both were celestial level techniques. However, one was primarily supportive and belonged to the dual cultivation category, capable of enhancing talent, soul, magical power, and bloodline, but could not be used as a cultivation method. It remained uncertain if the fortune mall contained an appropriate technique. Such cultivation methods vastly outnumbered treasures that extended lifespan, with over 10,000 tomes available. Titles such as Supreme Clarity Scripture, Grand Clarity Scripture, and Nine-Turn Mystical Art were among them. Yet, to his dismay, Chu Feng discovered he could not afford any of them. Each technique required fortune points in the hundreds of millions, or even tens of billions. With his mere 50,000 fortune points, it was like a drop in the ocean. System, please select techniques that I can afford, Chu Feng instructed. With his 50,000 fortune points, the available techniques were all at the divine transformation and integration stages. System, can these techniques be purchased in batches? A thought crossed Chu Feng's mind, prompting him to inquire. Yes. The system responded promptly, and Chu Feng felt a sense of satisfaction. System, please list the celestial level techniques that are suitable for me. Host, this system proposes that the following 3 techniques are most fitting for you, you may choose one for cultivation. First technique, Great Zhou Tian Star Technique, a celestial level method divided into 12 major realms. The first realm, Earthly Fiend Realm, condenses the power of earthly fiends and draws upon the strength of the stars. With a mere flick of the hand, one can summon star power to engage in combat. Upon successful cultivation, one's magical power will vastly exceed that of peers. The first realm requires 100,000 fortune points, and the host may purchase it with confidence. Second technique, Great 5 Elements Technique, a celestial level method that condenses the power of the 5 elements to forge the 5 elements sacred body and perform 5 element spells. This method is the most versatile among all techniques and is also one of the strongest foundational methods among celestial level techniques. Transitioning to other techniques later will pose no issues. This method is also one of the most suitable for the host, comprising 5 layers, with the first layer costing 500,000 fortune points. Third technique, Grand Immortal Technique, which integrates the strengths of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. This was created by the esteemed Bodhi ancestor, who may very well be the incarnation of the benevolent corpse of the Yuanying Taoist. It contains 3,000 characters, with every 500 characters representing a stage. If the host wishes to purchase, the first 500 characters can be obtained for 50,000 fortune points. Each of these 3 techniques stirred Chu Feng's interest. Yet he understood he could only purchase one. Ultimately, he chose the third technique. Why? Because the illustrious Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven, had cultivated this very method before transitioning to the 8-9 mystical art. In the next moment, 50,000 fortune points vanished, and a 500-character sutra appeared in Chu Feng's mind. Profound and intricate, the text posed a challenge, but it did not deter Chu Feng. As he delved into the sutra, he first sensed a qualitative change in the magical power within him, enhancing its strength by at least tenfold. Following that, his soul, physique, and bloodline underwent transformations as well. Opening his attribute panel, he found, name, Chu Feng. Cultivation, late nascent soul, pseudo, initial nascent soul. Talent, boundless sacred body, awakened 10. Lifespan, 999,1000 years, lifespan nearing its end, with 7 months remaining. Technique, grand immortal technique, incomplete, only 500 characters. Divine abilities, great Yuanying great compassion technique, celestial level technique, one sword opens the heavenly gate, celestial level divine ability. Previously, Chu Feng had been confident in his ability to contend with practitioners at the mid-nascent soul stage. Now, he felt capable of defeating them. Even standing against those at the late nascent soul stage, possessing approximately 1/5 of his peak strength. Without a doubt, he should at least match the prowess of the esteemed Lin Xiyue immortal. Perhaps, after some enticement, he might leverage his strength to secure a victory. The fortune points of Lin Xiyue immortal were certainly higher than those of Lin Xiyue. Her cultivation and status greatly augmented her fortune. Lin Xiyue, after all, was merely a chi-refining cultivator from a modest family. Initially, she possessed only 100,000 fortune points. When Chu Feng formed a partnership with her and subsequently succeeded in calling off the engagement, his fortune points soared to 300,000. With the grand immortal technique in his possession, Chu Feng was invigorated, dedicating himself to daily cultivation. Of course, the benefits were mutual. Lin Xiyue also experienced rapid advancement. 3 months swiftly passed. Lin Xiyue's cultivation reached the 9th layer of qi refining. In just 4 short months, she ascended from the 3rd to the 9th layer, marking a historic achievement for the Tai Xuan Dao sect. Previously, Lin Xiyue had utilized Chu Feng's assistance to elevate her cultivation by 6 layers over 5 months. However, the true catalyst behind Lin Xiyue's rapid progress was the efficacy of the great Yuanying great compassion technique. Although it could not be directly cultivated to enhance one's level, the intensification of magical power, talent, soul, and bloodline after each dual cultivation significantly accelerated Lin Xiyue's training speed. Chapter 17, A Beloved One. The Sacred Body's awakening level, initially at 10, has now reached 11. Once fully awakened, it will trigger a miraculous phenomenon, propelling the individual to unprecedented heights. The sacred body is a manifestation of the cosmos, wherein the realms of yin and yang intertwine. Achieving complete awakening of the sacred body is a formidable challenge. Some individuals may never attain such a feat in their lifetime. Take Chu Feng, for instance, who possesses the boundless sacred body. He has only awakened to a maximum of 50. Despite this limitation, he has effortlessly cultivated to the late stage of the nascent soul realm. The system observed that even after a millennium, Lu Linglong has only awakened 30 of her 7 apertures Linglong sacred body. This underscores the arduous nature of awakening the sacred body. Little lazy pig, it's time to rise, Chu Feng gently teased as he brushed his fingers against Lin Xiyue's nose, eliciting a smile. Lin Xiyue shook her head. I don't want to, my lord. Let me rest a bit longer, I was exhausted last night. My lord. What should I do if I find myself increasingly reluctant to part with you? With a smile, Chu Feng replied, if you are reluctant, then let us not part. We are now partners on the path, united as one. However, Lin Xiyue's expression dimmed as she lamented, your lifespan. Chu Feng did not conceal the truth regarding his remaining lifespan. He had only a few months left. Although he assured her that he had methods to extend his life, Lin Xiyue remained deeply apprehensive. Initially, she had been coerced, yet as Chu Feng treated her with kindness, forming a bond, her heart became irrevocably entwined with his. Consequently, during this time, she clung to him, demanding affection repeatedly, pouring forth countless desires. She sought to devote herself to Chu Feng with the little time they had left. Chu Feng was fully aware of Lin Xiyue's innermost thoughts. Yet, he understood that words were futile, their circumstances dictated their reality. With only 4 months to live, he hoped to break through to the transformation realm. If that proved impossible, he would procure a longevity pill to extend his life by another year. Enough of these thoughts. I intend to accompany you for an eternity, he reassured her. After calming Lin Xiyue, Chu Feng resolved to visit Linglong Peak. It had been 4 months without any news. And while she might be patient, he was not. This was a rare encounter with a woman of great fortune, representing immense opportunities and bountiful rewards. Not to mention Lu Linglong's beauty. The most exquisite woman of the Tai Xuan Dao sect was not merely a title. Her mid-nascent soul cultivation and esteemed status far surpassed Lin Xiyue's. Her beauty radiated with an elegance akin to that of a celestial being. Upon arriving at Linglong Peak, Chu Feng made no effort to disturb anyone. Silently, he approached Lu Linglong's residence. Upon entering, he was immediately greeted by the sound of rushing water and hushed whispers. Where do you place your hands? How dare you touch here? Take this. Lu Linglong, are you thinking about a man? Ridiculous. I'm not thinking about any man. Oh? Are you flustered? Have I guessed correctly? Do tell me, who is this man that has captured the heart of our Lu Linglong? Who has remained indifferent to all others for over 4 centuries? Share with me, and I shall offer my counsel. Initially, upon hearing the sound of water, Chu Feng intended to depart, knowing Lu Linglong was bathing. However, upon overhearing the conversation, he found himself drawn closer, curiosity piqued. Through a sheer curtain, he caught a glimpse of a snowy white silhouette, igniting a rush of blood to his head, nearly causing him to lose composure. To his dismay, he realized he had become a creature of base desires. In the presence of such beauty, what harm was there in indulging? Yet, who was the other woman? He could not discern her features, but as one of the 5 esteemed elders of the Tai Xuan Dao sect, it was rare for Lu Linglong to share a bath with another female cultivator. In the entire Sword State, among the 3 great Dao sects and numerous factions, there were only 3 female nascent soul cultivators. One of them was the Grand Elder of the Xuanqing Dao sect, while another hailed from the Nangong family, a subordinate force of the Tai Xuan Dao sect. This woman was named Nangong Yenran and had a close relationship with Lu Linglong. Just as Chu Feng pondered the identity of this woman, the system chimed in. Ding! Host, run! There are 2 celestial beings bathing inside. If discovered, you will undoubtedly provoke their wrath and face certain death. Your only chance for survival is to flee. 2 celestial beings. Chu Feng had long since recognized the system's patterns. When it acted erratically, it signified a glimpse into events a millennium in the future. To survive a millennium, one must possess extraordinary fortune, indicating that Nangong Yenran was likely also a woman of great destiny. Indeed, the system panel soon displayed, detected a woman of great fortune, Nangong Yenran. Age, 1,562 years. Cultivation, early stage celestial being. Constitution, top-tier ice spirit body, remarkably enhances the cultivation of ice-based techniques. Fortune value, 350,000. While not a sacred body, she possessed a divine body. A sacred body does not necessarily cultivate faster than a divine body, but it does confer greater combat prowess. Truly, she was a woman of fortune. At that moment, Lu Linglong spoke. Yenran, what do you think about finding a partner for dual cultivation? Nangong Yenran inquired eagerly. Do tell, who could it be? Who has captured the heart of our Lu Linglong, who for over 400 years has felt no stirrings for any man? Lu Linglong's emotions were tumultuous. Could she admit her fondness for Chu Feng? It was complicated. When she first entered the sect, Chu Feng was already a venerable nascent soul elder, and she had benefited greatly from his teachings. Yet, now, she was to consider dual cultivation with him. This was a conversation she could not initiate. Faced with Nangong Yenran's inquiry, Lu Linglong steeled herself and declared, actually, you know him, it's... Who is it? Chu Feng, captivated by their conversation, instinctively drew closer. Although he had suspected it might pertain to him, he could not suppress his excitement, moving even closer, which ultimately drew the attention of both Lu Linglong and Nangong Yenran. They were, after all, in the midst of bathing. Furious, they immediately turned their wrath towards the intruder. Chu Feng, realizing his peril, fled without hesitation. In his prime, he would have easily escaped. However, now, the path of retreat was entirely blocked. Chapter 18, I shall be your Dao partner. Hold on, it's me. As the impending attack descended, Chu Feng hastily exclaimed. Faced with the two women, could he possibly perform a sword strike to open the heavenly gates? Senior brother Chu. Lu Linglong recognized the visitor. What brings you here? Nangon Yanran, fuming with rage, scoffed, what an unrepentant scoundrel! I never imagined that the esteemed elder of the Tai Xuan Dao sect, Chu Feng, would be such an unashamed rogue. Embarrassed, Chu Feng replied. Would you believe me if I said I came to find my junior sister? I truly had no intention of intruding. I was unaware that you two were bathing. Nangon Yanran retorted coldly, then let me ask you, this is Linglong Peak. How could you, Chu Feng, enter without announcing your presence and even sneak into Linglong's chamber? Do you dare claim you weren't peeping, that you aren't an old pervert? Chu Feng countered, esteemed Yanran, that assertion is unfounded. I did not sneak in, I entered openly. Did Linglong not inform you that we intend to become Dao partners and cultivate together? What? You are cultivating together? Nangon Yanran was incredulous. Linglong, is what he says true? Have you lost your senses? If I recall correctly, he is on the brink of death, aging and frail. I heard he had a Dao partner named Lin Xiyue, who abandoned him due to his old age. Moreover, I believe Lin Xiyue has become your disciple, Linglong. At that moment, Lu Linglong's face turned crimson. After 4 months of contemplation, she indeed entertained the thought of cultivating with Chu Feng. The profound heaven and earth yin-yang great compassion verse had only revealed its beginnings to her, yet it was immensely beneficial. Furthermore, in cultivation, partner and resources are indispensable. While a partner need not necessarily be a Dao partner, nothing could be more intimate than a cultivation companion. If one were to consider all of Tai Xuan Dao sect, or even the entirety of Sword Prefecture, the individuals worthy of cultivating alongside her, Lu Linglong, were few. If not for his impending demise, Chu Feng would indeed be the most suitable candidate. However, conversely, if he could extend his lifespan and truly restore his body through cultivation, it could be worth considering. Having thoughts is one thing, but being directly questioned is another. Just as she was about to object, Chu Feng swiftly interjected, you see, I am indeed Linglong's cultivation partner. My presence here poses no issue. Noticing that Lu Linglong did not protest, Nangon Yanran's expression became increasingly unnatural. She failed to realize that Lu Linglong's silence stemmed from Chu Feng's cunning, who had not afforded her the opportunity to oppose. The primary reason was Lu Linglong's earlier words, which clearly indicated a sense of partnership. With a cold huff, she declared, very well, even if you are bound to Linglong, I am still here. You are clearly toying with me, how do you explain that? Naturally, no explanation was forthcoming. Chu Feng shrugged and replied, first, this is Linglong Peak. And I came to find my junior sister. Second, I was completely unaware of your presence, it was a misunderstanding. Third, there is a curtain between us. And I did not see clearly, did I? Of course, if you believe I saw you bathing and wish for me to take responsibility, I have no qualms. We can become Dao partners right now. Bah! Nangon Yanran was incensed, you wish to embrace both me and Linglong? That is preposterous. Chu Feng shook his head. It is not just the two of you. With Qianxue, that would make 3 Dao partners. What do you think? Consider it. Consider it for the devil. Nangon Yanran retorted. Linglong, what judgment do you possess to even contemplate becoming Dao partners with this scoundrel? Lu Linglong shook her head, Yanran, do not speak recklessly. I have not bound myself to him. Have not? Nangon Yanran immediately grasped the implication. You deceived me, I did not see it before. You are indeed a trickster. Suddenly, Chu Feng stepped forward to Lu Linglong, saying, Linglong, do you not understand my heart? By becoming Dao partners, we could cultivate the heaven and earth yin-yang great compassion verse together. Upon hearing heaven and earth yin-yang great compassion verse, Nangon Yanran inquired, what kind of technique is this? Chu Feng explained, it is a celestial grade dual cultivation technique. Celestial grade technique? Are you certain? Nangon Yanran exclaimed. As the matriarch of the Nangon clan and a Yuanying cultivator, she only practiced Yuanying level techniques. Celestial grade techniques surpassed those of the great emperor. Quick, let me see. Nangon Yanran urged eagerly. Chu Feng shook his head, that is not possible. It can only be cultivated with my Dao partner. The Heaven and Earth Yin-Yang Great Compassion verse can enhance one's magical power level, soul strength, aptitude, bloodline, and more through dual cultivation. Take you, for instance, with your innate ice soul divine body at only 30 awakening, it has not fully awakened. However, through the cultivation of the Heaven and Earth Yin-Yang Great Compassion verse, you can completely awaken your ice soul divine body, at which point you will be able to wield the power of ice, significantly increasing your combat strength. This is the marvel of celestial grade techniques. Chu Feng's words stirred something within Nangon Yenran. The Nangon clan, though hailed as the foremost family in Sword Prefecture, was still far inferior to the three great Dao sects in terms of strength. Even their most potent inherited techniques were merely of the Yuanying level. Who wouldn't he desire to continue breaking through, possibly reaching the stages of Huashan, Hai, or Deshang? Yet the conditions had never permitted such advancements. Now, with this opportunity before her, Nangon Yenran resolutely made up her mind. Biting her lip, she said, "Esteemed Chu Feng, how about I become your Dao partner?" Beep, beep, beep. Host, you have truly impressed me. You have managed to conquer a great ascension being, and your conquest value has directly reached 60 points. As a reward, the host's fortune value will double, gaining 620,000 fortune value. The host receives a celestial grade sword, the Burning Heaven Sword. The host's cultivation is restored to that of their 500-year-old self. At 500 years of age, the host reaches the late Yuanying stage. Due to cultivating the Heaven and Earth Yin-Yang Great Compassion verse and the Great Celestial Technique, the combat strength during the sword strike to open heaven exceeds that of the peak period. The host receives a peak Huashan combat experience card, lasting 10 minutes. Excellent. Splendid. Chu Feng could not help but exclaim. Ha ha ha. I am at the late Yuanying stage. Isn't the breakthrough to the mid-Huashan stage within reach? At my peak state of 500 years, let us not forget, I have not only Nangon Yenran but also Lu Linglong. However, he pondered. Was he becoming too consumed by the task of pursuing women? You must trust me, I, Chu Feng, genuinely care for them. While cultivating with Lin Xiyue, her cultivation level is ultimately too low, and the benefits gained from the Heaven and Earth Yin-Yang Great Compassion verse are limited. But Nangon Yenran and Lu Linglong are different. Chapter 19, The Need for the Red Pearl Herb. In an instant, Lu Linglong's mood soured. She was supposed to be his partner. Yet now she found herself usurped by another. How shameless! Yet, when it came to expressing her feelings, she found herself utterly unable to voice such words. It seemed that Nangon Yenran sensed Lu Linglong's distress, as she approached with a smile, taking her hand and suggesting, "Linglong, why not join me in cultivating the great compassionate Yin-Yang verse?" Lu Linglong blushed and turned her gaze towards Chu Feng. Chu Feng's heart soared with joy as he declared. The more individuals who practice the great compassionate Yin-Yang verse, the greater its effect. Junior sister, Yenran, I shall impart this verse to you both, delve into it thoroughly. With that, he resolved to seize the moment. A system notification chimed. Nangon Yenran had been successfully conquered, attaining a conquest value of 60. However, no such notification appeared for Lu Linglong, indicating her lingering reservations about him. Previously, when he had forcibly taken Lin Xiyue, even with a mere conquest value of 10, he had received a system alert. To win over Lu Linglong, he realized that temptation, embodied in the form of the great compassionate Yin-Yang verse, was his best strategy. Coercion appeared to be unnecessary now. Nangon Yenran was undoubtedly the perfect catalyst, perhaps through her, he could fully win over Lu Linglong. The two women were instantly awestruck upon receiving the great compassionate Yin-Yang verse. It was indeed a magnificent celestial level technique. Ding ding ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully conquering the fate-bearing maiden Lu Linglong. Conquest value, 10 points. Obtain 300,000 fortune value. Along with the following rewards: Reward 1, Celestial Level Divine Ability, the 99 Dragon Subduing Poems. Reward 2, 500 Years of Magical Power. Reward 3, a Bloodline Enhancement Pill. Chu Feng was nearly beside himself with joy. He had genuinely conquered her, albeit with a modest 10 points. Indicating that Lu Linglong did not entirely reject the notion of dual cultivation with him. While he had forcibly taken Lin Xiyue, Nangon Yenran had willingly sought to engage in dual cultivation. Lu Linglong, at that moment, was merely intrigued. Lu Linglong spoke, "Senior brother Chu. I can become your partner for dual cultivation, but you must fulfill one condition." "Name it," he replied, determined to secure his own happiness. Surely. One condition was a trivial matter, he would agree to 10 if need be. Lu Linglong stated, "I require the red pearl herb." Chu Feng was aware of this herb. Knowing it resided within the Tai Xuan secret realm, yet they had yet to gain entry. The red pearl herb could only be harvested by one who was a maiden. There was none available outside. The Tai Xuan secret realm opened once every 500 years. This time, the Tai Xuan Dao sect had 3 qualified candidates. One of whom was Lin Xiyue, but after his entanglement with her, she lost her eligibility to harvest it. Now, only 2 candidates remained, both of whom were male. The red pearl herb was a spirit medicine of the nascent soul level, capable of producing the red pearl pill, which would aid Lu Linglong in advancing her cultivation to the late nascent soul stage. Chu Feng's mind raced as he considered checking the fortune store to see if it was available for purchase. To his surprise, it was. Red pearl herb, 2,000. 000 fortune value. Red pearl pill, 3,000,000 fortune value. Upon surveying his own fortune, which barely exceeded 1 million, he noticed that other spirit herbs and pills of the nascent soul level were merely priced in the hundreds of thousands. This was unacceptable, prompting him to summon the system. "Little system, are you out of your mind? You dare to price the red pearl pill so exorbitantly? Look at the other nascent soul level spirit medicines. They are only priced in the tens of thousands. Why does the red pearl pill demand 3,000,000, and the red pearl herb a staggering 2,000,000? Are you trying to fleece me?" The system was instantly incensed. "Host, you must not malign this system. Do you understand the rarity of the red pearl herb? If you speak carelessly, the red pearl herb, while not of high grade, requires sufficient age to be valuable. Once it reaches 1,000 years, it becomes a spirit medicine of the God transformation level. After 10,000 years, it attains the level of the unity stage. And 100,000 years elevates it to the great ascension level. Moreover, the red pearl pill not only enhances cultivation but also possesses a 1 in 10,000 chance of awakening an ancient bloodline." At that moment, as Chu Feng grappled with the situation, Nangon Yenran interjected, "I happen to know of a place that might harbor the red pearl herb." Lu Linglong eagerly inquired, "Yenran, do you know where to find the red pearl herb?" Nangon Yenran nodded, producing a palm-sized hide scroll, which she placed on the table. The scroll instantly expanded, covering the entire surface. It was a map of a secret realm. Lu Linglong was astounded. A secret realm, akin to a miniature world, was crafted by ancient powers utilizing supreme abilities. To establish a secret realm, one must at least possess the strength of a tribulation transcendence level cultivator. Jianzhou, one of the 9 regions of the eastern wilderness, had suffered a decline in cultivation levels due to a cataclysmic battle a millennium ago, nearly extinguishing the Tai Xuan Dao sect. The strongest techniques that survived from that era were but a handful of God transformation techniques. And the mightiest cultivators had only reached the God transformation stage. The Tai Xuan secret realm was a relic from long ago. Now, Nangon Yenran had produced a secret realm map. She confirmed, "My purpose in coming to the Tai Xuan Dao sect was to find you and propose that we enter this secret realm together. I acquired this map inadvertently at an auction. In addition to this map, it detailed the location of the secret realm. This secret realm had been annihilated a millennium ago, belonging to the Tsanshan Dao sect. To activate the secret realm, 2 nascent soul ancestors must collaborate, and no one had entered this realm for 10,000 years, indicating immense peril. However, according to the map, the red pearl herb resided within the Tsanshan secret realm. It was worth noting that the Tai Xuan Dao sect possessed its own map of the Tai Xuan secret realm, which meticulously catalogued the locations of spirit herbs, magical beasts, and treasures left behind by powerful sect members throughout history. Those with fate would inherit them. This map originated from a millennium ago. After 10,000 years, no one could ascertain the dangers lurking within the Tsanshan secret realm or whether the legacy treasures of the Tsanshan Dao sect still existed. Lin Xiyue had even risked her marriage to Chu Feng to gain entry into the Tai Xuan secret realm. Had she known a secret realm lay before her now? One could only wonder if she would have lost her mind. The three swiftly conferred and set off. Chu Feng was equally intrigued by the Tsangshan secret realm, which had lain dormant for 10,000 years. In the meantime, he had successfully absorbed the rewards from this endeavor, 500 years of magical power, enabling him to break through to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. However, he remained just shy of breaking into the god transformation stage. To transform from the mortal realm to the divine was a step that had confounded countless cultivators. Chu Feng, having entered the late nascent soul stage at over 500 years of age, had spent 400 years without successfully advancing to the god transformation stage. Nonetheless, the accumulation of those 400 years had granted him insights into the breakthrough process. Moreover, the fortune store offered pills that could aid in transcending to the god transformation stage. Chapter 20, The Transformation of the Sword Spirit into a Demon with the Divine Elixir of Transformation. The required fortune value of 1 million was sufficient. This indicated that I had nearly resolved my lifespan dilemma. When my lifespan was on the brink of exhaustion, a single divine elixir would grant me entry into the realm of divinity, extending my life to 3,000 years. However, Chu Feng did not rush to make a purchase. The foremost priority was to venture into the Tsangshan secret realm. Tsangshan, one of the 5 major mountain ranges within the Sword State, had been cleaved in two by a single strike in a battle a millennium ago, leaving behind a vast chasm that still resonated with a potent sword intent. It was precisely due to this lingering sword intent that the vegetation atop Tsangshan had withered, the spiritual energy had dissipated, rendering it utterly unsuitable for cultivation. Nevertheless, numerous sword cultivators traveled vast distances to Tsangshan to comprehend this formidable sword intent. Chu Feng had visited several times, utilizing this sword intent to cultivate the Tai Xuan sword classic to a state of perfection. As they approached the secret realm, Chu Feng and his companions were initially concerned that this peerless sword intent might have obliterated the realm. However, upon their arrival, they felt a sense of relief. At that moment, Chu Feng recalled the system's prompt upon his arrival at Tsangshan, supreme sword intent left by the Tribulation Sovereign detected. This sword strike had been executed by the Tribulation Sovereign, annihilating the entire Tsangshan Dao sect and severing the vitality of the entire mountain range. Even within the secret realm, the overwhelming sword intent could be faintly sensed. Moreover, this sword intent was peculiar, possessing the innate swordsmanship of opening the heavenly gates. Chu Feng was instantly captivated by the myriad sword intents within the secret realm. Although the sword intent atop Tsangshan had persisted for millennia, it was gradually waning. In contrast, the sword intent within the secret realm was continuously gathering and strengthening. This implied that the sword intent was absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within the realm. Once it accumulated enough, it might take form, achieving the status of a sword spirit. Lu Linglong and Nangang Yenran understood this as well. Exchanging glances, they urged, "We must leave quickly, the secret realm is perilous. If we delay further, we may not be able to escape." However, just as the trio contemplated abandoning their exploration of the secret realm, the sword intent refused to let them go. Having come this far, it would not allow them to leave. The sword intent instantly transformed into a celestial sword radiating blue light, obstructing their path as it pierced through the air with a formidable presence. With a serious expression, Chu Feng declared, "This sword intent seeks to kill us, intending to absorb our flesh and blood to take form. If the sword spirit absorbs the bloodline of a demon beast, it will manifest as a demon beast. If it consumes human essence, it will take on a human form." Clearly, the sword intent had already metamorphosed into a sword spirit, requiring only to devour human bloodlines to transform into a human. Host, flee. A sword demon of the Tribulation Sovereign's realm has been detected, harboring murderous intent, seeking to devour the host's flesh and soul. It is relentless. If you can escape, do so, surrendering is futile. The system responded. Wait. System. A sword demon is a child of fortune. Detected a child of fortune sword demon. If the host suppresses and kills it, fortune rewards will be granted. Child of fortune, sword demon. Transformation time, 1,000 years. Cultivation, early stage of Tribulation Sovereign. Innate sword Dao divine body, clarity of the sword heart. Any sword technique in its hands is effortlessly mastered, achieving a 120 enhancement of each sword art's power. Such extraordinary talent. Truly, it was a sword spirit transformed from sword intent. According to the system's patterns, this sword demon should be information from a millennium hence. This meant it would take form this very year, merely awaiting the absorption of human essence. Chu Feng even suspected that the beastskin scroll Nangang Yenran acquired was a lure, intentionally cast by this sword spirit to entice the Yuanying ancestors into the secret realm. However, the information Chu Feng previously obtained about Nangang Yenran suggested she was unharmed. Of course, now was not the time to dwell on such matters. The foremost task was to address the imminent threat. Though he was uncertain of the true strength of this sword spirit, Chu Feng resolved to take the initiative, testing the prowess of the sword spirit. Naturally, he did not unleash the Heavenly Gate opening strike immediately. Instead, he employed the Infinite Sword Classic. This technique was the culmination of his millennia of cultivation across various sword arts, representing his mastery of the sword. The formidable sword intent surged forth. And sensing Chu Feng's unleashed supreme sword intent, the sword spirit did not falter, rather, it was invigorated, releasing a symphony of sword cries as it launched an attack towards Chu Feng. The moment the sword spirit struck, Chu Feng's apprehensions vanished without a trace. He was well aware of the sword spirit's capabilities, peak Yuanying combat power. It paled in comparison to the realm of divinity, and thus he felt no fear. Nangang Yenran was unaware that Chu Feng's lifespan was dwindling to mere months. She only knew that he was nearing the end of his life. Despite the great sorrow of the yin-yang of heaven and earth, she suspected his strength had diminished significantly. However, Lu Linglong was acutely aware of Chu Feng's condition, and the combat prowess he displayed now utterly subverted her understanding. Was the yin-yang of heaven and earth truly so miraculous? Lu Linglong's resolve wavered once more. At this moment, Chu Feng was oblivious to the fact that his actions were causing Lu Linglong's heart to be shaken anew. The sword spirit's intent, derived from the sword intent left by the tribulation sovereign, was impervious and destructive, exuding a sense of annihilation as if it sought to obliterate all life. The very aura of the sword spirit sent a shiver down Chu Feng's spine. Faced with the sword spirit, he recognized this as a prime opportunity to hone his own sword intent. Initially, he manifested the infinite sword intent, gradually melding it with the intent of the Heavenly Gate opening. Admittedly, when he wielded the infinite sword intent, he appeared slightly inferior to the sword spirit. But as he integrated the Heavenly Gate opening's intent, he found himself unfazed by the sword spirit. This reference pertains solely to sword intent. In terms of overall strength, Chu Feng was likely superior to the sword spirit. As he infused more of the Heavenly Gate opening's intent, he began to gain the upper hand. The sword spirit, once dominating with its sword intent, now appeared visibly intimidated by Chu Feng's ferocity. The sword intent retracted instantaneously, and it turned to flee. Chu Feng let out a cold laugh. Previously, it had sought to impede their departure. Now, it wished to escape. Such a notion would not be so easily fulfilled. This was a child of fortune. To slay it would not only yield fortune but also grant system rewards. Extending his hand, the burning heaven sword materialized. And with a decisive strike, he unleashed the complete version of the Heavenly Gate opening. The overwhelming sword intent struck the sword spirit, resulting in a resounding crack as the sword spirit shattered into countless fragments. Chapter 21, The Transformation into Divinity Indeed. The process of slaying the sword spirit proved to be far from simple, as it dispersed and fled. I vowed that none would escape my grasp. The sword spirit transformed into countless strands of sword intent, scattering in all directions. Without receiving a notification from the system, Chu Feng did not believe that he had vanquished the sword spirit. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful palm strike, invoking the celestial technique known as the 99 palms of the descending dragon. As he struck, innumerable golden dragons erupted from his palm. The term 99 did not denote a limit but represented the initial tier of the technique. The system rewards were undoubtedly exquisite. These golden dragons surged forth to attack the fleeing sword intents, which resembled delectable morsels, consumed one after another without a single strand escaping. At last, the melodious prompt of the system echoed in his ears. "Host, you are truly remarkable. How many times has this been? It's astonishing, you are my idol." My admiration for you flows like the waters of the Yellow River. Stop, Chu Feng interrupted, cut the pleasantries and tell me the rewards. You're absolutely right, host. I am increasingly realizing how correct my choice was in recognizing you as my master. The rewards will arrive shortly. Reward 1 grants the host 1,000 years of cultivation. Reward 2 provides a single opportunity to comprehend the transformation into divinity. Reward 3 bestows upon the host a card of extraordinary insight, valid for 24 hours. And then, silence. Chu Feng furrowed his brow. Well, it was better than nothing. With the obstructions of the sword spirit removed, the pursuit of the Jiangju immortal herb would become significantly easier. Who would have anticipated that every formidable being within the secret realm had been exterminated by the sword spirit, leaving none behind? As for the purported legacies and treasures, it was unfortunate that he encountered not a single one. Chu Feng even began to suspect that, following the annihilation of the Tai Xuan Dao sect, the secret realm had been thoroughly plundered. Upon returning to the Tai Xuan Dao sect, before Chu Feng could propose the idea of becoming Dao partners, he was promptly dismissed by Lu Linglong, who claimed she needed to concoct the Jiangju pill and then practice. Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback. He inquired, "What about cultivating the great Yuanying compassionate verse? It would make your breakthrough to the late stage of the Yuanying much easier." "No need," Lu Linglong flatly rejected him, showing no regard for his feelings, leaving Chu Feng quite frustrated. Returning to the solitary mountain, Chu Feng took hold of Lin Xiyue and began to toil, as if to expel all the pent-up frustration within him. After working tirelessly for what felt like an eternity, generating hundreds of billions in business, his mood finally began to lift. Observing Lin Xiyue, utterly exhausted in his embrace, a wave of guilt washed over him. He channeled his spiritual energy into her, saying, "Lin Xiyue, it's all my fault for being too rough, are you alright?" Lin Xiyue shook her head, replying, "Husband, I can bear it, besides, it's what I should do." "Husband? This is all because of my discontent over not being able to capture Linglong Immortal." Chu Feng remarked, "You are aware of that?" "Yes," Lin Xiyue smiled, "in fact, I would rather you find a few sisters for me, you are too powerful." Ha ha ha. No man enjoys hearing a woman say he is strong. And Chu Feng was no exception. In the training chamber, Chu Feng began to assess his recent gains. 500 years of cultivation had propelled his power to the peak of the Yuanying stage. He had yet to absorb the additional 1,000 years of cultivation. More importantly, he had gained insights into the realm of divinity. Combined with the 1,000 years of cultivation, he was more than ready to break into the transformation into divinity. At this moment, he still had 4 months of lifespan remaining, making it imperative to enter the realm of divinity. Time flowed swiftly, and soon a month had passed. Chu Feng's cultivation officially entered the stage of divinity. Upon entering this new realm, he underwent a complete transformation. Previously, although the system's rewards had restored his physical condition and appearance to that of a 30-year-old, he still appeared aged and weary in the eyes of others due to his cultivation not being fully restored. Now, having stepped into the realm of divinity, he could finally regain his youthful visage. As one of the 5 elders of the Yuanying, his status had now elevated significantly. The Grand Elder stood equal to the sect master, yet becoming the supreme Grand Elder of the realm of divinity meant surpassing the sect master in authority. Capable of determining the fate of the sect master with but a word. In the past, Xiang Yutian viewed him as an equal. Now, Xiang Yutian would have to regard him with reverence. This transformation echoed the saying, "Previously, you disregarded me, now, I am beyond your reach." Moreover, this 1,000 years of cultivation had not merely allowed Chu Feng to enter the initial stage of divinity, it propelled him directly into the mid-stage. The process of transformation involved refining the Yuanying within to the stage of the Yuan Shen, which comprised 3 levels, Yin Shen, Yang Shen, and Yuan Shen. At this moment, Chu Feng had already condensed his Yin Shen power and awakened the strength of his bloodline. With the aid of a bloodline enhancement pill, he elevated his bloodline to the rank of royal bloodline. Opening the system panel, he beheld, name, Chu Feng. Cultivation, mid-stage of divinity. Age, 999 years 3,000 years. Talent, Wuji Sacred Body, Awakening 30, Wuji Bloodline, Royal Bloodline. Cultivation Technique, Celestial Grade Technique, Great Immortal Tiansheng Method. Treasure, celestial grade treasure, burning heaven sword. Divine techniques, celestial grade divine technique, 99 palms of the descending dragon, celestial grade divine technique, a sword opens the heavenly gate. Lastly, he possessed a card of extraordinary insight, valid for 24 hours. All system rewards, be they the 99 palms of the descending dragon or a sword opens the heavenly gate, were merely introductory stages, not to mention the profound great immortal Tiansheng method he procured from the fortune market. With its 3,000 characters corresponding to the 3,000 principles of the Tao, it truly lived up to its reputation as the most formidable cultivation method across the realms. Although he had acquired 500 characters from the fortune market, allowing him to form a distinct understanding, the profundity of this technique was overwhelming. Despite his attempts at comprehension, he had only scratched the surface thus far. The deeper he delved, the more he was struck by the vastness of this method, leaving him with a sense of ignorance. This moment was perfect to utilize the extraordinary insight card for thorough contemplation. While Chu Feng engaged in closed-door cultivation, an unexpected visitor arrived at the Shen family in the Four Seasons city. Since Chu Feng had led an assault that annihilated the Zhao family, the Shen family had risen to prominence. Furthermore, the knowledge that the head of the Shen family, Shen Chongsheng, had a splendid daughter who had become a concubine to the Yuanying ancestor of Tai Xuan Dao sect, elevated the family's status even further. Influential factions within 1,000 miles flocked to congratulate them, showering them with abundant resources, causing the Shen family to bask in unparalleled glory. However, on this day, an immense pressure suddenly descended upon the Shen family. The entire household, even the livestock, found themselves kneeling in submission. Chapter 22, The False Heiress Who Was the Head of the Shen Family? A voice, imbued with mystery and power, resonated through the void. The members of the Shen family were already frightened to the core. Upon hearing the inquiry from this enigmatic presence, they all turned their gazes toward Shinzhong. Shinzhong struggled to lift his head and proclaimed, "I am Shinzhong, the head of the Shen family. My daughter, Shen Xiyue, is the consort of the great elder of the Tai Xuan Dao sect. I care not who you are, I implore you to refrain from any misunderstanding." Hoof! A cold snort echoed from the void. Is the Tai Xuan Dao sect truly formidable? I do not regard it with any respect. Shinzhong, I ask you. 18 years ago, did your family adopt a little girl who bore a Qilin jade pendant around her neck? Shinzhong seemed to grasp something, his face turning pale as he queried, "Who exactly are you?" "Seeking death, am I? Did I inquire about you?" The voice from the void emitted a chilling snort, and an overwhelming pressure surged forth, bearing down upon Shinzhong. Despite his earlier resolve, he found himself pinned to the ground as if a colossal mountain weighed upon him, rendering him immobile. I did adopt a little girl. Her name is Shen Xiyue, and she is now the consort of the great elder of the Tai Xuan Dao sect." The oppressive force from the void vanished instantly. The members of the Shen family felt a sudden lightness wash over them. Soon after, a jade vial fell from the void, accompanied by the voice that declared, "This is an enhancing essence pill, a token of gratitude for your care of the young lady over the years." As Shinzhong accepted the vial and sensed the departure of the powerful being, he exhaled a sigh of relief, murmuring to himself, "It seems I have wagered correctly. This entity bears no ill intent. Could it be that this formidable figure is a relative of that little beggar? Their origins must be extraordinary, likely from a prestigious family. The Qilin jade pendant was once with Qianxue. If Qianxue were to impersonate that little beggar and become the legitimate daughter of this powerful family. No! I must write to Qianxue and explain everything thoroughly. At the Tai Xuan Dao sect, on Lonely Mountain. Shen Qianxue was indeed in the midst of her cultivation when she received a letter from her father, Shinzhong. Upon reading its contents, her brow furrowed in concern. She retrieved the Qilin jade pendant, a simple gift from her father on her 5th birthday, which she had always carried due to its sentimental value. Unaware of its true significance, she recalled the little beggar she had encountered on the streets, whom she had taken home out of pity. But he had vanished after a month. Now, it appeared that a powerful family was searching for that beggar, and her father had asked her to impersonate him. Had it been before she became the consort of Chu Feng, Shen Xiyue might have been willing to masquerade as a false heiress for her own future in cultivation. However, that was no longer necessary. Perhaps it would be best to avoid offending this powerful family and simply inform her father. Just as she was about to respond, the void trembled, and a figure emerged. An elder, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, stood before her, resembling Chu Feng in age. Yet, physical appearance meant little among cultivators. What mattered was his sudden presence in the Tai Xuan Dao sect. Upon seeing the Qilin jade pendant in Lin Xijue's hand, the elder's eyes gleamed with excitement. With a flick of his wrist, the pendant flew from her grasp into his own. Holding the pendant, the elder exclaimed, "This truly belongs to my Jiang family. You must be." Lin Xiyue instantly understood the situation. This elder was undoubtedly the powerful figure her father had mentioned, seeking the lost little beggar and the rightful owner of the pendant. She immediately shook her head. "Esteemed elder, this pendant," yet before she could finish her sentence, the elder's expression darkened, and a frigid killing intent radiated from him as he demanded, "How did this pendant come to be in your possession? What is your name?" "Junior Lin Xiyue," she replied. The elder's killing intent intensified, his voice dripping with malice. "So you are Lin Xiyue? Xin Zhong dares to deceive me, attempting to have you impersonate my family's mistress. You seek death. My mistress bears the bloodline of the Jiang family. How could an outsider like you impersonate her so easily? Tell me, where is my mistress, the true owner of the..." Lin Xiyue, having only reached the 9th level of qi refinement, felt the elder's immense power pressing down upon her. Her complexion turned pale as she shook her head, pleading, "Esteemed elder, this pendant was a birthday gift from my father when I turned 5. I truly do not know who the true owner is." The elder seethed with rage. "That has always been worn by my mistress. Unless she is dead, this pendant should not be in your hands. I shall kill you to accompany her in death and then destroy the entire Shin family in Four Seasons City." In an instant, a formidable force surged toward Lin Xiyue, threatening her life. "Am I to perish? My beloved, I had hoped to spend more time with you, yet it seems I must leave before you." In the face of the elder, Lin Xiyue felt a profound helplessness, as if she were an ant awaiting her end at the hands of a giant. Just as the elder was about to strike her down, Chu Feng appeared. A fierce and agile sword intent surged forth, striking toward the elder. Having stepped into the transformation realm and attained the power of the nascent soul, his spiritual awareness had transformed into divine consciousness. The elder's presence might have eluded others, but it was not hidden from Chu Feng. A transformation realm cultivator had suddenly appeared on Lonely Mountain. Chu Feng's senses heightened as he realized this elder intended to attack his beloved Lin Xiyue. How could he remain passive? The elder's expression shifted drastically as he recognized that this attack, intended to eliminate the woman attempting to impersonate his mistress, would surely injure him. Most importantly, the sword intent made him acutely aware that the newcomer was of equal or greater strength. With a clenched jaw, the elder begrudgingly retreated, abandoning his assault on Lin Xiyue. Chu Feng, having repelled the elder, immediately stood protectively before Lin Xiyue and asked, "Xiyue, are you unharmed?" Lin Xiyue felt a warmth in her heart and shook her head. "I am fine, my beloved. It is just that this esteemed elder does not understand why he suddenly sought to kill me." Chapter 23, The Eastern Wilderness Imperial Clan. Chu Feng gazed coldly at the elderly man before him. This time, the system remained entirely unresponsive. Without the fortune of a progenitor, one would not go mad upon encountering information from a millennium hence. Chu Feng inquired, "Might I ask why you seek to slay my companion?" The elder, known as Jiang Tai, scoffed, "Because she deserves it. How dare she impersonate the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, usurp our resources and status, and even seize the jade pendant of the inked jade Qilin belonging to my family as young lady? It is highly likely that my lady met her demise at her hands. Should she not be punished?" Chu Feng retorted. "Did you consult me before deciding to kill my companion? This is the Tai Xuan Dao sect. You have intruded upon our domain and sought your own demise. Since you have come, there is no need for you to leave." What did it matter who he was or what his intentions were? Had he not arrived in time, Lin Xiyue would have truly perished at his hands. With a swift motion, Chu Feng drew his sword and struck at Jiang Tai. Jiang Tai's expression shifted dramatically as he admonished, "Do you dare to lay hands on me? Do you know who I am? A mere sect like Tai Xuan Dao. And you possess only the strength of transformation. Are you not afraid of annihilation?" Chu Feng coldly replied, "Your words are tiresome. You are but a dead man. Why should I care who you are? Filled with rage, Jiang Tai could not fathom being belittled by a mere practitioner from a small sect. He resolved to teach Chu Feng a lesson and retaliated with a palm strike, unleashing the void palm, one of the Jiang family's supreme techniques. This formidable attack could traverse the void and had claimed countless enemies' lives. As Jiang Tai initiated his assault, Chu Feng furrowed his brow. What was once a demonstration of the infinite sword classic now required the application of the sword to open heaven. In an instant, his sword intent transformed, shattering Jiang Tai's void palm with overwhelming force. A single, devastating strike landed squarely on Jiang Tai's chest, sending him hurtling backward like a mere scarecrow. A spurt of blood erupted from his mouth, and he became visibly weak, incredulous as he gasped, "Who on earth are you? How can you be so powerful?" Chu Feng scoffed, "You know far too little, and I owe you no explanations. You may now perish." With a flick of his hand, a surge of sword intent erupted forth. Jiang Tai, taken aback, could scarcely believe that Chu Feng would indeed take action. As death loomed, he cried out in terror. "I am a member of the Jiang family, the Eastern Wilderness Imperial clan. If you kill me, the Jiang family will not let you go." Chu Feng showed no signs of halting his assault. In the next moment, Jiang Tai's body was pierced, and he spat blood, dying on the spot. Witnessing Jiang Tai's demise, Lin Xiyue expressed her concern, "Husband, what shall we do? He mentioned the Jiang family. What is this Eastern Wilderness Imperial clan?" Chu Feng nodded, "Fear not. I am familiar with the Jiang family. Moreover, although he bears the surname Jiang, he is not a direct descendant of the clan. If neither you nor I speak of this, who will know that I was the one who killed him? The Eastern Wilderness Imperial clan is comprised of descendants born from those who became immortals. Their physical constitution cannot be inherited. However, if the parents possess exceptional qualities, there is a significant chance that their offspring will awaken powerful attributes. The bloodline, however, can be passed down, albeit with diminishing strength in subsequent generations. Thus, the Eastern Wilderness Imperial clan places great importance on potent bloodlines, and upon discovering that a Jiang bloodline member was lost, they promptly set out to search. Indeed, treasures abound within the Jiang family, and their fortune is reported to be as high as 80,000. A value exceeding 100,000 signifies a progenitor of destiny. However, just as Chu Feng struck down Jiang Tai, a woman in green attire, taken aback, realized that within the small Tai Xuan Dao sect, there existed an innate holy body. Regrettably, she was not of the Jiang lineage. This time, the search for the Jiang family member did not involve only Jiang Tai. Yet, since Lin Xiyue attempted to impersonate a member of the Jiang family, her qualifications as a holy body could grant her entry into the Jiang clan. A thought emerged in the woman's mind. As for Chu Feng killing Jiang Tai, she bore no intention of seeking revenge. In the eyes of the imperial clan, beings like Jiang Tai were merely fodder, expendable unless they brought forth some benefit. The value of Lin Xiyue far surpassed that of Jiang Tai. As Chu Feng departed, the woman in green appeared before Lin Xiyue. Given Jiang Tai's fate, Lin Xiyue was startled by the sudden appearance of the woman, her expression shifting to one of wariness. The woman in green smiled sweetly, "Are you afraid of me?" Lin Xiyue nodded, "Anyone who can appear here without a sound is certainly not simple. Are you also a member of the Jiang clan?" The woman in green affirmed, "I am Jiang Yan. Do not worry, I am not here to harm you. Nor will I harm your husband. I have come to offer you a fortuitous opportunity. You wish to impersonate a member of the Jiang family and enter our clan. Did you not? Now, I can grant you that chance." Lin Xiyue shook her head, "You may have misunderstood. I never intended to enter the Jiang family. My father did conspire for me to impersonate a Jiang family member to gain entry, but I understand that while one can feign identity, bloodlines cannot be impersonated. I can never truly enter the Jiang family. This was merely a misunderstanding, and besides, I already have a partner." The woman in green snorted. "Are you not afraid that I might kill both you and your husband?" In an instant, Lin Xijue's expression changed, filled with fear and anxiety. Although Chu Feng had slain Jiang Tai, she remained apprehensive of the woman's power. The woman in green continued, "Join me in the Jiang family, and I will spare your husband. Otherwise, not only will he die, but your entire Shin family will perish alongside him." Lin Xiyue bit her lip, stating, I will go with you to the Jiang family, but I have one condition. The woman in green scoffed, do you think you possess the qualifications to negotiate conditions? Lin Xiyue momentarily fell silent but quickly replied, I can accompany you, but I wish to write a letter to inform my husband of my whereabouts. Very well. The woman in green retorted dismissively, do you think your husband will come looking for you? The moment you step into the Jiang family, you will belong to two entirely different worlds. Chu Feng practiced the supreme celestial art, even with merely 500 words of scripture. He remained inscrutable to the woman in green. In her eyes, he was merely an ordinary practitioner. Had she known Chu Feng possessed a holy body, she might have reconsidered her words. Lin Xiyue departed, leaving behind a letter as she followed the woman in green. Chapter 24, The Allure of the Hahuan Fruit on the exquisite Linglong Peak. Lu Linglong, having acquired the rare Jiangju immortal herb, eagerly commenced the alchemical process of crafting the Jiangju elixir. She had meticulously prepared for this endeavor. However, as she began the intricate process, complications arose. The Jiangju elixir is renowned for its ability to elevate the cultivation of those in the nascent soul realm, being one of the most superior elixirs available. The alchemical procedure is exceedingly complex, and even seasoned alchemists at the nascent soul level cannot guarantee a high success rate. A tumultuous aura enveloped the entire Linglong Peak as Chu Feng entered the transformation spirit realm, his spiritual awareness evolving into divine consciousness. It can be said that within the Tai Xuan Dao sect, nearly nothing could escape his perception, should he desire to uncover it. Even the alchemical furnace threatened to explode. Noticing the alarming situation, Chu Feng hastened to Lu Linglong's side. At that moment, she was flushed, beads of sweat dotting her cheeks, her visage distorted in agony, revealing the torment she was enduring. A pang of concern struck Chu Feng's heart. It was evident that Lu Linglong was suffering due to her failed alchemical attempts. Alchemy is no simple feat. A failure can result in a minor explosion of the furnace or, in severe cases, damage to one's spirit, leading to madness and the loss of cultivation. Lu Linglong was teetering on the edge of such calamity. Chu Feng quickly approached her, channeling his energy to tame the turbulent forces within her body and suppress the impending explosion of the elixir. Fortunately, with his recent breakthrough to the transformation spirit realm, he was able to manage the Jiangju elixir. As the elixir's volatility was quelled and Lu Linglong's chaotic energies were subdued, Chu Feng overlooked a crucial detail. The Jiangju elixir required the Hahuan fruit, which, when consumed, ignites a person's inner desires, rendering them restless and in need of intimate connection to temper these overwhelming urges. If left unaddressed, one could be consumed by flames of passion. In an instant, a white mist enveloped both Chu Feng and Lu Linglong. Initially intending to examine the Jiangju elixir, Chu Feng was suddenly engulfed by an intense surge of desire. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he silently lamented. Having lived for 1,000 years, Chu Feng had delved into various disciplines, including weapon forging, alchemy, talismans, and formations, achieving mastery in each. His proficiency in alchemy was commendable. He swiftly attempted to dispel the effects of the Hahuan fruit. Yet, while he could expel the medicinal properties, the awakened desires were far more challenging to eradicate. Regardless of his formidable power and profound cultivation. At this moment, Lu Linglong, too, was driven by her desires, drawing closer to Chu Feng, her heated form tantalizingly near, causing him to succumb entirely. It was akin to a dilemma, to behave like a beast or to be less than a beast. Under the influence of the potion, Lu Linglong lost all sense of self. Did Chu Feng need to make a choice? He preferred to embrace the beastly nature in this instance. Forgive me, junior sister, he murmured as he lunged toward her. Lu Linglong immediately responded in kind. Thus, within the confines of the alchemical chamber, the two became entwined, each unleashing their full prowess, challenging one another in a fervent exploration of the depths of their capabilities. The night wore on, and under Chu Feng's deliberate guidance, they also practiced the profound technique of the Yuanying great compassion. Particularly during their first encounter, the effects of their cultivation were at their peak. Chu Feng gained immeasurable benefits. His bloodline strength, originally a basic royal-grade Wuji bloodline, surged to a high-tier royal-grade Wuji bloodline. His soul strength and primordial spirit power also saw significant enhancement. It is essential to note that in the transformation spirit realm, one cultivates the power of the primordial spirit. The stronger the primordial spirit, the swifter the cultivation progress becomes. complemented by increased physical strength and potential. The techniques they practiced circulated within them, ultimately leading Lu Linglong to a chaotic breakthrough into the late nascent soul stage. However, while they were immersed in their fervor, Nangong Yenran, intending to observe Lu Linglong's alchemical endeavors, chanced upon this scene. A wave of frustration washed over her. Ah, Lu Linglong. I considered you a sister, yet you dare to betray me, she thought. I shall sever ties with you for a day. If you do not appease me, I shall never forgive you. Indeed, no man is trustworthy. As the night passed, Lu Linglong, having experienced a significant breakthrough, appeared invigorated, seemingly unaffected by the previous night's tumult. Upon turning, she caught sight of Chu Feng, and the memories of the prior evening flooded back, her face turning crimson with a whirlwind of emotions. Observing the tattered remnants of her garments, she could only imagine how wild the night had been. She had initially believed she could successfully concoct the Jiangzhu elixir. Yet her alchemical skills had proven insufficient. She was well aware that one of the primary ingredients was the Hawan fruit. And last night she had indeed fallen victim to its effects. Though she had contemplated dual cultivation with Chu Feng, she had not anticipated such impulsiveness. Indulging in this within the alchemical chamber. At that moment, a look of disbelief crossed Lu Linglong's face. She had aimed to brew the Jiangzhu elixir to achieve a breakthrough into the late nascent soul stage, yet the failed concoction had unexpectedly elevated her cultivation. Could it be? In an instant, she recalled Chu Feng's mention of the yin-yang great compassion. Without hesitation, she began to channel her energy, only to discover a unique power coursing through her. Presumably the essence of the yin-yang great compassion technique. It appeared that this dual cultivation method was indeed extraordinary. You're awake. Chu Feng's voice resonated as Lu Linglong contemplated these revelations. With newfound determination, she took the initiative and advanced toward Chu Feng. Having engaged in cultivation, she was now ready to fully embrace this experience. Once was merely the beginning of countless encounters. Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback. What are you planning? He inquired. Lu Linglong replied, of course, to cultivate. Enough with the trivialities, come here swiftly. Were you not eager to practice with me? What, are you afraid? Chu Feng chuckled heartily. Ah, my dear woman, do you not realize you are playing with fire? Last night, I spared you only because you were in a daze. Under the influence of the potion. You dare to provoke me? Today, I shall show you my true prowess. Thus, an inevitable clash ensued, neither willing to yield. Lu Linglong soon learned the cost of her recklessness. After a brief period, she lay there, utterly exhausted, unable to move even a finger, while Chu Feng remained revitalized. Laughing heartily, my dear woman, I trust you now understand my might. Chapter 25. 3 years in a blink. Lu Linglong scoffed, this time, my preparation was insufficient. Allowing you to triumph. Next time, I shall surely suppress you. All right, I shall await that moment, Chu Feng replied with a grin. Displaying a typical manifestation of an ambitious yet inexperienced individual. The merits of cultivating the heaven and earth yin-yang great grief were self-evident. Most significantly, he had finally subdued Lu Linglong. At that moment, the system's notification chimed. Congratulations, host. Your conquest value for Lu Linglong has reached 90 points, earning you 280,000 fortune points. Achieving 90 points all at once was unexpected. No wonder her attitude had undergone such a drastic transformation. Wait, your strength and your appearance. She realized. Previously, Lu Linglong had paid no heed to Chu Feng's looks, he had always presented himself with the visage of an elderly man. Now, however, he appeared to be in his 30s. She had not even registered this change until now, as if his appearance were a given. This realization struck her as exceedingly peculiar. The crux of the matter lay in Chu Feng's unfathomable power. She knew he should be at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Though she had also reached that stage, she could still not discern the depths of his cultivation. Oh dear, it seems you are finished. A cheerful voice chimed in at that moment. It was Nangong Yenran who entered. Yenran, what brings you here? Lu Linglong's face flushed with embarrassment as she hastily sought something to cover herself with, only to find that her garments had been reduced to tatters. Apologies, Yenran. Could you fetch me a piece of clothing? She implored. Nangon Yanran approached her, surveying her from head to toe. Linglong, your assets are indeed impressive. I wonder how I never noticed before. With that, she reached out to touch her. Lu Linglong quickly swatted her hand away, exasperated. You little rascal, haven't you seen enough? Perhaps, Yanran replied with a teasing tone. Then I shall gaze upon Chu Feng, master brother. May I have a look? You managed to make Linglong cry out so loudly. As she turned her attention to Chu Feng, he smiled and said, since Yanran wishes to see, then do observe closely. I am quite formidable. And Linglong holds the most authority in this matter. Lu Linglong huffed in annoyance, stop spouting nonsense. Do you believe I won't castrate you? Chu Feng stiffened momentarily. Then chuckled awkwardly, please, don't. That is your treasure, I would never harm it. He quickly donned a celestial robe and, after taking a few steps, paused to say. If you miss me, remember to seek me out. I am always at your service. Upon returning to Gushan, Chu Feng's expression shifted abruptly. Within his spiritual sense, he found no trace of Xue. This was not the gravest concern. He swiftly scanned his surroundings and realized that not only Gushan but the entire Tai Xuan Dao sect bore no sign of her presence. Had she departed from Tai Xuan Dao sect? Beep beep beep, warning to the host, detection of the Tribulation Lord's aura, which harbors hostility towards the host. The Tribulation Lord. The Sword Demon. Chu Feng was taken aback. How could the Tribulation Lord appear within Tai Xuan Dao sect? Or was the system malfunctioning? Retrieving information from the future? The Tribulation Lord from a millennium later. In the next moment, Chu Feng realized he had guessed correctly. The system did indeed provide a hint. Detection of the aura of the Fortune Girl. The Fortune Girl. This must pertain to information from a millennium hence. Soon, he discovered a letter upon the table. It was left by Xiyue, the Jiang clan imperial family. Chu Feng's expression darkened. This meant that when he had slain Jiang Tai, someone had been present the entire time, observing his every action. Yet, they had made no move to intervene, and instead, they had taken Xiyue away. This indicated that they had recognized Xiyue's transcendent beauty. He had some knowledge of the Jiang clan. Such imperial families were typically driven solely by self-interest, devoid of familial bonds. Previously, Jiang Tai had mistakenly believed Xiyue was impersonating a member of the Jiang clan. Now, having taken her, Chu Feng believed they could not be oblivious to the truth. It merely signified their desire for Xiyue's extraordinary beauty. Jiang clan imperial family. You had best not harm Xiyue, or I shall undoubtedly obliterate your clan. A tempest of murderous intent erupted from Chu Feng. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Since engaging in dual cultivation with Lu Linglong, Chu Feng had frequently visited her. The two had grown inseparable, benefiting immensely from one another. Yet, the sole vexation was that Nangon Yanran had departed, and her absence had lasted 3 months. Time for cultivators flows differently. 3 months may seem long for mortals, but it is but a fleeting moment for those on the path of cultivation. Through their dual cultivation, Chu Feng's bloodline had ascended to the pinnacle of the king level, while the awakening of his imperishable sacred body had reached 35%. With the enhancement of his sacred body's awakening, he could distinctly sense a surge in his cultivation speed. A single day of practice equated to several days previously. The difficulty of cultivating in the nascent soul stage was already daunting. The challenges of the transformation stage were even more formidable. Moreover, in the nascent soul stage, one could find others to exchange insights, but in the transformation stage, finding a companion was nearly impossible. One day, as Chu Feng practiced as usual, a sect administrator arrived at Gushan. Disciple Xiao Yi pays respects to the Grand Elder. Xiao Yi, a disciple of Xiang Yutian, possessed golden core cultivation and was the next heir to the sect's leadership. Chu Feng had only met him once. Despite his unfavorable impression of Xiang Yutian, he held Xiao Yi in decent regard. What brings you here? Chu Feng inquired. Xiao Yi replied, disciple comes at the behest of my master, requesting the Grand Elder to preside over the sect's 5-yearly disciple recruitment ceremony. The recruitment ceremony. Chu Feng's heart coldly scoffed. It seemed that less than a month remained until he turned 1,000 years old. In Xiang Yutian's eyes, his lifespan was nearing its end. prompting him to invite Chu Feng to oversee this so-called recruitment ceremony. In truth, it was merely a test to gauge his remaining vitality. Initially, Chu Feng intended to refuse outright, but as the words formed at the tip of his tongue, he altered his decision. "Tell your master that I shall attend." Tai Xuan Dao sect, as one of the three principal sects of Sword Prefecture, stood as one of the most formidable powers in the entire region. Countless individuals thronged to join Tai Xuan Dao sect, eager to seize the opportunity. Outside the mountain gate, a vast sea of people amassed, easily numbering in the tens of thousands. The sect had its own methods for selecting disciples, yet the core principles remained unchanged. The first stage was the aptitude assessment. Aptitudes were classified as mortal body, spiritual body, king body, divine body, and sacred body. Only those possessing spiritual body aptitude or exceptional mortal body could pass this first test. But do not be misled into thinking that passing this stage grants one the privilege of becoming a disciple of Tai Xuan Dao sect. That is merely the beginning. For there still lies the second stage, the temperament assessment, which is indeed the most arduous of all. Chapter 26, The Extraordinary Luck of the Woman. The path of cultivation is inherently fraught with challenges, akin to navigating through thorns and waves, engaging in battles against heaven, earth, and mankind alike. Only by overcoming all obstacles can one embark upon the journey of cultivation. Should one's temperament be lacking, even if one steps onto this path, it may ultimately lead to premature demise. In such a case, it would be better not to attempt it at all. The Tai Xuan Dao sect, as one of the most formidable powers in Zhenzhou, seeks only the elite. It is not a mere refuse station for any disciple that comes along. However, those who can pass the assessments of aptitude and temperament may enter the Tai Xuan Dao sect and become outer disciples. Upon entering the outer sect, one can begin their cultivation journey, with the potential to attain immortality or become an ancestor. This was the path that Chu Feng once traversed. Through relentless cultivation, he achieved his current level of prowess. Next, there lies the third challenge, the assessment of opportunities, or rather, the evaluation of luck. Those with abundant luck may directly enter the inner sect, while those with lesser luck must remain in the outer sect. Chu Feng had once passed this luck assessment to become an inner disciple. Opportunities and luck are indeed integral components of cultivation. It can even be said that, at times, when aptitude and temperament are deemed satisfactory, it is the opportunities and luck that ultimately determine one's future. Outside the sect, there exists a celestial staircase, symbolizing the ascent to greatness. It comprises a total of 49 steps. To pass the initial 6 steps and reach the 7th step is to be considered barely qualified, achieving the rank of an exceptional mortal body. Ascending to the 8th step signifies the attainment of a spiritual body, while the 15th step denotes a royal body. The 21st step represents a divine body, and the 36th step corresponds to a sacred body. Chu Feng once embodied the sacred body, specifically the limitless sacred body. And he ascended to the 42nd step, creating quite a stir. He did not even need to undergo the second temperament assessment or the third luck assessment to become an inner disciple. As the appointed disciple of the Dao sect issued the command, the assessment officially commenced. Countless individuals surged towards the celestial staircase, each step representing a test of the soul, body, and internal power. With each step taken, the pressure intensified. Chu Feng's arrival sparked a wave of excitement. The disciple responsible for the entrance assessment recognized him immediately and hurried to pay his respects. Disciple pays homage to the immortal sovereign, the Yuanying immortal sovereign. This not only astonished the disciple in charge of accepting students but also stirred the participants in the assessment. The fact that the esteemed immortal sovereign was personally attending the disciple recruitment ceremony was unprecedented. I must perform exceptionally well. If I could become a disciple of the immortal sovereign, it would indeed be a meteoric rise. Countless thoughts of this nature flickered in the minds of the onlookers. The ceremony was graced by the presence of an immortal sovereign, a first in the annals of Tai Xuan Dao sect's history. Xian Yutian merely intended to test Chu Feng, prompting Xiao Yi to attend. Little did he know that Chu Feng would readily accept the invitation and actually appear at the disciple recruitment ceremony. Amidst the crowd, a young man clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with a distinct radiance, radiating confidence. His name was Feng Yun. Hailing from a lowly position as a groom in the governor's office of the Great Qian dynasty. In a place like the governor's office, It was inevitable to encounter those well-versed in the ways of cultivation. To alter his fate and escape a life of servitude, Feng began to practice in secret. Recently, he stumbled upon a fortuitous opportunity. A pursued practitioner of the evil path in the foundation-building realm, on the brink of death, had intended to seize his body. However, due to Feng Yun's indomitable will and the severe injuries sustained by the evil practitioner, it was Feng Yun who ultimately seized control. Within the soul of this evil practitioner, he acquired a technique known as the Yuanying absorption method. By absorbing the essence of cultivated women, he could attain their full cultivation power. Alas! The women from whom he drew this power would meet their demise. After obtaining this technique, Feng Yun did indeed absorb several female cultivators, elevating his cultivation from novice to the 6th layer of qi refinement. However, the cultivation levels of these women were relatively low, as they had only just begun their journey. Upon receiving news of the Tai Xuan Dao sect's recruitment of disciples, he was stirred and contemplated joining. As one of the 3 mightiest Dao sects in Jianzhou, Tai Xuan Dao sect naturally boasted numerous female cultivators, both skilled and beautiful. Especially upon hearing that the sect possessed a female Yuanying immortal sovereign. Renowned as the most beautiful woman in Tai Xuan Dao sect, he fantasized about absorbing her essence, which could potentially lead him to the Yuanying stage. With such aspirations, he arrived at the Tai Xuan Dao sect. Upon surveying the prospective female disciples, he felt an overwhelming attraction. Yet, when the true assessment arrived, he was filled with dismay. He had only managed to ascend to the 7th step, indicating that he was merely an inferior mortal body. The sole consolation was that he had barely qualified. Now, he merely needed to pass the temperament assessment to enter the Tai Xuan Dao sect. As Feng Yun descended the celestial staircase, a sudden commotion arose within the crowd. Look! Someone has ascended beyond the 22nd step. The 22nd step represented divine body qualifications. Upon discovering such a talent, one could directly join the Tai Xuan Dao sect without further assessments. This was the first instance of a divine body qualification appearing in this recruitment ceremony. Despite the thousands of participants in the disciple recruitment, fewer than 1% would succeed in joining the Tai Xuan Dao sect. And the emergence of a divine body was an exceedingly rare occurrence, especially in the form of a female cultivator. Feng Yun immediately pushed through the crowd, his eyes fixed on the celestial staircase. A terrifying light ignited within his gaze. Clad in a purple gown, with long hair cascading over her shoulders and an ethereal beauty that resembled that of a celestial being, particularly as she stepped onto the 22nd step. She was surrounded by divine light, leaving many in her presence pale and captivated. She is mine, he thought. If I could absorb her essence, it would mean her divine body would become mine. A triumphant laughter echoed in his mind. Indeed, Tai Xuan Dao sect has hit the jackpot this time. The extraordinary presence of this woman also caught Chu Feng's attention. How intriguing, I have encountered another woman of fortune. Beep, beep, beep. Detecting the presence of a woman of fortune. This woman is extraordinary, please, host, make haste to win her over. A woman of fortune. If memory served, Chu Feng recalled that neither Lu Linglong nor Lin Xiyue nor Nangang Yanran had been deemed extraordinary. System, do you have her system panel? Chu Feng inquired. Affirmative. Woman of fortune, Wan. Origin, the holy land of the celestial demons in the eastern wilderness, contemporary holy maiden. Cultivation at the peak of the great ascension stage, pursued and severely injured, her powers sealed, this is the perfect opportunity for the host to seize her. Age, 1,423 years. This revelation left Chu Feng momentarily at a loss. If the Eastern Wilderness Imperial clan was formidable, then the holy land of the celestial demons was even more terrifying. In the Eastern Wilderness, the Tai Xuan Dao sect was merely a second-rate sect, while the holy land of the celestial demons stood at the apex of the entire Eastern Wilderness hierarchy. Chapter 27, A Complex Identity. The crux of the matter is that Chu Feng remained oblivious to whether the information this system had regarding the enigmatic Wan was contemporary or a millennium in the future. From his perspective, Wan appeared to be a mere novice in her cultivation. This situation led to two possibilities. Firstly, she had mastered a secret technique that concealed her true cultivation level, or secondly, her prowess surpassed his own. However, given the system's nature, Chu Feng was more inclined to believe the former. While examining Wanwan's details, he sensed an unusual gaze directed at him. Following this gaze, he quickly discerned the presence of Feng Yun. Beep, 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 detecting the presence of a fated child. Name, Feng Yun. Cultivation, 6th layer of Qi refinement. Fortune, recently acquired a fragment of the Evil Path Emperor's scripture, the Evil Dragon Technique, capable of siphoning the strength of female cultivators through a method of absorption. Just moments ago, Feng Yun had set his sights on Wanwan, intending to exploit her for his own gain. His reason for joining the Tai Xuan Dao sect was solely to prey upon its female disciples. This technique was exceedingly malevolent, and once a female cultivator fell victim, she would willingly submit to his whims until her demise. The infamous Evil Path Celestial Monarch had once ascended from a mere mortal to the Celestial Monarch realm by exploiting countless female cultivators, ultimately provoking the wrath of a powerful emperor, leading to his demise, while the cultivation method he practiced vanished without a trace. As time elapsed, spanning hundreds of thousands of years, numerous fragments emerged, giving rise to countless practitioners of the evil path, most of whom were eradicated. However, Feng Yun was different. He was a child of fate, and should he not be suppressed, he could potentially attain the status of an emperor. This insidious system had given him a remarkably high evaluation. Clearly, Feng Yun could not be allowed to remain. Nonetheless, considering he was a target deserving of elimination. The only complication was that this was the Tai Xuan Dao sect, and direct action was ill-advised unless he could find a leverage point. This posed no challenge for Chu Feng, with his divine sense spread wide. Eliminating Feng Yun and the Tai Xuan Dao sect would be as effortless as squashing an ant. The assessment continued. Wanwan truly did not disappoint, advancing to the 25th step, qualifying as a mid-tier divine body. However, Chu Feng discerned that she was holding back, otherwise, with her divine body qualifications, she would have become the celestial demon saintess without question. The trials lasted an entire day, concluding after 3 rounds of assessments. Among the 50,000 participants, fewer than 500 remained. Feng Yun was among them. Although merely a top-tier mortal body, his character and opportunities were commendable, allowing him to successfully join as an outer disciple. Only 3 individuals ascended directly to inner discipleship, with Wanwan being one of them. The other 2 boasted exceptional royal body qualifications, named Shanli and Wei Qing respectively. Logically, Feng Yun should have faded into obscurity among the crowd, possessing at least a modicum of self-awareness. Yet, as soon as he entered the outer sect, he became restless. The Tai Xuan Dao sect boasted nearly 100,000 disciples, with 9/10 belonging to the outer sect, where female disciples were plentiful. Feng Yun, emboldened by the peculiarities of the evil dragon technique, began to pursue countless beautiful women, quickly surrounding himself with admirers, showering them with affectionate names. Regrettably, to Feng Yun, these women were of mediocre talent, lacking any allure. Even if he employed the evil dragon technique to siphon their strength, the gains would be negligible, compelling him to refrain from acting against any female cultivator. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye, leading Feng Yun to question whether he had arrived at the wrong place. Was this truly the Tai Xuan Dao sect? Not a single individual met his standards. Of course, there were exceptions. Wanwan remained his target. A divine body indeed. When Wanwan was tested and revealed her divine body, a golden core elder approached to take her as a disciple, only to be rebuffed. Having entered the Tai Xuan Dao sect out of necessity due to severe injuries, seeking refuge and healing, she held the sect in contempt, viewing it merely as a second-rate establishment. Thus, she only entered the inner sect, providing Feng Yun with an opportunity. Whenever he had a moment, he would rush to the inner sect, eager to capture Wanwan's attention and win her over. The evil dragon technique was indeed extraordinary, but its effectiveness depended on the recipient. While it might seem remarkable to others, Wanwan regarded it with disdain. Wanwan, what a coincidence! You two are here to witness the sunrise? In his pursuit of Wanwan, Feng Yun exerted considerable effort, knowing she practiced at Yunsha Mountain every morning to absorb the ethereal energies of dawn. Thus, he had spent a sleepless night waiting on Yunsha Peak. His perseverance bore fruit when he finally encountered Wanwan. However, as he approached, Wanwan stepped back, her face filled with disdain. Please keep your distance. Moreover, the evil dragon technique is not something to be trifled with. If it were to be leaked, Do you know what would happen? You would become a pariah, hunted by all, with nowhere to hide. Fang Yun was taken aback, his heart racing. What do you mean by that? I know nothing of the evil dragon technique. Since Miss Wan is not fond of my company, I shall take my leave. With that, he hastily retreated, stumbling as he fled the scene. Having absorbed the memories of a previous practitioner of the evil path, Fang Yun was acutely aware of the technique's formidable nature and the cultivation community's aversion to it. Should anyone discover its practice, they would be met with lethal force. As he watched Fang Yun's retreating figure, Wan let out a cold huff, her eyes flashing with a hint of murderous intent. Fang Yun, consider this a warning. Should you dare to approach me again, you shall meet your end. Meanwhile, Fang Yun returned to his residence, shaken from his earlier panic, replaced instead by a deep-seated hatred. Ah, Wan, you force my hand. I shall fulfill your wish and completely absorb you. Your soul, your power, your divine body, your talent. And your bloodline shall all be mine. Just wait. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently provoked a formidable existence. On Yunxia Peak, after scaring Fang Yun away, Wan suddenly felt a strange sensation, abruptly turning to look behind her. Her expression shifted as she spoke. Who is there? Show yourself. Clap, clap, clap. The figure stepping forth was none other than Chu Feng, who approached with an air of surprise, applauding. You are indeed remarkable. If I am not mistaken, during the disciple recruitment ceremony, in the first round of the heavenly ladder assessment, you did not exert your full strength but rather held back. You must be the rarest of divine bodies. Chapter 28, The Peculiar Act of Apprenticeship. Yuanying's expression shifted dramatically. Her face filled with suspicion as she fixed her gaze on Chu Feng, her hands clasped behind her back, continuously forming seals, clearly ready to act at any moment. All of this, of course, did not escape Chu Feng's notice. He shook his head and said, Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions towards you, on the contrary. I come with the utmost goodwill. Wan furrowed her brow and replied, Then I would like to hear what you have to say. Chu Feng smiled and introduced himself. I am Chu Feng, one of the 5 great celestial lords of the Tai Xuan Dao sect. However, I am not at the Yuanying level, rather. I am at the mid-stage of the transformation god realm. Noticing your exceptional talent, I wish to take you as my disciple. Would you be willing? Upon hearing that Chu Feng was at the mid-stage of the transformation god realm, Wan was indeed taken aback. The transformation god realm could be considered a formidable force. Yet, hearing that Chu Feng wanted to take her as a disciple, she burst into laughter and shook her head, saying, I'm sorry, but I have no intention of becoming a disciple. So I appreciate your kindness, but I must decline. Chu Feng found himself at a loss for words and asked, Is it that you are unwilling? Or do you doubt my qualifications to be your master? Wan responded, That is not for me to say. Chu Feng shook his head and urged, You must think carefully. Every sect is fraught with deceit and rivalry, and I believe you have experienced this firsthand. By becoming my disciple, you would receive my protection, sparing you much trouble. Moreover, I can offer you a promise. Should you choose to leave the Tai Xuan Dao sect in the future, our master-disciple relationship will be rendered void. What say you? Wan frowned and asked, Do you know something? Chu Feng replied, It is not about what I know, but rather what you wish for me to know. The daughter of fortune. Her cultivation likely at the transformation god level. The cultivation realms mentioned by the system were likely information from 1,000 years hence. Her fortune value was an astounding 900,000, the highest he had ever encountered. To put it into perspective, a fortune exceeding 100,000 designates one as a child of fortune. While surpassing 1,000,000 marks one as a child of destiny, and exceeding 10 million proclaims one as a child of the world. Fortune is not static, indeed. Great fortune begets immense potential and a promising future. To conquer her would require a vastly different approach than what he employed with Lin Xiyue and Lu Linglong, appealing to her emotions and reason. The essence of conquest extends beyond mere force. Emotional bonds can also serve as a means of subjugation. Initially, Chu Feng feared that his plan had failed, as his reasoning seemed insufficient. Yet unexpectedly, Wan said, Very well, during my time at the Tai Xuan Dao sect, I shall become your disciple, but as you mentioned, should I leave the sect in the future, our master-disciple relationship will be void. Agreed, Chu Feng nodded. Since you are my disciple, let us return to the lonely mountain. There is no need for you to remain in the inner sect. Okay, Wanquan replied. Soon, the news of Wanquan becoming Chu Feng's disciple spread throughout the Tai Xuan Dao sect, creating quite a stir. This was a Yuanying celestial lord, a figure of great significance within the sect and even the entire Jianzhou. Once she became a disciple of the celestial lord, her status within the sect would undergo a dramatic transformation, elevating her from an ordinary disciple to a true inheritor. It became clear why Wanquan had previously declined to become a disciple of the Golden Core Elder. She had been biding her time, awaiting the opportunity to be taken on by a Yuanying celestial lord. This is what it means to wait for the right price after all. She possessed the qualifications to do so. One might wonder if the divine body qualification comes without cost. If I had such a divine body, I too would seek out a celestial lord as my master. Of course, Wan Chuan's ascendance to the status of a celestial lord's disciple was met with envy and jealousy. However, one person stood apart from the rest, Fang Yun. At that moment, Fang Yun was utterly beside himself. The thought of the benefits that would come with being a celestial lord's disciple consumed him. In that scenario, what woman could he not have, including Wanquan? She would inevitably become his, at his beck and call. I cannot allow this. I too must become a celestial lord's disciple. If others can do it, so can I. A frenzied thought took root in Fang Yun's mind. Why should Wanquan have the privilege of being the celestial lord's disciple? If she can, so can I. I possess the Evil Dragon Sutra, which allows me to seize everything from those female cultivators, including their talents. In due time, I too can become a divine body. A holy body. Determined, Fang Yun set off for the lonely mountain. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. After bringing Wanquan to the lonely mountain, Chu Feng seemed to forget her presence entirely, vanishing without a trace. At this juncture, Chu Feng recognized that the more he did, the more counterproductive it became. It would be better to let her bask in solitude for a while. However, on this day, a vast crowd gathered beneath the lonely mountain, nearly 10,000 strong. Initially, Chu Feng had chosen the secluded lonely mountain as his place of cultivation after entering the Yuanying realm, preferring to maintain a low profile rather than seeking out renowned mountains or paradisiacal caves. Among this throng, most were there out of curiosity. Just yesterday, Fang Yun had made a shocking announcement before all present. He too wished to apprentice himself to the celestial lord. The news sent ripples through the crowd. How could he possibly be worthy? Rather than mere spectators, many had come to witness the spectacle of his folly. Fang Yun dismissed their laughter with disdain. How could they possibly understand what I have endured this past month? He thought. In his pursuit of enhancing his qualifications and bargaining chips, he had toiled tirelessly, ultimately transforming his talent from a mere exceptional mortal body into a supreme spirit body. Most importantly, fortune smiled upon him. He had managed to awaken a thread of bloodline power, though it was merely the weakest spirit-level bloodline. Combined, however, they were comparable to a king's body. This was his ticket to apprenticeship. Regrettably, this was the Tai Xuan Dao sect, and he could not overreach. He could only siphon off a little energy. Causing death would ruin his chances of apprenticeship and might turn him into a pariah. Logically, he could have waited a bit longer. Yet, the thought of Wanquan knowing he was practicing the Evil Dragon Sutra had him on edge, fearing she might expose him. Thus, becoming a disciple of Chu Feng, the celestial lord, seemed to be the only solution to his predicament. And so, he arrived, accompanied by thousands. Fang Yun knelt at the foot of the lonely mountain and called out loudly. Disciple Fang Yun seeks to apprentice himself to the celestial lord. I implore the celestial lord to grant me this opportunity. His voice echoed across the lonely mountain. Fang Yun, this child of fortune, had drawn Chu Feng's attention upon his arrival at the Tai Xuan Dao sect. This was a matter of fortuity, which also came with various rewards. Chu Feng found Fang Yun's recent actions intriguing. His balance of yin and yang, coupled with restraint, marked him as a talent. If he had truly caused harm, Chu Feng would have intervened long ago. Yet, he had not. Matters of love and desire should remain consensual. It was not for him to meddle. Nonetheless, Fang Yun's audacity was remarkable. He had brought a throng to the lonely mountain, seeking to become Chu Feng's disciple. Chapter 29, Is there something wrong with your mind? He believed this was a mundane place. If that were the case, then it was time to teach him a lesson and suppress him in the process. As for now, if he wished to kneel, so be it. Time passed, and before long, half a day had slipped away. Chu Feng still showed no signs of appearing. The disciples below the mountain began to murmur, most of them mocking him. This Feng Yun truly overestimated himself, wishing to take the immortal master as his teacher. Yet the immortal master ignored him completely. It was laughable. If it weren't for Chu Feng's good temperament, he would have faced punishment from other immortal masters long ago. Feng Yun's face turned pale, anxiety filling his heart. Had he truly been rejected? This was not merely a matter of losing face. It threatened to turn him into a laughingstock for the entire Tai Xuan Dao sect. Damn it! Why wasn't he showing up? Time continued to elapse. And soon 3 days had passed. Chu Feng still did not appear, while Feng Yun remained kneeling. 3 days and nights of this had left his face thoroughly ground into the dirt, and the crowd around him only grew larger. Ding! The host suppresses the son of fate, Feng Yun, and gains 100,000 fortune points. Chu Feng was quite satisfied. It seemed that 3 days and nights had reached the limit. If this continued, he might shamefully depart. Leaving in such a manner was out of the question. Chu Feng took a step forward, and in the next moment, he stood outside the mountain gate. Just as he had anticipated, after kneeling for 3 days and nights. Humiliated and subjected to ridicule, Feng Yun was on the brink of madness, his patience and hatred reaching their peak. He realized that Chu Feng would never accept him as a disciple, which ignited thoughts of escape. Just as he prepared to rise, Chu Feng appeared. It was the immortal master Chu Feng. Could it be that he truly intended to take Feng Yun as his disciple? After kneeling for 3 days and nights, had he genuinely moved the immortal master? If the immortal master were to accept him, Feng Yun would gladly kneel for 7 days and nights, no, even a year. The crowd erupted in a stir, countless voices of speculation echoed throughout the scene. Feng Yun, who had initially given up on apprenticing, was now filled with excitement. He repeatedly bowed to Chu Feng, pleading, "Disciple Feng Yun humbly requests the immortal master to accept me as your disciple." Chu Feng emanated an aura of silent authority. A powerful pressure sweeping across the solitary mountain. The disciples before the mountain were all thrown into disarray under this immense force, some collapsing to the ground, unable to move. This was the power of a nascent soul immortal master, incredibly formidable. What was this? This was merely a fraction of the immortal master's strength. Just a glimpse of this overwhelming pressure was directed primarily at Feng Yun. Even so, he was unable to withstand it, collapsing to the ground, spitting blood. Over this period, Feng Yun had improved his cultivation to the 8th level of qi refinement through continuous absorption, indeed possessing the foundation for arrogance. The evil dragon technique was extraordinary. Seeing this young man's rapid progress even made Chu Feng momentarily intrigued. However, that interest was fleeting. Despite its merits, the evil dragon technique was riddled with flaws. The powers and bloodlines absorbed appeared to provide a significant boost but were ultimately chaotic and unsatisfactory to Chu Feng. Chu Feng coldly regarded Feng Yun and said, "Feng Yun, is it? What qualifications do you have to be my disciple?" Feng Yun hurriedly replied, "Disciple possesses an exceptional spiritual body and a supreme bloodline, with talent comparable to that of a king. Moreover, I have encountered extraordinary opportunities since childhood, allowing my cultivation speed to surpass ordinary individuals. In just half a year since my initiation, I have reached the 8th level of qi refinement and am qualified to participate in the inner sect assessment. If accepted, I assure you, I will not disappoint the immortal master." "Is that all?" Chu Feng scoffed. The surrounding disciples erupted in laughter, clearly amused by Feng Yun's qualifications. "I thought he was impressive. With such qualifications, he wishes to be the immortal master's disciple? I, Li Ji, possess a royal physique by birth and am still merely an inner sect disciple. And I, Yuanying, also a royal physique, remain only an inner sect disciple." Chu Feng's voice turned frigid. "You heard the discussions around you, did you not? Do you believe you are qualified?" Feng Yun trembled with rage. Gritting his teeth as he responded, "Immortal Master, they lack the qualifications to be your disciples because they are worthless. But I am different, I am a dragon among men. A chosen one destined to become a nascent soul immortal master. When the time comes, I will surely repay you and ensure your comfort in your old age." Presumptuous. Chu Feng countered, striking Fang Yun with a swift palm. Fang Yun, already spitting blood and severely injured, was instantly propelled several dozen meters away, his power collapsing, and his cultivation plummeting from the 8th level of qi refinement to the 3rd level. His insides churned violently, leaving him in a daze. Waves of uncontainable rage surged within him. Chu Feng had actually struck him. Wait until I succeed in my cultivation, and I will not spare you. I will return this humiliation tenfold, turning all your women into mine, draining them until they perish. The venomous glare he cast could not escape Chu Feng's notice. As Chu Feng pondered how to deal with him, an opportunity presented itself. With a wave of his hand, Fang Yun found himself suspended in midair like a dog. The surrounding air compressing around him violently, the sound of cracking bones filling the air. "Spare me, immortal master, spare me!" Fang Yun begged desperately. The onlooking disciples were bewildered, chattering amongst themselves, but the predominant sentiment was ridicule. The immortal master cannot be insulted. This Fang Yun truly has a problem. How dare he seek death before the immortal master? He deserves this fate. Chu Feng snorted coldly, "You speak of providing comfort in old age, yet you insult me. I could kill you without a second thought." Fang Yun finally grasped the gravity of the situation. In the mundane world, speaking of providing comfort in old age was not wrong. However, here in the Tai Xuan Dao sect, in the realm of cultivation, such talk was akin to cursing the immortal master. No wonder he had provoked such fury. Fang Yun, despite being the son of fate, possessing a chance that could transform his life, remained a mere servant at heart. He appeared cunning but was ultimately flawed and commonplace, as exemplified by this encounter. With tears of frustration, he realized that there was no chance Chu Feng would accept him as a disciple at this moment, he might even be killed. Gritting his teeth, he declared defiantly, "I refuse to accept this. Why can't I, Fang Yun, become your disciple when she can?" Chapter 30, Subjugating Yuanying, perhaps by force, alas. With a thud, Chu Feng unceremoniously cast Fang Yun to the earth, as one might discard refuse, and proclaimed with disdain, "Fang Yun, was it? Art thou here to jest? Do I, Chu Feng, require justification to accept a disciple? Presumptuous and haughty, thou hast affronted this venerable one. Thy transgression is deserving of death. Yet I shall spare thy life, though not without punishment. I shall now render thee impotent." With a mere gesture, a surge of sword intent was unleashed, severing Fang Yun's manhood, thereby emasculating him. "Ah!" Fang Yun emitted a heart-rending shriek, his agony profound. Yet, more agonizing was the torment within his heart. His virility was gone. Bereft of his manhood, how could he cultivate the evil dragon art? Unable to cultivate the evil dragon art, how could he bed the entirety of the cultivation realm? How could he exploit the evil dragon art to replenish his own essence, pilfering the cultivation, aptitude, and bloodline of others? He had not only castrated himself but had utterly ruined his existence. The Dao sect disciples, who had been observing, were now petrified. They had never imagined that Chu Feng would be so ruthless, completely removing his manhood, transforming him into a eunuch. Terrified, many dared not linger and fled in disarray. Upon returning to Solitary Peak, the system resonated once more. Congratulations to the host for successfully suppressing the favored son of destiny, Fang Yun, and obtaining 200,000 points of destiny value. System, now that I have successfully suppressed the favored son of destiny, Fang Yun, why have I only received destiny value and no reward? Chu Feng inquired. Host, although you have suppressed the favored son of destiny, Fang Yun, he has not lost his identity as such. Has not? Chu Feng frowned slightly. Fang Yun's rise was entirely dependent on the evil dragon art, and the prerequisite for cultivating the evil dragon art was the possession of manhood. Now that he had severed his manhood, could he still rise? The system elucidated further. Host, such is the might of the favored son of destiny. To strike at a snake and fail to kill it is to invite its venomous retaliation. As long as the favored son of destiny remains alive, their destiny is difficult to extinguish, and they will rise again with greater resilience. After having his manhood severed by the host, Fang Yun has unexpectedly discovered an alternative path. Comprehending the essence of the sunflower manual from the evil dragon art. Although the cultivation speed of a eunuch cannot match the acquisition of others' achievements through the evil dragon art, Their strength is doubled within the same realm. Truly an unkillable cockroach, Chu Feng mused. But no matter, next time I shall simply slay him outright. A month had passed. Chu Feng finally beheld Yuanying, the holy maiden of the demonic path, once more. He still could not discern any information about her, save for what the system, in its madness, had provided, which pertained to information from a millennium hence. Yuanying greeted Chu Feng's arrival with impatience. Why art thou here? Chu Feng retorted, Am I not, in some measure, thy master? Is this the proper manner of address? Yuanying retorted, I never requested that thou be my master. Chu Feng shook his head. If that is thy wish, we shall dissolve this master-disciple bond, and thou mayest return to thy inner sanctum. Chu Feng believed that after a month of tranquility, Yuanying would make a choice. As expected, upon hearing these words, Yuanying's countenance shifted. As an inner disciple, she would be subject to monthly tasks, a situation far less conducive to recuperating and restoring her cultivation than her current environment. With a disdainful snort, she inquired, Pray tell. Master, what brings thee to seek out thy disciple? If there is naught of import, I bid thee farewell. Chu Feng declared, I have come with but one purpose. To impart a tale to thee. At that moment, Chu Feng experienced a sudden change of heart. A reckless notion formed within his mind. To strike while the iron was hot, to seize the opportune moment while she was weakened. A grand celestial being of a millennium hence, yet at this juncture. Yuanying was likely but 4 centuries in age, her cultivation no more than that of a nascent soul or a spirit transformation. She cultivated the heavenly demon mystical art. Alas! His grand celestial immortal formula was incomplete, preventing him from fully discerning her cultivation. When dealing with a favored daughter of destiny, one must either secure her allegiance or suppress her. Previously, Chu Feng had intended to gradually influence her. However, he now resolved to adopt a different approach, akin to his treatment of Lin Xiyue, employing force. Yuanying frowned. I have no interest in thy tales. Chu Feng demurred. Nay, thou shalt find interest. For this tale is one of forbidden love between master and disciple. Upon hearing these words, Yuanying instantly comprehended his intentions. Her body turned frigid, and an astonishing surge of murderous intent erupted from her. Thou didst accept me as a disciple with ulterior motives. Thou seekest thine own demise. With that, Yuanying launched an assault upon Chu Feng. In that instant, Yuanying's seal was undone, and she unleashed an attack upon Chu Feng. Initial stage of spirit transformation, Chu Feng chuckled. And a severely wounded initial stage spirit transformation at that. A holy maiden of the heavenly demon path, is this not akin to a lamb entering a tiger's den? I apologize, but I, Chu Feng, shall not show thee mercy. With a resounding boom, Chu Feng unleashed a palm strike, manifesting the 99 subduing dragon palms. A golden dragon descending upon Yuanying in suppression. Yuanying's attack crumbled upon contact with the golden dragon, and she was sent hurtling backward like a ragdoll. As she was about to crash to the ground, Chu Feng swiftly appeared before her, catching her in his arms. Careful, he said with a gentle smile. Scoundrel, release me. Yuanying's expression changed drastically, and she raised her hand to slap Chu Feng. With a surge of his magical power, Chu Feng cast a simple binding spell, immobilizing Yuanying, rendering her unable to move. Yuanying gnashed her teeth. Chu Feng, if thou darest lay a finger upon me, I shall never forgive thee. Dost thou comprehend my identity? Chu Feng nodded. Indeed, the contemporary holy maiden of the heavenly demon Holy Land, the foremost demonic sanctuary in the eastern wasteland, Yuanying. Precisely. Just as Chu Feng was about to make his move upon Yuanying, the system's alarm blared incessantly. Host, flee. Thou hast provoked the murderous intent of a grand celestial being. If thou dost not flee, thou shalt perish here. Release the seal. The system provided more information. Name, Yuanying. Cultivation, Grand Celestial Being. Age, 1. 423 years. Special aptitude, innate demonic fetus holy body, ancient Eastern god blood. Contemporary holy maiden of the heavenly demon Holy Land, entered the golden immortal palace. Suffered grievous injuries, and was pursued by her sworn enemy. Upon learning of the Grand Xian Dao sex recruitment ceremony, she sealed her cultivation and sought refuge within the Grand Xian Dao sect, intending to use it as a sanctuary to recuperate. Hiss. As expected. She was even more formidable than he. He possessed the system, yet his limitless holy body could only be considered an ordinary holy body. While her innate demonic fetus holy body was a top-tier holy body, and she possessed divine-level bloodline. He had only recently awakened his bloodline, and through a bloodline enhancement pill. Its strength had only reached the king level. Chen Wanwan had not anticipated that Chu Feng would truly know her secrets. With a solemn countenance, she inquired. Who art thou truly? Did that harlot in Niaoui send thee? On Niaoui. Chu Feng committed this name to memory. Perhaps she was another favored daughter of destiny. He shook his head. I know not this in Niaoui. Thou needst only know that I, Chu Feng, shall bed thee this day. Thou darest. Chen Wanwan gnashed her teeth. If thou darest lay a finger upon me, I, Chen Wanwan, swear here and now that if thou darest touch a single hair on my head, I shall castrate thee and obliterate thy entire Grand Xian Dao sect. Chapter 31, The Supreme Eunuch of the Immortal Realm. With a hearty laugh, Chu Feng exclaimed, Are you the illustrious holy maiden of the celestial demon, unfamiliar with the adage, drink today, for tomorrow may bring floods? In this moment, all I desire is you. He chuckled heartily. Reassuring her, Fear not, for I shall be gentle, and you shall find comfort. As he spoke, he embraced Chen Wanwan and strode into the room. Panic-stricken. Chen Wanwan's face turned pale as she struggled desperately against her restraints, rendered motionless by the binding spell. In her desperation, she cursed, Chu Feng, scoundrel, beast, release me. Little did she know that this esteemed holy maiden of the celestial demon was about to face humiliation at his hands. Chu Feng feigned ignorance, carrying her into the chamber without a second thought. What ensued was an inevitable clash. Chu Feng unleashed all his skills in a fierce battle. As torrential rain enveloped the solitary mountain in a tempest. The downpour persisted for an entire day and night before Chu Feng finally concluded the confrontation. Satisfaction radiating from him as he examined his rewards. For the first time, he felt a sense of incredulity. Congratulations, host. You have forcibly claimed the fated daughter Chen Wanwan. Engaging in mutual cultivation that has exponentially increased her fortune, elevating her from a fated daughter to a destined daughter, doubling her fortune value. And awarding you 2 million fortune points, along with the following rewards. Reward 1, a millennium of cultivation power. Reward 2, Supreme Divine Technique, the Infinite Divine Eye. Reward 3, a 10-minute experience card for the late stage of ascension. Reward 4, a half-hour experience card for unparalleled comprehension. Indeed. The effort one invests is proportional to the rewards one reaps. It could be said that forcibly claiming Chen Wanwan, the holy maiden of the celestial demon, was the wisest decision he had made. Just as Chu Feng reveled in his achievements, Chen Wanwan regained consciousness. However, she did not rise. Instead, she kept her eyes closed, overwhelmed with shock as she assessed her injuries. Logically, she understood that recovery would require years of effort, yet astonishingly, she had healed a third of her wounds. This was particularly due to the techniques Chu Feng had forcefully imparted to her the previous night, leading to substantial gains in her cultivation. As the holy maiden of the celestial demon, she practiced the supreme technique of the celestial demon sacred land, the celestial demon great method, which forbade the breaking of one's body. To do so would mean a significant decline in her cultivation. Surprisingly, not only had her cultivation not diminished, but she had even made a slight advancement. What kind of technique was this? Its high level and profound effects surely surpassed the teachings of the celestial demon sacred land, especially as it seemed to completely negate the adverse effects of breaking one's body in the celestial demon great method. In that moment, Chu Feng, having completed his rewards, noticed that Chen Wanwan had awakened. A smile crept across his face as he turned towards her. Startled, she exclaimed, "What do you intend to do? You beast! I am your disciple, and you dare to act so shamelessly. Are you even human?" With a cold snort, Chu Feng retorted, "You will soon discover whether I am human. Last night, I wonder who was shouting so loudly. Moreover, the technique I imparted to you is quite remarkable, is it not? It is called the Great Elegy of Yin and Yang, a divine technique of the celestial level. Shall we not cultivate together once more? I assure you, it will be immensely beneficial." "Absolutely not." Chen Wanwan hastily refused. Chu Feng, however, showed no mercy and initiated another confrontation. Women must never be indulged. When faced with a storm of bullets and chaos, no issue remains unresolved. If one round is insufficient, then 2 shall suffice. If 2 are inadequate, 3 will do. Eventually, one will surely bring them to submission. Besides, with the system at his disposal, Chu Feng could clearly see that Chen Wanwan's conquest value had reached 30 higher than that of his previous encounter with Lin Xiyue. Half a day passed before Chu Feng finally rose, content. Under the relentless barrage, Chen Wanwan had completely surrendered, her conquest value soaring to 50, accompanied by numerous verbal promises. At this point, she was so exhausted that even the slightest movement felt laborious. Indeed, women, it seems, are not formidable opponents. How lonely it is to be invincible. Next time, I must find several more. Neither Lin Xiyue nor Lu Linglong nor Chen Wanwan could stand against me alone. Meanwhile, as Chu Feng reveled in his triumph, Fang Yun faced dire consequences. Offending the Yuanying immortal, he had brazenly suggested providing Chu Feng with a retirement plan, effectively cursing him to death. Chu Feng was undeniably ruthless, having castrated him and reduced him to a eunuch in the realm of cultivation. Yet, one could argue he deserved it. Upon returning to the outer sect, the overseers wasted no time punishing him, assigning him to the most arduous and filthy tasks, mining in the dark, damp caverns devoid of light and unsuitable for cultivation. A fitting punishment for a disciple who had erred. Fang Yun, still nursing his injuries, was unceremoniously cast into the mines. Enduring endless humiliation, he teetered on the brink of madness. His fury reached a boiling point as he ceded, "Chu Feng, you have ruined me, and I shall ensure your demise. Do not think that just because you are an immortal, you are invincible. I, Fang Yun, shall one day ascend to become a Yuanying immortal as well." Having vented his wrath, Fang Yun slumped against the ground, deflated, murmuring to himself, "It is over, utterly over. I have become a eunuch. How can I ever cultivate the evil dragon technique or aspire to be a Yuanying immortal? Chu Feng, may you suffer a dreadful fate. Once a proud scion of heaven, now reduced to a laughingstock, he lamented his fate. Suddenly, as he wallowed in despair, a supervising disciple wielding a soul whip struck him fiercely. "Dare to slack off? Do you seek death? Up, and continue mining." The soul whip inflicted not merely physical pain but struck at the very essence of the soul. With every lash, the body suffered, but the true torment lay in the damage dealt to the spirit. This was a punishment most feared by those cast into the mines for their transgressions. Fang Yun scrambled to his feet, suppressing his agony as he pleaded, "Do not strike. I will mine right away." Yet, beneath his words lay a simmering hatred. He had now set his sights on the overseer who had struck him. "I, Fang Yun, shall enact my revenge. I will kill you all. Everyone must die." As he raged inwardly, he unconsciously began to circulate the evil dragon technique. The overseeing disciple, observing Fang Yun's retreating figure, scoffed internally, "How dare you offend the esteemed immortal? Merely castrating you is already a great mercy. Once you enter the mines, I shall relish in dealing with you." Chapter 32, The Best Way to Dispel Misunderstandings. So, Senior Brother Chu Feng is truly enjoying himself. Just as Chu Feng left the room, preparing to thoroughly digest the rewards from the system, a familiar and indignant voice echoed. Chu Feng turned around. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Linglong had arrived. Overjoyed, he stepped forward, reaching for Lu Linglong's hand. "Linglong, junior sister. Don't touch me." Lu Linglong pushed Chu Feng away, her voice laced with fury. "I ask you, is Chen Wanwan your disciple? Lin Xiyue was one thing, being a Dao companion. But now you've even laid your hands on your own disciple? Have you no decency?" Chu Feng knew exactly what Lu Linglong was implying. If he didn't explain himself today, their relationship might be irrevocably damaged. More importantly, in Lu Linglong's eyes, a relationship between master and disciple was an egregious violation of ethics. She couldn't accept it under any circumstances. He quickly said, "Junior sister, let me explain." "Speak, I'm eager to hear your explanation," Lu Linglong retorted coldly. Hearing that Lu Linglong was willing to listen, Chu Feng felt a sense of relief. He took a deep breath and said, "Junior sister, would you believe me if I said Chen Wanwan is not my disciple?" Lu Linglong scoffed, "Not your disciple? You brought her back to Lonely Peak. And now the entire Tai Xuan Dao sect is abuzz with rumors. And there's also that Feng Yun fellow, whom you supposedly castrated. Chu Feng clarified, junior sister. Chen Wanwan is truly not my disciple. I said I wasn't qualified to be her master, would you believe that? Chen Wanwan is a cultivator in the early stage of the God transformation realm, the current holy maiden of the heavenly demon Holy Land. She was severely injured and pursued by enemies, which is why she sought refuge in our Tai Xuan Dao sect to recuperate. Lu Linglong's anger intensified. Chu Feng. If you're going to fabricate a story, at least make it believable. Chu Feng insisted, if junior sister doesn't believe me, I can prove it to you. Lu Linglong challenged. I'd like to see how you'll prove it. Chu Feng's method of proof was simple, a direct confrontation between Lu Linglong and Chen Wanwan. Upon hearing Chu Feng's inquiry, Chen Wanwan's lips curled into a subtle, wicked smile. She shook her head and said, disciple? No, esteemed immortal, do not believe such falsehoods. This disciple is merely an ordinary inner sect disciple who joined a month ago. How could I possibly be the heavenly demon holy maiden? Esteemed immortal, you must stand up for me. It was him who insisted on taking me as a disciple. I was overjoyed. But who knew that he wasn't sincere in accepting a disciple, but rather coveted my beauty? When I refused, he resorted to force. Tears streamed down her face, giving the appearance of utter distress. This sight fueled Lu Linglong's rage to its peak. Chu Feng, what explanation do you have now? Chu Feng finally realized he had been outmaneuvered by Chen Wanwan. He was at a loss for words. Aside from her true identity, everything else seemed to be true. Moreover, as Lu Linglong held Chen Wanwan in her arms, offering soft comfort, Chen Wanwan even flashed a mischievous smile at him. Chu Feng frowned, sensing something amiss. He knew Lu Linglong's aloof and unapproachable nature. She would never be so caring towards Chen Wanwan based on a few words alone. This reminded him of Lin Xiyue. The holy body of enchantment possessed a natural charm that could captivate any man, making them willing to die for her. And Lin Xiyue hadn't even fully awakened her holy body yet. Once awakened, every man in the Tai Xuan Dao sect, except for him, would be at her mercy. Considering Chen Wanwan's identity as the heavenly demon holy maiden, possessing the innate demonic fetus holy body, he couldn't see through her disguise earlier. The heavenly demon Holy Land was known for its bewitching holy maidens, who were alluring to both men and women. She was retaliating against him for forcibly taking her. At this point, what explanation could he offer? It was all futile. Since explanations were useless, he decided to forego them. Chu Feng waved his hand and slammed the door shut. Lu Linglong immediately realized his intentions and scolded, Chu Feng, what are you doing? Chu Feng declared domineeringly. Didn't you want an explanation? I'll give you one now. Let me go. Don't come near me. We're not afraid of you, Lu Linglong exclaimed. Soon. Chu Feng showed no signs of stopping. He unleashed his 108 supernatural powers of the heavenly dipper and earthly fiends, displaying his formidable strength. He single-handedly subdued both women. After a long while, Chu Feng remained energetic and confident, while the two women were thoroughly defeated. Chen Wanwan hadn't fully recovered, and her combat prowess was nearly halved. Naturally, they were no match for Chu Feng. You're not human, Lu Linglong cursed. Chu Feng retorted. Now do you believe what I said? And you, Chen Wanwan, you dared to scheme against me. You truly live up to your title as the heavenly demon holy maiden. Under Chu Feng's relentless onslaught, Chen Wanwan had already confessed everything. Lu Linglong was utterly shocked. Chen Wanwan was indeed the heavenly demon holy maiden, a cultivator in the early stage of the God transformation realm. The heavenly demon Holy Land was a top-tier force in the eastern wilderness. Compared to them, the Tai Xuan Dao sect was insignificant. Alright, you two can chat. I'll be leaving now. Operating the grand compassionate yin-yang art of heaven and earth. Chu Feng clearly felt the doubled benefits of fighting two opponents simultaneously. Combined with the rewards he received from subduing Chen Wanwan, he couldn't wait to digest them. Most importantly, he needed to leave the stage for the two women. He might appear to be surrounded by beauty, but he was actually caught in a precarious situation. Two women were a drama. Subduing Chen Wanwan, the favored daughter of destiny, had yielded significant gains. the limitless divine eye, a celestial-grade supernatural power, and 1,000 years of cultivation. He also obtained 2 million destiny points, enough to purchase another 500 characters of the Grand Supreme Celestial Scripture. The first 500 characters cost 500,000 destiny points. These 500 characters cost a staggering 2 million. And the next 5,000 characters would cost 60 million. Chu Feng only had a little over 3 million destiny points. As these 500 characters appeared in his mind, connecting and merging with the previous 500, Chu Feng gained a new understanding of the Grand Supreme Celestial Scripture. His cultivation became more efficient, and the power within his body grew even stronger. Chapter 33, Captivity. Seizing the moment, Chu Feng instantly opted to accept the system's reward of a millennium's worth of cultivation power. A formidable surge of mystical energy flowed into his being, causing the scriptures of the 1,000-character Grand Celestial Mantra to whirl chaotically within him, leading to a gradual enhancement of his cultivation level. Previously, he had attained the mid-stage of the transformation of the spirit solely through the system's rewards. However, with the profound influence of the great grief of heaven and earth and the 500-character Grand Celestial Mantra, his cultivation foundation had been solidified immensely. Thus, breaking through to the next level was a mere formality. Before long, his cultivation reached the late stage of the transformation of the spirit, and he smoothly broke through to the pinnacle of the transformation of the spirit. The millennium's worth of power was finally absorbed, with the efficacy of the 1,000-character Grand Celestial Mantra playing an indispensable role. One could only wonder what it would be like to possess the complete 3,000-character mantra. No wonder the Grand Celestial Mantra could forge a being like Sun Wukong, despite his innate brilliance as a stone monkey. It was this mantra that laid a solid foundation for his extraordinary abilities, enabling him to wreak havoc in the heavenly palace and challenge the underworld. Across the myriad realms, countless celestial techniques exist, yet the Grand Celestial Mantra ranks among the top 10. The system's offerings are undoubtedly of exquisite quality, otherwise it would not recommend such a remarkable technique. Finally, there was the infinite divine eye, which Chu Feng had long desired to cultivate. It allowed one to gaze upon the heavens, observe all living beings, peer into the 9 nether realms, and perceive the void, directing one's focus to the heart of the matter. All system rewards and divine techniques were accessible to him immediately. However, mere entry was insufficient. He happened to possess a card for an extraordinary insight experience, which he promptly took out. Previously, he had benefited immensely from a similar card, especially in his comprehension of the one sword opens the heavenly gate, allowing him to cultivate it to a perfected realm. With the gift of extraordinary insight, Chu Feng's first endeavor was the infinite divine eye. The once obscure and difficult technique appeared magnified, rapidly falling under his mastery and enhancement. He swiftly advanced from minor to major accomplishments. Time, however, was still on his side with 10 minutes remaining. Regrettably, this was insufficient to fully comprehend the infinite divine eye. He thus turned his focus to the 99 dragon subduing palms. With a single strike, he could transform into 99 golden dragons, each equivalent to his full-powered attack. 99 strikes equated to a total of 99 attacks unleashed at full force. Celestial techniques were far from simple, and this was merely the entry-level stage. Upon achieving minor success, his single strike manifested as 198 golden dragons, equivalent to unleashing 198 full-powered strikes. Astonishingly, the mana consumed matched that of the attacks from the 99 golden dragons, showcasing the significant advantages of his elevated realm. In Shenzhou, one of the 9 states of the eastern wilderness, within the imperial clan of the Zheng family, Lin Xiyue sat in a tranquil, comfortable courtyard adorned with ancient decor and suffused with rich spiritual energy. Ever since she arrived with Yuanying, she had remained confined to this room, never stepping outside, not even encountering Yuanying again. Unbeknownst to her, she was likely being held captive. Along the way, she had subtly gleaned Yuanying's intentions, supposedly inviting her to join the Zheng family and receive special training. The true plan was to marry her off to a Zheng family scion. She recognized her innate sacred physique, which, although not a direct lineage like blood, still bore a slim chance of inheritance. This thought filled her with dread, reminding her of her husband. During her time there, she had gained some insight into the power of the imperial clan. Outside her courtyard, an elderly man seemed ordinary, yet possessed the cultivation of the transformation of the spirit, merely a servant among many adept practitioners within the clan. Was it truly her fate to marry a Zhang family scion? No, she resolutely refused to betray her husband. Lin Xiyue silently vowed that if the Zhang family forced her into such a union, she would die before allowing her purity to be tarnished. For her husband was none other than Chu Feng. At that moment, the door creaked open, and Lin Xiyue immediately became alert. Turning to see Yuanying enter with a radiant smile. Miss, Lin Xiyue promptly stood up. Dressed in white, with a natural face and bare feet, Yuanying walked gracefully. Each step blossoming a white lotus beneath her feet, exuding an air of subtle authority. She smiled and said, "When I came, I mentioned that we should address each other as sisters. From now on, you may call me Sister Yan." Sister Yan, Lin Xiyue complied, following Zhang Yan's directive. Zhang Yan appeared pleased and continued, "Xiyue, I came to apologize, I have been exceedingly busy of late." "Are you adjusting well in the Zhang family?" "Well enough, I suppose." Lin Xiyue replied, her heart heavy with bitterness. Gritting her teeth, she implored, "Sister Yan, I miss my husband dearly. May I return to see him?" Zhang Yan's expression darkened. And she coldly retorted, "Did I not make myself clear? By joining the Zhang family, you become one of us. How could a Zhang family member marry a mere second-rate Taoist? You must abandon thoughts of your former husband. Since you now call me Sister Yan, I assure you that I will not neglect you. Once your cultivation improves, I will personally select an outstanding Zhang family scion for you." Lin Xiyue's complexion turned ashen. Although she had previously harbored suspicions about Zhang Yan's intentions, hearing it directly from her lips filled her with terror, as thoughts of death pounded in her mind. So, this was her true plan, to force her into the Zhang family, reducing her to a mere vessel for procreation, hoping her descendants would inherit her sacred physique. Zhang Yan interrupted Lin Xiyue, dismissively stating, "There are no buts. It is settled. Once you achieve the foundation building stage, I will arrange a husband for you. Moreover, here are the resources the Zhang family has provided for your cultivation. Make good use of them." With a wave of her hand, a jade vial, a storage bag, and a jade slip appeared before Lin Xiyue. The vial contained spirit pills to aid in her qi cultivation, categorized as top-grade pills. The storage bag held over 10,000. The jade slip, however, recorded a more powerful technique named Eternal Spring and Agelessness, superior to the one Lin Xiyue was currently practicing. Had she been at the Tai Xuan Dao sect, Lin Xiyue would have been overjoyed. Yet, at this moment, she felt overwhelming dread. Fearing that any increase in her cultivation would compel her to marry a Zhang family scion. "My husband, Xiyue misses you," tears streamed down Lin Xiyue's face involuntarily. After leaving the courtyard, Zhang Yan approached the elderly man who had been sleeping at the entrance. The old man was now wide awake, standing respectfully by her side. Zhang Yan inquired, "Has there been any unusual behavior from Lin Xiyue since her arrival?" Chapter 34, Becoming an Exemplary Master within the esteemed Tai Xuan Dao sect. Chu Feng experienced a paradox of suffering and joy. He came to understand the essence of a demoness. After conquering Chen Wanwan with his unyielding demeanor, she fully embraced her role, revealing her true demonic nature. Despite her previous defeat to Chu Feng, she harbored an unwavering desire for retribution, yet each attempt ended in failure. As the celestial demon saintess of the celestial demon sect, Chen Wanwan possessed far greater knowledge than Chu Feng. Having lived for over a millennium, Chu Feng realized that the secrets he knew about the world were but a mere fraction of the vast truths that lay hidden. The most significant advantage he gained from Chen Wanwan was her guidance in the cultivation of the great grief of yin and yang, which alleviated her injuries considerably. "Wanwan, in the eyes of others, you are my disciple. Come, call me master," Chu Feng expressed with a sudden interest. Chen Wanwan, far from being upset, smiled and replied, "Since you are my master, should you not impart some mystical techniques to your disciple?" Initially, Chen Wanwan considered herself the celestial demon saintess, looking down upon the paltry teachings of the Tai Xuan Dao sect. However, her perspective shifted as she trained alongside Chu Feng, leading her to find him increasingly enigmatic. The magical power within him was surprisingly more potent than her own demonic forces. Had she known that Chu Feng's cultivation method was merely a fragment, with only 1,000 out of 3,000 verses mastered, she would have been even more astonished. "That is quite feasible. How about I teach you a celestial level technique?" Chu Feng replied, "But I have one request, would you consider adopting a three-way policy?" "Get lost." Chen Wanwan shot him an exasperated glare. The only person who ever indulged Chu Feng was Lin Xiyue. Despite her fierce demeanor, Chen Wanwan resolutely refused to allow Chu Feng to engage in any further advancements. "Very well then, I possess a sword technique and a palm technique, which would you prefer to cultivate?" Chu Feng offered. Promptly sharing his knowledge of the Heavenly Gate sword and the 99 Dragon suppression palm with her. Chen Wanwan embraced him tightly. "Husband, you are so kind to me." With a smile, Chu Feng replied, "You are now my wife, if I do not treat you well, who will?" A couple of celestial level techniques are but trifles. Besides, I have gained far more from you. Congratulations, host. Chen Wanwan's conquest value has reached 90, earning you 3 million fortune points. Wait, Chu Feng remarked in astonishment. I recall Chen Wanwan's total fortune points being only 2 million. Host, Chen Wanwan is now the chosen one. Her conquest value significantly enhances her fortune points with a tenfold increase, the system explained. If the host can achieve a 100 conquest value with the chosen one, further rewards will be granted. The system truly understood him. Husband, since you adore me so much, I can make your wishes come true, Chen Wanwan suddenly declared. Really? Chu Feng's eyes sparkled with anticipation. What are we waiting for? Let us retreat to our quarters. Chen Wanwan immediately shook her head. Not now, we must wait until evening. Very well, Chu Feng acquiesced. I shall now instruct you on cultivating the Heavenly Gate sword. Ultimately, Chen Wanwan chose the Heavenly Gate sword. At this point, Chu Feng had already mastered it to perfection, making it exceedingly easy to guide her. To his surprise, Chen Wanwan turned out to be a formidable swordsman herself. The Celestial Demon Sect, as a premier force in the eastern wilderness, boasted an array of extraordinary techniques. The supreme sword technique she practiced was known as the Supreme Sword of Tai, which she described as the pinnacle of the Tai Immortal Sect's teachings. However, they had offended the Celestial Demon Sect, resulting in the annihilation of their entire lineage, thus making the Tai sword a treasure of the Celestial Demon Sect. In the realm of immortal sects, there existed a hierarchy. The immortal sects surpassed the Dao sects, while the sacred grounds dominated the immortal sections. To be recognized as an immortal sect, one must possess at least the foundation of a celestial being. Sacred grounds required the means to transcend as a celestial being. In Chen Wanwan's perspective, annihilating the Tai immortal sect was as effortless as squashing an ant. The Tai sword was indeed extraordinary, particularly its final move. The Tai dispersing light sword, capable of transforming into numerous celestial swords to vanquish foes. Prior to mastering the Heavenly Gate sword, Chu Feng's cultivation revolved around the infinite sword cannon, which he had painstakingly developed over nearly a millennium, representing the pinnacle of his craftsmanship. Upon acquiring the Heavenly Gate sword, he integrated it into his infinite sword cannon, elevating it to an unparalleled state of divine swordsmanship. Nevertheless, the Heavenly Gate sword remained a formidable celestial technique. With a single strike, the Heavenly Gate would open, unleashing tremendous power, yet it offered limited assistance to the infinite sword cannon. With the Tai sword, Chu Feng opted not to practice it directly but rather to gradually blend it into his infinite sword cannon. A month swiftly passed, during which Chu Feng solidified his cultivation and advanced his infinite sword cannon to the pinnacle of divine swordsmanship. Meanwhile, Chen Wanwan also made progress, mastering the basics of the Heavenly Gate sword. Although her injuries had not fully healed, she had regained half of her strength. Simultaneously, within the mines, Fang Yun, due to his ignorance and arrogance, became the subject of ridicule after being cast into the depths of the mine. The disciples within the mine were already offenders, condemned to toil within the grim confines. Life in the mines was excruciating. The air was thick with mineral dust, causing irreversible harm to their bodies. Fang Yun was subjected to the most grueling labor and relentless beatings from the soul-extracting whip, his resentment and fury reaching a boiling point. Since his first beating, he had unwittingly begun to activate the evil dragon technique, engulfed in a fervent heat that consumed him. Yearning to unleash his desires upon anyone in sight and employing his peculiar techniques. In the mines, the majority of individuals were male disciples. On several occasions, he barely restrained himself from succumbing to madness. Fortunately, his urges were curtailed by Chu Feng, otherwise, he would have committed unspeakable acts. Thus, he faced inevitable outbursts, spending his days either enduring the lash of the soul-extracting whip or on the way to face it. Each strike inflicted further damage upon his soul, leaving it battered and on the verge of collapse. One day, after enduring a particularly brutal beating, his evil dragon technique underwent a transformation. The malevolent thoughts dissipated, the flames of desire extinguished, and a peculiar power began to burgeon within him. Chapter 35, Fangyun remains the chosen one. A tremendous force swiftly coalesced around Fangyun, forming a colossal vortex. Despite the chaotic and disordered spiritual energy surrounding him, it all surged toward him, flooding into his being. As it entered, it transformed into a bizarre crimson hue, repeating this cycle incessantly. Most terrifying of all, beneath this red power, Fangyun's visage twisted into an abhorrent expression, his eyes glowing a blood red. A searing energy erupted from within him. Previously, Chu Feng had severed Fangyun's roots of distress, crippling his cultivation and reducing it from the 8th to the 3rd level of qi refinement. Yet now, he began to gradually recover. Level 4, Level 5. All the way back to Level 8, and his cultivation showed no signs of stagnation, it was still progressing. Level 9, Level 10. Just as Fangyun prepared to make a decisive breakthrough once more, an explosive roar echoed through the air. The spiritual energy erupted anew, initially creating chaos within the mind. But it soon spread throughout the entire vein, with all the spiritual energy rushing toward Fangyun's dwelling and pouring into his body. Even the disciples mining and supervising, their inner magical powers seemed uncontrollable, yearning to escape their bodies. What was happening? Had the spiritual energy of the entire mind rebelled? Was my own magical power attempting to break free from my control? Panic gripped everyone as they frantically circulated their energies, trying to regain control. They rushed to ascertain the cause of the turmoil, yet none realized that the root of it all was Fangyun himself. Laughing maniacally, he exclaimed, "Chu Feng! And all of you, did you ever imagine I would return? You thought you could defeat me by rendering me a eunuch? I, Fangyun, am invincible. I am the child of destiny, an unparalleled prodigy, and I grow stronger with each battle. Await my vengeance, it shall come swiftly. If not now, then when?" As Fangyun fervently operated the evil dragon technique, his power finally surged forward, allowing him to step into the Foundation establishment realm. With this newfound status, he would possess a lifespan of 200 years and could become a core disciple, dramatically altering his identity and position. Was this the might of Foundation establishment? As he felt the potent energy within him, Fangyun's confidence soared. After enduring relentless torment for over a month, his soul lay in tatters. This breakthrough advanced his cultivation. Yet his soul's wounds remained unhealed, driving him into a state of utter madness, completely lost to himself. The evil dragon technique would henceforth be renamed the true intent of the sunflower. Now, my foremost intention is to exact revenge. Chu Feng, as a nascent soul immortal, is beyond my current reach, but you supervising disciples who have tormented me daily, if I do not repay this grudge, I am unworthy of being called a son. You shall all perish. With Fangyun's cultivation breakthrough, the previously tumultuous spiritual energy quickly became docile, and the magical power within everyone ceased its rebellion. They finally had the time to investigate what had transpired moments ago. Yuanying, the overseer of the mine with mid-foundation establishment cultivation, immediately issued orders, "Find out what just happened." Numerous supervising disciples sprang into action to uncover the cause of the spiritual upheaval. However, Fangyun knew the reason. At that moment, he stepped forward confidently. Yuanying furrowed his brows, coldly remarking, "Fangyun, it seems your injuries have healed well. The lashes from half a day ago were evidently too light." Fangyun retorted with a sneer, "Since you believe they were too light, why not give me another beating? Kill me, and no one will ever discover the truth behind the spiritual upheaval." Yuanying questioned, "You truly know what happened?" Fangyun nodded, "Indeed. It was I who instigated the spiritual turmoil." "You?" Yuanying clearly doubted Fangyun's claim, disdainfully responding, "Do not spread your delusions. Even if I were to kill you here, it would be in vain." Fangyun's previously jovial demeanor instantly hardened, an overwhelming killing intent erupting from him. He bellowed at Yuanying, "You want to kill me? Come. If you seek to end my life, I shall first take yours. Die." In an instant, Fangyun charged at Yuanying like a madman. Lu Yong, taken aback by Fang Yun's audacity, nevertheless prepared for battle. Summoning a celestial sword, he aimed to strike Fang Yun down. Just as the sword was about to land, Fang Yun transformed into a wisp of crimson mist, vanishing from sight. In the next moment, he reappeared behind Lu Yong, launching an attack. Lu Yong was taken aback, realizing he could not afford to be careless. He swiftly unleashed the Tai Xuan sword technique against Fang Yun. It must be noted that the Tai Xuan sword technique is the favored choice among Foundation establishment disciples and one of the most formidable sword techniques of the Tai Xuan sect. One wielded powerful swordsmanship while the other exhibited enigmatic abilities. For a time, neither could gain the upper hand. Not only Lu Yong, but also the surrounding disciples watched in disbelief. If memory served, Fang Yun had been merely at the third level of qi refinement. How could he now contend with Lu Yong at such a level? Had he truly stepped into Foundation establishment? How could this be possible? Was the recent upheaval genuinely orchestrated by him, or was this impostor merely a vessel for another? Yet, the immediate priority was to subdue Fang Yun. Lu Yong's sword intent intensified, becoming increasingly formidable. However, to his horror, he discovered that Fang Yun had grown even stronger. Gradually familiarizing himself with the true intent of the sunflower, Fang Yun began to unveil various techniques. The true intent of the sunflower prioritized speed and unpredictability. Transforming into a blood mist, he could slip into the void, evading most attacks while simultaneously draining the magical power of his foes. As the battle dragged on, Lu Yong felt his magical power depleting at an alarming rate 10 times greater than in typical confrontations until he soon found himself utterly exhausted, his techniques waning in potency. This created an opening for Fang Yun, who seized the opportunity and sent Lu Yong hurtling backward. Fang Yun's madness intensified as he cackled. "Did you not wish to kill me? Very well, I shall grant you that wish. Let us see who ends up dead." In the next moment, before Lu Yong could react, he found himself engulfed in flames, his visage unrecognizable, meeting a tragic end. Chapter 36, The Ancient Blood Pit. Next, it is your turn. All of you shall perish. Ha ha ha. Fang Yun laughed maniacally as he charged at the other supervising disciples. These overseers were no match for Fang Yun. They were merely at the qi refinement stage. A massacre ensued, and within the span of a single tea time, every disciple present lay dead, their blood staining the ground. Their bodies unrecognizable. As he surveyed the scene of carnage, Fang Yun descended further into madness. He cast his gaze upon the punished disciples, thinking that if they were to die, they should do so in an orderly manner. Soon, not a single soul remained alive in the entire mine. Before departing, he collapsed the entire cavern, causing a tremendous noise that could not help but alert the Tai Xuan Dao sect. Although Fang Yun had lost his sanity, he understood that he could not linger here. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the sight. The next moment, he found himself beneath the solitary mountain, gazing upward with an unprecedented ferocity. A devilish laughter escaped his lips as he raged against Chu Feng, the immortal sovereign, and the fact that Chen Wanwan, not he, had become the disciple of a nascent soul immortal sovereign. He vowed to kill her, to annihilate her. Fang Yun transformed into a swirling mass of crimson mist and sped towards the solitary mountain. The deaths within the mine were monumental. A first for the Tai Xuan Dao sect. News of the incident quickly spread throughout the sect, drawing the attention of the sect leader, Xiang Yutian, who personally came to investigate. An unfamiliar aura filled with malevolence and heat pervaded the area, as if it sought to incinerate everything. The mine had collapsed, and even the bodies of the deceased were nowhere to be found. How could he investigate under such conditions? Xiang Yutian frowned slightly and inquired of his disciples. "Have you discerned who the perpetrator is?" One disciple hesitated, responding, "Sect leader, the murderer is extraordinarily ruthless, everyone in the mine was slaughtered and buried within. We have no means to investigate. However, I have heard that Elder Chu Feng is adept in a technique called past reappearance, perhaps he could uncover the identity of the killer." Xiang Yutian's brow furrowed deeply. His previous actions had effectively offended Elder Chu Feng. Now, faced with trouble, he found himself compelled to seek his aid, utterly humiliating. "No. Absolutely not," Xiang Yutian shook his head. "Enough of this matter for now. I will give you 3 days to ascertain the identity of the perpetrator. If you fail to uncover the truth, the sect's regulations will be enforced. Watching the sect leader's departing figure, Zhao Shanhe felt an impulse to curse. 3 days? With the entire mine collapsed, how could he investigate? If only he could enlist Elder Chu Feng's help, the culprit could be easily identified. Yet, it seemed that the rumors of discord between the sect leader and Elder Chu Feng were true. Alas, being but a disciple, he had no choice but to muster the courage to seek Elder Chu Feng's assistance. On the summit of the solitary mountain, Chu Feng sensed Fang Yun's arrival. Noting his peculiar behavior, the system captured the unfolding events, detected the child of fate, Fang Yun, regaining opportunities, cultivation level rising to the initial stage of foundation establishment. Soul mutation resulting in the transformation through the evil dragon technique into the true meaning of the sunflower, achieving the level of a major cultivation method. Indeed, he was an indomitable force. Fang Yun, the child of fate, seemed to grow stronger with each encounter. Just as he had been suppressed and nearly obliterated, he had risen anew. Now, appearing at the solitary mountain, was he seeking vengeance? Was he truly at the initial stage of foundation establishment? How absurd! As Chu Feng's mind raced, he quickly detected Fang Yun's presence. The solitary mountain, though small, was vast due to its unkempt state from his waning lifespan. However, the abundance of spiritual energy had allowed the vegetation to flourish, making concealment challenging. At that moment, Fang Yun was hidden behind a massive rock, holding down a spirit beast's head and viciously draining its blood. In his confusion, he wondered how it had come to this. Moments earlier, he had infiltrated the solitary mountain, intending to sneak into Chu Feng's abode when an intense heat surged through him, as if he were being consumed by flames. In agony, a spirit beast dashed past him. Suddenly, a voice seemed to echo in his mind, urging him to absorb the spirit beast's essence to quell the internal heat and gain strength. Thus, he became engrossed in the act of bloodletting. Although astonished, he quickly disregarded his surprise, as he clearly felt his power amplifying. Was it merely blood consumption? He could accept that. Chu Feng, observing this transformation, was filled with a mix of emotions. Fang Yun, it seemed, had devolved into a state of primal savagery. If the evil dragon technique was deemed a dark path of cultivation, then he had fully succumbed to darkness. Realizing this, Chu Feng concluded that Fang Yun's existence had become unnecessary. It was time to harvest the consequences of his actions. Just as he prepared to strike, Zhao Shanhe arrived at the mountain's entrance, respectfully addressing, "Disciple Zhao Shanhe pays his respects to the elder, I seek your favor." Chu Feng furrowed his brow, retorting, "You are fortunate, it seems I must allow you to live a while longer." He then turned away, granting permission. "Thank you, elder," Zhao Shanhe exclaimed with joy as he ascended the mountain. Upon reaching Chu Feng, he immediately prostrated, proclaiming, "Disciple Zhao Shanhe pays his respects to the elder." Chu Feng waved his hand, commanding, "Speak, what brings you here?" Zhao Shanhe recounted the events within the mine, saying, "I have heard that you practice a technique called past reappearance, and I wish to implore you to investigate who was responsible for the destruction of our mine and the slaughter of our disciples." Chu Feng was already acutely aware of the identity of the perpetrator, Fang Yun. He replied directly, "Do you recall the outer disciple who sought to become my disciple over a month ago?" Zhao Shanhe responded, "Are you referring to Fang Yun, the outer disciple known as the first eunuch of the cultivation world? Are you suggesting that he was responsible for the massacre and destruction of the mine? That is implausible. He is merely an outer disciple." Chu Feng shook his head, "There is nothing impossible, he is the child of fate, and he is presently atop my solitary mountain. You shall see for yourself." As they spoke, Chu Feng's spiritual sense swept the area, and his expression shifted dramatically. "This cannot be. How did he make his way to the blood pit?" Zhao Shanhe gasped in astonishment, "Elder, are you saying the blood pit has been unsealed?" The blood pit, tainted by the heavens over millions of years, contained a drop of vile blood that had fallen near the Tai Xuan Dao sect. It harbored immense evil power. Should it spill forth, it would surely wreak havoc upon the world, engulfing the land in blood and reducing all to mindless, bloodthirsty beings, akin to zombies. Chapter 37. The beauty in the painting. Chu Feng could not afford to respond. In the next instant, he vanished from his location, reappearing by the blood abyss. This abyss, situated behind the lonely mountain, had existed for millions of years. when the Tai Xuan Dao sect was founded. A significant reason for selecting this site was to suppress the blood abyss. Beyond the abyss, there were seals set by supreme emperors. It was inconceivable for a mere foundation establishment cultivator like Feng Yun to breach it, let alone someone like Chu Feng, who had reached the pinnacle of the transformation stage. Yet, what seemed impossible soon became possible. As Chu Feng arrived at the blood abyss, he immediately employed a divination technique to peer into the past. A vivid image emerged before him. It was Feng Yun leaping into the abyss. Feng Yun, whose cultivation had mutated, had mastered the essence of the sunflower. Breaking through to the foundation establishment realm, he was no match for Chu Feng, and certainly not for Chen Wanwan. He decided to collect some interest instead. Thus, he infiltrated the lonely mountain. While he was indulging in the blood of spirit beasts, a seductive whisper suddenly filled the air. Following the sound, he found himself at the blood abyss. Upon seeing it, he felt not fear but an exhilarating rush. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped into the abyss. Surprisingly, rather than succumbing to the endless filth, Feng Yun felt a tremendous surge of power within him. His recently achieved cultivation experienced another breakthrough, propelling him into the mid-foundation establishment realm. Ecstatic, he laughed heartily, proclaiming himself a dragon among men, a rare talent. He taunted Chu Feng, Chen Wanwan, and all members of the Tai Xuan Dao sect, asserting that with a few hundred years, he would surpass them all. After a moment of exhilaration, Feng Yun's excitement subsided, and he began to explore his surroundings. The ancient blood abyss was awash in crimson, resembling an ocean of blood, with a labyrinth of twists and turns. After a few steps, he stumbled upon a stone door, which filled him with delight. He quickly opened it to reveal a lavishly adorned palace, steeped in mystery and shrouded in blood-red hues. At the center of the palace lay a crimson coffin, bound by 9 black iron chains. The sight of it invoked an overwhelming urge to weep within Feng Yun, compelling him to approach. Grasping the chains, he attempted to break them, but they remained unyielding. In his moment of despair, a blood-red sword materialized before him. Seizing it, he struck at the chains with ferocity. With several clangs, the chains shattered, and the coffin crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. This thunderous noise jolted Feng Yun from his stupor. His face contorted with terror as he gazed at the coffin. The blood-red sword clattered to the floor as he turned to flee the palace. Yet, at that moment, the coffin erupted with a deafening roar, its lid flying open. A red-clad figure soared from within, a stunning beauty radiating an aura of coldness and seduction. If Chen Wanwan was a sorceress, this woman was an enchantress. The woman in red took to the air, her eyes snapping open as she locked gazes with Feng Yun. With a flick of her wrist, Feng Yun felt himself drawn toward her, as if ensnared like a kite. He cried out for mercy, pleading for his life. "Fear not. You shall not die just yet," a mocking voice echoed from behind him just as he felt a sharp pain in his cheek, his body suspended in midair. It was then he realized he was being choked by none other than Chu Feng, the very person he despised for his past grievances. The red-clad specter was merely an illusion, and the chains encasing the coffin were but figments of his imagination. Before he could grasp the reality, Chu Feng's voice reverberated again. "But you can die now." "No, Before he could finish, Chu Feng snapped his neck, ending his life in an instant. The child of fortune could cultivate followers, but he could not allow him to descend into darkness. In that moment, Feng Yun had become a fiend, practicing the sunflower essence and consuming the blood of spirit beasts. His current actions did not preclude him from one day consuming human blood. What nonsense was this about being a child of fortune? He had killed before. Ding! Host has slain the child of fortune, Feng Yun, earning 800,000 fortune points and the following rewards. Reward 1, Celestial Level Divine Ability, Art of Transformation. Reward 2, 1 Soul Golden Pearl. Reward 3, 1 Longevity Pill. This was hardly satisfactory to Chu Feng. The only noteworthy reward was the Art of Transformation. Although its original form was an unparalleled divine skill of the Golden Crow lineage, capable of traversing 300,000 kilometers in an instant, the variant he received could still manage a distance of thousands of miles in a flash. If mastered, it would allow him to traverse the entire sword state in no time. As for the Soul Golden Pearl, it would enhance his spiritual power, aiding in his breakthrough to the combined body realm. The Longevity Pill would extend his lifespan by a century, but with his current peak He had a lifespan of 3,000 years, it was hardly a boon. However, now was not the time for Chu Feng to ponder rewards. For he had more pressing matters at hand, the painting before him. After Feng Yun had entered the ancient blood abyss, Chu Feng had followed, initially feeling helpless. Yet the system had facilitated his entry. Upon discovering the palace, he found Feng Yun raving like a madman, and in seizing him, he unwittingly pulled him from his delusion. Regardless, death was inevitable, it merely depended on whose hand it would be at the end. Chapter 38, Who is Yuanying? It was unsettling, a strange soul seduction. Chu Feng, being at the pinnacle of the transformation stage and having cultivated the heaven and earth yin-yang great compassion rhyme, had significantly strengthened his soul. Therefore, when the painting once again unleashed its soul seduction, he sensed it immediately. The intention was to ensnare him in an illusion. Alarmed, Chu Feng hurriedly tried to resist. However, despite his peak cultivation, even with his enhanced soul, he found himself unable to fend off this soul allure. As he felt his spirit slipping into an illusion, he suddenly recalled the reward for slaying Feng Yun, the soul golden pearl. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed it whole. As the elixir entered his body, it transformed into a warm current that flowed deep into his soul, awakening it just as it was about to be dragged into the illusion. Realizing the danger posed by the painting, he swiftly turned and fled. Only after leaving the blood cave did he breathe a sigh of relief, mentally exclaiming how perilous that had been. The alluring painting had evoked a peculiar thought: the red-clad woman depicted was a spirit. It was said that a spirit is born when a soul, unwilling to succumb to death, employs unparalleled divine powers to seal itself within a painting, thus continuing to exist in another form. To transform into a spirit, one must at least possess the cultivation of the transformation stage. Only then can the physical body exist independently. It was crucial to note that this was the blood cave. Why had this painting appeared here? What astonished Chu Feng most was Feng Yun, who, initially seeking vengeance, had instead found himself drawn to the ancient blood cave and entered it. Chu Feng felt a strange sense of foreboding, suspecting that Feng Yun's every move was being manipulated by the enchanting figure in the painting. The child of destiny, though he was being controlled, the thought sent chills down his spine. With his current cultivation, he could not afford to provoke the beauty within the painting. Regardless of her identity, he resolved to distance himself as far as possible. Upon returning to his abode, Chu Feng did not succumb to sleep immediately. Instead, he focused on recuperating his energies. However, the moment he closed his eyes, he felt his consciousness drift away. Time passed, and he was abruptly awakened, only to discover a stunning red-clad beauty nestled in his embrace, her exquisite features and porcelain skin rendering him breathless. The red-clad beauty also noticed his awakening, a smile gracing her face as she said, "Husband, you are awake." Husband? Chu Feng was momentarily bewildered. The beauty lowered her gaze, tears spilling down her cheeks as she lamented, "Has my husband forgotten me? You are my husband, and I am your wife." Chu Feng hurriedly consoled her, "Do not cry. My dear, I have not forgotten. May I ask how I should address you?" With a smile, the beauty replied, "It seems my husband truly has forgotten me. My name is Yuanying." "Yuanying," he murmured. In that moment, Yuanying leaned close and blew gently into his ear, causing Chu Feng to shudder uncontrollably. After all, she was his wife, how could he let her slip away easily? Thus began an intense battle. To his dismay, Chu Feng discovered that his once unparalleled combat prowess was matched by Yuanying. They fought fiercely, neither yielding to the other. Ultimately, it was only through the techniques he had mastered from his previous life that he managed to gain the upper hand. As dawn broke and Chu Feng awoke from his slumber, he found Yuanying had already risen. The memories of their fierce encounter left him entranced. Unlike his previous opponents, such as Lin Xiyue and Lu Linglong, whose combat abilities fell slightly short, Yuanying allowed him to unleash his true self. Seeing her about to depart, he couldn't bear it and lunged to grasp her, yet his hands met only air, as if she were never there. Stunned, he stood frozen. Yuanying, unfazed, remarked, "You fought well last night, and I enjoyed it. Here is a reward for you. If you serve me well, I shall not treat you poorly." She produced a seal-like treasure and tossed it to him. As he caught the seal, a jolt of realization struck him, akin to plummeting from a precipice. Alarmed, He quickly summoned his spiritual energy, springing up from the bed. Observing his surroundings, he felt a wave of dread wash over him. Had he truly been ensnared in an illusion? But what of the seal in his hand? At that moment, he recalled the striking resemblance of the red-clad beauty from his dream to the one he had encountered in the blood cave. Was it merely a dream? Or had it transpired in reality? If it was a dream, then what was the significance of the seal? The seal bore the inscription Tongyu. Most importantly, a profound ache coursed through him, akin to being crushed by a boulder, evidence of excessive exertion. If all this were true, he could scarcely fathom the implications. With the seal in hand, Chu Feng immediately began to examine it. In the realm of cultivation, there were two orthodox methods for refining magical treasures: the nurturing method, which involved gradually refining the item through spiritual energy and soothing the soul, slow yet effective, capable of unleashing a significant portion of its power once successful. And the blood refining method, which used one's essence blood to forcibly refine the treasure, rapid but yielding only a fraction of its potential. At that moment, Chu Feng had no time for the slow nurturing method and opted for the blood refining. He bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the seal. It was instantly absorbed, causing the seal to levitate and radiate dark energy that swept towards him. Chu Feng did not flinch but allowed the black energy to envelop him. In the next moment, information about the seal flooded his mind. To his surprise, the seal was a divine treasure of the heavenly monarch. Its primary function being to communicate with spirits and deities. Spirits were merely the most rudimentary form of deities. Even the most basic of deities could rival the transformation stage. System, what exactly is Yuanying? He called out, desperate for answers. The system, which had been silent the previous night, left him feeling uneasy. Host, who is Yuanying? This system does not know. You do not know? Chu Feng's composure shattered, fear gripping him. This meant he had been ensnared in an illusion. And the system was entirely oblivious, rendering him powerless against Yuanying's influence. Chapter 39, Entangled with a Malevolent Spirit Yet. Upon reflecting on the exquisite experiences of the previous night, Chu Feng found himself somewhat willing to accept the presence of this Yuanying. Nonetheless, he was uncertain about the repercussions of last night's fierce battle on himself. If there were none, that would be fortunate. The crux of the matter was that the opponent was a malevolent spirit, an entity that feasts upon human souls. Would she tire of him and subsequently consume his spirit? No. He must devise a strategy to confront this malevolent being. Without delay, Chu Feng rose and made his way to the library. Hoping to unearth some ancient texts that might contain methods to counteract the malevolent spirit. Regrettably, his search yielded no results. As nightfall approached, the thought that Yuanying might reappear tonight caused his anxiety to escalate. Although he had yet to discern what he truly lacked, he felt an unusual fatigue for the first time that day. Given that he had successfully ascended to the realm of transformation and regained his vitality, such weariness was unexpected. Even for an ordinary person, let alone a practitioner. Suddenly, he recalled Chen Wanwan. The heavenly demon's sacred land, being one of the most esteemed powers in the eastern wilderness, might possess knowledge regarding spirits and malevolent entities. Upon seeking out Chen Wanwan, she did not engage him in training but instead, with a serious demeanor, inquired if he had encountered a malevolent spirit recently. Moreover, she suggested that the spirit had been intimate with him. Chu Feng was taken aback and asked, "How did you know?" To which Chen Wanwan replied, "Are you not experiencing aches in your back, overall weakness, and an overwhelming desire to sleep?" Chu Feng nodded affirmatively. "That confirms it," she stated. Initially, Chu Feng sought advice on how to deal with the malevolent spirit, and there was little to conceal. He recounted the existence of the ancient blood cave and the enchanting figure within the painting to Chen Wanwan. She expressed her astonishment. "I had no idea that your Tai Xuan Dao sect possessed an entrance to a blood cave." The ancient blood cave, born from the tainted blood of the heavenly path, is among the most sinister entities in existence, nurturing countless evils. It is unfathomable that someone would willingly place themselves within such a cave. If I am not mistaken, the entrance to your sect's blood cave is merely a branch of the main cave, thus it is not overly concerning. However, you now face two predicaments. 2. What else is there apart from Yuanying? Chen Wanwan's expression turned grave as she replied, Fang Yun. Those who perish within the blood cave do not truly die, rather. They are resurrected by the cave, becoming beings of the blood sea, and their power significantly increases. Chu Feng was left speechless. Indeed. It seemed that the tenacity of life was remarkable. System, tell me, is it true that Fang Yun has not died? In moments of indecision, one often turns to the system. Host, strictly speaking, Fang Yun has indeed died, yet he has not truly perished. Such convoluted words, death is death, and life is life. Chu Feng, feeling rather impatient, insisted on clarity. Understood, host. Fang Yun has not died, he has been reborn, resurrected by the blood cave, and has become a being of the blood sea. He remains a child of destiny, but now is a new child of destiny. Currently, he exists in a state of rebirth, with most of his past memories lost, yet his hatred towards you endures. Astounding. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes. Fang Yun was not merely a child of destiny but rather a child of fate. Having survived once, he could easily be killed again, providing further fortune and system rewards. This was a scenario Chu Feng welcomed. Chen Wanwan was taken aback. Some individuals, despite being told they faced two troubles, still managed to smile. Clearly, the previous night's encounter with the malevolent spirit had suited him well. Angered by this thought, she scoffed, some people truly are incorrigible, willing to sacrifice their lives for the sake of a woman. As night descended, the malevolent spirit would arrive. And it would not simply be a matter of aches and fatigue, some individuals might find themselves confined to their beds. Realizing Chen Wanwan had misconstrued his intentions, Chu Feng hastily clarified, do not misunderstand, that's not what I meant. My laughter had nothing to do with Yuanying. Wanwan, do you have any knowledge of how to deal with this malevolent spirit? She shook her head in response. In any case, some individuals treat their lives with utter disregard. With a wry smile, Chu Feng lamented, there appears to be no way out. Chen Wanwan then stated, the sole solution lies in harnessing formidable spiritual power to repel the influence of the malevolent spirit. You mentioned that the essence of this spirit is encapsulated within a painting. To resolve this, the most effective approach would be to destroy the painting. However, that is likely to prove exceedingly difficult, for since the spirit resides within the painting, it possesses its power. The moment you approach it, the spirit will undoubtedly launch an attack. You were effortlessly drawn into an illusion before. This malevolent spirit is at the very least at the level of a Mahayana being, thus you cannot hope to contend with it, let alone destroy the painting. The second method, albeit a temporary fix, involves augmenting your soul power. Ideally, you should cultivate a powerful soul secret technique to prevent the spirit from ensnaring you in illusions, thereby liberating yourself from its grasp. Soul secret techniques. This was precisely what Chu Feng lacked. Though the yin-yang great sadness technique could enhance the strength of his soul, it was a slow process that failed to address the underlying issue. Conversely, the complete version of the great celestial immortal technique could elevate his soul cultivation. Yet he currently possessed only a fragment of the scripture. Chu Feng inquired, do you possess any formidable soul secret techniques? Chen Wanwan shook her head. His expression fell instantly. She continued, for now, you should consume nourishing food to bolster your strength and hope to endure a few more days. As Chu Feng dreaded the impending nightfall, within the blood cave, Fang Yun astonishingly revived. Shaking his head in confusion, he thought, was I not dead? Have I truly come back to life? How did I die? Who was my assailant? Ah, it was Chu Feng who killed me, and he even severed my source of torment. Remarkably, it has regrown. Does this mean I can forego consuming fresh blood and once again practice the evil dragon technique? Truly, I, Fang Yun, am a peerless prodigy, destined for greatness. Chu Feng, await your demise. Moreover, it seemed his cultivation had once again risen to the late stage of foundation building. Not only that, but he had also failed to notice that this time, his soul, once ravaged by the soul-extracting whip, had been restored. Of course, while his soul had been mended, it now bore additional aspects, he was no longer the same as before. However, the pressing concern was to vacate this place. With that thought in mind, Fang Yun turned and chose to leave. As night enveloped the world, Chu Feng found himself in a state of heightened tension, even afraid to close his eyes. lest he be ensnared in an illusion, providing Yuanying an opportunity to strike. Yet, how could he avoid sleep? Just as the moon reached its zenith, fatigue overtook him once more, and he succumbed to slumber. Chapter 40, The Delayed Revenge. When he opened his eyes, he found himself ensnared in an illusion. The soft fragrance enveloped him, and Yuanying remained as beautiful as ever, adorned in her crimson attire. She was playfully twirling a lock of hair on his chest. And upon noticing Chu Feng's awakening, her face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "My lord, you are awake." Chu Feng's expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly turned over. His eyes filled with wariness as he addressed Yuanying, "Do not come any closer." Instantly, Yuanying's countenance changed, displaying a pitiful and melancholic demeanor as she responded. "My lord, what are you doing? Do you no longer want me? Have I offended you in some way that has caused your anger?" Taking a deep breath, Chu Feng said, "Yuanying, you are a spirit, aren't you? Do not deceive me, I am aware of everything. There is a painting within the blood abyss, and the beauty depicted therein must be you." Nodding, Yuanying replied, "My lord, you are correct. Please allow me to explain, I did not intend to deceive you." Chu Feng retorted, "Very well then, I am eager to hear your explanation. You are a spirit, and I am but a mortal. If my memory serves me right, spirits feed upon the souls of living beings. You must realize that after our night of battle, I awoke with aching limbs and a depleted spirit. If I were to continue associating with you, I might find it difficult to even rise from my bed the following day." Yuanying was rendered speechless, and quietly murmured, "Since you despise me so much, I shall take my leave now and will no longer disturb you." With that, she began to depart. "Wait!" Chu Feng interjected. "You may leave, but why not discuss a lucrative deal while we are at it? It would be a shame to let the opportunity go to waste." "Very well. I shall heed your wishes," Yuanying conceded with a nod. A night passed, and upon waking the next day, Chu Feng felt his legs tremble, his eye sockets sunken, and he bore the unmistakable signs of fatigue. It seemed he would need at least half a year to fully recover from this ordeal. Though he had experienced a moment of joy, his body ached and his spiritual flame had dimmed considerably. Nonetheless, it was all worth it. As he stepped outside to bask in the sunlight, preparing to cultivate and restore his strength, Chen Wanwan suddenly appeared. Upon seeing his state, her expression darkened. "Indeed. Some individuals would forsake their lives for a woman. You are a rogue, a disgrace." "Stop!" Chu Feng hastily replied, "I was compelled. Yuanying promised she would not seek me out henceforth, but I had no choice but to spend the night with her. In her presence, I felt no different than an ant." Furrowing her brow, Chen Wanwan remarked, "It makes no sense. When a spirit fixates on someone, death is inevitable. Furthermore, given your frail constitution and spirit, I doubt she would let you go. If she truly released you, my preparations would be for naught." "Indeed, they would." Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively. "But what means do you possess that could intimidate a spirit?" Chen Wanwan scoffed, "If they are of no use, I see no reason to divulge them." "How audacious! You have truly crossed a line," Chu Feng declared, smacking his thigh. "Do you believe my weakened soul and diminished vitality render me powerless against you?" Chen Wanwan retorted with disdain, "It is not merely my belief, it is the truth. If you contest this, let us engage in a battle of 300 rounds." Chu Feng found himself at a loss for words. "You win this time. But do not celebrate too soon. Once I recover, you shall witness my true strength." And so, a month swiftly passed. At last, Chu Feng's body returned to its former vitality, experiencing a rebirth. That very night, he took the opportunity to confront Chen Wanwan, thoroughly besting her until she begged for mercy. Notably, throughout this month, Yuanying had indeed refrained from seeking him out. Yet on this particular day, Zhao Shanhe came to pay a visit. "Great Elder, do you recall the destruction of the mine and the slaying of disciples? According to your account, the culprit was a disciple named Fangyun, who inadvertently wandered into the ancient blood abyss and was subsequently slain by you." Furrowing his brows, Chu Feng replied, "Could it be that he has returned?" Zhao Shanhe nodded. "Indeed, Fangyun has resurfaced. Previously, I believed him deceased, and after I reported his crimes to the sect leader, I ceased my inquiries. Who could have predicted that he would return just half a day ago?" Unfazed, Chu Feng remarked, "For damaging the mind and murdering disciples of the sect. According to our regulations, he should face soul extraction and be cast into the abyss of eternal damnation, never to be reborn." How audacious of him to return! Zhao Shanha added, "If he had returned alone, I would have apprehended him long ago. However, he was brought back by the Supreme Elder. Moreover, it seems he has become the favored companion of the Supreme Elder." Liu Rushi. Chu Feng's expression turned icy. Among the three Supreme Elders of the Tai Xuan Dao sect, Liu Rushi was the only female. Having lived for over 2 millennia, she now appeared as an elderly woman. But her longevity commanded Chu Feng's respect for Fang Yun's audacity. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside the solitary mountain. "Disciple Xiaoyi, under the command of the Supreme Elder, requests the Great Elder's presence at the Punishment Hall." The Punishment Hall was where disciples faced various degrees of punishment. To summon oneself to the Punishment Hall was tantamount to inviting trouble. A surge of killing intent erupted from Chu Feng. Was this all for Fang Yun? In a mysterious courtyard of the Tai Xuan Dao sect, Fang Yun donned white robes, having been reborn through the blood abyss. His previous injuries were fully healed. And under the transformation of the blood abyss, he had become extraordinarily handsome, enhanced further by the mystical prowess of the evil dragon technique. Any woman who beheld him would find herself captivated. Yet, at this moment, Fang Yun tightly embraced an elderly woman with a head of white hair. Her skin wrinkled and withered, gritting his teeth as he implored, "Sister Lu, you must advocate for me." The Sister Lu he referred to was none other than the Supreme Elder, Liu Rushi. That Chu Feng, relying on his status as a great elder, dares to threaten disciples and even obliterated my source of distress. Had it not been for my good fortune, I would have perished and never had the chance to meet you. Liu Rushi seethed with rage. Chu Feng has a lot of audacity. For a man on the verge of death to misuse his title and bully the weak, I was unaware before, but now that I know, I will not let him off easily. Rest assured, I have already alerted Xiang Yutian to open the punishment hall and administer punishment. Unless he dies, I will ensure he is cast into the ice abyss, or he shall never escape with his dwindling lifespan. Fang Yun exclaimed with excitement, "Sister Lu, you are truly wonderful. I cannot express my gratitude sufficiently." Chapter 41, The Reopening of the Hall of Justice. The reopening of the Hall of Justice was a momentous event for the Tai Xuan Dao sect. Swiftly spreading throughout the sect, countless disciples engaged in fervent discussions, speculating about who would face punishment this time. It seemed that the reopening was presided over by the esteemed elder, suggesting that the individual to be punished held significant standing, perhaps even a golden core elder. However, punishing a golden core elder would unlikely provoke the high elder's involvement. Could it be that the one to be punished was an elder of the nascent soul? Most likely, the odds favored this notion. As the already bustling Tai Xuan Dao sect descended into chaos, numerous disciples gathered outside the Hall of Justice, eager to discern the unfolding events. Inside the hall, in an effort to punish Chu Feng, Liu Rushi had invested considerable effort, primarily due to Fang Yun's attentive service. She sought to vent her frustrations and, in doing so, elicit a smile from her young companion, a trifling task for her. As one of the 3 great transformation divine elders, and tasked with punishing a nascent soul elder, the commotion was palpable. 3 transformation divine ancestors, alongside 4 other nascent soul elders, sect master Xiang Yutian, and a dozen golden core elders were present, including Xiang Yutian, who had previously sought to curry favor with Chu Feng. The crowd watched as Liu Rushi arrived with Fang Yun, who was visibly excited to be included in such a prestigious assembly, exclaiming, "Sister Liu, these are the powerful figures of our Tai Xuan Dao sect. I never imagined I would have the fortune to attend such a meeting." Liu Rushi, with an air of disdain, replied, "If you serve me well, I shall frequently bring you along in the future." Fang Yun, brimming with excitement, asked, "Sister Liu, do you think I could become an elder of the Tai Xuan Dao sect? I worry that once Chu Feng is punished, he might retaliate against me. As merely a core disciple, he could crush me with ease. However, if I were an elder, he would think twice before acting against me." Liu Rushi nodded, acknowledging his reasoning. "While the position of elder is typically reserved for golden core cultivators, with my influence, you shall secure that title. Should anyone contest, they can address their grievances with me." "Thank you, Sister Liu," Fang Yun rejoiced. "I shall serve you diligently." Liu Rushi laughed, suggesting they try something new that evening. Fang Yun's expression shifted, but he quickly regained his composure, resolving to heed Lu Ruxi's wishes. Remember, this is the Hall of Justice. We must be mindful of our conduct, she cautioned. Observers noted the unabashed display of affection between the two, prompting disapproving glances. Yet, as the High Elder and a transformation divine ancestor, they were met with silent ire. Eventually, this incited the anger of two other nascent soul elders. Yi Zishan, one of the three transformation divine elders, reprimanded Lu Ruxi. Unfazed, she dismissed him, noting that he was no match for her. Beside him stood Zhao Ping, also of lesser cultivation. The others present are all nascent soul elders, including Lu Linglong, Shui Yong, Nangong Wentian, and Lin San. As for sect master Xian Yutian, you may seek his counsel for future matters. Xian Yutian nodded at Fang Yun, expressing his support for Lu Ruxi's intentions toward Chu Feng. Previously, as sect master, he had maintained a respectful distance from Chu Feng, but with the elder's decline in strength, his perspective shifted. Yi Zishan, infuriated by their disregard, snapped, Lu Ruxi, why have you summoned us all here? This is the Hall of Justice, not a venue for your flirtations. Lu Ruxi coolly replied, patience. The one we await has yet to arrive. You will soon understand. Unspoken among them was the consensus that they awaited Chu Feng's arrival. Coincidentally, he soon entered the hall, emanating a chilling aura. He surveyed the assembly and greeted, greetings to the esteemed elders and sect master. Sister also graces us with her presence. As his gaze landed on Lu Linglong, he approached her with a smile. Presumptuous! Lu Ruxi exclaimed, her anger palpable. Do you not know your crimes, Chu Feng? He feigned surprise, retorting, crimes? You must be mistaken, Lu Ruxi. Pray tell, what offense have I committed to invoke such ire? The atmosphere shifted as Lu Ruxi's expression darkened, her eyes fixed on him in disbelief. The assembly gasped at his audacity. Addressing a transformation divine ancestor by name was a grave offense. Chu Feng, with deliberate clarity, continued, Lu Ruxi, do you not go by that name? Or have I erred? What should I call you instead? Perhaps you prefer to be known as a certain someone-esque kept man? His disdain for Lu Ruxi was evident, particularly upon realizing her indulgence in Fang Yun, inciting the reopening of the Hall of Justice for mere provocations. If he were still a nascent soul elder, he might have endured such slights, but now, he stood at the pinnacle of transformation divine cultivation. Chapter 42, What sin can be fabricated without pretext? Chu Feng, how dare you speak to the Elder Supreme in such a manner? Do you seek death? I advise you to kneel and apologize at once, or else, should the Elder Supreme be enraged, you shall find no place to be buried. Fang Yun had long desired to take revenge on Chu Feng. With the opportunity laid before him, he could not let it slip away. He stepped forward immediately, admonishing. Kneel and apologize. This was clearly not for Chu Feng's sake but a blatant provocation against him. A dignified Yuanying Xianzuan kneeling before so many was more than mere disgrace. Despite his words, his tone was laced with malicious glee. Chu Feng snorted coldly, kneel and apologize? I see no need for that. I merely wish to ask the Elder Supreme. What crime have I, Chu Feng, committed? Lu Ruxi replied angrily, you dare to question your sins? Very well, I shall enlighten you. Chu Feng, you, relying on your status as a Yuanying ancestor, have bullied disciples. Do you not confess your crimes? I know not whom I have bullied. Point them out for me to see, Chu Feng interrupted Lu Ruxi dismissively. Naturally, it is Fang Yun, the core disciple of our Tai Xuan Dao sect. Dare you claim you have not wronged him? I have investigated thoroughly. You, in your madness, actually severed his root of troubles. Had it not been for his fortuitous encounter, allowing it to regrow, he would now be utterly crippled. Fang Yun, you are the aggrieved party. Step forward and tell everyone if this is true. Fear not, for I, Lu Ruxi, will stand for you today. Fang Yun complied, weeping and wailing as he accused Chu Feng, painting him as a remorseless villain. Even the onlookers could not suppress their frowns. Lu Ruxi emanated a chilling aura of murder, locking her gaze on Chu Feng. Chu Feng, what more do you have to say? As a Yuanying ancestor, to bully a disciple is a grave crime deserving of punishment. Do you not confess? Chu Feng retorted coolly, have you finished speaking? If so, it is now my turn. Lu Rushi replied, very well, I shall see what you have to say. Chu Feng pointed at Feng Yun. Do you know why I severed his root of troubles? First, he provoked me. A disciple of mediocre talent, having entered the sect for less than half a year, dared to proclaim he would take me as his master. When I refused, he knelt at the foot of the mountain, claiming he would support me in my old age. Is this not cursing me to death? But you cannot castrate me. Feng Yun howled in rage. Chu Feng scoffed, and then there is the second point. Feng Yun, since your initiation, have you not been seducing women for dual cultivation? Feng Yun's expression faltered, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Reflecting on his time in the Tai Xuan Dao sect, he realized he had not fully unleashed the evil dragon art, though he had engaged in yin-yang practices. He had not caused any fatalities. He said, even so, we are merely indulging in love, mutually consenting. Is that a crime? Not to mention you, Chu Feng, who, despite your aging body, still took a wife who had only been initiated for a year. Chu Feng coldly replied, mutual affection indeed has no issue. But what of your practice of the evil dragon art? At the mention of the evil dragon art, the faces of everyone present paled instantly, for they understood the implications. The technique of yin-yang exchange was the most terrifying art for women, a power that all men desired yet wished to destroy. Once one practiced the evil dragon art, women became mere playthings, tortured to death. Anyone discovered to be practicing this art faced execution without mercy. Feng Yun, fully aware of this, quickly shook his head and pleaded with Lu Rushi, Sister Lu, he is speaking nonsense, I have never practiced the evil dragon art. You must stand for me. Lu Rushi gently patted Feng Yun, assuring, do not worry, Sister Lu will protect you, I shall not allow anyone to slander you. Feng Yun nodded vigorously. I knew Sister Lu would treat me well. Watching their antics, Chu Feng could hardly contain himself, shivering with disdain. Ladies, please maintain decorum, your display is quite nauseating. Who dares? Lu Rushi erupted with a terrifying killing intent. Chu Feng coldly replied, whether they dare or not, I know not. I only know we are now accusing Feng Yun of practicing the evil dragon art. Lu Rushi responded, very well, since you allege Feng Yun practices the evil dragon art. Do you have evidence? Without evidence, you are merely slandering him, incurring further charges. Chu Feng grinned, is it not evidence you seek? I shall show you now. With just a touch of my power, I can awaken the evil dragon art within him. As he spoke, Chu Feng lunged at Feng Yun. Feng Yun was struck with terror. Should his practice of the evil dragon art be revealed, his fate would be sealed. He quickly retreated behind Lu Rushi, exclaiming, Sister Lu, his demand for evidence is clearly a ruse to kill me, you must not let him approach. Lu Rushi glared at Chu Feng, admonishing him, Chu Feng, will you still stubbornly resist? You have bullied disciples and harmed your peers, as a Yuanying elder, your attitude towards me warrants punishment. I had hoped you would confess voluntarily, but since you remain unrepentant, do not blame me for being merciless. I hereby declare that Chu Feng shall be cast into the ice prison. You shall remain there until you reflect upon your sins. And only then will you be released. Do the rest of you have any objections? I object. Chu Feng interrupted Lu Rushi, stating, what sin can be fabricated without pretext? Lu Rushi, you are correct in saying that one should be punished for bullying disciples and harming peers, however. Do you all remember the recent destruction of the mine and the slaughter of hundreds of disciples? The true culprit behind that catastrophe is Feng Yun. Chu Feng. You claim you have not framed Feng Yun? Lu Rushi coldly retorted. Feng Yun is merely at the foundation establishment stage, how could he possibly annihilate hundreds of disciples? You could have confessed and avoided this, but now, do not blame me for my harshness. Die. Lu Rushi attacked Chu Feng with a swift motion, her formidable force seeming intent on crushing him. Chu Feng had long awaited this moment. So you wish to fight? Very well. In an instant, a powerful force erupted from Chu Feng's body as he retaliated against Lu Rushi. Chapter 43, I will prove it to you regarding Lu Rushi. Chu Feng had long contemplated taking action. She had turned truth into falsehood, attempting to kill him over a mere male pet. Did she believe herself unmatched? Or had she lived too long and wished for death? If so, then let her have it. With a single golden dragon strike from his 99 dragon suppression poems, he could easily subdue Lu Rushi. Lu Rushi, at the peak of the transformation stage, indeed possessed grounds for arrogance, dismissing Yi Zishan and Zhao Ping with disdain, acting as if the world revolved around her. Yet, when Chu Feng made his move, he astonished everyone present. Your divine power. You have broken through to the transformation stage. Lu Rushi exclaimed in shock. The transformation stage was the true anchor of the Tai Xuan Dao sect, deserving respect even from its leader, Xiang Yutian. While she could easily punish Yuanying Xianzun, punishing a transformation ancestor was beyond her authority. It was no wonder. Despite her frail old age and depleted lifespan, she suddenly appeared rejuvenated, her cultivation intact, having broken through to the early transformation stage. However, what did it matter? Even in this stage, she believed she could bully Fang Yun and would inevitably face consequences. To Lu Rushi, even if Chu Feng entered the transformation stage, he remained merely at the beginning level and could not possibly be her opponent. Moreover, she was prepared to teach the transformation ancestor a lesson, asserting her dominance over the Tai Xuan Dao sect. But in the next moment, her complexion changed drastically. Facing the golden dragon conjured by Chu Feng, all her attacks crumbled like paper, and she was sent flying, spitting out blood. How could this be? Why is your strength so formidable? You clearly just broke through to the transformation stage. Chu Feng shook his head. Does it matter how strong I am? What is important is that I, Chu Feng, wish to inquire of Elder Lu, can I now present evidence to demonstrate what kind of person Fang Yun truly is before you? You are truly devoted to your male pet, so audaciously attempting to kill me. What gives you such courage? Lu Rushi retorted, with your strength? Crushing you would be as easy as squashing an ant. Do you believe it? Boom! A powerful aura erupted from Chu Feng, sweeping towards Lu Rushi like a tempest. At this moment, she appeared as a solitary boat upon a vast ocean, vulnerable to destruction at any moment, with no chance to resist. The level of magical power cultivated from the great immortal technique surpassed that of others at the same stage, and combined with the enhancements from the Yin-Yang Great Tragedy, Chu Feng resembled an infinite ocean, unfathomable and boundless. What was Lu Rushi to Chu Feng? Since she sought her own demise, he would oblige. The overwhelming force sent shivers down the spines of all present. Yi Zishan and Zhao Ping exchanged glances, each reflecting shock and disbelief in the other's eyes. Lu Linglong, however, was filled with delight, while Xiang Yutian's heart was heavy with bitterness, having believed Chu Feng was on the brink of death, only to discover his extraordinary breakthrough. Chu Feng's gaze swept the crowd, knowing he had achieved his goal of intimidation. With a cold snort, he declared, I trust there are no objections to my words from anyone present? None, Xiang Yutian replied, his tone laced with sorrow. I never imagined Elder Chu was a transformation ancestor, making him the fourth supreme elder of the Tai Xuan Dao sect. Chu Feng cast a chilling glance at Xiang Yutian and said, let us now continue discussing Fang Yun. Lu Rushi, you wished for me to prove whether Fang Yun practiced the evil dragon technique. I shall demonstrate it now. And I can responsibly inform you that Fang Yun has not only practiced the evil dragon technique but, strictly speaking, is no longer human. He belongs to the realm of blood sea creatures. From the moment Chu Feng first laid eyes on Fang Yun, the system had provided a prompt, detected the child of fortune, Fang Yun, a blood sea creature, transformed by the blood hole, regaining vigor, retaining the essence of the sunflower principle, and capable of recultivating the evil dragon technique. His personal combat power far exceeds that of his peers. Due to the transformation, his soul has become increasingly sinister, willing to employ any means to achieve his goals. Fortune value, 900,000. This meant he was destined to become a child of fate, and thus, he must die swiftly. As he finished speaking, Chu Feng pointed at Fang Yun. Upon revealing his power, none dared to intervene, not even Lu Rushi, who, despite her affection for Fang Yun, recognized the dire situation she faced. With Chu Feng's finger pointed, Fang Yun underwent a tremendous transformation. Countless red threads appeared on his skin, writhing like worms within. He emitted anguished cries, contorted in pain, as if subjected to 1,000 tortures, unable to produce a sound. This torment continued for a full incense stick's duration. Fang Yun underwent yet another change, his limbs elongated. Claws emerged, wings sprouted from his back, and his head swelled, revealing rows of sharp teeth, as if he were about to tear someone apart. Soon, a blood sea creature stood before the crowd, emitting a terrifying, cruel laughter. Chu Feng, I will kill you, you are doomed. Fang Yun, now a blood sea creature, roared in fury, lunging at Chu Feng. Lu Rushi turned ashen, and gasps filled the air. Indeed, it was a blood sea creature, a monster that feasted on human blood. The transformed Fang Yun's battle prowess surged, rising from the late foundation stage to a level equivalent to the transformation stage. Chapter 44, Now everything is under my control indeed. It is time to end this. With a single stroke of his sword, Chu Feng executed his strike. The burning heaven sword cleaved through the air, opening the gates of heaven. The overwhelming sword intent instantaneously vanquished the blood sea creature, Fang Yun. The essence of the sword flowed with unyielding force, surging into the heavens. And the entire Tai Xuan Dao sect was enveloped in this formidable sword aura, casting a shadow over every heart as if the apocalypse had descended. Such power! If Chu Feng's earlier victory over Lu Rushi with a mere palm had already left the onlookers in shock, then this sword strike plunged them into despair. Particularly for the two transformation ancestors, Yi Zishan and Zhao Ping, a grim realization gripped them. Under this sword, their demise was inevitable. Lu Rushi's face turned pale with terror. Everything had been a grave mistake. Her lover was, in fact, a monster. The blood cave creature, transformed by the blood cave, meant that the sinister dragon technique he practiced was indeed authentic. The sinister dragon technique absorbs yin to replenish yang. No wonder she had felt utterly exhausted in recent days. She had mistaken it for overindulgence, yet it appeared she had been siphoned. At the moment Chu Feng struck down Fang Yun, the system chimed in synchrony. Congratulations, host, for once again slaying the child of destiny, the blood cave creature Fang Yun, earning 5 million fortune points. The following rewards are granted. Reward 1, a progressive celestial sword, the method to forge the blood sea demon sword. Reward 2, a celestial grade soul secret technique, the underworld visualization method. Reward 3, 2000 years of magical power. What bountiful rewards! Fang Yun, if only you could be resurrected once more. A resilient little cockroach. This marks your second demise. Each time, the rewards grow richer. Of course. Closing the system, Chu Feng surveyed the assembly and declared, at the peak of transformation, I believe I am now worthy of becoming the supreme elder of Tai Xuan Dao sect. Indeed. Yi Zishan nodded in agreement, astonished that Elder Chu Feng had outpaced them. Chu Feng turned his gaze towards Xian Yutian, inquiring, is that the sect master's intention? Shouldn't I receive an explanation? After all, this is the second time. Do you truly believe my lifespan is exhausted? The crowd was taken aback by this connection to Xian Yutian. The latter trembled in fear and hastily replied, Elder, I implore you to forgive me, it is my fault for not recognizing your greatness. I ask for your leniency, considering I am still the sect master. I am willing to make amends. Chu Feng retorted, amends? I am curious to see what you can offer. I recall that you possess an ancient blood crystal. I want it, he demanded. The blood sea demon sword requires 3 of the most precious refining materials, and the ancient blood crystal is among them. A premium crafting material that Xian Yutian had stumbled upon. He had initially intended to use it to upgrade his own magic treasure. But now he had no choice but to part with it. Reluctantly, he produced the ancient blood crystal. Even Lu Rushi, Yi Zishan, and Zhao Ping were tempted. Had it not been for their status, they would have long since approached Xian Yutian to claim it. Now, it rightfully belonged to Chu Feng. Taking the ancient blood crystal, Chu Feng stated, I will spare you this time, but should there be a next, I will not hesitate to ensure your permanent absence. Thank you, Elder, Xian Yutian replied, a cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Chu Feng's gaze finally settled on Lu Rushi, who suddenly blushed, her eyes filled with shyness as she stammered, Chu Feng, I admit my fault this time, I was deceived by Fang Yun's sweet words. I realize my mistake. If you could find it in your heart to forgive me, I still possess some charm, and as a practitioner at the transformation stage, proficient in dual cultivation, I could join you in such endeavors. Vomiting at her audacity, Chu Feng had not anticipated such a proposition. How outrageous! he exclaimed. Look at yourself in the mirror. You are hideous, resembling a ghost. Only someone like Feng Yun would stoop to such a level. Even if I were to engage in dual cultivation, it would be with someone like Sister Linglong, the most beautiful in Tai Xuan Dao sect. You call me ugly? Lu Rushi shrieked, completely disregarding Chu Feng's formidable presence. Her only thought was that he could kill her but could not insult her appearance. Chu Feng scoffed, am I mistaken? You are indeed ugly. If you are not, then who is? If you are unconvinced, look in the mirror. Not only are you ugly, but you are also horrifically so, repulsive to behold. Get lost. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chu Feng realized his folly. Ah, you nearly ensnared me. Did you not wish to cast me into the ice hell? Very well, I hereby declare you, Lu Rushi, to be cast into the ice hell. I trust no one present will object. None, the assembly echoed. Lu Rushi deserved to be cast into the ice hell. Who would dare oppose? Setting aside her previous character, her tyrannical and unreasonable behavior, she had now been bewitched by a blood cave creature, reopening the punishment palace to punish Chu Feng. If Chu Feng were an ordinary disciple, it might have been forgivable. But he had drawn the ire of the ironclad law. Thus it was deserved. At Linglong Peak, after the punishment palace matter had concluded, Chu Feng followed Lu Linglong to her quarters. This scene was all too familiar to him, evoking no surprise. Even the disciples of Linglong Peak smiled knowingly, aware of Chu Feng's intentions. After all, she was their master's partner. Ah, Yanran is here too! Chu Feng exclaimed with delight. One person could not suffice, with another it would be different. He approached, recalling that Nangon Yanran had previously taken the initiative to become his partner, her conquest value soaring to 90 upon arrival. As for Lu Linglong, their confrontations had been numerous, nearly 100 times, yet their values had remained at 89 points. Now, with his immense power reaching the peak of transformation, even the three supreme elders could not suppress him, raising it to 92 points. Regrettably, despite such a high conquest value, they had never properly sparred. Now that she was present, Chu Feng could not let the opportunity slip by. Wonderful! Let us find a place to spar. I have long desired this. Nangon Yanran smiled, husband, do not rush, Linglong is still here. Chu Feng replied with a smile, of course, we shall include her. Surely Linglong has not failed to mention that my combat prowess is formidable, you may not be able to handle me alone. Nangon Yanran's eyes sparkled. Then I must engage in a proper battle. Linglong, might I borrow a place? Lu Linglong rolled her eyes, unable to contain her exasperation, no. If you wish to battle, find your own place, do not impose on mine. Nangon Yanran laughed, stepping forward to embrace Lu Linglong, saying, Linglong, we are the best of friends. Chapter 45, The Request for a Divorce. As Lu Linglong was about to speak, Chu Feng strode over, lifting her into his embrace, exclaiming, ah! How bold of you to refuse. Just wait and see how I shall deal with you. A fierce battle raged on for a day and a night, with Chu Feng ultimately triumphing over the two women. With the blessing of the great sadness of heaven and earth, all three benefited immensely, particularly Nangon Yanran. For the first time in her life, she reaped the greatest rewards. As she reveled in her gains, she was utterly astonished, embracing Chu Feng and declaring, husband, how could you possess such profound techniques? If I had known sooner, I would never have let you go. Chu Feng smiled and replied, it is never too late to cultivate now. Indeed, Nangon Yanran immediately responded, I have made a significant decision, I shall not leave. What a delightful turn of events. Chu Feng laughed heartily. Thus, a month swiftly passed. During this time, Chu Feng took residence at Linglong Peak. Of course, alongside dual cultivation, he remained diligent in his training, claiming his rewards. The infusion of 2,000 years of cultivation propelled his prowess from the pinnacle of the transformation god stage to the mid-stage of the integration realm. His previous status at the transformation god stage had been unparalleled within the Tai Xuan Dao sect. Now, having reached the integration realm, he could traverse Jianzhou with impunity. However, on a broader scale, his accomplishments were hardly noteworthy within the eastern wasteland. The Dao sect was merely a second-rate sect, hardly deserving of attention. It was no wonder Chen Wanwan looked down upon Tai Xuan Dao sect. The recent slaying of Feng Yun yielded substantial rewards. The Blood Sea Demon Sword was a treasure with potential for growth. However, given the existence of the heavenly grade Burning Sky Sword, Chu Feng did not rush to forge it. Moreover, the materials required for such an endeavor were considerable, with the ancient blood crystal being the least significant among them. He was uncertain where to procure items like the Taiyin Divine Stone or the Hell Origin Stone. One day, while engrossed in his cultivation, Chu Feng was interrupted by a disciple's announcement that someone wished to see him, with sect master Xiang Yutian currently attending to the matter. Chu Feng furrowed his brow and said, "If they wish to meet, let them come in person." "Is that too much to ask?" The disciple opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing, retreating in silence. Within the Tai Xuan Great Hall, a middle-aged man occupied the highest seat, typically reserved for the sect leader during meetings. Xiang Yutian, the sect master of Tai Xuan Dao sect, stood nervously within the hall, wary of provoking this formidable figure. "Please wait a moment, I have dispatched someone to summon our supreme elder, who will arrive shortly," Xiang Yutian said. The middle-aged man replied, "If I recall correctly, your supreme elder must be at the transformation god stage." Yet here stands Chu Feng, still at the transformation god stage himself. He had come knowing that Chu Feng was merely at the nascent soul stage. Nonetheless, he dismissed the transformation god stage as inconsequential. He coldly stated, "I shall give you 1 incense stick's worth of time. If he is not here by then, do not blame me for my wrath. Your Tai Xuan Dao sect may not withstand the consequences." Xiang Yutian nodded hastily, "Understood, please hold on." At that moment, the disciple who had gone to summon Chu Feng returned. Xiang Yutian quickly inquired, "Has the supreme elder arrived?" The disciple reported, "Sect master, about that." Xiang Yutian grew anxious, urging, "Do not dawdle." The disciple took a deep breath and said, "Sect master, the supreme elder insists that anyone who wishes to see him must come in person." Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from the middle-aged man, sweeping across the hall with immense force. The disciple who had delivered the message was sent flying, spitting blood. Xiang Yutian stumbled back several steps, his blood surging, nearly losing his composure. A bitter taste filled his mouth. Before he could apologize, the middle-aged man stood, declaring, "I shall see what qualifications Chu Feng possesses to warrant my presence. Lead the way." Xiang Yutian, fearing the man's anger, was relieved to note that he was seeking trouble with Chu Feng directly. "I shall escort you at once, my lord." At Linglong Peak, Chu Feng sensed a surge of danger upon the sudden appearance of the middle-aged man. Utilizing the infinite divine eye in conjunction with his system, he instantly gleaned the man's information. Fu Wangtian, mid-integration stage, envoy of the Jiang family, seeks to intimidate the host into writing a divorce decree to sever ties with Lin Xiyue, thus facilitating her marriage to a scion of the Jiang family. What an audacious attempt to seize my beloved. The mid-integration stage represents a force capable of annihilating the Tai Xuan Dao sect. Fortuitously, the revival of Feng Yun allowed him to slay her once more, earning him a reward of 2,000 years of cultivation, elevating his own prowess to the mid-integration stage. Otherwise, he would have faced a formidable opponent. Now, he was curious to see what the middle-aged man would do. Fu Wangtian coldly stated, "You are Chu Feng." "Indeed. That is I," Chu Feng replied. "You wish to see me, hailing from the imperial Jiang family?" Fu Wangtian was momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow. "You know me?" "I do not," Chu Feng responded. "You are here to request a divorce. Walk the path of others, and leave them none to tread." Chu Feng's words left Fu Wangtian utterly astonished. However, he quickly regained his composure, saying, "Very well, since you are aware, it will be much easier. Comply and write the divorce decree." Chu Feng shook his head. "What if I refuse to write it?" In an instant, Fu Wangtian exuded a fierce aura, brimming with murderous intent and fury. His gaze burned like fire. Should Chu Feng dare to refuse, death would be the only outcome. "You shall perish. And the entirety of the Tai Xuan Dao sect will be buried alongside you." Chu Feng merely chuckled. "Then I shall witness how you intend to annihilate my Tai Xuan Dao sect and take my life. The Jiang family of the eastern wasteland. Yet you bear the surname Fu, merely a dog raised by the Jiang family. If you wish to claim my beloved, at the very least, A legitimate scion of the Zheng family should come to speak with me. You are unworthy. You know my name. Fu Wangtian's brow furrowed. Has someone from the Zheng family tipped you off? Regardless of who has informed me, your fate remains unchanged, Chu Feng replied. As Fu Wangtian spoke, he waved his hand, summoning a myriad of fireballs that filled the sky, rushing toward Chu Feng. These were no ordinary flames, they were the Haori divine fire, one of the 33 divine fires of the myriad realms, controlled by the Zheng family. Fu Wangtian had earned this gift through his considerable contributions to the Zheng family. Chapter 46, The Fiery Blaze of the Sun. The scorching flames incinerate all things in their path. The reason Fu Wangtian unleashed the blazing sunfire upon his arrival was to eliminate Chu Feng with a single strike. His intentions were quite straightforward. If Chu Feng were to sensibly submit and write a letter of dismissal, he might be spared for the time being. However, should he stubbornly choose his own demise, then Fu Wangtian would gladly fulfill that fate with a single word: death. As the flames descended, Xiang Yutian stood by, his face drained of color. This was the means of a formidable cultivator at the integration stage, utterly overwhelming. Should those flames make contact with him, he would surely be reduced to ashes in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Although Chu Feng had disregarded his dignity, Fu Wangtian was ultimately a revered elder of the Tai Xuan Dao sect. The death of such an esteemed figure within their ranks would be a tremendous blow, something he desperately wished to avoid. Worry began to gnaw at him. After all, Chu Feng had only reached the pinnacle of the transformation stage, and perhaps he could evade this lethal blow. As the fire fell, rather than displaying fear, Chu Feng radiated disdain. Fu Wangtian, you should not have come. Indeed. Your imperial clan, the Zheng family, is immensely powerful, and I, Chu Feng, am currently no match for them except for you. To kill me? You are far from capable. In the later stages of integration, Chu Feng raised his hand and unleashed the dragon-slaying palm. However, this time, it was not a singular golden dragon but rather over 100, launching themselves at Fu Wangtian and the blazing sunfire. Wherever the golden dragons passed, the flames were extinguished, their strength undiminished as they continued to assault Fu Wangtian. Witnessing his blazing sunfire being snuffed out, Fu Wangtian's expression shifted dramatically. He became agitated, having no time to react before the golden dragons bore down upon him. He hastily swung his fists to engage the golden dragons. The blazing sunfire was one of the 33 divine fires of the world, and the martial technique he employed was the Zheng family's divine-level fist technique, the Three Fists of Shenong. Though it consisted of just 3 strikes, its power was formidable. With a single punch, he obliterated over 10 golden dragons. Chu Feng's eyes brightened at this display. This fist technique was indeed impressive, but he wondered how it compared to his own dragon-slaying palm. It was likely a mere trifle, as his technique was a celestial-level secret art, cultivated to perfection. With a single palm, he could unleash hundreds of golden dragons. The 3 Fists of Shenong had their merits, but ultimately, it was only 3 strikes. After those 3 punches, nearly 100 golden dragons crashed into Fu Wangtian, sending him flying like a straw man. He spat out a mouthful of blood and, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, glared at Chu Feng. You dare to strike me? Do you even know who I am? I am. Before he could finish, Chu Feng appeared before Fu Wangtian in an instant and delivered a kick, scolding him. Why waste words? Do I need a reason to end your life? I care not who you are, even if you are but a subordinate of the Zheng family. Should I capture their direct lineage, I would still execute them without hesitation. With a resounding thud, he struck Fu Wangtian's chest, shattering his heart, and he fell lifelessly to the ground. Xiang Yutian, nearby, was rendered speechless with fear. This was a member of the Eastern Wilderness Empire's Zheng family. Crushing them was as easy as squashing an ant. If the Zheng family were to learn that one of their own had perished within the Tai Xuan Dao sect, it would spell doom for them. As the sect leader, he would be the first to face retribution. Senior elder, how could you kill him? Xiang Yutian stammered. Chu Feng replied indifferently, Did I kill anyone? I know not of it. Remember, this man never set foot in my Tai Xuan Dao sect. But Xiang Yutian smiled wryly. Chu Feng interrupted, Do you wish for death? Or do you desire the destruction of the Tai Xuan Dao sect? Indeed, you are right. Xiang Yutian trembled and quickly affirmed. Suddenly, Yuanying seemed to have a revelation, staring at Chu Feng in disbelief. Senior elder, your strength? If he recalled correctly, Fu Wangtian was a formidable cultivator at the integration stage, yet he had been dispatched by Chu Feng as easily as crushing an insect. This completely shattered his understanding. Chu Feng scoffed, he is merely at the integration stage. Yuanying, still in shock, departed. Meanwhile, Chu Feng began to inspect his spoils. The treasures of a cultivator at the integration stage were undoubtedly abundant. Indeed, it was a remarkable harvest, countless spirit stones and treasures. As Chu Feng dealt with Fu Wangtian's remains, he noticed that the corpse had turned to ashes, leaving behind a flickering flame. Realization dawned upon him. This flame must have originated from the sunfire Fu Wangtian had wielded during their confrontation. With a wave of his hand, the flame flew into his grasp. However, just as Chu Feng was about to seize control of the flame, it darted from his hand like a frightened deer, attempting to flee. He would not let the flame escape that easily. Chu Feng immediately pursued, but he had clearly underestimated the blazing sunfire. The 33 divine fires of the realms were birthed by the heavens and possessed extraordinary powers, each akin to the might of an ascendant emperor. Of course, once refined, their power would diminish. Just as Fu Wangtian's sunfire was nearly superior to that of an ordinary integration stage cultivator. Nevertheless, the benefits of refining these divine fires were undeniable. The one who successfully refined them could eventually ascend to immortality, evolving them into celestial flames, or even transforming into celestial beings. Yet, who would willingly be refined, controlled, or manipulated? After regaining their freedom from their former master's death, they would not wish to be subjected to such fate again. If not now, then when? In the blink of an eye, the flame had escaped the Tai Xuan Dao sect. Had this been before? Chu Feng would have truly struggled to catch up to the blazing sunfire. However, having received a system reward, he was now equipped with the flying rainbow technique, enabling him to swiftly close the distance. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, he caught up with the blazing sunfire, reclaiming it in his grasp. The flame struggled to escape once more, but this time, Chu Feng was prepared. He tightened his grip, channeling his power to keep it firmly in hand, no matter how fiercely it fought to break free. In the ensuing struggle, anger surged within Chu Feng. He coldly declared, "Blazing sunfire, I am aware you possess a semblance of sentience and intelligence. You now have two choices, either submit to me and be refined, allowing me to ascend to immortality, whereupon you shall evolve into celestial fire, even taking on form, or I will utterly destroy you. What I, Chu Feng, cannot possess, no one else shall." Chapter 47, The Child of Artificial Fortune. Indeed, the threat posed by Chu Feng frightened the sun god fire. Initially struggling desperately to break free from Chu Feng's control, it suddenly became docile, even exhibiting a desire for closeness, nuzzling gently in the palm of Chu Feng's hand, resembling a small dog seeking its master's affection. "You have demonstrated wisdom." Chu Feng successfully refined the sun god fire. He accepted the heavenly earth fire with a smile. It seems that Fu Wangtian is truly a bringer of wealth. Within Fu Wangtian's storage bag, there were countless spirit stones, amounting to tens of millions, along with treasures all above the nascent soul level, including numerous items from the combined body realm. The ghost flower caught Chu Feng by surprise. The ghost flower, a tribulation-level treasure, also known as a holy medicine, is said to grow along the Yellow Springs Road and can enhance the strength of the soul. With the aid of the ghost flower and the soul secret method of the underworld vision that Chu Feng obtained, he would soon step into the minor accomplishment realm. Yuanying was contemplating drawing it into an illusion. Collecting his thoughts, Chu Feng realized he had unknowingly traveled quite a distance while pursuing the sun god fire. He found himself in the Qinling Mountains. Gazing around, he quickly discerned his location. Remarkably, it had been over 200 years since he last visited the Qinling. The Qinling is several 100,000 miles from the Tai Xuan Dao sect, a place fraught with danger yet rich in resources. Beyond the Qinling lies Qingzhou, one of the eastern wilderness's 9 provinces, which boasts far greater strength than Jianzhou. It is precisely due to the obstruction of the Qinling that Jianzhou remains secluded and disconnected from other forces. Otherwise, how could the Tai Xuan Dao sect become the overlord of Jianzhou? If memory serves, the Nangong family, where Yanran resides, seems to be situated within the Qinling region. Nangong Yanran had accompanied him for a month and left 3 days prior, as the Nangong family was about to hold a triennial family competition. It would be beneficial to witness it. In the next moment, Chu Feng descended upon the stronghold of the Nangong family. As the foremost family in Jianzhou, the Nangong family is recognized as one of the top-tier forces. The family competition is a rare grand event for them, prompting nearly all family disciples to return, alongside countless cultivators eager to witness this momentous occasion. The family competition is divided into 3 tiers, the first for those under 35 years of age, the second for those under 100, and the third, the most critical, for those under 300. The under 35 category primarily consists of trials for the qi refining realm, while the under 100 category is mostly composed of foundation building disciples. The under 300 category features competitions for the golden core realm. The Nangong family boasts 5 golden core cultivators. The competitions mainly focus on sparring, serving 2 purposes: first, to showcase the martial prowess of the Nangong family as the leading family in Jianzhou, and second, to provide family disciples with clearer insights into the application of their cultivation methods and magical techniques. The family competition even attracted considerable attention from the 3 major Dao sections. As Chu Feng scanned the area, he recognized a few familiar faces. However, the strongest combatant of the Nangong family, Nangong Yanran, is merely in the early nascent soul stage. And those present are primarily of the golden core realm. Chu Feng chose not to disturb Nangong Yanran, opting instead to find a random seat. The Nangong family would not overlook the opportunity to profit from the competition. Tickets to watch the family competition are priced at 1,000 spirit stones each. And for prime box seats, prices soar into the tens of thousands. Consequently, the Nangong family constructed a grandstand accommodating 50,000 spectators, resembling a modern football stadium. Upon entering the arena, Chu Feng was genuinely astonished. "What is your name, friend?" a young man seated beside him inquired. Revealing himself to be Zhao Dong from the Petian sword sect, with a foundation building cultivation level. At this moment, Chu Feng appeared to be in his 30s. His cultivation concealed to the point that even a mere transformation stage cultivator would perceive him as an ordinary person. Initially, Chu Feng paid little heed, merely nodding slightly. However, the next moment brought him unexpected astonishment. Zhao Dong, luck value, 90,000 points. A foundation building cultivator with a luck value of 90,000 points is indeed extraordinary. Reaching a luck value of 100,000 points signifies being a true child of fortune, a protagonist archetype. A value of 90,000 still positions one as a supporting character. Importantly, such luck often leads to friendships with a child of fortune, suggesting that Zhao Dong may have interactions with one. The prospect of suppressing and conquering children of fortune to reap rewards stirred Chu Feng's interest. The Petian sword sect, a sect primarily focused on swordsmanship, ranks just below the 3 major Dao sections. Its founder, the Petian ancestor, is a peak nascent soul cultivator. Before acquiring the system, Chu Feng was no match for him, and he and the Petian ancestor had once explored a secret realm together. Acknowledging Zhao Dong's enthusiasm, Chu Feng replied, "Is your ancestor, Zhao Tian, still alive?" Zhao Tian, the founder of the Petian sect, is over 100 years younger than Chu Feng. If he does not achieve a breakthrough within a century, he will become dust, his existence extinguished. Yet, at such an age, one's body begins to decline. And unless a remarkable opportunity arises, a breakthrough is nearly impossible. Achieving the nascent soul stage is challenging, advancing to the transformation stage is even more arduous. Countless cultivators have faltered at this juncture. Upon hearing Chu Feng mention his ancestor's name, Zhao Dong's expression shifted dramatically, brows furrowing as thoughts swirled within. Could this person before him be an extraordinary figure? Not daring to be dismissive, Zhao Dong cautiously probed, "Do you know my grandfather?" "Zhao Tian is your grandfather?" Chu Feng was taken aback. "If I recall correctly, Zhao Tian has only one granddaughter, and you must be the little chubby one." As Chu Feng spoke, he activated a mystical eye technique, and instantly, he began to laugh. It turned out that the Zhao Dong before him was actually a young woman. Knowing her name should be Zhao Dong. Little Chubby One was evidently her childhood nickname. She had not heard anyone call her that in ages and looked at Chu Feng in disbelief, saying, "Senior, you know me?" Chu Feng nodded, replying, "I even held you as a child." It seems you have mastered the Qian concealment technique quite well. This technique is a nameless cultivation method that Zhao Tian obtained by chance, capable of concealing one's cultivation. Chu Feng had coveted it at the time. But Zhao Dongdong was reluctant to share. Indeed, as soon as Chu Feng mentioned Zhao Dongdong's name, the system chimed in. Ding ding ding. Detected the luck value of the luck maiden, Zhao Dongdong, 120,000 points. Zhao Dongdong, ranked third among the top 10 beauties of Jianzhou, possesses peak foundation building cultivation. Originally, her luck value was merely that of a supporting character, but upon encountering the host, her luck has elevated her to that of a luck maiden. Chu Feng was astounded by the implications of this transformation. Chapter 48, Han Feng with a system. Zhao Dongdong inquired, "How should I address you, senior?" Chu Feng shook his head and replied, "I am Chu Feng." Zhao Dongdong exclaimed with excitement, "You are Grandpa Chu Feng." Grandpa? Chu Feng felt an immediate headache. Ordinarily, this would not matter, but the key issue was that she was now the daughter of fortune, someone he intended to conquer. Calling him Grandpa was inappropriate. With a stern expression, he said, "Do I not appear young enough for you to address me as Grandpa? Call me Big Brother Chu Feng instead." Ah! Zhao Dongdong shook her head. "No way. If I call you Big Brother Chu Feng, my grandfather would certainly reprimand me." Chu Feng rolled his eyes. "Forget about your grandfather. He is just a stubborn old man. We can each go our own way. Besides, with my current strength, your grandfather would not dare oppose me." "Very well then. Big Brother Chu Feng," she relented, "addressing a nascent soul ancestor as Big Brother is quite something." Zhao Dongdong felt a rush of excitement. "Big Brother Chu Feng. I didn't expect you to participate in the Nangong family's grand competition. The Nangong family is quite remarkable, especially Nangong Yenran, who is not only hailed as the most beautiful among the top 10 beauties of the eastern wilderness but is also a nascent soul ancestor. It can be said that the Nangong family's current standing is largely due to her." Chu Feng smiled. "Weren't you curious as to why I am here in the Nangong family?" "Indeed," Zhao Dongdong quickly responded. "That is because Nangong Yenran is my woman," Chu Feng declared. Zhao Dongdong's eyes widened in disbelief. "Big Brother Chu Feng, is that true? Nangong Yenran is truly your woman?" "Indeed," Chu Feng nodded. "And you? Ranked third among the top 10 beauties of the eastern wilderness, would you be willing to become my woman?" "Ah!" Zhao Dongdong stood up in surprise, her face flushed. Were it not for their location in the arena, she might have turned and fled. She hastily shook her head. "Big Brother Chu Feng, I am a boy." Chu Feng smiled. "Is that so? I recall you were just a little chubby girl, after more than a century. You have not transformed into a boy, Zhao Dongdong." "No." Zhao Dongdong replied urgently, "Big Brother Chu Feng, I actually have someone I like." "Who?" Chu Feng's expression turned cold. "Daring to compete with me for a woman is courting death." Zhao Dongdong was left dumbfounded. She never anticipated that Chu Feng, who appeared to be of her grandfather's age, would desire her as his woman and utter such words. Her earlier claim of having someone she liked was merely a temporary measure. What should she do now? If the nascent soul ancestor truly sought to possess her, she felt utterly powerless to resist. Just as Zhao Dongdong was in a state of anxiety, a figure appeared before her, eliciting joy. She waved to a man in the distance. "Han Feng, over here." Han Feng, upon seeing Zhao Dongdong, was momentarily taken aback before joy erupted within him. He approached with a beaming smile, having long coveted her. However, Zhao Dongdong had always been rather indifferent towards him. And now she was the one initiating contact. Unbeknownst to others, Han Feng was a time traveler from the Blue Star, possessing a system known as the Deluxe Pursuit System. Any beauty indicated by the system, if pursued successfully, would yield vast rewards. Zhao Dongdong was one such beauty. According to the system's classification, beauties were ranked from F to SSS in 9 tiers. The higher the tier, the greater the rewards obtained upon successfully winning their affection. In his system, Zhao Dongdong was classified as an S-tier beauty. After 30 years of traversing worlds, he had only encountered A-tier beauties at most, which had only allowed him to reach late-stage foundation establishment. Naturally, winning Zhao Dongdong's favor could potentially grant him rewards at least at the level of transcending tribulation. As he joyfully approached, a notification from his system interrupted his thoughts. Zhao Dongdong, S-tier beauty. What? Double S-tier. In that instant, Han Feng felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his heart overflowing with excitement, even struggling to breathe. He understood the implications. He would certainly receive at least one item of divine-grade treasures, techniques, or elixirs. He could not afford to let Zhao Dongdong slip away. Zhao Dongdong, you are mine. As Han Feng approached with glee, Chu Feng's system activated as well. Beep beep beep. Detected a tribulation transcender approaching. This individual possesses a system and is a formidable adversary of the host, the fated child, Han Feng. Please prepare yourself, host. What does this mean? Chu Feng was momentarily bewildered. Could it be that he had stumbled into the script of a destined villain? The fated child of this narrative had appeared. As for the tribulation transcender, Chu Feng was skeptical. The system only accessed information from a millennium in the future. He immediately activated the infinite divine eye to review the past. A young man, grinning widely, approached Han Feng. Late-stage foundation establishment. Age, 48. This individual was deemed the fated child, which posed a significant dilemma, especially with a fortune value of 5 million. While eliminating a child of fortune could be straightforward, dispatching a fated child was a different matter entirely. Attempting to do so would invariably face resistance and invite counteractions from fate itself. Only through relentless subjugation, reducing his fortune to dust, could one transition him from a fated child to a child of fortune, thus making him vulnerable to defeat. Reducing a fated child to dust required 5 successful attempts. On the 6th attempt, one could eliminate him. Upon seeing Han Feng's beaming smile, Zhao Dongdong's body stiffened slightly. Yet recalling Chu Feng's earlier words, she steeled herself and declared, "Big brother Chu Feng, he is my fiancé, Han Feng." Fiancé? Han Feng was elated. It had been a long journey. He had pursued Zhao Dongdong for 3 years, and she had finally acknowledged their bond. Dongdong, do you truly wish to be my partner? Rest assured, I, Han Feng, vow to treat you well. However, Han Feng's joy was short-lived, as he soon felt a wave of frustration wash over him. The system indicated that Zhao Dongdong's affection for him remained at a mere 30. He knew that a score of 60 was the threshold for a passing grade. A score of 30 merely signified ordinary friendship. He immediately inquired within his system, which confirmed that Zhao Dongdong's intentions were insincere and that her claim of wanting to be his partner was merely a ruse to deal with the current situation. Fake. In an instant, Han Feng was engulfed by a sense of frustration. However, just as quickly, he regained his composure and chuckled. If I must serve as a shield, then I shall ensure that our relationship progresses to the next level. She will have no choice but to be my partner. Chapter 49. Do you know who I am? It's merely a matter of having cooked rice. He possesses numerous methods and will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. It's quite simple. Chu Feng scrutinized Han Feng up and down, scoffing, "You are Han Feng, right? I now present you with 2 choices. The first, immediately sever ties with Zhao Dongdong and never interact again. The second, I will kill you on the spot, and your so-called engagement will naturally cease to exist." Zhao Dongdong was left in a state of shock. "Brother Chu Feng, how can you do this?" Han Feng's expression shifted dramatically. He finally comprehended why Zhao Dongdong had used him as a shield. It turned out someone was pursuing her. Damn it! How dare you covet my woman and present me with such choices? Rage ignited within him. He shook his head and replied, "I'm sorry, but I choose neither." Chu Feng chuckled, "Kid, do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me like that? Dongdong, you didn't inform this kid of my identity." Han Feng instinctively glanced at Zhao Dongdong, who immediately filled with regret. "Han Feng, I'm sorry. I've dragged you into this. Brother Chu Feng knows my grandfather and hails from the Tai Xuan Dao sect. He is the grand elder of the Yuanying immortal. If he truly wishes to harm you, you stand no chance. You should leave. Just pretend I said nothing." Han Feng was taken aback, his heart racing as he repeatedly called out to the system. "System, what is going on? The other party is a Yuanying immortal. Why didn't you notify me earlier? What should I do now?" Opting for the first choice meant severing ties, and he knew he would lose Zhao Dongdong forever. Yet he was unwilling. After all, she was an SS-class beauty. If he won her over, he could obtain treasures that would guarantee his ascension to the level of an emperor. He had traversed here for 30 years, never encountering even a single S-class beauty, let alone an SS-class one. Chu Feng coldly stated, I give you 3 seconds to decide. If you do not choose, I shall decide for you. 1. 2. Wait. As Chu Feng was about to count to 3, Han Feng panicked and hastily declared, I'll go. But I, Han Feng, will definitely return. With that, he swiftly slipped into the crowd and vanished from the arena. His speed was astonishing, even Chu Feng couldn't keep up. Thankfully, there were many people around, otherwise he might have had to take action. However, it wasn't entirely fruitless. Han Feng's escape was a form of suppression. The host suppresses the destined child Han Feng, earning 100,000 fortune points. As this is the first suppression, the fortune points are multiplied by 10, yielding 1,000,000 points. Chu Feng turned to Zhao Dongdong and said, Dongdong, you see now, your fiancé is gone. You should come to me. Don't worry. I assure you won't regret today's decision. After all, this was brought to you on a silver platter. What a coincidence that we are here together for the family competition. The fate between us is not something we can dictate, but rather a decree from heaven. In the grand scheme of things, heaven reigns supreme. Zhao Dongdong immediately became flustered. Give me some time to think, is that all right? Of course, Chu Feng replied. After all, as a formidable cultivator, he didn't need to seek permission from anyone to pursue a woman. Meanwhile, Han Feng had distanced himself, relieved that Chu Feng had not pursued him. Yet, his heart was filled with bitterness. It was incredibly unfortunate, having finally encountered an SS-class beauty. He was on the verge of pursuing her, only to have it thwarted by Chu Feng. The key was that the other party was a Yuanying immortal. While he was merely at the late foundation establishment stage, he was no match. System, come forth and explain. Is there truly no way to defeat Chu Feng and reclaim Zhao Dongdong? I refuse to accept this. He lamented. If he could win Zhao Dongdong, it would guarantee treasures of the Emperor's level. Host, your priority now is to enhance your cultivation. Once you attract higher level beauties, you will naturally be able to contend with this Chu Feng. Look at you, after 30 years, you've only managed to attract 3 B-level beauties. It's not that I'm unwilling to assist you, but rather that you are lacking in effort. Otherwise, why would you be powerless in the face of an SS-class beauty? Just as Han Feng wallowed in frustration, the family competition officially commenced. Nangong Yaran, as the stabilizing force of the Nangong family, naturally took center stage. At the moment Nangong Yaran appeared, Han Feng's system activated once more. Host, detected SS-class beauty. Nangong Yaran, head of the Nangong family. Detected SS-class beauty, Lu Linglong, Grand Elder of the Tai Xuan Dao sect. 2 SS-class beauties. Han Feng was nearly driven mad, hastily searching around. System, where are they? Quickly, show me. Host, I regret to inform you that they are both in a private box, which is protected by a powerful array. Given your current cultivation level, you cannot see what transpires inside. However, you may wait outside the arena. Perhaps you can catch a glimpse of the 2 beauties. But I advise against it, both are Yuanying immortals and are not someone you can pursue at this moment. Damn it! Han Feng was utterly exasperated. Everything ultimately revolved around strength. Meanwhile, Chu Feng was also inquiring about his own system. System? Explain this to me, you just mentioned that Han Feng has a system as well. Which system is superior, yours or his? Of course, mine. My level far surpasses his. He is nothing in comparison. I can easily dominate him in every aspect. Chu Feng nodded in satisfaction and scanned his surroundings, effortlessly locating Han Feng's presence. At that moment, Han Feng was muttering angrily, clearly filled with frustration and resentment. Ah, Linglong is here as well, Chu Feng smiled slightly. Inside the private box, Nangong Yaran and Lu Linglong were engaged in cheerful conversation. Linglong, thank you for coming today. Lu Linglong shook her head. We are no longer just sisters. Indeed. I love hearing that, Nangon Yaren replied, a satisfied smile gracing her face. That fool is quite fortunate to have won the affection of both of us. Indeed. However, Yaren, you are mistaken. Upon first encountering that fool, you immediately wanted to become his partner. What is so special about him? He is simply infuriating. This was clearly Lu Linglong's remark. Nangong Yaren, looking content, replied, don't you find him impressive? Impressive? Not at all, Lu Linglong pouted. Nangong Yaren smiled and said, you haven't seen his true capabilities yet. I can assure you, neither of us is a match for him when we join forces. Is that not impressive? Chapter 50, Eyes Gouged Out, the grand competition officially commences. The initial phase is limited to disciples under 35 years of age and within the chi refining stage. Originally, Chu Feng had not come to watch the competition but to seek out Nangong Yenran. However, with Zhao Dongdong present, he began to tease her. Zhao Dongdong's heart churned like a stormy sea. Gifted since childhood with an extraordinary innate physique and exquisite beauty, she possessed a captivating allure, especially after reaching adulthood, drawing the admiration of countless suitors. Furthermore, as the granddaughter of a nascent soul-peak immortal revered, she was practically an ethereal being. Naturally, this fostered an air of haughtiness, confidence, and nobility, treating all men with indifference and disdain. Yet, today, she found herself subjected to an overbearing declaration of love, leaving her with no option but to acquiesce. Turning to face him, she saw Chu Feng smiling at her, further unsettling her already chaotic emotions. Brother Chu Feng nodded, stating, you've agreed. No, I haven't. I need more time to consider, Zhao Dongdong quickly retorted, shaking her head. Chu Feng casually replied, take your time. Regardless of your decision, you are destined to be my Dao companion, that much is immutable. How can you be so unreasonable? Zhao Dongdong exclaimed, exasperated. Chu Feng shook his head, countering, I am being perfectly reasonable. Have I not granted you ample time for deliberation, even if the outcome remains the same? If you consent, I shall immediately approach Zhao Tian to propose marriage, and I am confident he will approve. Zhao Dongdong huffed, turning her head away, refusing to acknowledge Chu Feng any further. As Chu Feng was teasing Zhao Dongdong, Nangong Yenran and Lu Linglong in a nearby private room noticed him. It's him. He actually came. And he's already seducing another young maiden, Lu Linglong exclaimed, clearly displeased. Nangong Yenran chuckled, responding, what? Are you lamenting that he's seducing too few maidens? Or are we not considered to have been seduced by him? Humph, Lu Linglong scoffed, we'll deal with him after the competition. Yenran, let's join forces and drain him dry. Indeed, let's utterly exhaust him, Nangong Yenran agreed with a smile. Han Feng, situated not far away, also witnessed Chu Feng's flirtatious exchange with Zhao Dongdong, his eyes burning with resentment. If looks could kill, Chu Feng would have been slain countless times. Of course, Chu Feng was well aware of the murderous glares directed at him. He had been intending to teach this young man a lesson. Had it not been for the grand competition, he would have taken action then and there. Unable to kill him outright, he would have suppressed him, gradually stripping him of his destiny as the chosen one, reducing him to a mere favored individual before finally eliminating him. A simple task, really, akin to harvesting crop after crop. The rewards for slaying a favored individual were substantial, and Chu Feng could only imagine the bounty that awaited him upon vanquishing the chosen one. Originally planning to wait until the competition concluded to find an opportunity to deal with him, Han Feng now dared to glare at him with such animosity. What does he mean by that? Is he courting death in such a public setting? Chu Feng thought to himself, very well, I shall grant him his wish. Chu Feng immediately rose to his feet and strode purposefully towards Han Feng. Han Feng, oblivious to the impending doom, had already refocused his attention on a new target, a beauty of A-grade caliber. Previously, the most attractive woman he had encountered was only A-grade. This woman, named Xia Ziwei, hailed from the profound Heart Dao sect and was a core disciple. Her master was said to be a golden core late-stage elder. With the aid of jokes and anecdotes from his past life on Earth, Han Feng had managed to elicit peals of laughter from Xia Ziwei. Seeing her affection for him steadily increasing, Han Feng temporarily escaped the frustration of being thwarted by Chu Feng and losing Zhao Dongdong. Just as he was engrossed in his conversation, Chu Feng appeared, causing him to tremble. Why you, what do you want? I've already severed ties with Zhao Dongdong. This is the Nangong family's grand competition. Surely you wouldn't dare to make a move here? Slap. Chu Feng delivered a resounding slap, causing Han Feng to cry out in agony. Half of his face instantly swelled, and a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. He glared at Chu Feng with hatred. Xia Ziwei stepped forward to shield Han Feng, questioning, Who are you? How dare you strike someone? Chu Feng chuckled, retorting, Han Feng. I didn't realize you could ensnare another innocent flower so quickly. Young lady, I advise you to step aside. This is between Han Feng and me. Don't force me to strike you as well. Xia Ziwei retorted angrily, Go ahead and try to hit me. Do you know who I am? Who are you? Chu Feng asked dismissively. Xia Ziwei declared, Listen well. I am Xia Ziwei from the Profound Heart Dao sect. My master is Lin Xiyue, a golden core late-stage elder of the Profound Heart Dao sect. Get lost, Chu Feng commanded with an icy gaze. Even your master wouldn't dare to speak to me in that manner. You're courting death. If you were a daughter of destiny, I might have some interest in you. But you're nothing. You dare to court death? Killing you would be as easy as crushing an ant. With a wave of his hand, Xia Ziwei was instantly immobilized. A wave of terror washed over her, threatening to overwhelm her. It felt as if she were on the verge of death. Han Feng panicked, instinctively taking a few steps back, turning to flee into the crowd while shouting for help. However, he found himself transported to a dark, boundless space where he could not see his own fingers, and his cries echoed back at him. Overwhelmed by fear, he nearly suffocated. In the darkness, Chu Feng emerged like a demon, sneering, You harbored hatred towards me and even desired to kill me. Han Feng shook his head, pleading, No, I swear I didn't. You can't kill me. You are a dignified Mason soul immortal revered, it would be beneath you to kill a mere Foundation establishment disciple. Chu Feng scoffed. Who said I was going to kill you? The chosen one is not so easily slain. However, you dared to look at me with such animosity. So I shall simply gouge out your eyes. With a single stroke, his sword intent swept across, piercing Han Feng's eyeballs. Han Feng let out a blood-curdling scream. My eyes. Blood streamed from his eyes. At the moment Chu Feng's eyes were pierced, he was cast out of the dark space, only to fall from the darkness into an even deeper abyss. He reappeared in the arena, where everyone could clearly see his bloodied, wounded eyes. The competition was immediately halted as everyone tried to ascertain what had happened. Just as Han Feng was about to curse Chu Feng, a voice echoed in his ears. You may curse me, but if you dare utter a single word, I will sever your tongue. Terrified, Han Feng swallowed the words that were about to escape his lips. He stumbled out of the arena. Chapter 51, Han Feng's Madness. The host executed the first suppression on the destined child, reducing its fortune value by 1 million points. As it was the initial reduction, a tenfold critical hit occurred, resulting in a gain of 10 million points of fortune. Additionally, a treasure of the Immortal Emperor realm, the Golden Crow Wings, was awarded, which, when paired with the Rainbow Transformation technique, could enhance speed by 300%. Looking at Han Feng, his fortune value had dwindled to 380,000. Wait, wasn't I supposed to have threatened him previously and suppressed his fortune once? Why is this still considered the first time? Chu Feng inquired. The prior instance does not count. To suppress the fortune of a destined child, 2 conditions must be met. You must be the great villain of destiny and inflict severe harm on the destined child, such as blinding them, the system clarified. Regret washed over him. He realized that his initial lesson to that brat had been too lenient. Even the system was unable to bear it any longer. The duel continued. Han Feng, blinded, staggered out of the combat arena and away from the city belonging to the Nangong family, grateful that he still possessed spiritual awareness. He flew for an indeterminate time. Suddenly, chaos erupted within his spiritual energy, his injuries flared, and he spat out blood, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Upon awakening, he slowly opened his eyes, only to find himself enveloped in darkness. Memories surged into his mind. Chu Feng, it was you who blinded me, stole my woman. I shall not spare you. At that moment, the door creaked open and footsteps echoed, followed by a melodious voice. "You're awake. Don't move, your eyes are injured. In this unfamiliar environment, be careful not to harm yourself." Just then, Han Feng's system chimed in. "Detected an S-rank beauty. Please pursue her at once." Han Feng's composure shattered. The first time he encountered Zhao Dongdong, she was merely an S-rank beauty. Now, she had ascended to SS rank. This revelation enlightened him. The rank of beauty could indeed be elevated. Although he was uncertain of the criteria for Zhao Dongdong's ascent, the woman before him, under his spiritual awareness, appeared to be an ordinary person, not a cultivator. This suggested that mere mortals could attain S-rank status. If she embarked on the path of cultivation, her rank might rise even further. Yet, at this moment, the enmity of being blinded and the humiliation he suffered spurred him to vengeance against Chu Feng, whom he vowed to annihilate. With the beauty before him, rather than pursuing her step by step, he understood that a direct approach was necessary. Women. When you employ a bit of strategy, once, twice, and with repeated encounters, their hearts will gradually incline towards you. If you dominate them, taking responsibility afterward will surely sway their feelings. A life of compromise and a life of helplessness flashed before him. Han Feng suddenly chuckled, sprang to his feet, and addressed the beauty. "I am Han Feng, a cultivator, an immortal." The woman, astonished, inquired, "You are an immortal?" Han Feng, taken aback yet resolute, nodded, "Indeed. I am an immortal. Now, I desire you to become my woman. Will you comply?" I. Before she could respond, Han Feng swept her into his arms and placed her on the bed, intent on crossing boundaries. The woman panicked, desperately attempting to push him away, pleading, "Immortal, please. I am already married, I have a husband. I beg you, spare me." Han Feng showed no sign of halting. An S-rank beauty was a prize he must claim. Survival of the fittest, he thought. He was an immortal, she was a mere mortal. With a swift motion, he tore her garments, preparing to proceed further when suddenly the door burst open. A man brandishing a curved blade stormed in, shouting, "You beast! Release my wife!" The interruption ignited a fury within Han Feng. Though blinded, his cultivation and spiritual awareness remained intact. With a wave of his hand, a powerful force erupted, sending the man flying like a straw doll against the wall, resulting in his immediate demise. With the obstacle eliminated, Han Feng lunged toward the woman again. After a brief moment, Han Feng felt disheartened. His affection rating stood at 20, even after their forced encounter, a stark drop from the previous 50. This was a refined pursuit system, he needed a score of 60 to gain rewards. Truly, novels could lead one astray. Yet, the narrative also suggested that if one encounter failed, perhaps two would succeed. With countless transactions at stake, he believed he could persuade her. Scanning the weeping beauty with his spiritual awareness, he once more made his advance. Meanwhile, the Nandong family's grand tournament approached its conclusion. Chu Feng, having bested Han Feng, found himself inspired. The various anecdotes from his past life on Blue Star proved effective, allowing him to gain conquest points and fortune rewards from Zhao Dongdong, though he had yet to fully win her over. As the tournament concluded, Zhao Dongdong declared, "I must return." Chu Feng nodded, "Very well. You may leave for now. In a few days, I shall personally visit your Breaking Heaven Sword sect to propose to your grandfather." "It is settled." "Proposal?" Zhao Dongdong was taken aback, her anxiety palpable. "No, I haven't even agreed to be with you." Chu Feng asserted, "You have no right to oppose. How can you be so domineering?" She retorted, "Regardless, I won't allow it. My grandfather dotes on me, I will return and tell him not to agree to your proposal." Chu Feng chuckled. "Inquire with your grandfather and see if he dares to reject my proposal. Moreover, if he learns of my feelings for you and my desire to become your partner, do you think he would not personally escort you to my Tai Xuan Dao sect?" Becoming the supreme elder of the Tai Xuan Dao sect, suppressing Lu Rushi, and even punishing her was hardly a secret among the sect's high-ranking members. Zhao Tian, having struggled to break through to the transformation stage, was now presented with an opportunity. How could he not be tempted? How can you not believe? Chu Feng smiled. Zhao Dongdong clenched her teeth. I refuse to believe. Upon your return, you will understand. Since you are now considered my woman, I shall not neglect you. Here, take this, it will help you protect yourself. As he spoke, Chu Feng produced a celestial sword. This sword, named Sunblade, was of the nascent soul level, a trophy from his past conquests, now deemed inconsequential. Yet for Zhao Dongdong, it was a treasure beyond compare. Are you truly giving this to me? She asked, astonished. Indeed, Chu Feng affirmed. Why would you refuse? This is a nascent soul-level celestial sword, such an opportunity should not be squandered. With that, she eagerly seized the sword. Chapter 52, the first turn of the 9 transformations of mysterious arts in the resplendent and opulent estate nestled in the back mountains of the Nangong family. Chu Feng reclined amidst a bevy of beautiful women, with Nangong Yanran on his left and Lu Linglong on his right. One hand held a goblet while the other deftly peeled fruit, living a life akin to that of a celestial being. That day, Chu Feng had decisively dealt with Han Feng and sent Zhao Dongdong away, thereafter seeking out Nangong Yanran and Lu Linglong. Initially, the two women greeted him with disdain, their tempers flaring. Yet, after a fierce confrontation, they were thoroughly subdued. Despite this, their words were still laced with jealousy. My lord, is Zhao Dongdong beautiful? Lu Linglong inquired. Is there any need to ask? She ranks third among the top 10 beauties of Jianzhou, second only to the two of you, Chu Feng quickly replied. Indeed. As the third, she pales in comparison to you both, one being first and the other second. He continued. Heaven has indeed been kind to me in allowing me to meet you two. Hand in hand, we shall grow old together. In this lifetime, I have chosen you both. Lu Linglong forcefully stuffed a piece of fruit into Chu Feng's mouth, teasingly asking, and what of Chen Wanwan? You haven't forgotten her, have you? And what about Xin Qianxue? Now there's also Zhao Dongdong, I never imagined you were such a romantic. Chu Feng protested, this is not romance, it is responsibility. I simply do not wish to cause each of you sorrow or disappointment. Must I then choose to part with one of you? How dare you call me fat? Lu Linglong retorted, pinching his waist. Nangong Yanran, laughing uncontrollably, joined in, pinching him on the other side. Ouch! Chu Feng gasped, why do women pinch so hard? I may not be made of steel, but surely, a gentle pinch shouldn't hurt this much. He sighed, I must cultivate a body refining technique. If only I could acquire the 9 transformations of mysterious arts, the 8-9 mysterious arts would suffice. Host, you cannot afford it, the system replied. How can you know I cannot afford it when you haven't even shown me the price? Hurry and reveal it to me. 8-9 mysterious arts, 500 billion fortune points. 9 transformations of mysterious arts, 550 billion fortune points. Forget it, I shall say no more. Is there a suitable body refining technique for me at this stage? The system is currently searching for suitable techniques for the host. 3 options are available. First, the Yuanying Divine Demon Art, a body refining technique of the Immortal Emperor level. Second, the 9 Heavens Divine Demon Technique, also an Immortal Emperor technique. Third, you may purchase the first layer of the 9 transformations of mysterious arts. Is there even a choice? Naturally, I shall select the first layer of the 9 transformations of mysterious arts. Price, 12 million fortune points. Originally, he was not far from affording the next section of the great immortal scriptures, but now it felt like he was backtracking. Nevertheless, for Chu Feng, acquiring the 9 transformations of mysterious arts was invaluable. He couldn't even begin to fathom the power it would bestow upon him. Regrettably, purchasing the 9 transformations of mysterious arts from the fortune marketplace was not a reward from the system, it required his own cultivation. Once I successfully cultivate the first layer of the 9 transformations of mysterious arts, see how you dare to pinch me. My lord, are you planning to propose to the Breaking Sky Sword sect? Nangong Yanran inquired. Chu Feng nodded, of course. My greatest virtue is my fidelity. Fidelity? I see only lust. Lu Linglong retorted angrily. Men are all the same. However, a proposal requires gifts, does it not? That old rascal Zhao Tian, over 800 years old and at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, has no special opportunities left to advance to the transformation stage. If I can fulfill his wishes, not only will he agree to marry off his granddaughter to me, but he may even rise to power himself. Having established a rapport, Chu Feng considered helping him. He glanced at his fortune points, too. 52 million. System. Is there any way to assist someone at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage to break into the transformation stage? The Great Transformation Pill can aid those at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage to enter the transformation stage. Price, 2 million fortune points. That is indeed expensive. Chu Feng hesitated. At that moment, the system presented another pill. The 3 Young Divine Pill can assist those at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage to enter the transformation stage. Price, 200,000 fortune points. However, the drawback is that their cultivation will be inferior to others who enter the transformation stage without it, although this can be compensated through further cultivation. That's the one! Chu Feng exclaimed joyfully. Departing from the Nangong family, he made his way to the Breaking Sky Sword sect. Yet, leaving the Nangong family was no simple feat. Lu Linglong and Nangong Yenran, filled with jealousy and frustration, were determined to extract every ounce of energy from him. Their fervor left Chu Feng both amused and exasperated. Ultimately, while Chu Feng remained energetic, the 2 women were left exhausted and unable to move. Is there something you are concealing about the great grief of heaven and earth? Why is it that you always emerge victorious, even when we join forces? Chu Feng shrugged. What can I say? My brothers are formidable, can I be blamed for that? Even if I were to conceal something, I cannot hide my talent in this great grief of heaven and earth. The reason I am undefeated is simply due to my exceptional abilities. Besides, bringing Zhao Dongdong back was merely to share the burden of your tasks, was it not? Get lost. Go as far away as you can. Never let me see you again. Very well, I shall heed the commands of my 2 ladies and take my leave. Chu Feng replied, donning his clothes and swiftly departing. Angry, Nangong Yenran and Lu Linglong gritted their teeth, wishing they could have stopped him if they weren't so utterly drained. Yenran, what should we do now? Lu Linglong asked. Nangong Yenran smiled. What? Have you developed feelings for him? I seem to recall someone stating that with him. It was merely a physical affair, no emotional ties. Did I say that? I don't recall, Lu Linglong responded. Could that have been you? At that moment, Chu Feng was pleasantly surprised to discover Nangong Yenran's conquest value was at 92 points, while Lu Linglong's was at 96 points. Progressing steadily. I must continue to strive for a score of over 100, at that point, the system will reward me. Indeed, he felt he was on the right path. As the son of fortune, he would vanquish his foes, and as the son of fortune, he would indulge in his desires. With his current cultivation at the mid-stage of integration, he appeared strong, yet he knew he still fell short, especially with the looming threat of the Zheng family. Having slain Fu Wangtian, Chu Feng was certain the Zheng family would not remain idle. Chapter 53, reduced to a tool for reproduction at this moment. Chu Feng found himself utterly powerless to rescue Xiyue. The Zheng family, an imperial lineage, was beyond his reach. The only comforting thought was that Xiyue had not only remained loyal to him but her conquest value had steadily risen to an impressive 98 points. A testament to the profound sorrow and despair one must endure to achieve such a level. With the assistance of the system, once the conquest value surpasses 90 points, unwavering loyalty is guaranteed. The Zheng family could only resort to force, yet such an approach would only yield a lifeless body of Xiyue. Fu Wangtian, a formidable figure at the late stage of the fusion realm, possessed one of the 33 divine fires of the myriad realms, the Haori divine fire, indicating a rather significant background. Chu Feng's speculation was indeed accurate. Fu Wangtian's father was one of the 2 tribulation transcendents among the Zheng family's guests, otherwise, what merit would he possess to acquire the Haori divine fire, now fortuitously bestowed upon Chu Feng? Within the Zheng family, a stone chamber slowly creaked open. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, emerged. His gaze was piercing, and a look of elation graced his face. He was Fu Yuanshan, the father of Fu Wangtian, who had just completed a 10-year seclusion, experiencing a slight enhancement in his cultivation, which naturally filled him with joy. He was not far from a breakthrough to the mid-tribulation stage. However, the next moment, his divine sense swept across the area, and his brow furrowed as he inquired, "Where is my son Wangtian?" His voice reverberated throughout the courtyard. Soon, a servant approached, kneeling with a sorrowful expression, and reported, "Heavenly Lord, the young master's soul lamp has extinguished." "What?" Fu Yuanshan exclaimed in disbelief. The extinguishing of a soul lamp signified death. Each Jiang family disciple and their guests possessed a fragment of their soul encapsulated within a soul lamp, allowing them to ascertain the life and death status of its owner. The soul lamps were housed in the soul lamp hall, monitored by designated personnel. Once a soul lamp extinguished, it indicated the owner's demise, and the Jiang family would be informed immediately. Rushing to the soul lamp hall, Fu Yuanshan's heart sank as he beheld the extinguished soul lamp that belonged to Fu Wangtian. "My son is dead. Who dares to take my Fu Wangtian's life?" His thunderous roar echoed throughout the courtyard and beyond, shaking the very foundations of the Jiang family. "No matter who it is, they shall pay dearly for this. I demand to know who has slain my son within the span of an incense stick." Time passed swiftly, yet the news he received was dishearteningly vague. "How could I not know how my son died? What use are you to me?" The bearer of the report was instantly reduced to ashes by Fu Yuanshan's wrath. The intelligence indicated that Fu Wangtian had been seen with Jiang Yan before leaving the Jiang family, but his subsequent whereabouts remained a mystery. Jiang Yan, the current saintess of the Jiang family, held a status that even Fu Yuanshan could not surpass, despite being a tribulation transcendent. Thus, he had no choice but to seek Jiang Yan directly, hoping to uncover the truth about his son's fate. However, he soon discovered that Jiang Yan was not present in the Jiang family. Meanwhile, Lin Xiyue had been reluctantly cultivating during this time. Despite her initial resistance, the abundant resources of the Jiang family allowed her cultivation to flourish rapidly. Within a mere few months, her prowess had reached the 10th level of qi refinement, and she stood on the brink of solidifying her foundation for a breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage. Recently, several young men had occasionally visited her courtyard, engaging in pleasantries and idle chatter. Initially perplexed by their presence, it wasn't until Jiang Yan's arrival that she understood their intention. Jiang Yan directly asked, "Lin Xiyue, do you have a preference for any of the Jiang family youths? If you fancy someone, I shall arrange for your marriage." Lin Xiyue's expression shifted dramatically, shaking her head vehemently. "Sister Yan, I cannot betray my husband." Jiang Yan scoffed, "Lin Xiyue, there is a saying, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Do not compel me to resort to force. You may not betray Chu Feng, yet are you aware he has already forsaken you? He indulges in the pleasures of multiple women." "I know," Lin Xiyue replied. "My husband is a paragon among men, the esteemed ancestor of the Tai Xuan Dao sect. I am but an ordinary woman, content to follow my husband. Furthermore, your Jiang family seeks to reduce me to a mere tool for reproduction, desiring heirs to inherit my beauty. Am I correct?" Jiang Yan's expression darkened. "You are aware of this? Who informed you?" Lin Xiyue shook her head. "No one told me." "Is it so difficult to comprehend? If your intention is to ensure I bear numerous children, it seems my future husband shall not be singular." "Sister Yan, you are attempting to mold me into a breeding instrument." At this juncture, Jiang Yan showed no inclination to conceal her intentions. Coldly, she declared, "Since you are aware, it simplifies matters. You are correct, I will arrange for 5 partners to share your bed, ensuring you bear children. Of course, should you comply, the Jiang family will not neglect you. We can assist you in achieving at least the nascent soul stage, and your family shall be cared for as well. However, if you refuse, your family will perish, and so will Chu Feng." Lin Xiyue resolutely stated, "If any harm befalls my family or my husband, what you shall receive is not my person, but a cold corpse. I assure you, I will keep my word." In the eyes of the Chu Feng system, it was foretold that a millennium hence, in a modest place like the Tai Xuan Dao sect, she could ascend to the realm of divine transformation and become the sect leader, not a mere flower petal to be easily coerced. To yield under threats would only embolden others, leading to one's own tragic downfall. The more forceful one is, the less likely others will dare to provoke them. Instead of anger, Jiang Yan chuckled at Lin Xiyue's words. "What a pity you are not a daughter of the Jiang family, otherwise you would undoubtedly become a pillar of our clan. Lin Xiyue, do not force my hand. I can still converse amiably with you. Should you genuinely refuse? The Jiang family possesses methods to deal with you, such as crafting you into a puppet, solely for the purpose of reproduction. You dare? Lin Xijue's complexion turned pale. Jiang Yan retorted, do you think I would hesitate? However, Jiang Yan refrained from mentioning that should she truly be transformed into a puppet, any offspring would likely be affected as well. This was merely a last resort. As for now, you have been so reluctant to part with Chu Feng. How about I have him personally annul your marriage? Chapter 54, The proposal at the door of the Breaking Heaven Sword sect. Zhao Dongdong made her way directly to her grandfather Zhao Tian's residence, eager to inquire about the whereabouts of Chu Feng. Zhao Tian, intrigued, remarked, "What's this? Have you encountered that rascal Chu Feng? Did you inform him of your identity as my granddaughter? Given our relationship, he ought to present you with a token of greeting." Zhao Dongdong shook her head, replying, "No. I haven't met him." Zhao Tian sighed, "If you haven't met him, then so be it. The last time I saw that old scoundrel was over a century ago. Unfortunately, by then, he was already over 800 years old, his strength waning, and his body beginning to deteriorate. It seems his time is nearing its end. Alas! Another old friend will soon be lost." Zhao Dongdong felt a pang of confusion. The Chu Feng she had seen was nothing like her grandfather described. He was vibrant and youthful, exuding an impressive aura, entirely at odds with the frailty and impending mortality her grandfather spoke of. Although cultivators can retain their youth and vitality, once they surpass 800 years, their appearance and health inevitably decline. Since the old rascal is still alive, perhaps I should pay him a visit, Zhao Tian suggested. Dong Dong. Accompany your grandfather, we must extort a proper gift from him for meeting his younger kin. Zhao Dongdong firmly declined, "Grandfather, I think I shall refrain from going." Zhao Tian pressed, "Are you certain you won't come?" Zhao Dongdong nodded emphatically. "Very well then," he conceded. After some contemplation, Zhao Dongdong decided to share the events that had transpired during her visit to the Nangong family. "Grandfather, during my recent visit to the Nangong family for their family competition, I encountered someone." Zhao Tian's eyes brightened. "Oh? Has my granddaughter found someone she fancies? Pray tell, who is he? I shall personally negotiate a proposal for you." "A granddaughter of a pinnacle Yuanying immortal cannot simply marry outside her kin, we must recruit a worthy son-in-law." Zhao Dongdong explained, "His name is Chu Feng, and he intends to propose. He also mentioned knowing you and hails from the Tai Xuan Dao sect, yet his appearance does not match your description." Zhao Tian inquired eagerly, "How does it differ?" Zhao Dongdong responded, "He appears to be in his 20s, strikingly handsome, and does not resemble someone nearing the end of their lifespan. Could he possibly be a fraud, not the Chu Feng you speak of?" Zhao Tian frowned. "If Chu Feng's lifespan is indeed depleting, he is unlikely to have transcended to the transformation god realm. You may very well have encountered an impostor. How audacious to deceive the granddaughter of Zhao Tian." Zhao Dongdong countered, "But what if this Chu Feng is genuine? Then I shall be even more furious." Zhao Tian declared, "You, old rascal, are attempting to marry my granddaughter? This is unacceptable. I must confront him. How dare he deceive my granddaughter with youthful illusions while nearing death?" The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and a murderous intent surged within him. Just then, a loud and familiar voice resonated from outside. "Ha, Zhao Tian, come out to greet your guest." Zhao Tian paused, recognition dawning upon him. "Ah, the old scoundrel has arrived just in time, I was just about to seek him out." As the words fell, Chu Feng strode forth. "Ah! Dongdong is also here." Zhao Tian beheld the youthful, spirited Chu Feng, whose cultivation he could not discern, and was momentarily taken aback. "You are Chu Feng?" "Indeed." Chu Feng replied with a nod. "What's this? Has it been merely a century since we last met, and you fail to recognize me?" Zhao Tian could hardly believe it. "How is this possible? Have you broken through?" Chu Feng smiled. "Indeed, quite astonishing, isn't it? You have reached the transformation god realm? How did you accomplish that?" Zhao Tian demanded, astonished. "How I did so is not urgent. Let us first discuss the purpose of my visit," Chu Feng replied. Zhao Tian's expression shifted as he recalled Zhao Dongdong's previous words, his countenance darkening with rage. You old scoundrel! Dongdong is my granddaughter. Given our acquaintance, she should call you grandfather, and yet you wish to marry her? You must be nearing 1,000 years, while she is merely in her 20s. This is the epitome of an old bull courting a young calf. Chu Feng shrugged. As cultivators, we do not concern ourselves with mundane hierarchies in age, strength is paramount. Besides, I have reached the transformation god realm, granting me a lifespan of 3,000 years. I am still but 1,000 years old, time is on my side. That is still unacceptable, Zhao Tian retorted. Given our relationship, how would we interact in the future? Would you also call me grandfather? If that were the case, I might consider it. Ha ha ha. To be called grandfather by you, Chu Feng, would certainly be a source of pride. Chu Feng responded with exasperation. We would maintain our own distinctions. Besides, I have long surpassed the Yuanying realm, my cultivation exceeds yours. According to the customs of the cultivation world, should you not address me as senior when we meet? Zhao Tian was infuriated. You dare. Chu Feng scoffed. Do you wish to break through to the transformation god realm? Zhao Tian, astonished, asked, do you have a method? Indeed. If you, whose lifespan is depleting, can break through, you must share your secrets with me. Chu Feng gestured towards Zhao Dongdong and coughed lightly. Zhao Tian immediately grasped the implication, smiling. Is it not simply a matter of marrying my granddaughter? I consent. But grandfather, how can you allow me to marry him and become his partner? Zhao Dongdong interjected anxiously. Zhao Tian urged, Dongdong, consider this, Chu Feng is a powerful transformation god. Handsome and capable. Marrying him would provide you with immense support, allowing your cultivation to soar. Who knows, you might even reach the Yuanying immortal realm like your grandfather. Or even the heights of a transformation god. That is decided then, you shall wed and become partners at a chosen date, Zhao Tian declared. But grandfather, you are unaware that he has multiple partners. Do you wish for your granddaughter to share him with others? Zhao Dongdong protested. Zhao Tian waves dismissively, what of it? A distinguished transformation god can have multiple partners without issue. I, your grandfather, had more than a dozen in my youth. With a beaming smile, Chu Feng addressed Zhao Dongdong. You see, I have claimed you as mine, and even your grandfather agrees. Zhao Dongdong's face paled with fury as she gritted her teeth. I refuse. You can abandon this notion. Chapter 55, The eyes have been restored. Father is well. Changfeng has come to pay his respects. At that moment, a man's voice echoed from outside. Zhao Tian remarked, just in time, your father has arrived. It seems he has 5 Dao companions himself. Shortly after, a man in his 30s entered the room, dressed in blue, with a gentle smile that radiated an air of superiority. Every gesture he made exuded the demeanor of someone in a position of power. This man was Zhao Dongdong's father, Zhao Changfeng. Following closely behind him was a familiar young man, Han Feng. Not long ago, Han Feng had been grievously injured by Chu Feng, resulting in the loss of his sight. He was rescued by a woman of extraordinary beauty, classified as S rank. In a moment of madness, Han Feng forcibly claimed her as his own, brutally murdering her husband in the process. Consumed by hatred, the woman was subjected to daily torment at Han Feng's hands until she could no longer bear the suffering and took her own life. After her demise, Han Feng unexpectedly discovered that he met the criteria set by the system for pursuing women. The rewards were bountiful, granting him 3 significant boons. The first was a pair of plum blossom eyes, a divine sight that, while inferior to Chu Feng's limitless vision, still belonged to a celestial realm. These eyes could pierce through illusions and reveal the truth, particularly excelling at identifying flaws in formations and restrictions. Any array would reveal its essence and vulnerabilities before him. The second reward was a comprehensive treatise on heavenly-level formation techniques, which, when combined with the plum blossom eyes, would undoubtedly pave the way for him to become a master of formations in the future. The third reward was a potion known as the Shepherd God Pill, a divine-grade elixir that could enhance one's spiritual power, offering tremendous assistance to those below the divine transformation realm and even increasing the chances of infant soul practitioners breaking through to the divine transformation stage. This sparked a thought in him regarding Zhao Dongdong. If an S-rank beauty could yield such lavish rewards, What might be in store for him if he were to win over an SS rank beauty? He mused that even if Chu Feng was an unparalleled Yuanying immortal, he could still take the initiative and propose to her, hoping to win over her family. He had heard that Zhao Dongdong's grandfather, the venerable ancestor of the Breaking Sky Sword sect, was at the pinnacle of the Yuanying stage. If he presented the shepherd god pill as a betrothal gift, would he not have a chance of success? With this thought, he proceeded to the Breaking Sky Sword sect, where he first impressed Zhao Changfeng, Zhao Dongdong's father, and was subsequently introduced to Zhao Tian. All he needed was Zhao Tian's consent, and even if Zhao Dongdong was unwilling, she would have no choice but to marry him. At that point, the rewards for pursuing an SS rank beauty would be easily within his grasp, and he would gain a powerful ally. However, upon encountering Zhao Tian, he was taken aback to see Chu Feng. He was so startled that he involuntarily took a couple of steps back, his face paling in fear. Zhao Changfeng, oblivious to the tension, grasped Han Feng's hand and exclaimed, "Dongdong is here as well. Perfect, I shall introduce you to a suitor. This is Han Feng, of remarkable talent and a natural divine body. I have taken him as my disciple, you two should get to know each other." He continued, "Moreover, Han Feng intends to propose to your grandfather." "What? A proposal? I refuse." Zhao Dongdong exploded with indignation. "Grandfather, look." Zhao Tian nodded, his gaze shifting to Han Feng. At that moment, Han Feng, now paralyzed by fear, could hardly utter a word, filled with regret at having encountered Chu Feng again. But when Zhao Tian's gaze fell upon him, an idea suddenly struck him. This was the Breaking Sky Sword sect, and before the venerable ancestor. If he could secure the ancestor's support, what was there to fear? In an instant, Han Feng regained his composure, took a deep breath, and averted his eyes from Chu Feng. He addressed Zhao Tian, saying, "Disciple Han Feng pays his respects to the ancestor. I have come to propose to you today, bringing a betrothal gift, a divine-grade elixir, the shepherd god pill, which can enhance your spiritual power and significantly increase your chances of breaking through to the divine transformation realm." Zhao Tian ignored Han Feng entirely, directing his attention to Chu Feng instead, asking, "Old fellow, what do you think? Should we simply beat him and throw him out of the Breaking Sky Sword sect?" "Very well, let us proceed with that." Zhao Tian nodded. Turning to Zhao Changfeng and chiding, "Why are you still standing there? Did you not hear?" Zhao Changfeng was momentarily taken aback, bewildered. "Father, you just mentioned throwing Han Feng out. You must know he possesses the shepherd god pill, which would greatly benefit your cultivation." "And this young man?" Zhao Tian retorted sharply. "How dare you?" Zhao Tian scolded. "This is the revered Chu Feng, the elder of the Tai Xuan Dao sect. Show some respect." "Chu Feng, the elder?" Zhao Changfeng exclaimed in astonishment, as if recalling something. His voice trembled as he asked, "Could it be that Elder Chu Feng has broken through to the divine transformation realm?" "Indeed, he is at that level." Han Feng's face drained of color, dread enveloping him as he was consumed by fear. How could this be? Was he destined to perish here today? Zhao Tian snorted disdainfully. "Moreover, I have already decided that Dongdong shall marry this old fellow Chu Feng. Yet you dare to bring someone here to plead for leniency? I would gladly strike you down for your disloyalty." Zhao Changfeng suddenly realized the gravity of his mistake and wished he could slap himself for his folly. He turned to Chu Feng, saying, "Elder Chu Feng, I acknowledge my error." Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively, casting a knowing glance at Han Feng. "It seems we are indeed fated to meet again so soon. And judging by your appearance, your eyes have returned to normal. Shall I blind you once more to prevent you from coveting my woman?" Han Feng pleaded desperately. "Elder Chu Feng, you cannot kill me. I have already joined the Breaking Sky Sword sect. I am now a disciple under the protection of the sect leader and the ancestor. If you take my life, they will never stand idly by. Master, ancestor, save me." Han Feng fell to his knees, crawling toward Zhao Changfeng. Zhao Changfeng coldly scoffed, kicking Han Feng aside. "Han Feng, I was bewitched by your sweet words and, seeing your potential, accepted you into the Breaking Sky Sword sect. Yet you dared to covet my daughter and now have the audacity to offend Elder Chu Feng. As the sect leader of the Breaking Sky Sword sect, I hereby declare you expelled from the sect." Expelled from the Breaking Sky Sword sect? Han Feng suddenly cast aside his previous trepidation, erupting into laughter as he fixated his gaze on Chu Feng. Chapter 56, The Reward from Zhao Dongdong. Come on. If you have the ability, kill me. Han Feng suddenly shouted. As long as I am alive, I, Han Feng, will repay today's grudge 100-fold. Chu Feng scoffed. Very well, I shall await your vengeance. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Feng waved his hand, and two beams of white light shot directly into Han Feng's eyes. Having just recovered and received the plum blossom eyes, Han Feng's eyes instantly transformed into two black holes, blood staining his entire cheek. Previously, Chu Feng had merely blinded him. This time, he crushed Han Feng's eyes completely. Chu Feng noted that Han Feng was indeed the destined child, a resilient cockroach that could not be killed. Seemingly having received some divine eye reward. With his eyeballs crushed, what more divine eyes could he hope to obtain? The excruciating pain caused Han Feng to scream. His head tilted, and he fainted. Before he could react, Chu Feng waved his hand once more, and the storage bag on Han Feng's body was effortlessly seized by him. Truly, a treasure-laden youth. Within it lay the true understanding of the array for transcending tribulations. So this is the mushy divine pill. It enhances the power of the primordial spirit, but alas, it holds little value for me. However, it will greatly benefit that old rascal Zhao Tian, as it can completely negate the side effects of his breakthrough to the transformation god realm when combined with his Sanyang Rongshandan. Yet, having married his granddaughter, a few pills are hardly significant. Ding, congratulations to the host for once again suppressing the destined child Han Feng, gaining 2 million fortune points. Destined child Han Feng. Remaining fortune points, 3 million. Han Feng, who had fainted, was treated like refuse and unceremoniously cast out of the Broken Sky Sword sect. With a smile, Chu Feng turned to Zhao Dongdong. Now, would you consider marrying me, becoming my partner in cultivation? Seizing the moment, he proposed while Zhao Dongdong was still in a daze. Zhao Dongdong blushed, her face a picture of shyness. I will listen to my grandfather. Chu Feng was instantly overjoyed and turned to Zhao Tian. Old fellow. You have no objections, do you? Zhao Tian was momentarily speechless, feeling an emptiness in his heart. He had doted on this granddaughter immensely, and now she was to marry. And to his old friend no less. How could he bear it? Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he chuckled. Very well, I agree. However, if you marry my granddaughter, shouldn't you call me grandfather? Come, let me hear you say it. Chu Feng rolled his eyes. Old man, are you seeking a beating? I'm no longer at the nascent soul level. Do you really think you can match me? Besides, do you still wish to break through to the transformation god realm? Zhao Tian's expression faltered, and he became quite gloomy. If you don't want to call, then don't. It's not a big deal, he huffed. Beep beep beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully conquering Zhao Dongdong, gaining 50 conquest points, receiving a fortune reward of 200,000 points, and triggering a critical hit. Obtaining 10 million points, along with the following rewards. Reward 1, 2,000 years of mana. Reward 2, bloodline enhancement by 1 level. Reward 3, 1 cultivation experience pill. Reward 4, a 10-minute experience card for transcending tribulations. What splendid rewards! At this moment, Chu Feng, possessing the infinite sacred body, had only a royal level bloodline. Just 1 level up could elevate it to a divine level bloodline, not to mention the cultivation experience pill. Both the infinite divine eye and the underworld visualization method could be enhanced. And with this 2,000 years of mana, he could surely elevate his cultivation level once more. He opened his attribute panel. Name, Chu Feng. Lifespan, 1,0003000 years. Cultivation, mid-stage integration. Talent, infinite sacred body, infinite divine blood. Cultivation method, grand great celestial formula, celestial level, incomplete, with a full text of 3,000 words, of which 1,000 words have been obtained. Divine techniques, dragon subduing palm, a sword opens the heavenly gate, underworld visualization method, infinite divine eye, etc. As for other lower-level information, it was not displayed. Excited, Chu Feng turned and said, My dear, let us return to the Tai Xuan Dao sect. Zhao Dongdong nodded. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Chu Feng lifted Zhao Dongdong into his arms. Her initially bashful cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly pinched his arm, exclaiming, "Put me down, someone is watching." Ah, women! Why must they always resort to pinching? Chu Feng had suffered greatly from this before. To counter it, he purchased the first transformation of the 9 turns mysterious skill from the fortune shop, forging his body. Such strength was trivial to him. However, Chu Feng still pretended to be in pain, quickly sealing Zhao Dongdong's mouth. He turned to Zhao Tian and Zhao Changfeng, saying, "Is someone here?" "Who?" "I can't see anyone." The two immediately understood and turned away, with Zhao Tian yawning, saying, "Oh dear, I must have dozed off. I need a nap." With that, he vanished as though oil had been applied to his feet. Zhao Changfeng looked around, his gaze landing on the unconscious Han Feng, his eyes lighting up with anger. What trash is lying here, ruining the aesthetics? I must deal with this, he exclaimed, grabbing Han Feng by the leg and swiftly departing the scene. Chu Feng smiled at Zhao Dongdong. "Is there anyone else here?" Zhao Dongdong glared fiercely. "You are being unreasonable. How could they sell me out like this, their own granddaughter?" Chu Feng smiled. "You are right. Perhaps we should disown this grandfather and father." At this moment, although Zhao Tian had left, his spiritual consciousness remained. Such tricks might fool Zhao Dongdong, but they could not deceive Chu Feng. His words nearly broke Zhao Tian's composure, and he quickly retracted his spiritual awareness, wearing a bitter smile. After all these years of raising his granddaughter, she was slipping away just like that. Fortunately, he did not leave empty-handed. Looking at the Sanyang Rongshan Dan and Mushy Dan in his hands, his reluctance vanished, replaced by unwavering determination. This time would determine whether he could break through to the transformation god realm. Zhao Dongdong quickly shook her head. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Under Chu Feng's keen perception, he saw Zhao Tian's awkward expression, causing him to burst into laughter. "All right, I shall speak nonsense. Come, let us return home to the Tai Xuan Dao sect." Employing the flying rainbow technique, they returned in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Zhao Dongdong was left astonished, her jaw dropping in disbelief. "Husband, you are incredible. Such speed is astonishing." The Broken Sky Sword sect was a staggering distance from the Tai Xuan Dao sect. And even at her full speed, it would take at least a day and a night to traverse. Chu Feng smiled. "This is a celestial-level divine technique, flying rainbow. If you like, I can teach it to you. Just a cup of tea's worth of time." At this moment, with this method, unless one were a transcending tribulation celestial being capable of tearing through the void, no one could match his speed. Otherwise, beneath the celestial level, even if they could not defeat him, if he wished to flee, no one could stop him. Chapter 57, A Fierce Beating Upon Returning to the Lonely Mountain. Fate led me to encounter Chen Wanwan. The sight of Chu Feng accompanied by an extraordinary beauty stirred an uncomfortable feeling within Chen Wanwan, prompting her to mock him with biting sarcasm. Chu Feng immediately stiffened, awkwardly wishing to clarify the situation, only to feel a lightness in his hand. Chen Wanwan had pulled Zhao Dongdong away, whispering to her. Soon, their laughter echoed, and they exchanged glances, pointing, which only served to heighten Chu Feng's curiosity. As he took a few steps towards them, the warning glares from the two women halted him in his tracks, leaving him to helplessly touch his nose. After some time, Zhao Dongdong returned to his side, and Chen Wanwan, with a grin, remarked, "Master, you've done well to find a new mistress so quickly." Chu Feng coughed lightly. "What nonsense are you spouting? When did I become your master? Aren't you my master?" Chen Wanwan retorted, not waiting for his response. "Well, I shan't disrupt your romantic interlude, but I must warn you to be gentle. It's her first time." Chu Feng shot back. "Just wait, I'll deal with you later." "Deal with me? Do you not know that my injuries have healed?" "You might find it's you who gets dealt with," she replied. In an instant, a formidable aura erupted from Chen Wanwan, revealing her late-stage transformation prowess. Through her training with the Great Compassion Ode of Yin and Yang, she had recovered significantly, enabling her to wield various techniques and spells. Chu Feng had spent a month recovering from his own injuries, and he chuckled, realizing why she dared to be so brazen before him. Today, however, marked the day he would win Zhao Dongdong's heart. "Darling, what Sister Wanwan said earlier is true," Zhao Dongdong suddenly asked, leaving Chu Feng bewildered. "What did Wanwan tell you?" She mentioned that aside from me, you have several other partners, including Lin Xiyue, who has joined the imperial Jiang family, and Lu Linglong of the Tai Xuan Dao sect, as well as Nangong Yenran from the Nangong family. I can't believe it's all true. And then there's Sister Wan Wan, who is the celestial demon saintess. Compared to them, I feel so inadequate. Chu Feng hastily reassured her, don't say that. How could you possibly compare? You're only a little over 100 years old, how can you be compared to them? Once you've cultivated for the same duration, you'll be just as formidable. Besides, my wife, Chu Feng, is certainly not inferior to anyone. Soon, I shall impart to you a celestial grade technique, and you'll understand. Celestial grade technique? Zhao Dongdong's eyes widened in astonishment. Chu Feng pointed at her, and a scripture manifested in her mind, the great compassion ode of Yin and Yang. This is. Darling, this is a dual cultivation technique. Chu Feng nodded, indeed, my dear, let us begin our practice at once. Zhao Dongdong blushed. This is my first time, so please be gentle. Thus commenced a grand battle, with Chu Feng taking on the role of a mentor, while Zhao Dongdong transformed into an eager, diligent student, voraciously absorbing the knowledge he imparted. Initially resistant, she soon capitulated under his guidance, yielding only cries for mercy. As a student, one must acknowledge their mistakes and stand at attention when reprimanded, mere pleas for mercy were insufficient. After a rigorous session, Zhao Dongdong was left in tears, drenched in sweat, and utterly exhausted. Realizing he might have been too harsh, Chu Feng regretted his approach and gently infused her with power to help her recuperate. Zhao Dongdong had already reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment but still had a long way to go before achieving the Golden Core realm. However, this session of cultivation would enable her to take that crucial step. When she awoke, she would likely be ready for her breakthrough. Upon exiting the bedroom, he encountered Chen Wanwan. Chu Feng couldn't help but smile, surprised to find the illustrious celestial demon saintess eavesdropping. What did you overhear? Care to analyze it with me? Chen Wanwan scoffed, who was eavesdropping? I merely passed by. I'm giving you another chance to articulate your thoughts, he replied with a smile. She coldly huffed. Even if I did listen, so what? You think I'm still the injured saintess you could easily overpower? Now, I can suppress you with a mere hand. Are you sure you can subdue me with one hand? Chu Feng asked, amusement dancing in his eyes. Chen Wanwan sneered, if you doubt me, I'll demonstrate right now. With that, she swiftly aimed a slap at him, her powerful force akin to a collapsing mountain. As if she perceived him as nothing more than an ant to be crushed. An ordinary transformation practitioner could never hope to compare with the illustrious celestial demon saintess, whose lineage and formidable prowess were unmatched. She had cultivated techniques of ascendant levels, far beyond what the Tai Xuan Dao sect could offer. Unfazed, she unleashed a supreme technique. The celestial demon hand, empowered by the great compassion ode of Yin and Yang, creating an overwhelming aura that bore down upon Chu Feng. Despite her awareness of his unique abilities, she remained convinced he could not rival her. Little did she realize, however, that beneath his calm exterior lay a tempest ready to be unleashed. Do you think I'm a sickly cat? Chu Feng laughed. Do you know why I can win you over? Because I shall always be your husband. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a golden dragon strike, the dragon descending palm. A technique he wielded effortlessly, its power far beyond what Chen Wanwan could withstand. Chapter 58, The Pinnacle of Fusion. How is your strength so formidable? With a single strike, a golden dragon emerged. Chen Wanwan's smile instantly vanished as her attack crumbled, the celestial demonic aura dissipating, while Chu Feng's golden dragon lunged at her with ferocity. Just as she prepared to evade, a figure suddenly appeared beside her, sweeping her into an embrace. Ah! Chen Wanwan gasped in shock. He. Now do you comprehend who truly dominates whom? Chu Feng chuckled. With disbelief etched on her face, Chen Wanwan exclaimed, how could you possibly be my match? Chu Feng, brimming with confidence, replied, why is that impossible? You don't truly believe I'm merely at the transformation realm, do you? Chen Wanwan scoffed, if not the transformation realm, then are you at the fusion realm? With a smile, Chu Feng affirmed, congratulations, you guessed right, I am indeed at the fusion realm. So you must resign yourself to your fate. Did you not just claim I forcefully occupied you? I shall do so once more. How dare you strike at me and expect me to indulge you? Bold enchantress, receive my blow. Subsequently, under the rigorous instruction of Chu Feng's staff, Chen Wanwan capitulated entirely. He wielded his rod, making her wail in despair. Ultimately, after a thorough lesson, she was released, drenched in tears. Feeling invigorated, Chu Feng gazed at the unconscious Chen Wanwan and bestowed a gentle kiss on her forehead before departing. Upon entering the training chamber, he began to assess his recent gains. The 2,000 years of cultivation he had acquired, once absorbed, would elevate his prowess significantly. Recently, Zhao Dongdong's primaline energy had fortified his physique, soul, bloodline, and magical power to varying degrees. The great compassion of yin and yang, particularly the primaline energy from a woman's first experience, proved most beneficial. Moreover, the reciprocal benefits for women during their first experience were also considerable. To put it plainly, while the great compassion of yin and yang appeared mutually advantageous, the true beneficiaries remained predominantly the men. The essence of life flows endlessly, intertwining the yin and yang. The sacred body, in fact, possesses a hierarchy, categorized into 4 levels: ordinary, exceptional, outstanding, and extraordinary, also referred to as inferior, medium, superior, and supreme. Chu Feng was indeed a Wuji sacred body, yet merely of the ordinary type, having awakened only over 30. However, through cultivating the great compassion of yin and yang, his awakening reached 50. Once fully awakened, he could manifest the sacred body's phenomena, truly unleashing its might. Those who possess the sacred body embody the essence of emperors. Such bodies are rare, but not non-existent. Awakening such a body is a once-in-a-millennium occurrence. Otherwise, why do immortal emperors appear only once every millennium? For instance, Lin Xijue's radiant sacred body and Lu Linglong's 7 apertures Linglong sacred body remain incomplete in their awakening. As Chu Feng cultivated the great compassion of yin and yang, even the Wuji sacred body's level elevated from ordinary to exceptional. The 2,000 years of power was swiftly absorbed, and his cultivation surged visibly. The grand text of the great celestial technique radiated golden light around him as time flowed. His cultivation effortlessly broke through to the later stages of the fusion realm. This was not the end. It was not until the pinnacle of the fusion realm that the 2,000 years of power was entirely assimilated. A potent force surged forth. Though he had yet to truly confront a great ascendant, he felt confident that he could contend with an average one. Of course, his cultivation still had room for further enhancement. Let us not forget the first turn of the 9 revolutions profound art. This technique ranks among the top 10 across the myriad realms, capable of sanctifying the physical body. Even the first turn would significantly bolster his power. If he succeeded in mastering it, his strength would at least multiply tenfold. However, those who fell before Chu Feng were not merely in need of practicing the first turn of the 9 revolutions profound art, but also had their own visions. One sought to enhance the soul, while the other focused on the body. His encounter with the ghostly deity, Yuanying, had revealed the advantages of a robust soul. Had Yuanying not been a benevolent spirit, he might have faced soul annihilation, forever trapped in a cycle of despair. Yet, as he pondered Lin Xijue's predicament, Chu Feng hesitated. After much deliberation, he chose to utilize an experience pill to enhance his cultivation of the first turn of the 9 revolutions profound art. The experience pill, as he perused the fortune market, was priced at a staggering 100 million fortune points. How many fortune-endowed women would he need to conquer? And how many fortune sons or fated children would he have to vanquish? Ding! Congratulations, host! You have perfected the first turn of the 9 revolutions profound art. Please continue your efforts and purchase the second turn for 50 million fortune points. 50 million? This is highway robbery. Chu Feng fell silent as he considered the total cost. The first turn had granted him a divine ability, steel and iron bones. In the Tales of Journey to the West, Yang Jian cultivated the 9 revolutions profound art, while Sun Wukong practiced the 8-9 profound art. Both are similarly ranked techniques with comparable effects. The 9 revolutions profound art was crafted by the 3 pure ones based on the Panga legacy and the physique cultivation methods of the Wu clan, while the 8-9 profound art was created by the Taoist of the Western sect, drawing from the Wu clan's techniques and the Buddhist physical cultivation methods. Both bore remarkable similarities. In an instant, Chu Feng distinctly felt his physical strength increase tenfold, even his Wuji sacred body, previously awakened at 52, surged to 80. Would mastering the second turn allow him to fully awaken the Wuji sacred body? At this moment, he was confident that he could contend with those in the mid to late stages of the Great Ascendant Realm. The imperial clan, the Zheng family, would inevitably investigate the death of Fu Wantian, and that would be the true test of his mettle. Just as Chu Feng reveled in his triumph, another soul was engulfed in despair, Lin Xiyue. Having been accepted as a disciple by Lu Linglong, she had hoped to enter the Taishan secret realm to acquire its legacy and coalesce her nascent soul. However, due to Chu Feng's actions, which compromised her purity, she had incurred Lu Linglong's disdain and lost her chance to enter the secret realm. Watching her dreams crumble, she could only retreat into seclusion. 3 days prior, upon her emergence, she was met with a series of devastating revelations. Chu Feng had broken through, becoming the supreme elder of the Tai Xuan Dao sect. After having been her partner for a century, with a lifespan of 3,000 years at the transformation realm, he was but 1,000 years old. Ironically, she had once dismissed him for being too old and frail to provide her with protection, resolutely choosing to divorce him and become Lu Linglong's disciple, even foregoing his meager inheritance. Yet, that was not the most crushing blow. The most devastating news was that her master, Lu Linglong, had become his dual cultivation partner. Ha ha ha. How absurd. The man I discarded has now been taken by my own master. Filled with regret and unwillingness, she resolved, no. Chu Feng is my man, and no one can take him away. We have been partners for over a century, he must still love me. I will reclaim him. Chapter 59, Lin Xiyue's regret upon the solitary mountain. Chu Feng emerged from his seclusion with a refreshing spirit. After a period of arduous cultivation, his abilities had undergone remarkable enhancement, successfully attaining the pinnacle of the first transformation of the 9 turns mystical art. It is worth noting that he had just taken the blood of Zhao Dongdong and had not yet found the opportunity to offer her solace before choosing to retreat into solitude. This seemed rather inconsiderate. He felt it necessary to provide her with the comfort she deserved. However, upon his emergence, he encountered a person who stirred a complex array of emotions within him, Lin Xiyue. After over a century of being companions, she was all too familiar with his habits. Arriving at the solitary mountain with ease, she had waited outside his door, and her patience had finally borne fruit with his return. With a beaming smile, she approached him, whispering, "My dear husband, you have emerged from seclusion. Congratulations on your breakthrough in cultivation." Chu Feng furrowed his brow. "What brings you here?" His feelings towards Lin Xiyue were indeed intricate. One could say the complexities belonged to his former self, given their long history as spouses, and the bond they had shared. Yet, her departure had left an indelible ache within him. Lin Xiyue replied, "Naturally, I have come to see you." "Stop," Chu Feng interjected, "we are no longer married. I, Chu Feng, am aging and my time is limited. To remain with you would only serve as a burden. Henceforth, refrain from addressing me as your husband." He continued, "What business do you have here at my solitary mountain? If there is nothing of importance, I kindly ask you to leave. My circumstances have changed. This solitary mountain is no place for a mere golden core elder like you." Tears cascaded down Lin Xiyue's cheeks. "Please don't cast me away, my husband. I was deceived, it was Lu Linglong who led me astray. She promised access to the Taishan secret realm, but only if I became her disciple, which necessitated leaving you. Hence, I chose to end our marriage. Do you still know that the Lu Linglong you speak of is now my companion?" Chu Feng's voice turned icy. "Who gave you the audacity to disparage my partner in my presence? Lin Xiyue, begone. From the moment you divorced me, our ties have been severed. You are no longer the daughter of destiny." Chu Feng scoffed. "If you were truly the daughter of destiny, I might have entertained the thought, but now I harbor no interest whatsoever. You possess little beyond your appearance." "No, I shall not leave," Lin Xiyue insisted, shaking her head fervently. "My husband, cannot you find it in your heart to forgive me for the sake of our century-long companionship?" "I swear I have truly recognized my mistakes. If you grant me your forgiveness, I would comply with any request. Every part of me belongs to you. I could even become your." Chu Feng grasped Lin Xiyue's chin. "Are you speaking the truth?" Indeed, she nodded vigorously. Leave, he commanded coldly. The farther you go, the better. I wish to see you no more. Do you not comprehend my words? With a wave of his hand, Lin Xiyue felt herself lifted into the air. And before she knew it, she landed heavily on the ground. When she regained her senses, she realized she had returned to her dwelling on Linglong Peak. Stunned, she stood still, but her resolve only grew stronger. Wait for me, my husband. I shall not give up easily. You are mine, and only mine. Lin Xiyue's appearance had little impact on Chu Feng, and he soon cast her from his mind. Upon encountering Zhao Dongdong, he discovered that she was indeed in the midst of a breakthrough. Their dual cultivation had borne significant fruit, bringing her to the precipice of advancement. Yet, breaking through to the Golden Core realm was no trivial matter. A moment's carelessness could lead to catastrophic consequences, from severed meridians to fatality. It was understood that adequate preparation was essential for such a transition. However, circumstances prevailed against her. The dual cultivation had forced Zhao Dongdong into a position where a breakthrough was imperative, and she found it increasingly difficult to restrain her own power. Thus, she was compelled to take a risk. Initially, her breakthrough proceeded smoothly, but as she sensed the golden core beginning to form, her internal energies became chaotic, swirling uncontrollably. Panic struck her. No! Am I to perish here? She desperately attempted to stabilize the erratic energies, but her anxiety only exacerbated the turmoil. Husband, come save me. At that moment, regret washed over her. Her impatience had led her to this dire situation. Just as Zhao Dongdong was engulfed in despair, a voice filled with reproach and concern echoed in her ears. What folly is this? Without me by your side, you dare to recklessly pursue a breakthrough. Unafraid of losing control? With that, a surge of potent energy flooded into her being, calming her tumultuous power and gradually mending her reversed core and meridians. The warmth enveloped her, instilling a sense of safety that nearly brought her to tears. Fear not, my dear, Chu Feng reassured her. I am here. Allow me to impart a technique, follow my guidance to cultivate and form your golden core. Without reservation, Chu Feng shared the great celestial immortal technique with her. Though it comprised merely 1,000 characters, its profundity rivaled that of the scriptures of celestial deities, as it was crafted by the revered Bodhi ancestor, synthesizing the essences of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. Regardless of the interpretation of Bodhi ancestor's identity, it underscored the extraordinary nature of this technique. The golden core was categorized into 12 grades. Chu Feng had previously cultivated to the 9th grade, attributable to his sacred body. Ultimately, however, the technique fell short. Thankfully, with the earthly yin-yang great compassion line, he could fortify the foundation that had previously been lacking in his golden core and nascent soul. Through successive cultivation with several female companions, his golden core's strength reached the 11th grade, while his nascent soul attained the 10th grade. Yet, it was clear that relying solely on the earthly yin-yang great compassion line was insufficient. The great celestial immortal technique played a crucial role as well. Time was of the essence. Given a few years, he would solidify these foundations, enhancing both his potential and combat prowess substantially. With the assistance of the great celestial immortal technique and Chu Feng's formidable power, Zhao Dongdong's subsequent cultivation progressed smoothly. Chapter 60, The Elder of Inner Demons, 10th Grade Golden Core. Chu Feng was immensely satisfied. Although golden cores are categorized into 12 grades, achieving a 7th grade or higher golden core signifies a seamless transition into the late stage of golden core cultivation, with peak mastery being an attainable goal. Initially, Lin Xiyue, under his guidance, had only managed to reach an 8th grade golden core. A 9th grade golden core essentially guarantees a stable entry into the nascent soul realm. Zhao Dongdong's direct attainment of a 10th grade golden core undoubtedly stemmed from Chu Feng's assistance and the merits of the grand immortal technique. Zhao Dongdong quickly realized the caliber of the golden core she had condensed and was overjoyed. Like a spirited sprite, she leaped into Chu Feng's embrace, showering his cheek with kisses, exclaiming, "Husband, I have condensed a 10th grade golden core." "Thank you so much." Chu Feng, cradling Zhao Dongdong, reassured her, "Between us, there is no need for gratitude. Moreover, although I aided you in condensing the golden core, it ultimately depends on your own capabilities. Thus, it is you, my dear Dongdong, who is remarkable. With a 10th grade golden core, you are bound to break through to the nascent soul realm in the future. Indeed, Zhao Dongdong replied with delight. My grandfather only managed to condense a 9th grade golden core, and my father fared even worse, achieving merely an 8th grade golden core after 400 years of cultivation. It seems unlikely he will break through to the nascent soul realm. At this juncture, Zhao Dongdong's expression shifted noticeably. The lifespan of a golden core is 500 years. Which implies her father may not attain a breakthrough and could, at most, live for another 100 years before succumbing to age and decline. Chu Feng smiled gently and consoled her, perhaps your father has another opportunity awaiting him. A breakthrough into the nascent soul realm could enable him to assist Zhao Tian in reaching the transformation realm. It is a trivial matter. We shall find time to assist him. Zhao Dongdong seemed to ponder something and asked, Husband, I initially thought I would require at least 20 to 30 years of cultivation to possibly condense a golden core. However, after a single dual cultivation session with you, I found myself on the brink of a breakthrough. I could barely contain my cultivation and had to forcefully break through. Had you not returned in time, I might have truly fallen into madness. With a pained expression, Chu Feng replied, It is my fault for overlooking my current cultivation, I nearly caused a grave mistake. I owe you an apology. Speak your wish, and I shall fulfill it. Zhao Dongdong gazed at him with eager anticipation and suggested, How about we cultivate together? Very well. Chu Feng laughed heartily as he lifted Zhao Dongdong into his arms. Since it is your desire, I shall oblige. What? A little discipline. And you still do not recognize your mistakes? Just wait and see how I will teach you a lesson, he teased. Zhao Dongdong blushed and replied, Husband, please be gentle. What are you afraid of? I am not, she declared loudly. It's just that you are too formidable. Chu Feng smiled. You acknowledge my prowess yet dare to challenge me. With that, he strode into the bedroom. Soon, the two engaged in a fierce struggle. Having experienced this once before, Chu Feng's movements were significantly more assertive. Initially, Zhao Dongdong attempted to retort, but it was not long before only pleas for mercy filled the air. A tempestuous storm raged throughout the night, leaving traces of their battle scattered all around. Deep within the Qinling Mountains, at the border between Jianzhou and Qingzhou, lies the most perilous region of Jianzhou. Here walked an elderly man and a young boy. A closer inspection would reveal that both were blind. Their eyes darkened as if they had been intentionally blinded. Despite the thickets of thorny brambles surrounding them, they moved unharmed, as if an invisible hand parted the thorns. The multitude of poisonous insects and ferocious beasts that should have dwelled in the forest seemed to flee as if from a cat. Should Chu Feng have been present, he would have recognized one of the blind figures as Han Feng. After Chu Feng had blinded Han Feng and stripped him of his fortune, he had cast him into the abyssal canyon outside the Broken Sky Sword sect. Yet, it was only the second time. Han Feng still bore the mantle of the destined child, soon to be rescued by another blind individual, the most formidable rogue cultivator in Jianzhou, the Elder of Inner Demons. This elder, possessing a combined cultivation level, had also lost his sight to another. However, instead of succumbing to despair, he forged ahead with unwavering determination. Creating his own path of the mind, perceiving the world through his inner eye. Not only could he observe everything around him with this mental vision, but he could also manipulate the hearts of others with his psychic power and incredibly fearsome ability. A saying circulated within Jianzhou's cultivation circles, better to provoke the king of hell than to incite the elder of inner demons. For while one may know the manner of their demise when facing the king of hell, encountering the elder of inner demons could lead to an unknowable fate, where one becomes a puppet without even realizing it. On that day, as fate would have it, the elder of inner demons passed by the abyssal canyon and encountered Han Feng, who lay as helpless as a dead dog. Seeing their shared plight, he took him as his disciple. It was a testament to the destined child he was. The two traveled for an indeterminate time until they finally arrived at a precipice. The elder of inner demons said, Here we are, from now on, you shall reside here with me and cultivate my path of the mind. As for your vendetta, once you master this path, revenge will be a trivial matter. The Tai Xuan Dao sect is indeed one of the three strongest forces in Jianzhou, but in my eyes, it is hardly worth consideration. Regarding your eyes, once you cultivate the inner eye, you shall find they are of little consequence. Han Feng respectfully replied. Disciple is grateful for master's guidance. Yet, despite his words, Han Feng's thoughts diverged. He was well aware of the elder's reputation, a combined cultivation powerhouse whose path of the mind commanded respect throughout Jianzhou and even the eastern desolation. Though he had lost his sight, the path of the mind could compensate for this deficiency. Upon receiving the inheritance of the path of the mind, he had no intention of remaining in the depths of the Qinling Mountains. He possessed a system, a pursuit system. Every beauty he won over would reward him handsomely. Zhao Dongdong, an SS-grade beauty, Nangang Yanran, an SSS-grade beauty, and Lu Linglong, another SSS-grade beauty, each was within his grasp. The rewards upon winning their affection would be substantial. He now regretted his previous naivety, believing that merely pursuing a woman was sufficient. The incident with the country girl had enlightened him, a gentler approach was far more effective. And if that failed, he would resort to force until she yielded completely. Unbeknownst to Han Feng, the path of the mind was extraordinarily profound. While it could not discern the existence of his system, it could keenly capture the innermost thoughts brewing within him. Yet, the elder did not voice this. But a flicker of doubt arose within him. Had he chosen the right disciple? Chapter 61, A Man and a Flood Dragon. At Tai Xuan in the Tai Xuan Dao sect, atop a solitary mountain, Chu Feng lived a life of exquisite leisure. He would tease Zhao Dongdong and bully Chen Wanwan, who, for reasons unknown, chose to linger. Each encounter saw her provoking him, yet Chu Feng remained indifferent to her identity. Employing his stick as a tool of education and authority, reducing the once proud heavenly demon saintess to pleading for mercy. Her demeanor suggested a certain enjoyment in this role play, which only added to his delight. Indeed, the heavenly demon saintess, with her myriad charms and transformations, could embody grace or allure. Embodying an enchanting beauty that could shift from dignified to mesmerizingly cold. It is no wonder that in the stories of his previous life, many admired the enchantress. Moreover, she was adept in the dual cultivation arts, providing Chu Feng with a spectrum of sensations. Ultimately, despite her inferior strength, she succumbed to his teachings. However, just days prior, Chen Wanwan had somehow managed to bring Zhao Dongdong into their midst, attempting to conspire against him. But how could Chu Feng allow such rebellion? He swiftly quelled their insurrection, leaving them to plead for mercy once more. Amidst his amusement, an unexpected guest arrived at the Tai Xuan Dao sect. This time, it was a grand entrance. The previously clear sky darkened suddenly, clouds gathered, and amidst thunder and lightning, a flood dragon pierced the void, descending upon the sect. The overwhelming pressure rendered nearly everyone breathless, with the weaker disciples collapsing to the ground under its might. Even the sect leader, Xiang Yutian, appeared pale with fear. The three supreme elders dared not utter a word, save for Chu Feng, who, sensing the powerful presence, was well aware of the dragon's strength and aura beneath his limitless divine gaze. The azurite flood dragon belonged to the initial stage of the Great Ascension realm, and atop it stood a middle-aged man of mid-Great Ascension mastery. As soon as they appeared, Chu Feng felt a formidable consciousness sweep over them. Chen Wanwan, wearing a serious expression, instantly suppressed her aura, rendering her nearly invisible. Were it not for Chu Feng's cultivation of the limitless divine eye, which allowed him to perceive her presence. Realizing his confusion, she explained, "This man's name is Moron Longcheng. A guest of the Zheng family, a mid-Great Ascension celestial, possessing an ancient bloodline of dragon mastery. The azurite flood dragon is likely his beast companion. Together, they could traverse the Great Ascension realm, unless a tribulation celestial intervenes. His presence here is unlikely to be for you." Chu Feng shook his head. "How could that be? I am but a humble transformation realm cultivator." Though he was at the pinnacle of the fusion realm, lacking a proper concealment technique, his cultivation of the underworld visualization method, the Great Immortal Technique, and the 9 Revolutions mysterious art allowed him to hide his physical, magical, and spiritual presence instantaneously. Unless he chose to expose himself or stood directly before Moron Longcheng, his true cultivation would remain undetectable. Fu Wangtian, at the fusion realm, posed no threat to him. But a lingering doubt arose: did this man know Fu Wangtian had perished by his hand? If he did, it might necessitate the use of a tribulation celestial experience card, leading him to wander the world, devoid of a foothold in the East wilderness. Ultimately, his weakness proved concerning, against a true tribulation celestial or an immortal emperor. The Zheng family was inconsequential. At that moment, the sect leader emerged to respond. Moron Longqing's voice resonated like that of a dark deity from the abyss, filled with authority and fear. Xiang Yutian, drenched in sweat and trembling, stepped forward. I, Xiang Yutian, the sect leader of Tai Xuan Dao sect, greet you, esteemed sir. With a wave of his hand, Moron Longqing conjured an image before Xiang Yutian, an unmistakable portrait of Fu Wangtian. Have you seen this man? No. Xiang Yutian hastily shook his head. I swear, I have never encountered this esteemed individual. Moron Longqing scoffed. You, Tai Xuan Dao sect, with but a few transformation realm cultivators, have no means to contend with Fu Wangtian, who wields the divine sunfire. As he spoke, he guided the azurite flood dragon away from the Tai Xuan Dao sect. This dismissal left Chu Feng momentarily bewildered. It seemed they had been underestimated. Yet, this also signified the dissolution of the immediate crisis. However, it served as a wake-up call. One should not presume that attaining the status of a supreme elder at the pinnacle of the fusion realm ensured safety, for danger still loomed. Suddenly, Chen Wanwan burst into laughter. Fortunately, Moron Longqing is sufficiently arrogant not to obliterate your Tai Xuan Dao sect. Were I in his position, I would prefer to err on the side of annihilation rather than risk allowing any suspicion to remain. My dear husband, remaining within Tai Xuan Dao sect is fraught with peril. Why not accompany me to the heavenly demon sacred land, to become my male consort? As she spoke, she reached out, pinching Chu Feng's chin and pushing down. In response, he swiftly embraced her. Oh? You dare to suggest I become your consort? Have you grown bold from my leniency, or do you think my teachings have been insufficient? Without warning, Chen Wanwan bit down on his shoulder. This saintess is saving you. Do you understand? Dare to strike me again, and I shall break you. Despite having cultivated the first turn of the 9 revolutions mysterious art, Chu Feng felt nothing. Yet he played along. Oh? You dare to bite? Like a dog, are you? Let me show you how to handle such insolence. As they engaged in their light-hearted banter, an uproar erupted within the Tai Xuan Dao sect, saturated with fear. The previous display of dominance and terror was still fresh in their minds. The immense azurite flood dragon, should it choose to attack, would leave the entire sect utterly defenseless. Liurushi remained confined within the icy inferno, while Yi Zishan and Zhao Ping trembled uncontrollably. After centuries of cultivation, especially as supreme elders of the Tai Xuan Dao sect, their word was law, even determining the succession of the sect leader. Yet, they had never felt such despair until that moment. For a long while, a heavy stone seemed to rest upon the hearts of every disciple in the sect. Some were ignited with fervor, hoping to emulate Moron Longqing's power and striving to cultivate further, while others felt their spirits crushed, succumbing to despair. Yet, amidst this turmoil, Chu Feng remained blissfully unaware, engaged in playful antics and dual cultivation. And upon their solitary mountain, an unexpected presence emerged. Lin Xiyue. Chapter 62. Zhao Yan's childhood sweetheart Lin Xiyue initially intended to linger at the solitary mountain, resolute in her belief that after more than a century of affection, Chu Feng could not truly forget her. Moreover, recent tidings revealed that Chu Feng had transcended to the transformation realm, revitalizing his vigor, and surprisingly, had become quite lecherous. Now harboring 2 women on the mountain. He was even engaging in dual cultivation with his current master, Lu Linglong, and Nangong Yanyan of the Nangong clan. Lin Xiyue was confident that her beauty was not inferior to theirs. If they could win his affection, so could she. Unfortunately, Chu Feng had seen through her intentions and had altered the protective formation of the solitary mountain, preventing Lin Xiyue from stepping foot onto its grounds. Yet, she remained undeterred. Unable to enter the mountain, she chose to wait at its base, steadfast in her belief that one day she would move Chu Feng to embrace her once more. On this day, Zhao Dongdong curiously inquired about Lin Xiyue, and Chu Feng did not conceal the truth, recounting Lin Xiyue's actions to Zhao Dongdong. Initially, Zhao Dongdong found Lin Xiyue's determination somewhat moving, contemplating persuading Chu Feng to reconsider, for he was indeed formidable, and even with Chen Wanwan by her side, she felt inadequate. However, upon learning of Lin Xiyue's behavior, she was filled with disdain. The audacity to abandon Chu Feng upon growing old and weary, only to regret it later. What a despicable character. Now it was too late. Had she foreseen this day, she would not have acted as she did. Zhao Dongdong resolved to remain at the mountain's foot, indifferent to Lin Xiyue's choices. In the Four Seasons city, The Zhao family estate lay in utter ruin since its destruction at the hands of Chu Feng. The grounds were overgrown with weeds, remnants of branches littered the area, and serpents and ants thrived in the decay. Following the annihilation of the Zhao family, the Shen family could have claimed the estate but chose instead to let it languish. A deliberate act intended to instill fear across all factions in Four Seasons City, signaling that the city now belonged to the Shen clan. On this day, before the dilapidated Zhao estate, a strikingly beautiful woman approached, exuding grace and dignity. Her every gesture captivated onlookers, drawing them in irresistibly. Yet, as she surveyed the abandoned manor, her initial excitement faded, replaced by a seething anger and an overwhelming desire for vengeance. Why had the Zhao family perished, and who was responsible for their downfall? What of her brother Zhao Yan? Had he met with misfortune? A chilling dread gripped her heart, causing her breaths to quicken. The woman seized a passerby nearby, her icy tone demanding answers. Tell me, what has become of the Zhao family? Who brought about their demise? Where is my brother Zhao Yan? The passerby, terrified by her fierce presence and the palpable intent to kill, trembled and stammered, "Fairy, spare my life. I know nothing, I am merely a passerby. Please, do not kill me." Furious, the woman thundered, "I demand answers. Speak, or I shall end your life this instant." The passerby, utterly terrified by her shout, lost control, and an unpleasant odor filled the air, prompting the woman to cast him aside in disgust. Turning her gaze to others nearby, she did not have to wait long for someone to step forward, saying, "Esteemed fairy, I possess knowledge of the situation." He proceeded to recount the tale of the Zhao family's downfall, beginning with a broken engagement. As he detailed the events, the woman, Ji Linger, erupted with fury. "Chu Feng of the Tai Xuan Dao sect, your heart is indeed ruthless. Not only have you usurped my brother Zhao Yan's fiancée, but you have also taken his life. I, Ji Linger, shall exact vengeance for my brother's demise at any cost." Ji Linger had once been a young girl accompanying her mother on a visit when they encountered a formidable adversary. Her mother sacrificed herself to ensure Ji Linger's escape, entrusting her to a servant who ultimately succumbed to his injuries. Lost and alone, Ji Linger was rescued by Zhao Yan, who welcomed her into his home as a sister. However, Zhao Yan's affections had crossed boundaries, visiting her nightly under the guise of nursing her wounds, taking advantage of her vulnerability until her family finally located her after 3 long years. Now, having achieved a level of cultivation, Ji Linger returned to seek out Zhao Yan, only to discover the tragic fate that had befallen the Zhao family. The informant, startled by Ji Linger's vehement curses, cautioned, "Esteemed fairy, you must be cautious with your words. Chu Feng is a revered elder of the Tai Xuan Dao sect, a Yuanying immortal. To speak ill of him is to invite peril upon yourself." He continued. The Zhao family was one of the 2 prominent clans in Four Seasons City, and their annihilation is a testament to the brutal hierarchy of the cultivation world, where the weak are mere prey for the strong. Alas, we of lesser talent cannot hope to avenge the Zhao family's wrongs. Are you of the Zhao family? Ji Linger suddenly inquired, her eyes narrowing. The man quivered, falling to his knees before her. "Miss Linger, I am Zhao Linji, a distant relative of the Zhao family. I survived the massacre by fortune, and I returned to pay my last respects, intending to leave Four Seasons City forever. I never expected to encounter you, Miss Linger. I have heard of your remarkable lineage. I do not know if you can confront the Tai Xuan Dao sect, but I kneel before you, imploring you to avenge our fallen kin." Gritting her teeth, Ji Linger vowed, "Rest assured, those who kill shall be punished. Chu Feng destroyed the Zhao family and murdered my brother Zhao Yan. I will repay this blood debt. Not only him but the entirety of the Tai Xuan Dao sect shall face retribution." However, Ji Linger refrained from acting impulsively. Though of noble lineage, the imperial clans wielded a cruel authority, where might dictated all. Despite her exceptional talent and a bloodline of 40 purity, she was still only at the foundation establishment stage. Though protected by a guardian, they would only intervene in the face of true danger. A direct assault on the Tai Xuan Dao sect would likely lead to her failure to even enter their gates, let alone defeat Chu Feng and the sect unless they provoked her first. In the face of adversity, her guardian would act to shield her. Chapter 63, How to Acquire Greater Fortune. During this period, Chu Feng exhibited extraordinary diligence, dedicating himself to relentless training. Joyfully, he welcomed back both Nangong Yenran and Lu Linglong 2 days ago, surprised that they had spent such an extended time in the Nangong family without him, their husband. That very night, armed with a teaching staff, he administered a severe lesson to the two women, who begged for mercy and came to a profound realization of their transgressions before he finally relented. Naturally, after being chastised, the two women were unwilling to simply swallow their grievances and insisted that Chu Feng produce billions in compensation before they would let him off the hook. Since imparting the 1,000-character scripture of the great celestial immortal method to Zhao Dongdong, he had witnessed its extraordinary effects and decided to share it with the other women as well. Regrettably, the scripture still had an additional 2,000 characters yet to be acquired, and Chu Feng felt an increasing urgency to obtain the remaining text. System, I ask you. What methods exist to accumulate a substantial amount of fortune points? Killing, the system replied succinctly. Every individual possesses fortune. By eliminating them, one can seize their fortune. Killing, indeed? A fortune exceeding 100,000 qualifies one as a child of fortune. A fortune exceeding 5 million elevates one to the status of a child of destiny. Beyond the child of destiny lies the child of the era. As Chu Feng examined his own fortune, a mere 10 million, he realized the arduous journey ahead. Undoubtedly, the most effective means of acquiring fortune was to eliminate a child of fortune, not only yielding fortune but also various rewards. He couldn't help but reminisce about Feng Yun and Han Feng. Feng Yun, the child of fortune, was as resilient as a cockroach, having been slain 3 times before finally being vanquished. Han Feng, the child of destiny, could only be defeated by casting him down from his fated position. Any attempt at direct assassination would invoke the wrath of the heavenly Tao, though the repercussions of the heavenly Tao were daunting. The prospect of suppressing him 5 times offered greater value. Each suppression would yield a fortune point, and successfully casting him down would result in even more substantial rewards. There is also a second method, achieving a conquest value of 100 over a daughter of fortune. A conquest value of 100? Among the women, the highest conquest value belonged to Lin Xiyue at 98. Possessing the sacred body of a beauty, she could manipulate the hearts of men, and it stood to reason that she was never lacking in male admirers. Any man who laid eyes on her would be immediately captivated, obediently following her commands even to the extent of harming their own kin if she so wished. Ironically, her deepest affections lay with Chu Feng. Any woman with a conquest value exceeding 90 would never betray him. Next was Nangong Yenran, boasting a conquest value of 94. She had willingly submitted to him, falling in love at first sight and eagerly accepting her role as his companion. The increase in her value was only natural. Then there was Zhao Dongdong, whose value unexpectedly reached 92, surprising Chu Feng, considering they had only been together for a few months. Lin Xiyue was currently unreachable, being at the imperial Jiang's, while Chu Feng lacked the strength to retrieve her. Following her was Lu Linglong at 91. For a long time, Lu Linglong had been strong-willed, often expressing discontent when he was with Lin Xiyue, even making snide remarks during their dual cultivation sessions. Had it not been for his firm hand, she would have likely caused quite a stir. Given this context, achieving a conquest value of 91 was indeed a pleasant surprise. The most astonishing revelation, however, was Chen Wanwan, with a conquest value of 90. As the heavenly demon saintess, she was inherently lofty and formidable, yet she had succumbed to him. Achieving a conquest value above 90 rendered one impervious to decline. It was no wonder that, having recovered from her injuries, she chose to remain. While Chu Feng contemplated these matters, Chen Wanwan appeared before him. "What are you thinking about?" With a smile, Chu Feng replied, "Naturally, I am thinking of you." Chen Wanwan laughed, "You can't even tell a good lie. Be honest, are you really not going to the heavenly demon's sacred land? You must understand that the Jiang family is notoriously ruthless, preferring to wrongfully eliminate 1,000 rather than let 100 escape. Fortunately, we encountered Moron Longchang, who deemed it beneath him to act against the Tai Xuan Dao sect, otherwise, our sect would surely face annihilation. Moreover, do you know the identity of the man you killed, Fu Wangtian? Fu Wangtian, bearer of the divine sunfire, one of the 33 divine fires of the myriad realms. His identity is undoubtedly significant. Pray tell, what else do you know of him? In a serious tone, Chen Wanwan responded, Fu Wangtian's father is Fu Yuanshan, one of the 2 guest lords of the Zheng family's imperial clan. Indeed, a guest lord of the tribulation transcender. Thankfully, Fu Yuanshan had not left any hidden schemes for his son. Only 3 individuals knew of Fu Wangtian's demise: himself, Chen Wanwan, and Xiang Yutian. Xiang Yutian dared not speak. Becoming the sect leader was no small feat, and he understood that if he revealed the killer's identity, Chu Feng would undoubtedly perish. However, given the Jiang family's lofty disposition and their disregard for human life, the Tai Xuan Dao sect would inevitably be extinguished, with the sect leader facing the brunt of the consequences. What Chu Feng was unaware of was that while Moron Longcheng had departed, Xiang Yutian was on the verge of madness. The shadow of Fu Wangtian's death loomed over him like a sword, poised to fall at any moment, threatening the destruction of their sect and the annihilation of its people. I, Xiang Yutian, have devoted my heart to the position of the Tai Xuan Dao sect leader, only to find myself ensnared. Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have never sought this position. Chu Feng had long anticipated the ramifications of Fu Wangtian's connections, but upon discovering that his backing was a tribulation transcender, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. What if I were to eliminate Han Feng? Regardless of the heavenly backlash, if I could secure the rewards, including several millennia of cultivation, I might indeed ascend to the great ascension and perhaps even higher realms. What do I have to fear from the Jiang family? A mere guest lord. Not a true scion of the Jiang family, such as Jiang Yan. If he could conquer Jiang Yan, the rewards would undoubtedly be substantial. While Chu Feng pondered these possibilities, Chen Wanwan inquired once more, "What have you decided?" "Never mind," Chu Feng shook his head. "I believe it is best for me to remain with the Tai Xuan Dao sect. After all, it is a place I know well. I fear the heavenly demon's sacred land may not be as benevolent." Death, he mused, may be a luxury in the heavenly demon's sacred land. In the heavenly demon's sacred land, disciples are raised through a method akin to raising venomous insects. Chen Wanwan snorted, "If you choose not to go, so be it. I won't waste my kindness on you. However, if Moron Longcheng truly dares to act against you, I, Chen Wanwan, am not one to be trifled with." Chu Feng was taken aback. "You don't plan to leave?" Chen Wanwan retorted, "Leave? Why would I? My man is in peril, how could I depart? Remember, you belong to me. Only I have the right to end your life. Others must never harm you, not even in the slightest. Do you understand?" "I understand," he replied, chuckling at the unexpected fierceness of Chen Wanwan, who, despite being the heavenly demon saintess, exuded the aura of a domineering CEO. "Do not laugh," Chen Wanwan scolded, her anger palpable. "I am speaking seriously." Chapter 64, another child of fortune. At that moment, beneath the solitary mountain, an anxious voice echoed. "Disciple Xiang Zhizhu requests an audience with the elder." "What is it?" Chu Feng inquired, furrowing his brow. Xiang Zhizhu replied, "A message has arrived from Season City, stating that the fate of the entire Shen family rests upon her whim. If the Shen family is to avoid annihilation, the elder must go to Season City alone." "Who possesses such audacity to threaten the elder?" Chu Feng's frown deepened. "I shall personally head to Season City and eliminate the one who dares to threaten you." However, Chu Feng was troubled. The Zhao family had not been completely eradicated, and they were using the Shen family to bait him. Did they not comprehend his identity and strength? It seemed the Zhao family harbored secrets unknown to him. Otherwise, how could Zhao Yan have become a child of fortune? Turning to Xiang Zhizhu, he declared, "No. Since they wish to see me, I cannot refuse. You may leave now." "Understood, I take my leave," Xiang Zhizhu responded. As Xiang Zhizhu departed, Chu Feng turned to Chen Chanqian and asked, "Are you interested in accompanying me?" "Of course," she replied without hesitation. "Very well, let us depart." "What's the rush?" Chen Chanqian, who had been about to rise, pressed him back down. "If we are to go, at least allow me to eat my fill first." "All right, since you wish to eat." "I shall indulge you, though I fear you may regret it later." "Humph," Chen Chanqian scoffed. "Allow me to share some unfortunate news. My celestial demon art has broken through to the 15th level. The celestial demon art, one of the most powerful legacies of the celestial demon sacred land, was said to have been created by the celestial demon emperor. A cultivation technique of the celestial emperor level, comprising 21 levels in total. The 13th and 14th levels corresponded to the transformation realm, while the 15th level pertained to the integration realm. Previously, Chen Xianxian had been at the 14th level and had anticipated that breaking through to the 15th level would require considerable time, yet she had achieved it with unexpected ease. This was a momentous occasion, signifying her entry into the integration realm, a path now clear before her. Most importantly, this breakthrough was due to the dual cultivation of the great Yuanying tragedy. Thus, seizing every opportunity, she unceremoniously pulled Chu Feng into her dual cultivation endeavor. Pay your dues. You must surrender everything, she declared. Today, as I celebrate my breakthrough in the celestial demon art, if I do not drain you dry, I am not Chen Xianxian. Her intentions were noble, yet alas, she encountered the formidable Chu Feng, whose strength was unparalleled. Not even a multitude of Chen Xianxians could stand against him. A battle. Is it? Allow me to demonstrate what it means for me, Chu Feng, to wield a staff and possess the world. With his teaching staff in hand, he imparted a lesson to Chen Xianxian, leaving her utterly exhausted. Now do you understand your husband's might? Chu Feng smiled. Do you still have the energy to accompany me to Season City? I do, Chen Xianxian retorted with a huff. Though I may have lost this time, I shall not concede easily. We shall meet again. Chu Feng shrugged. Very well, we shall meet again. In Season City, within a mere half a cup of tea's time, Chu Feng arrived with Chen Xianxian. The flying rainbow technique, in Chu Feng's hands, had become increasingly adept. It was Chen Xianxian's first experience of Chu Feng's incredible speed, leaving her astonished. Your speed is truly astonishing. The flying rainbow technique, a celestial-grade divine ability, could reach velocities of up to 300,000 kilometers instantaneously. Of course, my current cultivation is still too weak, but I can manage to travel 1,000 miles in an instant. Another celestial-grade divine ability, Chen Xianxian remarked. I find myself increasingly unable to see through you. Should you wish to learn, I can teach you, Chu Feng offered. Is that so? Very well, I shall learn. Chen Xianxian nodded. Meanwhile, the Shen family estate remained lively and bustling, showing no signs of intimidation despite the threat. Upon Chu Feng's arrival, he initially suspected he had been deceived. It wasn't until he encountered Shen Zhong that he realized the Shen family genuinely faced a threat. Soon, he came face to face with the threat, Jilinger, clad in white, resembling a celestial maiden. Upon seeing Chu Feng and Chen Xianxian, she displayed neither surprise nor fear, but rather a countenance of fury, her voice icy as she spoke. You are Chu Feng, the one who annihilated the Zhao family and killed my brother. The Grand Elder of the Tai Xuan Dao sect, a mere Yuanying cultivator. Upon entering, Chu Feng had already scrutinized Jilinger, and even the system had begun to alert him. Beep, beep, beep. Host, detected the child of fortune Jilinger, a prodigy of heaven. Cultivation, initial stage of the Great Ascension. Age, 1020 years. Descendant of the Ji Imperial clan, rank, divine, possessing the Yuanling divine body. Fortune value, 990,000 points. The pinnacle of the child of fortune. Holy maiden of the Ji clan, childhood friend of the slain Zhao Yan. This time, while the system was still agitated, it did not issue a warning. This indicated that, in the system's perspective, his combat strength was not inferior to that of a great ascension cultivator. With an arsenal of celestial-grade divine abilities and a supreme celestial weapon, the burning heaven sword, he could indeed contend with most great ascension cultivators. Even when facing the likes of Moron Longcheng, he would not falter. If victory was elusive, escape was still an option. As Chu Feng contemplated how to handle Jilinger, her words unexpectedly amused him. The system displayed Jilinger as a great ascension cultivator, yet under the boundless divine eyes, her true cultivation was merely at the late stage of foundation establishment. He could not fathom her audacity to speak thus to him, a mere Yuanying cultivator. However, it soon became clear where Jilinger's pride originated. Her protector, at the peak of the transformation realm, resided within a tavern in Season City. Chu Feng easily detected his presence with his divine sense. Pray tell, how do you intend to deal with me, a mere Yuanying cultivator? Chu Feng inquired with a smile. Jilinger retorted angrily, naturally, I shall see you dead. You killed my brother Zhao Yan, and I will have you torn to shreds. Flayed alive, leaving you with no burial ground. Chu Feng's expression turned cold, filled with disdain. Very well, I shall observe how you intend to accomplish such a feat. Beside them, Chen Xianxian found Chu Feng's words amusing, mockingly saying, You little girl truly lack the wisdom to know your limits. Your strength is lacking. Yet your arrogance knows no bounds. Is this how your imperial clan, the Ji family, educates you? Ji Linger trembled in fury. You. Chu Feng interrupted her, dismissively saying, Or perhaps you rely on the protector behind you? Let him show himself. Chapter 65, Educating Ji Linger. Ji Linger was momentarily taken aback. Then, through gritted teeth, she exclaimed, Chu Feng, since you are already aware of my protector's existence, do you not feel any fear? Chu Feng, growing impatient, retorted, You speak too much. Indeed. If you were not in danger, your protector would not intervene, which leaves me no choice but to deal with you. Ji Linger was merely at the late stage of foundation establishment, and in Chu Feng's grasp, she felt as insignificant as an ant. With ease, he seized her by the throat, lifting her effortlessly, an overwhelming aura of malevolence enveloping her. She believed her life was at its end, her breath hitched, her vision blurred. And with the last shred of her strength, she cried out, Uncle Han, save me. Her voice swiftly reached Han Wendong, who was enjoying drinks at a tavern. Alarmed, he realized, Miss Linger is in danger. In an instant, he vanished from the tavern, appearing before Ji Linger and witnessing her perilous state at the hands of Chu Feng, unleashing a torrent of fury. You scoundrel, release my lady! A formidable attack erupted from him, as a colossal hand materialized from the void, aiming to strike Chu Feng. Chu Feng had long been attuned to Han Wendong's presence, and upon his arrival, he immediately sensed it. He discarded Ji Linger and retaliated with a palm strike directed at Han Wendong. I've been waiting for you, come forth. The air trembled. Han Wendong's assault was swiftly obliterated as Chu Feng unleashed the dragon palm technique, sweeping towards Han Wendong with the force of a tempest, sending him crashing to the ground. Blood spilling from his mouth. Who are you? Han Wendong asked, awe-stricken. Ji Linger, terrified, paled in disbelief as she witnessed Han Wendong's defeat. He could not even withstand a single blow. Chu Feng shook his head. Does it matter who I am? What matters is that you have been betrayed by those you sought to protect. With that, he aimed another strike at Han Wendong. Ji Linger's face turned ashen as she pleaded, Please, do not kill Uncle Han. Even Chen Wanyue's expression grew tense as she interjected, You wouldn't truly kill this man. Would you? Chu Feng offered a faint smile to Chen Wanyue, who instantly grasped his intent, rolling her eyes in exasperation. You rogue. Unfazed. Chu Feng turned back to Ji Linger and stated, Why should I spare him? You have continuously proclaimed your desire for vengeance against the Zhao family. For your brother Zhao Yan. Humph, not only does he deserve death, but so do you. No. Ji Linger exclaimed, As long as you spare Uncle Han, I will comply with anything you ask, except avenging your brother Zhao Yan. Chu Feng's words rendered Ji Linger silent. He grasped her firmly, asserting, If you wish for me to spare him, then you must become my woman. Absolutely not, she retorted hastily. How can you threaten me? Chu Feng scoffed. Is it permissible for you to threaten my life with the entire Shin family, yet not for me to use your Uncle Han's life to compel you? You truly are hypocritical. Han Wendong interjected, Miss Linger, do not. Even if I must die, I cannot allow this scoundrel to tarnish your honor. Chu Feng, you are merely a lowly elder of the Dao sect. Although I was careless and allowed you to best me, do you comprehend my identity? Dare you harm even a single hair on my head? The Ji family will not let you go. You must understand, we Ji family. The Ji family? One of the 5 imperial clans of the Tianyuan world, hailing from the central domain. Unfortunately, this is the eastern wasteland, not your central domain, Chen Wanyue interrupted Han Wendong. Han Wendong laughed heartily, knowing our identities, you still dare to threaten us, still dare to harm my lady. Chen Wanyue waved her hand, manifesting a colossal black skull in the air, regarding Han Wendong with disdain. Do you recognize this? Han Wendong's eyes widened in panic. This is the mark of the celestial demons, you belong to the celestial demon sacred land. But so what? Our Miss Linger is of the direct lineage of the Ji family. However, in the next moment, Han Wendong's voice faltered, replaced by sheer terror. You are the celestial demon saintess. How could this be? How could the celestial demon saintess appear in a mere sword state? The most insignificant of the 9 states in the eastern wasteland, with the Qinling Mountains blocking the way? When Ji Linger was pursued, it was precisely for this reason that she fled to the sword state, ultimately rescued by the Zhao family. The celestial demon sacred land's power is not inferior to that of the Ji family, and this is the eastern wasteland, a territory belonging to the celestial demon sacred land. Ji Linger may indeed be of the Ji family's direct line, but he did not believe that the Ji family would risk antagonizing the celestial demon sacred land for a mere direct descendant. Chu Feng declared, "Enough of this idle chatter." With a wave of his hand, he rendered Han Wendong unconscious. Then, with a smile, he turned to Ji Linger. "Now, your Uncle Han's life hangs by a thread. You can either submit to me or watch him perish. And let me remind you, do not entertain thoughts of suicide, if you dare. I will leave your corpse for beggars by the roadside. Freshly deceased, your body will be quite appealing to them. You are not human, you are a devil." Ji Linger lamented, utterly broken, her complexion pale as she staggered backward. "Ha ha ha." Chu Feng laughed heartily. "If you consider me a devil, then so be it. I am not just any devil, I am the god of demons risen from the depths of hell." With that, he lifted Ji Linger into his arms. She looked ashen, offering no resistance. Chu Feng addressed Xinzhong, "I require your room." Xinzhong promptly replied, "I shall prepare it for you, esteemed immortal." In a lavish chamber, Chu Feng callously unbound Ji Linger, devoid of any compassion. She lay there, lifeless, akin to a corpse, allowing Chu Feng to act with impunity. Women? Such a simple matter. I possess numerous methods to handle them. Yet, one must admit, such a scene holds its own allure. When dealing with Chen Yuanying, he had similarly employed direct methods of education, striking her palm, kicking her in the chest, slapping her face. Initially, she resisted fiercely. How could the celestial demon saintess endure such treatment? However, under the relentless application of his techniques, she ultimately succumbed, even spiraling. Chapter 66, Forceful Suppression, Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully conquering Ji Linger. Conquest value, 10. Reward, 500,000 luck points. Due to the host's forceful conquest of Ji Linger, her luck value has surged, achieving the status of the destined daughter, resulting in a critical luck value boost of 50 million points. The host also receives the following rewards. Reward 1, 3,000 years of cultivation. Reward 2, celestial level divine ability, Emperor's Qi observation technique. Reward 3, 1 innate Ren water peach from 3,000 years ago. Reward 4, a half-hour experience card for the Tribulation Lord. Such bountiful rewards. Truly, effort begets reward. Most importantly, I have made Ji Linger the destined child directly. Indeed, previously, Lin Xiyue was merely the destined daughter, relegated to a supporting role. Zhao Yan was vanquished by me because he had yet to mature. Fang Yun could also grow into a destined child in the future. Ji Linger, however, is undoubtedly the main character. It should be that once Ji Linger is with Zhao Yan, the narrative will unfold, and their luck will simultaneously elevate, thus becoming the destined child and daughter. What surprised Chu Feng the most was the conquest value. A value of 10 signifies what? It indicates that Ji Linger, after enduring my humiliating treatment, has developed feelings. You beast, may you suffer a miserable fate. As Chu Feng savored this realization, Ji Linger gradually awakened, her body weak and in pain, especially with the multitude of bruises marking her skin. In an instant, she comprehended what she had endured. She had been violated by a beast. Tears streamed down her face, her heart bleeding. Brother Zhao Yan, I could not preserve my final dignity. Linger is tainted. Chu Feng sneered. What a pity, Zhao Yan is already dead. To mourn for a corpse is to be a widow. I prefer to call you an unwed widow. You shameless. Ji Linger trembled with rage. Chu Feng shrugged. Who says I am shameless? Take a good look at my teeth, I just used these to bite. I will kill you. Ji Linger felt a sharp pain in her chest, filled with fury as she charged at Chu Feng. Chu Feng laughed heartily, swiftly seizing Ji Linger's hands and pulling her into his embrace. He immediately reached for the spot he had bitten. Ji Linger felt as though struck by lightning, struggling desperately to break free. This only piqued Chu Feng's interest further. His ferocity ignited as he slapped Ji Linger, sending her crashing onto the bed. With a wave of his hand, he restrained her limbs, rendering her immobile. "Do you know what a horse tamer is?" he scoffed. "Tamers take pride in subduing the fiercest steeds. To me, you are a spirited horse, and I am the tamer. How do you think I should tame you?" As he spoke, a long whip appeared in Chu Feng's hand, striking Ji Linger. Each lash left a trail of blood upon her. Yet, it must be said, Ji Linger's strong lineage allowed her wounds to heal rapidly. However, the pain nearly drove her to madness. Days passed, and Chu Feng had completely subdued Ji Linger under his discipline. Her conquest value had risen from the original 10 to 50. Under his daily tutelage, she no longer mentioned Zhao Yan and fulfilled all of Chu Feng's demands without reservation. Most importantly, a conquest value of 50 meant that Ji Linger harbored no murderous intent towards him, only a deep-seated resentment. This was inconsequential, he only needed her obedience. Chu Feng did not neglect Ji Linger, imparting unto her the profound technique of yin yang great compassion. Although her training period was short, Ji Linger quickly recognized the remarkable power of this skill, surpassing any technique she had previously cultivated. Her magical power, physique, soul, and even her innate talent and bloodline saw significant enhancement. What a divine technique! Even the imperial legacy of the Ji family pales in comparison. The fact that Chu Feng would bestow such a gift upon her stirred her heart with gratitude. As for Han Wendong, his fate was dire. With his divine transformation cultivation sealed and imprisoned in a dungeon, he, who had never endured such treatment, found himself contemplating suicide. If news of this reached the Ji family, he would undoubtedly become their laughingstock for millennia. During this time, aside from conquering Ji Linger, Chu Feng had also fully assimilated his rewards. First, the 3,000 years of cultivation propelled him, already at the pinnacle of integration, directly into the mid-stage of great ascension. This was, of course, aided by the consumption of the innate Renwater peach. This spiritual root was said to have been transformed from the chaotic azure lotus into 3,600 peach trees. The first 1,200 bore small flowers and fruits, ripening every 3,000 years, granting immortality upon consumption. The next 1,200 matured every 6,000 years, allowing ascension to eternal life. The final 1,200, with purple veins and fine cores, matured every 9,000 years, bestowing longevity equal to that of the heavens and earth. While not truly achieving immortality, Chu Feng underwent a profound transformation. His sacred body reached the 3rd level, and his bloodline ascended to the sacred level, enhancing his combat prowess more than 100-fold. At this moment, although his cultivation was merely at the mid-stage of great ascension, he dared to proclaim that unless a tribulation lord intervened, even a being like Moron Longcheng would not be his match. Moron Longcheng, a singular figure alongside a dragon, would undoubtedly rank among the top 10 in the great ascension realm. This exemplifies the inherent strength of the dragon-controlling bloodline. And this was merely the case with the serpent he commanded. A true dragon would be even more formidable. One day, Chu Feng, with Ji Linger obediently by his side, emerged from their quarters. Chen Wanwan awaited them, a radiant smile upon her face. She immediately approached, grasping Ji Linger's hand, and asked, "Sister, why are you so stubborn? Otherwise, your husband would not have to resort to force." Ji Linger, feeling ashamed, replied, "Sister, I realize my mistake. How was I to know my husband's prowess? Sister, I truly wish to ask, is it that my husband is too strong, or am I too weak, that I am constantly tormented?" Chen Wanwan laughed. "Next time, we shall confront him together." Indeed. Clearly, Ji Linger was genuinely intimidated by Chu Feng's might. "Sister, are you truly the heavenly demon saintess?" "Why doubt it?" Chen Wanwan smiled. "Can the heavenly demon saintess not be conquered by her husband? The more so, does it not highlight his strength?" Ji Linger's face flushed crimson as she turned to Chu Feng and asked, "Husband, may I release Uncle Han?" Chapter 67, Seeking Divorce, Find the Sect Soon. Ji Linger finally encountered Han Wendong. However, Han Wendong appeared to be in a lamentable state. His body was riddled with wounds, and he was utterly weakened, his cultivation sealed, rendering him akin to an ordinary person. Having gone without food or water for half a month, his physical condition had reached its limits. While he was not dead, His suffering was palpable. Upon witnessing Han Wendong's dire plight, tears streamed down Ji Lingera's face uncontrollably. "Uncle Han," she cried. "Miss Linger," Han Wendong struggled to rise. Ji Linger hurriedly extended her support. "Miss Linger, what brings you here? Has that fiend troubled you? Has he?" Just as Han Wendong paused, a hand emerged from behind Ji Linger, enveloping her in an embrace as if to assert dominance, casting a provocative glare at Han Wendong, and coldly declared, "I am sorry. But Miss Linger is now my woman, Chu Feng." Han Wendong felt as if struck by lightning. The frailty of his body suffered another heavy blow, and he violently coughed up blood, raising his head to roar in near madness. "No, impossible. How could a mere wretch from a small valley be worthy of Miss Linger? She is a prodigy of the Ji family. You dare insult me as a wretch?" Chu Feng was enraged. His formidable aura erupted instantaneously. At that moment, Chu Feng was a mid-stage celestial, possessing combat prowess that no ordinary tribulation-level lord could match. Even the slightest release of his aura rendered Han Wendong akin to a solitary boat adrift in a vast ocean, in peril of being capsized at any moment. It felt as though a powerful blow had struck his chest, and he spat out more blood, his head spinning as he collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. "Uncle Han!" Ji Linger was on the verge of tears. "Husband, please save Uncle Han." From Ji Linger, Han Wendong learned that she had been brought back to the Ji family 3 years prior, but with her mother gone and her father indifferent. She was ostracized and deprived of resources, let alone a protector. It was then that Han Wendong had emerged, voluntarily becoming her guardian. It was precisely because of his presence that Ji Linger gained the opportunity she deserved. Thus, her concern for Han Wendong was profound. Gently stroking Ji Linger's forehead, Chu Feng said, "Rise, for it is your wish, and I shall naturally provide aid." With a wave of his hand, he imbued Han Wendong with a surge of magical energy. Instantly revitalized, Han Wendong's frail form regained some vigor, albeit with lingering trepidation as he gazed at Chu Feng and remarked, "Miss Linger, how could you be so foolish?" Chu Feng coldly retorted, "Han Wendong, I now offer you a singular choice. Given your past kindness towards Linger, you may continue to follow her as her guardian. However, from this moment forth, your loyalty must solely lie with her, which means you shall sever ties with the Ji family. Should you refuse, I shall end your life to spare Linger any unnecessary troubles." Han Wendong forced a bitter smile. "Rest assured, I, Han Wendong, am well aware of that. Yet, I must advise you, should you dare to harm Miss Linger, I, Han Wendong, vow that even if it leads to mutual destruction, you shall pay the price." Chu Feng scoffed, "Do not worry, I shall cherish my woman." Having resolved matters in Four Seasons City, Chu Feng returned to the Tai Xuan Dao sect with several companions. Upon handing Han Wendong over to Xiang Yutian, the latter was astonished to learn that Han Wendong was a peak transformation god expert. Overjoyed, he promptly arranged everything for Han Wendong, his abode, resources, and even unrestricted access to the sect's extensive library. Intrigued by the various texts, Han Wendong was eager to discover what profound heritage had shaped someone as extraordinary as Chu Feng. Unbeknownst to Chu Feng, had he been aware of Han Wendong's thoughts, he would have been amused. Days passed in this manner. While cultivating, Chu Feng also sought to nurture his relationships with his children. Excluding Ji Linger, the conquest levels of the other women remained stagnant, which was understandable. Once the conquest value surpassed 90, further advancements became exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, Ji Linger's conquest value had reached 80 points but seemed to have plateaued, unable to progress further. This indicated that Ji Linger had finally let go of her hatred towards him, yet remnants of grudges lingered, likely due to her unresolved feelings for Zhao Yan. Time flew by, and half a year had elapsed. One day, outside a solitary mountain, a woman knelt motionlessly. This sight reminded Chu Feng of Fengyan from before. And such occurrences were not uncommon at the Tai Xuan Dao sect, where many disciples sought recognition from a certain elder, often kneeling for extended periods. Yet, unexpectedly, as Chu Feng's consciousness swept across the area, the system responded. Detected a woman of fortune, Lin Xiyue. Lin Xiyue, originally a disciple of the Tai Xuan Dao sect, left the sect 10 years ago for love, marrying Li Wei, a disciple from the humble family of the Deqian Empire, and aided him in becoming a prominent lord. However, after achieving this status, Li Wei remarried. Attempting to annul her marriage, Lin Xiyue approached the Deqian emperor, but was rebuffed, as historically only men could initiate divorce. Unwilling to accept this, she returned to the Tai Xuan Dao sect. The Deqian Empire is one of the three major empires under the Tai Xuan Dao sect, with many royal descendants joining the sect. Having cut ties with the empire and feeling hopeless, she heard rumors about Elder Chu Feng and knelt at the mountain gate, beseeching his assistance. Fortune value, 800,000 points. No special physique, mediocre talent, no unique bloodline, average cultivation only at the 10th level of Qi training. Her appearance, however, is quite pleasing. Chu Feng was left speechless. Under his scrutiny, he saw that while she was indeed attractive, she merely rated in the low 80s, far inferior to Lin Xiyue, Chen Wanwan, and others. Furthermore, despite his indiscriminate appetites, she was, after all, a married woman. Host, suppress your improper thoughts. Gaining fortune does not necessitate violence. Conquering or helping fulfill her wishes can yield the same rewards. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Chu Feng quickly replied, "What nonsense are you spouting? I, Chu Feng, am not that kind of person. I am merely concerned about potential slander. You may take your leave now, I will handle this matter myself." Chapter 68, The Wind of Chu rides out like 1,000 men. Lin Xiyue had been at the Tai Xuan Dao sect for half a month. And she came with a singular purpose, to seek a divorce. She had forsaken her cultivation and left her sect for him, willingly embracing the role of a devoted wife and mother. In return, he had ascended to a position of power with her assistance, yet she was blindsided by his infidelity. As he sought solace in the arms of a new love and insisted she accept the presence of a concubine, ultimately leading to her own demise. Only in her final moments did she uncover the truth: this new love was none other than his childhood sweetheart. He had wed her solely for her identity as a cultivator, believing it would serve his ambitions. For a decade, he had feigned affection, all the while maintaining a true marital bond with his childhood companion, who bore him children. To prevent her from conceiving, he had secretly poisoned her after their intimate encounters. A cruel jest that left her utterly oblivious. She had mistakenly believed herself barren, burdened with guilt towards him. And it was only upon her death that the reality dawned upon her. Fortune smiled upon her as she was granted a second chance at life. Returning to the moment, he introduced his concubine. In this new existence, she resolved not to coddle them any longer and had firmly decided to pursue a divorce. Regrettably, her aspirations were too simplistic. The Emperor of Deqian stood before that scoundrel, illuminating the reason behind his audacity to bring home that wretched woman and orchestrate her demise. Thus, she sought refuge back at Tai Xuan, hoping for assistance. Alas, as a mere inner-sect disciple, her voice was inconsequential. Who would dare intervene? In that moment, despair enveloped her. Was she destined to repeat her past mistakes in this rebirth? She prayed for the intervention of Elder Chu Feng, her last glimmer of hope. A desperate measure indeed. Fortunately, she was favored by destiny, otherwise, Chu Feng would not have concerned himself with her plight. Disciple Lin Xiyue pays respects to the ancestor, she implored, kneeling before Chu Feng, tears streaming as she recounted her misfortunes, even the tale of her rebirth. I beseech the ancestor to take up my cause. I seek nothing else but to part ways with that rogue and reclaim my dignity. Chu Feng nodded. Rise, I shall accompany you. At that moment, Lin Xiyue was rendered speechless, questioning if she had misheard. The ancestor intended to personally assist her? How could this be? Are you unwilling? Chu Feng inquired. Disciple is willing. I am immensely grateful, ancestor, she responded, her composure regained. Very well, let us proceed, Chu Feng affirmed. Just as he prepared to depart, Chen Wanyan and Ji Ling approached. Husband, we shall accompany you, they declared. Excellent, a pleasant outing awaits, Chu Feng agreed. The four of them vanished from Tai Xuan Dao sect at his gesture, heading towards the Deqian Empire. The Deqian Empire was not far from the City of Four Seasons. Within the span of half a tea's brewing time, they arrived at the imperial capital. Meanwhile, within the esteemed Wei Marquisate, a vibrant celebration unfolded. Red lanterns adorned the surroundings, drums and firecrackers filled the air with joyous noise. Today marked the day of Li Wei's wedding to his new bride. Li Wei had been aware of his wife's disappearance for half a month. Rather than search for her, he reveled in his good fortune, hastily preparing for the wedding with his childhood companion, Lu Ruyan. although tradition dictated that, with a legitimate wife absent, Lu Ruyan should only be recognized as a concubine, Li Wei defied convention, insisting on honoring her with the full rights of marriage. In the inner chambers, Li Wei's mother, brimming with arrogance, scolded the servants. "Listen closely. That little wretch has left home and will never return. Should she dare to return, she will no longer hold any claim to this household. Lu Ruyan shall now be your lady, and as for that wretch, it would be best if she perished outside." Li Wei, adorned in a crimson robe, approached. "Mother, please lower your voice. Though I harbor disdain for that wretch, it is wise to speak quietly. We must guard against eavesdroppers." His mother scoffed. "Why whisper? Let them hear, let everyone know who truly rules this household. That little hussy dared to leave home. In my view, we should simply cast her off to avoid further annoyance." Li Wei nodded. "Mother speaks wisely. However, there is no rush. I intend to squeeze her dry of everything before her demise. I, Li Wei, do not believe in divorce, there is only widowhood." "Good," his mother replied, satisfied. "It is high time that wretched girl was dealt with." She then shifted her tone. "If we do eliminate her, can we bring my grandchildren back home? My family's children cannot remain lost to the world, they must return to their roots. Moreover, as a marquis, you must have heirs." Li Wei assured her. "Do not worry, mother. Soon, I will ensure Zihan and Xiaowei return to the Li family." "Excellent, splendid." His mother beamed. "Now, go fetch Ruyan back." Li Wei grinned. "Your wish is my command." In the imperial palace, Chu Feng sat confidently upon the throne, which rightfully belonged to the emperor. Lin Manyu, Chen Wanyuan, and Ji Linger stood beside him. Meanwhile, the mighty emperor of Deqian knelt in fear, drenched in sweat, his face a mask of terror. "Ancestor, spare me. The emperor pleaded. Smack! Realizing he had spoken out of turn, he struck his own face, leaving a 5-finger imprint. "I was unaware of the connection between Lin Manyu and you, ancestor. Had I known, I would have acted on her behalf. I beg you to forgive my ignorance this once." The emperor could only lament his fate. When Lin Manyu sought his aid, he had dismissed her, choosing instead to support Li Wei, a scoundrel with some merit, capable of winning Lin Manyu's heart through loyalty and discernment. Lin Manyu, though once a disciple of the Tai Xuan Dao sect, was but one among many. The sect, one of the 3 great powers of Jianzhou, boasted tens of thousands of disciples, with over 30,000 in the inner sect alone. Furthermore, she had chosen to leave the sect voluntarily. As anticipated, no one had come forth to support her in the past few days. Who could have foreseen the sudden intervention of Elder Chu Feng? Had he known she could summon such power, he would have surely sided with Lin Manyu from the beginning. Now, it was too late for regrets. All he could do was plead for mercy, hoping that his position as emperor would earn him some leniency. Chapter 69, Disruption of the Wedding. The Grand Chancellor of the Deqian dynasty, the left Prime Minister, arrived to extend his heartfelt congratulations to the newlywed Marquis of Bravery. The Duke of Celebration also graced the occasion with his presence, offering his best wishes to the Marquis on this joyous union. The Crown Prince arrived next, followed by the second Prince and the 7th Prince. The entire Marquisate of Bravery was abuzz with esteemed guests, nearly the entire court was in attendance. And the Marquis himself was enveloped in a wave of elation, undoubtedly honoring Lu Ruyan's stature. Such a grand affair could easily be mistaken for a royal wedding. After all, the Marquis of Bravery was a favored subject of the Deqian Emperor. Just half a month prior, Lin Manyu had sought the emperor's permission for a divorce, only to be denied, a fact that had swiftly spread throughout the imperial capital. It was only fitting for them to curry favor now. Li Wei's mother was positively beaming, her smile wide as she repeatedly commented on how superior Lu Ruyan was, lamenting how her son had initially wed that wretched woman. That harbinger of misfortune. "Son, when that harbinger returns, we shall deal with her. Had she only behaved and accepted Ruyan into the family, I could have welcomed my grandson back without issue. Yet here she is, shamelessly seeking a divorce, tarnishing the reputation of our household." Li Wei nodded in agreement. "Mother, your words ring true. However, today is a day of celebration for welcoming Ruyan into our home. We shall discuss her matters later, our guests have arrived. Please accompany me to greet them." The ceremony commenced with the couple bowing to heaven and earth, wishing the newlyweds a lifetime of happiness and a swift blessing of children. They bowed to their parents, wishing for filial piety and harmony. Just as the couple was about to exchange vows, a voice rang out from the crowd. Instantly, the onlookers parted to reveal Lin Xiyue striding forward, accompanied by Chu Feng, Linger, and Chen Wanwan. The latter two had concealed their true appearances, lest their extraordinary beauty incite a stir among the attendees. Upon seeing Lin Xiyue disrupt the ceremony, Li Wei's temper flared. "Lin Xiyue, where have you been these past days? Do you have any idea how frantically we searched for you?" Lin Xiyue chuckled. "Li Wei, are you certain you truly sought me during my absence? I suspect you wished for my disappearance, preoccupied with your upcoming marriage to Lu Ruyan instead." Li Wei retorted coldly, "Indeed, I am engaged in marrying Ruyan." "What of it? As the Marquis of Bravery, is it not within my rights to have multiple wives? Look around, who among the nobility does not possess several consorts? But when it comes to you, why should it be any different? Ask our esteemed guests who would disagree. Today, allow me to make it clear, I am marrying Ruyan. And your consent is irrelevant. Should you attempt to interfere, I shall divorce you on the spot." Li Wei's mother interjected, "Wretched woman, did you hear that? I have long desired for my son to divorce you. Since you have so brazenly appeared, it is perfect timing. Li Wei, draft the divorce papers. Sever all ties with this vile woman henceforth." Lin Xiyue erupted in laughter. "Divorce me? Li Wei, when your family fell from grace and you were born into poverty. It was I who upheld this household, trained you in your craft, supported you in the military, and cared for your mother. The irony is that your title of Marquis stems from slaying the barbarian king, but it was I who bore the burden of that battle, risking my life to save you and claiming that victory for you. You speak of men having multiple wives as if it were trivial. If you truly wish for that, I would accept it. However, you should not deceive me, whisper sweet nothings to win my hand." While simultaneously consorting with Lu Ruyan and fathering 2 children, one of whom is already 8 years old. Her words ignited murmurs among the crowd. Indeed. To deceive one's wife while maintaining a mistress, and now to seek to bring the mistress home, was utterly disgraceful. It was no wonder Lin Xiyue refused to accept this arrangement, any woman in her position would do the same. Li Wei's complexion shifted as he absorbed the surrounding comments, his fury boiling over. "Silence. You know nothing. How dare you take this wretched woman's word as truth?" He turned to Lin Xiyue, "Stop your nonsense. The barbarian king was slain by me, you have no claim to that glory. How dare you attempt to steal my achievements? Guards, take this madwoman away. Today is my joyous day with Ruyan, and I will deal with you after the ceremony." As the Marquis of Bravery, his command was absolute. And the servants moved to comply. Before Chu Feng could respond, Linger could no longer remain passive. She stepped forward, blocking Lin Xiyue. The crowd was taken aback, questioning her identity. Without hesitation, Linger advanced toward Li Wei, delivering a swift kick while unleashing a torrent of curses. "You scoundrel, you disgust me. I ought to beat you senseless, you deserve to die." Li Wei was utterly taken aback, rendered speechless as he was sent flying by Linger's fierce blow. The entire assembly fell into stunned silence. "Arrest this lunatic!" Li Wei bellowed, "How dare she strike me? I am the Marquis of Bravery." Linger dismissed him with a scoff. "You? A Marquis? Apologies, but that title will soon be stripped from you. Your family will face utter annihilation." Li Wei's mother, enraged, rushed forward, pointing at Linger and hurling insults. But in that moment, a powerful aura surged forth as Chu Feng intervened. "Any woman who dares to insult me, Chu Feng, shall meet her end." Chapter 70, The Reckoning has finally arrived. Li Wei's mother erupted like a bomb, her body exploding into a gruesome spectacle of blood and flesh. She was covered in wounds, resembling a grotesque figure, yet she did not succumb immediately to death. The immense agony rendered her body convulsing uncontrollably. The onlookers were petrified, their screams echoing in fear. Li Wei rushed to his mother's side, frantically calling out, "Mother! What has happened to you? Please, don't leave us. Quickly, summon the physician. And you," he continued, his voice laced with fury, "how dare you harm my mother? I will ensure you pay with your lives. He directed his rage towards Lin Manyu, exclaiming, "This is what you wished for, isn't it? You have harmed my mother. And I will take your life." For years, Lin Manyu had devoted herself to nurturing Li Wei. With her assistance, she had reached the pinnacle of her cultivation, achieving the 10th level of qi refinement, rivaling Li Wei himself. In a selfless act, she had even gifted him her soul foundational artifact, hoping to bolster his potential. Comparatively, at this moment, Li Wei was indeed stronger than Lin Manyu. The reason Li Wei had not yet discarded or killed her was a calculated decision. He intended to fully exploit her before discarding her. He planned to marry Lu Ruyan, recognize his children, and subject Lin Manyu to endless torment until she was utterly drained, ultimately leading to her demise. In her past life, Lin Manyu had endured this very fate. In this life, she returned to the Tai Xuan Dao sect, seeking its aid. Alas, she had wandered down the wrong path and would have to face the consequences. It was a journey she had to navigate on her own. How could she comprehend that the Tai Xuan Dao sect would not intercede on her behalf? Had she not encountered Chu Feng? Even 1,000 lifetimes of rebirth would not have freed her from Li Wei's oppression. 10 years prior, she had left the Tai Xuan Dao sect, wholly devoted to her husband and children, even sacrificing her own resources to enhance Li Wei's abilities, thereby diminishing her own potential. Now, returning to life, she found herself in the same predicament. However, the emergence of Chu Feng altered everything. As Li Wei prepared to strike, Ji Linger would not allow his actions to go unchallenged. "Scoundrel, you deserve your fate." Deep within her, a raging fire sparked, and Li Wei became the vessel through which she could unleash her wrath. Ji Linger, already at the late stage of foundation establishment, found dealing with Li Wei as effortless as crushing an ant. With a swift motion, she delivered a resounding slap to Li Wei's face, sending him crashing to the ground. Blood spilling from his mouth, his expression one of sheer terror, a distinct imprint of her hand swelling upon his cheek. It is noteworthy that his title as the Marquis of Waiwuhu was not solely due to his achievements. He had cultivated to the 10th level of qi refinement, and there was great potential for him to enter the foundational realm. Even in the Dacian dynasty, the true strength of the royal lineage could only be measured by a handful of foundational practitioners. Li Wei was barely 30 years old. And how many within the gathering could rival him? Yet, in Ji Linger's hands, he was as fragile as a mere insect. The crowd was engulfed in shock. Notably, prominent figures such as the two esteemed ministers, marquises of the principality, and royal princes had come to celebrate Li Wei's nuptials. They speculated about Ji Linger's identity. To conceal her beauty, she had cast a minor spell, rendering her visage shrouded in mist, leaving others unable to discern her true appearance. Terrified, Li Wei rose to his feet, fixing a penetrating gaze upon Ji Linger. "Who are you? Why do you assist this wretch?" "I am the illustrious Marquis of Waiwuhu. You must consider the repercussions of opposing me." "Waiwuhu? Soon, you shall be stripped of that title." Ji Linger replied disdainfully. Li Wei frowned, questioning, "What do you mean by that?" With a dismissive scoff, Ji Linger turned and commanded, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and come in." Instantly, a contingent of fully armored soldiers burst into the scene, emanating a formidable aura. The crowd was left in awe. The prince exclaimed incredulously, "Isn't this the Dacian Immortal Guard, a force only my father can mobilize? Why are they here?" The eunuch, Wei Gonggong, also appeared. This eunuch was a trusted attendant of the emperor. Was he here to congratulate the Marquis of Waiwuhu on his marriage? Yet, it seemed he was summoned by the very individuals who had assaulted the Marquis. Upon seeing Wei Gonggong and the Dacian Immortal Guard arrive, Li Wei pointed at Lin Manyu and Chu Feng, exclaiming, "Wei Gonggong, you've come just in time. They disrupted the wedding, harmed my mother, and assaulted me." The Marquis of Waiwuhu. Quickly, have the Dacian Immortal Guard seize them. Presumptuous. Wei Gonggong replied coldly. Li Wei nodded vigorously, addressing Lin Manyu and Chu Feng, "Do you see? The Dacian Immortal Guard is the mightiest force in our dynasty, all adept qi practitioners skilled in formations, numbering over 100. Even ordinary foundational practitioners would fall before them. You are doomed today." Just as Li Wei reveled in his arrogance, Wei Gonggong's icy voice resonated again. Li Wei, it is you who has overstepped. How dare you speak to the immortal like that? Where are the Dacian Immortal Guard? Seize Li Wei. The Dacian Immortal Guard surged into action with the swiftness of thunder, overwhelming in their force. Having already been injured by Ji Linger's slap, Li Wei was caught off guard by the guard's assault and was swiftly overpowered. Pinned to the ground, restrained with binding ropes, rendering him immobile. In a state of panic, Li Wei protested, "Wei Gonggang, have you made a mistake? Why are you apprehending me?" Lu Ruyan, her face covered by a red veil in anticipation of their wedding, could no longer maintain her composure. She hastily removed the veil and rushed towards Li Wei, shouting at the Dacian Immortal Guard, "Release the Marquis! What are you doing? How dare you lay hands on him?" The Dacian Immortal Guard showed no mercy, swiftly bringing her down to the ground. This left Lu Ruyan utterly subdued, trembling in fear, too terrified to utter a sound. She had initially believed the Dacian Immortal Guard was there to support Li Wei, but now it became clear that the reality was far from that. The prince approached Wei Gonggang, seeking clarification. "Wei Gonggang, what is happening?" Wei Gonggang cast a fleeting glance at the prince and stated, "The emperor has decreed that Li Wei is guilty of grievous crimes that warrant execution. He shall be stripped of his title as Marquis of Waiwohu. Li Wei, Lu Ruyan. His mother, son, and daughter shall be subjected to dismemberment, their souls shattered and refined into the soul-refining banner, forever barred from reincarnation. Anyone associated with the Marquis shall be executed without mercy. Your Highness, you have personally come to congratulate the Marquis, but the Emperor has commanded that your title be revoked. The same applies to several other princes, all of whom are to be confined to the ancestral hall, awaiting judgment. As for the esteemed officials, it is best to seek the Emperor's pardon and accept his decree." Chapter 71, The Birth of the Power of the Mind. No, why? Li Wei could hardly believe his ears as he shouted loudly, "Grandfather Wei, I am a Marquis personally appointed by His Majesty. How could His Majesty annihilate my entire clan?" The Crown Prince and the other princes, along with civil and military officials, all appeared ashen-faced. The Crown Prince, filled with fury, demanded, "Grandfather Wei, I wish to know the reason. Why would Father Emperor act in such a manner towards me? Or are you fabricating an imperial decree for personal vendetta?" "It is because of me," Chu Feng interjected before Grandfather Wei could explain. A powerful aura erupted from him, an overwhelming force at the midstage of the celestial realm. Even the slightest hint of his presence was unbearable for those present. Everyone felt as if an immense mountain was pressing down upon them, causing them to collapse to the ground in terror, resembling the arrival of death itself. Some even coughed up blood. Not a single one of the Dacian Immortal Guards remained standing. Grandfather Wei knelt on the ground, hastily calling out, "I implore you, Immortal Venerable, to restrain your divine power." Only then did Chu Feng withdraw his overwhelming presence, his gaze sweeping across the assembly as he calmly stated, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chu Feng, the Grand Elder of the Tai Xuan Dao sect. Today, I stand for Lin Xiyue. I wonder if anyone present has any objections." Boom! Everyone's minds felt as if they had exploded. The Immortal Venerable of the Tai Xuan Dao sect, the Grand Elder, was this not the legendary ancestor of transformation? To say that he could crush them was an understatement. He could obliterate the entire Dacian dynasty with a mere flick of his hand. Fear, regret, and pallor washed over their faces. If there had been any dissatisfaction with Grandfather Wei's words moments ago, it had completely vanished. After all, the assembly included the entire court. The Crown Prince, several princes, and a significant portion of the court's power, all under the Emperor's punishment. The Emperor would surely weigh his options carefully. However, upon learning that the one who had stepped forth was the ancestor of transformation, the Grand Elder of the Tai Xuan Dao sect, they realized their doom was sealed. The Dacian dynasty, while referred to as a subordinate dynasty of the Tai Xuan Dao sect, was, in harsher terms, merely a dog. If the Tai Xuan Dao sect wished to, it could extinguish the Dacian dynasty as easily as squashing an ant. A single word from any Golden Core elder would command the entire Dacian dynasty to comply, with not a hint of resistance. Let alone the ancestor of transformation. They had originally intended to ingratiate themselves with Li Wei but ended up sealing their own fate. Had it not been for Chu Feng's presence, they might have even harbored thoughts of eliminating Li Wei. Chu Feng nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, Grandfather Wei. I entrust you with handling the matter of Li Wei and his entire family. Do not let me down, otherwise..." The existence of the entire Dechen dynasty will be rendered unnecessary. Yes, yes. Grandfather Wei nodded vigorously, cold sweat pouring down his brow. Not daring to harbor any rebellious thoughts. Not only he, but everyone present refrained from uttering a single word of dissent. Beep, beep, beep. Congratulations to the host for aiding the fated daughter Lin Xiyue in avenging her grievances, earning her gratitude and gaining 800,000 fortune points, along with the following rewards. 800,000 fortune points, rather modest. Yet, the rewards intrigued him. Reward 1, gain 20 million fortune points. Reward 2, 1 opportunity deduction card. Reward 3, 1 imperial treasure, the Yuanying jade pendant. That was all. The rewards were indeed less than those gained from subduing the fated daughter or vanquishing the fated son. Nevertheless, they were still considerable. Upon further scanning through the system, he discovered that Lin Xiyue's identity as the fated daughter had vanished. System, what is happening? Lin Xiyue's fortune has dissipated, and she is no longer the fated daughter. Chu Feng exclaimed in surprise. Her fortune level has been elevated. Zhao Dongdong was previously promoted to the status of fated daughter by you. Now Lin Xiyue, who was inherently a fated daughter, has transformed into an ordinary woman. Ah, I see. To Chu Feng's greater surprise, he noted a change in his conquest value with Ji Linger now at 85 points, having increased by 5. This rise, he speculated, was perhaps due to his earlier actions against Li Wei, allowing her to release her emotions, akin to a door that had been tightly shut. Although there had been a crack before, it was not wide enough for someone to enter. Now, however, after her emotional release, a sliver had opened once more. While it was not sufficient for her to fully step through, it was enough for her body to enter, with just her head remaining outside. This venture to the Dechen dynasty had proven worthwhile. Back at the Tai Xuan Dao sect, Chu Feng quickly resumed his previous life, dedicating his days to cultivation in the company of several women. His cultivation steadily progressed. Most importantly, with the acquisition of the 20 million fortune points, he could finally purchase the remaining scriptures of the grand text of celestial immortals. The 1,000-character scripture was comparable to the texts of the immortal emperors, now totaling 1,500 characters, more than half of the scriptures. As he exchanged for the 500-character scripture, Chu Feng immediately began his cultivation. Though his realm did not elevate, he distinctly felt an enhancement in his potential. His magical power became more formidable and refined, even his soul underwent subtle changes. Furthermore, he birthed a new form of power, the power of the mind. The path of cultivation fundamentally revolves around the enhancement of the body, magical power, and soul. Hence the emergence of 3 major schools of thought: the body refinement school, the magical power school, and the soul school. Among celestial beings, the Witch clan adheres to the body refinement school, while the immortals and Buddhists primarily follow the magical power school, incorporating aspects of the body refinement school, yet fundamentally, they remain aligned with the magical power school. The spirits of the underworld and deities of the sealed gods follow the soul school, as their physical forms have been destroyed, leaving only their souls to reconstruct their bodies, thus fundamentally adhering to the soul school's path. In addition to these 3 schools, there exists a rarer 4th school, the school of the mind, represented by figures such as Hui. Moreover, the Buddhist sect is also well versed in the cultivation of the mind school, with figures like Sakyamuni and Yuanying serving as prime examples, while the lineage also possesses a tradition of the mind school, as seen in texts like the Duran Sutra. Of course, the cultivation of the mind school demands exceptionally high qualifications. If the path of cultivation is fraught with thorns and challenges, with only 1 in 10,000 achieving success, then those eligible for the mind school are equally rare within the cultivation realm. The Elder of Heart Demons embodies the practice of the mind school, while Han Feng, the Child of Destiny, also possesses the aptitude for it. At this moment, Chu Feng too had cultivated the power of the mind. The grand text of celestial immortals, a synthesis of the 3 teachings of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism by the Patriarch of Bodhi, is not merely a trifling integration of these 3 schools but rather a comprehensive fusion of all cultivation schools across the myriad worlds, culminating in a grand creation. And the first divine ability born of the power of the mind is the eye of the mind, enabling one to perceive truths and see what others cannot. As Chu Feng cultivated the eye of the mind, He discovered that through the operation of the grand text of celestial immortals, the two abilities could actually merge into one, significantly elevating their level. This was still in the initial stages of developing the eye of the mind. Chu Feng even felt that perhaps he could evolve these two eye techniques into an existence of immortal eye caliber. The eye of the mind was cultivated through the grand text of celestial immortals. This brought to mind for Chu Feng the fiery eyes of Sun Wukong. Perhaps owing to the influence of the grand immortal technique. The infinite divine eye gazes upon the heavens above and the abyss below, perceiving the past and future, encompassing all information. The eye of the mind, however, delves into the profound depths of all beings, discerning the essence of good and evil, and revealing fortune and misfortune, effortlessly penetrating the veil of time. Chu Feng chose to experiment first with Ji Linger. Remarkably, he found he could slightly sense the thoughts buried deep within her heart. On several occasions, as soon as Ji Linger experienced a surge of emotion, Chu Feng was quick to perceive it and respond, leading her to believe he could hear her heart's whispers. Consequently, she began to flee whenever she saw him, much to Chu Feng's vexation. Nevertheless, he also recognized that the eye of the mind was indeed a powerful asset, yet he had only recently begun his cultivation, and with the grand immortal technique, he had only acquired 1,500 characters of scripture. Thus, it was effective solely against Ji Linger, even proving insufficient against Zhao Dongdong. As for Lu Linglong, Nangon Yenran, and Chen Wanwan, he dared not even contemplate. What began as exhilarating enthusiasm was swiftly doused by a bucket of cold water. However, rather than succumbing to disappointment, Chu Feng was invigorated with renewed motivation. There were two methods available: first, to acquire more fortune and purchase an additional 1,500 characters of scripture from the fortune mall. Second, to gradually cultivate his mental power. Suddenly, an image of Han Feng flashed through his mind. Was it possible that his mental prowess would ultimately converge upon him? He pondered him, thinking of him for the third month. The chosen one, a harbinger of immense fortune and rewards, could be subdued twice, and with a third blow, he could be vanquished. That would be the true moment of reaping. Meanwhile, within the imperial clan of the Jiang family, Lin Xiyue found herself increasingly troubled. A group, indeed. A veritable throng of young men from the Jiang lineage, all under 50, of average cultivation talent but strikingly handsome, had descended upon her residence, numbering as many as 12. Upon their first sight of Lin Xiyue, they were instantly captivated, falling head over heels. Each one was a devoted admirer, underestimating the formidable allure of the saint body. Previously, Jiang Yan had explicitly informed Lin Xiyue that once she achieved foundation establishment, she would be wed, destined to become merely a tool for reproduction, to propagate the Jiang lineage in hopes of producing offspring to inherit her saintly physique. Now, each Jiang clan member offered countless resources, eagerly vying for her favor. They even resorted to physical confrontations to win her over. Daily, they engaged in displays of valor, and at the slightest sneeze from Lin Xiyue, they would rush to shower her with concern, presenting a plethora of resources. Some would even sacrifice their lives for the mere chance of earning a smile from her. Initially, Lin Xiyue contemplated resisting cultivation, seeking to delay an escape from the Jiang family. However, her thoughts took a sudden turn. Since they wished to be ardent admirers, she resolved to make the most of their devotion. Although these Jiang scions possessed average talent and uncertain futures, they were of direct lineage. Their parents holding esteemed positions within the family, and abundant resources were at their disposal. The moment she hinted at a desire for resources, they would obediently offer their bounty. At this moment, Lin Xiyue stood on the brink of a breakthrough. She possessed over 30 foundation establishment pills. When she declared her intention to establish her foundation, the young men promptly presented her with their offerings. Moreover, the cultivation technique she practiced underwent a transformation, gifted by a Jiang disciple, a technique of the level of transcending tribulations. The Wood Emperor's scripture facilitated her smooth breakthrough. Although her time training with Chu Feng had been brief, it had nonetheless enhanced her aptitude, bones, bloodlines, soul, and magical power. The path to foundation establishment was free of any bottlenecks. In fact, after consuming just one foundation establishment pill, she successfully broke through within 3 days. As her cultivation progressed, the awakening of her saint body intensified, granting her greater allure and control over these Jiang disciples. Had it been before, Lin Xiyue would have certainly proposed her departure. But now, she had changed her mind. Yuanying wished for her to marry a Jiang disciple? Very well. Let her demonstrate whether her saint body's power surpassed the commands of the Jiang family, whether these young men would heed her or follow the edicts of their clan. On the other side, Lin Xijue's breakthrough soon reached Jiang Yan's ears. The 12 Jiang disciples had already made their way to Lin Xijue's courtyard. The timing was perfect for a marital union, intended to contribute to the continuation of the Jiang lineage. However, Jiang Yan soon received news that ignited her fury. What? Those scoundrels refused to consummate the marriage with Lin Xiyue, insisting they would only do so with her consent, claiming they did not wish to harm her. Ah, Lin Xiyue. I had underestimated the power of the saint body, she seethed. The influence she wielded over these scoundrels was far greater than anticipated. Had it not been for the vast disparity in cultivation levels that would hinder offspring, I would have already handed you over to those elders. Such a powerful saintly physique must be inherited by my Jiang disciples. Once successful, my family would surely birth a female emperor. Come. Discreetly administer this drug to ensure Lin Xiyue and those scoundrels consume it, Jiang Yan commanded, handing a jade vial to a nearby attendant. The attendant, puzzled, asked, Saintess, what is this? Jiang Yan coldly retorted, Yin Yang harmonizing powder. And have you any news regarding that Chu Feng? The attendant reported, yes, Saintess. This Chu Feng has broken through to the divine transformation realm. Not long ago, when you sent Fu Wangtian to compel him to write a divorce document, he perished. His father, Fu Yuanshan, is currently searching for the murderer and has dispatched moment.From to investigate, yet there has been no word thus far. Fu Yuanshan, possessing combined cultivation. Who could have killed him? Could it be this Chu Feng? Jiang Yan scoffed, a divine transformation cultivator, how could he possibly kill Fu Wangtian? The Tai Xuan Dao sect is merely a second-rate sect. Yet, should anyone harm my Jiang disciples, they must pay the price with their lives. I shall also seek out this Chu Feng for questioning. I have a feeling Fu Wangtian's death is closely tied to him. Were it not for Lin Xijue's life-threatening demands, I would have long since eliminated this Chu Feng. Chapter 73, Foreseeing the Arrival of Crisis moment.Long. One man and one dragon, after a thorough investigation, ultimately pinned the death of Fu Wangtian on the Tai Xuan Dao sect. However, the identity of the murderer remained a mystery. For him, the specifics were inconsequential. Merely having a suspect sufficed. The Tai Xuan Dao sect, one of the three great powers of Jianzhou, was nothing more than an insignificant ant to the imperial clan, the Jiang family, and to moment.Long himself. An ant, if allowed to live, serves a purpose, if not, it can simply be crushed. To him, it was preferable to mistakenly kill than to let one escape. On this day, he set forth, determined to annihilate the entire Tai Xuan Dao sect. Yet, upon reaching the sect's entrance, he was sensed by Chu Feng. A menacing aura stirred within Chu Feng, prompting him to remain vigilant. He had just merged the infinite divine eye and the eye of the soul. As he opened his eyes, a blood-red vision swiftly entered his gaze. Death, bloodshed, and destruction flashed incessantly in his mind, evoking images of one man and one dragon wreaking havoc. The imminent peril to the sect was palpable. moment.Long. Chen Wanfang also noticed Chu Feng's unusual demeanor and inquired, Husband, what is the matter? Chu Feng took a deep breath and conveyed his premonition to her. Chen Wanfang's eyes brightened, Husband, your intuition must be genuine, it is highly likely that moment.Long will soon make his move against the Tai Xuan Dao sect. You must agree to accompany me to the heavenly demon sacred land this time. Chu Feng shook his head resolutely, just a moment.Long, he can be dealt with. While he held some apprehension toward the Jiang family, he perceived moment.Long as insignificant given his current strength. Humph, Chen Wanfang retorted coldly, Husband. You will only realize the gravity of the situation when it is too late. I will be waiting for the moment you seek my aid. Chu Feng laughed, Ah. You wish to witness your husband's folly? I fear you will be disappointed, you shall not see it. Were it not for my need to confront moment.Long, I would have certainly given you a sound thrashing. Pfft, Chen Wanfang chuckled, Very well, let us engage in a contest right now to see who is superior. For I do not fear you. In an instant, Chu Feng's eyes blazed with intensity, Since you are unafraid, do not blame me for being impolite. With that, he swept Chen Wanfang into his arms and strode toward the room. However, after taking just a couple of steps, Chu Feng's expression shifted dramatically. At that moment, another vision flashed before him. The sense of danger grew ever closer. Chen Wanfang also recognized this and asked, "Moron Longcheng is approaching?" Chu Feng nodded. "Then let us meet this Moron Longcheng. If he truly intends to annihilate the Tai Xuan Dao sect, he must be eliminated." However, it was imperative to act stealthily. A streak of crimson light sliced through the sky, and the next instant, Chu Feng found himself outside the Tai Xuan Dao sect. Coincidentally, Moron Longcheng, riding a green-eyed dragon, appeared. As he passed, torrential rain poured down, and a thick mist enveloped the surroundings, creating an oppressive atmosphere that made breathing difficult. Dragons descend from the clouds. Tigers emerge from the winds. The dragon possesses the power to summon storms, and while the green-eyed dragon was not a true dragon, it was a formidable creature nonetheless. Particularly with its murderous intent. Inside the sect, none sensed the impending doom, remaining oblivious to the brewing storm. Upon encountering Chu Feng's obstruction, Moron Longcheng furrowed his brow and scrutinized him before stating, "You are a member of the Tai Xuan Dao sect." "Indeed," Chu Feng affirmed. Moron Longcheng continued, "Perfect. My sole purpose here is to eradicate the Tai Xuan Dao sect. Since you are one of them, you must die." As he prepared to strike, Chu Feng hastily interjected. "Wait. Before you destroy the Tai Xuan Dao sect, could you enlighten me as to why you wish to obliterate us?" Moron Longcheng scoffed. "Does one require a reason to crush an ant?" As his words fell, a colossal force surged toward Chu Feng. Moron Longcheng, a mid-stage celestial being, along with his dragon, was more than capable of wreaking havoc among the celestial ranks. In the eastern wilderness, there existed three rankings: the celestial ranking, documenting those who had transcended to become celestial lords; the earth ranking, chronicling mid-stage celestial beings; and the human ranking, or the hidden dragon ranking, which featured the elite prodigies of various factions. Regrettably, no one from Jianzhou appeared on these lists. Chen Wanfang, however, ranked 7th on the human ranking as the heavenly demon saintess, and under her recent dual cultivation with Chu Feng, her prowess had likely escalated further. Meanwhile, Moron Longcheng stood as the second on the earth ranking. Upon witnessing Moron Longcheng's assault, Chu Feng erupted into laughter. "We could have discussed this amicably. Yet you choose to annihilate the Tai Xuan Dao sect. Unfortunately for you, that means your demise." The burning heaven sword materialized in his hand, and he slashed toward Moron Longcheng. Seeing a mere mortal dare to retaliate, Moron Longcheng initially wore a look of disdain, but the next moment, his mocking words were swallowed by a serious expression. Realization dawned on him. "So, Fu Wangtian truly perished at your Tai Xuan Dao sect. You must be eradicated." Chu Feng taunted, "To annihilate my Tai Xuan Dao sect, we shall see if you possess the requisite strength." With a single stroke, he unleashed a force capable of rending the heavens asunder. Moron Longcheng's countenance shifted once more. It was known that his position as the second on the earth ranking was bolstered by his command over the green-eyed dragon bloodline, yet his inherent strength remained insufficient. Under the might of Chu Feng's sword, the power he had just amassed crumbled, and the sword's intent surged toward him unabated. As the lethal strike neared, the green-eyed dragon unleashed a torrent of dragon breath, dissipating the sword's energy. Nonetheless, Moron Longcheng was still taken aback, fixating on Chu Feng as he spoke. Who could have imagined that within the humble second-rate sect of Jianzhou lay a mid-stage celestial being? What is your name? And why do you seek to slay those of the Jiang family? Are you aware of their power? Chu Feng dismissed him. What need is there for a dead man to know so much? Ha ha ha. Moron Longcheng erupted into laughter. He raised a finger at Chu Feng. You are the first to regard me, Moron Longcheng, with such disdain. Chu Feng nodded. I doubt you will be the last, for if you were to fall, countless others would scoff at you. A prestigious guest of the Jiang family, second on the earth ranking, falling in Jianzhou, how ironic. Moron Longcheng was utterly enraged. Urging his green-eyed dragon, it seems we have been insulted. With a mighty roar, the green-eyed dragon bellowed, Death. Chapter 74, The Azure-Eyed Jiao. Chu Feng gazed at the Azure-Eyed Jiao with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. The body of a Jiao dragon is a treasure trove. He mused. They say dragon liver and phoenix gall are unparalleled delicacies, especially the liver. It is not only delectable but also greatly beneficial for cultivation. Should I steam it or braise it? Perhaps roasting it would be delightful as well. Yes, it is settled. I have heard that the Jiao dragon has begun to condense its dragon pearl, which is the essence of your kind, serving as a magical artifact in battle. Useful for refining treasures and elixirs, and can even be consumed directly to grant the power of dragon breath. And the dragon meat must be exquisite. By the way, there should also be a dragon tendon formed within you. Just what I need for a belt. I shall swallow you whole. The azure-eyed Jiao roared in fury. Chu Feng remained unfazed, brandishing his sword with an intensity that unleashed a formidable sword intent. The previous strike had merely been an appetizer, this was the true sword of Chu Feng. Meant for slaying. With the bloodline of the dragon, he not only commanded the dragon tribe but also shared their power and divine abilities. moment.Long unleashed the left azure dragon annihilation technique, combining it with the dragon breath of the azure-eyed Jiao, overwhelming Chu Feng with an onslaught. Yet, despite their might, they underestimated Chu Feng's ferocity. At this moment, while he could not claim victory over a tribulation-stage celestial, defeating an ordinary one would not be an easy task. moment.Long, though close to the celestial stage, was merely an approximation, and in direct confrontation with a true celestial, he would still fall short. Chu Feng's sword was of celestial quality. And with it, he obliterated the combined assault of moment.Long and the azure-eyed Jiao, the sword intent striking both adversaries fiercely. A gaping wound appeared in moment.Long's chest, while the azure-eyed Jiao was not spared, drenched in blood and in a state of utter despair. The Jiao's furious roar twisted its features into a grotesque mask as it charged recklessly at Chu Feng. moment.Long, pale and shaken, was overwhelmed by the realization of his own mortality. That last strike had brought forth a breath of death, and he understood he had been utterly defeated. With no strength to retaliate, the only thought that remained was to flee. He hastily attempted to rein in the Jiao using his dragon-controlling bloodline. However, the Jiao, blinded by rage from the humiliation and its grievous injuries, could not be subdued. It could not bear the disgrace of having been so insulted. "Let me kill this human!" it bellowed in defiance. "Do not! We are no match for him, we must escape," moment.Long implored. But the azure-eyed Jiao was resolute. "I shall not rest until I avenge this humiliation. I, the azure-eyed Jiao, have endured many years without such disgrace. If I do not avenge this today, I shall never forgive myself." With the Jiao's fierce will, it broke free from moment.Long's control. The latter's expression shifted dramatically, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Little Chang. No. We cannot defeat him, we must flee." But the azure-eyed Jiao was relentless in its pursuit of vengeance. moment.Long's complexion turned ghastly as he recognized the futility of their situation. He had never faced such a formidable adversary before. In desperation, he initiated a powerful incantation, summoning a dragon pearl that emanated overwhelming dragon power, surrounding him before penetrating his body. The pearl entered his forehead, igniting a surge of energy that transformed him, his body becoming partially draconic, manifesting irregular dragon scales, as he invoked the 9 transformations of the dragon god, amplifying his strength manifold to vanquish his foes. Chapter 75, You have invoked catastrophe indeed. While the 9 transformations of the dragon god possesses formidable power, it is not without significant drawbacks, following its execution. A transient period of weakness ensues. Hence, for Chu Feng, it is imperative that he strikes with lethal precision. Otherwise, it would be his own demise. Chu Feng acutely felt the immense pressure, particularly upon witnessing moment.Long's demeanor, which tightened his heart. Nonetheless, he showed no signs of retreat or fear, rather. He could not help but smile, his murderous intent surging and his battle spirit soaring. Armed with a sword, he charged at moment.Long. Utilizing the dragon goddess' 9 transformations, infused with a dragon pearl, undeniably amplified his combat prowess, particularly his physical strength, which surged dozens of times over. With mere physical prowess, he could easily overpower the majority of formidable opponents. Regrettably, Chu Feng was not among them. Having cultivated the first turn of the 9 revolutions' profound art, his physical form already surpassed that of his peers. Facing moment.Long's relentless strikes, he felt no fear. Instead, he pressed the attack, dominating moment.Long. Morong Longcheng had never endured such humiliation, despite having revealed his ultimate trump card. Transforming into a dragon through the ancient dragon pearl, his battle power had escalated to such heights, yet he still found himself at a disadvantage. Who exactly was this opponent? What drove him to madness was the fact that, even now, he remained ignorant of Chu Feng's identity. "Who are you?" Morong Longcheng bellowed. However, before he could finish, Chu Feng's sword was already upon him. Chu Feng regarded Morong Longcheng merely as a touchstone. Having lived for nearly a millennium, he had seen countless battles. Yet his recent cultivation had surged at an alarming rate. After a brief moment, Chu Feng shook his head. It was a pity. Morong Longcheng had not significantly aided him. Given this, he could meet his end. With a single stroke, he cleaved open the heavens, piercing through Morong Longcheng's chest, blood gushing forth. Morong Longcheng's assault abruptly ceased, his form plummeting from the void like a severed kite. Congratulations to the host for slaying the great Ascension Celestial, Morong Longcheng. Reward, 800,000 fortune points. As Morong Longcheng ranked second on the Earth ranking, a 100-fold critical strike bonus is applied, totaling 80 million fortune points. It was worth it. Ha ha ha. The kill was indeed worthwhile. For Chu Feng, fortune points were a rare treasure. The key was that the fortune mall housed an abundance of invaluable items, which he could hardly afford. Now, however, after slaying Morong Longcheng and the blue-eyed green flood dragon, he possessed a staggering 100 million fortune points. Coupled with the previous tens of millions, he could finally procure the Grand Celestial Technique's 1,000-character scripture. 50 million for the 500-character scripture. A promise of fairness. Except for the first two purchases, which had discounts, as the initial 1,000 characters merely constituted the foundation of the Grand Celestial Technique. The subsequent 2,000 characters were far beyond his means. Now, he was merely 500 characters short of completing this grand technique. Next, Chu Feng commenced his looting endeavor. Such affairs were second nature to him. No doubt, the treasures of a great Ascension Celestial were numerous, far surpassing anything previously encountered. Save for a singular piece of Haori divine fire. The Dragon Mastery Scripture surprised Chu Feng. This scripture was inscribed on an ancient dragon hide scroll. As Chu Feng caressed the dragon hide, a golden light surged along his fingers, embedding itself in his mind. In an instant, he swiftly absorbed the information contained within the Dragon Mastery Scripture. It detailed methods for contracting true dragons, nurturing them, transforming oneself into a dragon, and the 9 transformations of the dragon god, among other techniques. Most notably, it included a method to acquire the Dragon Mastery bloodline, by extracting the essence blood of a dragon, refining it within oneself, and employing secret methods. One could attain the Dragon Mastery bloodline. While he lacked a true dragon, a flood dragon was present. Moreover, it was the most precious and powerful of its kind. The blue-eyed green flood dragon. This bloodline could undoubtedly be acquired. Of course, the higher the grade of the dragon essence blood refined, the greater the prowess one could wield over superior true dragons. For Chu Feng, possessing the infinite holy body and the infinite divine bloodline. While the Dragon Mastery bloodline was precious, it ultimately depended on the quality of the essence blood used in its acquisition. The blue-eyed green flood dragon was perhaps a consideration best left aside. After assessing Morong Longcheng's treasures, he turned his attention to the blue-eyed green flood dragon. Chen Wanwan, who had been observing the battle from a distance, was now utterly astounded, exclaiming, "You actually killed Morong Longcheng." Chu Feng smiled and replied, "I believe I may no longer need to venture to the heavenly demon sacred land." Chen Wanwan, with a grave expression, insisted, "No. You must come with me to the heavenly demon sacred land immediately. Do you understand?" Although Morong Longcheng was merely a guest of the Jiang family, his status was exceedingly high, surpassing that of most legitimate heirs. Coupled with his Dragon Mastery bloodline and second rank, the entire Jiang family is likely to be thrown into chaos. As an imperial clan, the Jiang family is known for their ruthless dominance. They would rather kill 1,000 innocents than let one guilty escape. The very survival of the Tai Xuan Dao sect may be at stake. Additionally, Fu Wangtian's father, Fu Yuanshan, is a transcendent heavenly lord. Chu Feng's expression turned solemn at once. Was there a solution? Chen Wanwan reassured him, "Indeed, there is." return with me to the heavenly demon sacred land. With your strength in slaying Moment.From, you will surely secure a place among the 5 great recluses of our sacred land. Do not underestimate the significance of that position. The highest rank in our sacred land is occupied by the saint, followed by the 2 holy ones, then the 4 great Dharma kings, the 5 great recluses, and finally the 10 elders. To become one of the 5 great recluses, one must at least be comparable to the earth ranking. The 4 great Dharma kings require the strength of a heavenly lord, Chu Feng replied, shaking his head. We can discuss this later, perhaps other avenues exist. Chen Wanwan countered. That would be your entry into the realm of the heavenly lord. The path to becoming a heavenly lord is fraught with challenges. And only when you genuinely desire to break through will you comprehend its difficulty. Countless great ascension celestials have faltered at this stage. Chu Feng declared with unwavering resolve, nevertheless, I wish to attempt it. What is arduous for others may prove effortless for me. Now, let us proceed, we shall return to feast upon this blue-eyed green flood dragon. Chen Wanwan, her interest piqued, remarked, just to be clear, the dragon's eyes are mine. Not a problem, Chu Feng readily agreed. Jiang Family Mountain Range. With Moment.Longqing's demise, the elder disciples tasked with guarding the soul lamp immediately sensed the extinguishing of the flame. The soul lamp had gone dark. And it was Moment.Longqing's. The elders were taken aback, and chaos erupted within the soul hall. Something is amiss, Lord Moron's soul lamp has gone out. The news swiftly spread throughout the entire Jiang family. Numerous formidable auras converged upon the Jiang family. The death of Moment.Longqing raised questions: who was responsible? Was this an affront to the Jiang family? Had the eastern wilderness forgotten the existence of the imperial lineage of the Jiang family? The death of Fu Wangtian had barely caused a ripple in the Jiang family, but the death of Moment.Longqing sent shockwaves throughout the entire clan. Chapter 76, Deceiving the Master into Action. The Holy Master of the Jiang family, Zhang Haotian, who is also Jiang Yan's father, holds a position of significant esteem within the family. As the patriarch, he is undoubtedly a transcendent being of the tribulation-crossing realm. He places great importance on Moment.Longqing, who is not only a guest of the Jiang family but also his son-in-law, the one he cherishes the most. At over 2,000 years old, endowed with the dragon-riding bloodline, he has even acquired a green-eyed azure dragon as a pet, destined to become a prominent guest leader in the future. In Zhang Haotian's eyes, the significance of Moment.Longqing surpasses that of the tribulation-crossing master, Fu Yuanshan. Kneeling beside him is a woman in her 30s, exuding a mature charm. Tears streaming down her face as she mournfully implores, Father, you must avenge Longqing. This woman, Zhang Yan'ai, is Zhang Haotian's eldest daughter and Moment.Longqing's wife, who is with child and utterly distraught. Although Zhang Haotian emanates a chilling aura of murderous intent, upon seeing his daughter in such despair, he comforts her, Rise. For Longqing is my son-in-law, a half-son to me. His death shall not go unpunished, I will seek retribution, and I will ensure that his murderer meets a gruesome fate. But now, you must focus on your pregnancy and safeguard the child. He commands, bring forth information about who killed Longqing and why he left the Jiang family. Immediately, a subordinate reports to Zhang Haotian, it was the leader Fu who dispatched Lord Morong to investigate his son's death, which reportedly occurred in Sword Province. Zhang Haotian's thoughts drift to Fu Wangtian. Fu Yuanshan, in pursuit of his son, sought the Haori divine fire. Now, that power has fallen into another's hands. Such a significant matter, and yet no one informed me. Very well, a mere sword province, the last of the eastern wilderness's 9 provinces, dares to slay Longqing. I shall see what exists in this sword province. Where is Zhang Rui? The Holy Master calls out. A middle-aged man, a peak cultivator of the Great Ascension stage, steps forward. You shall journey to Sword Province. Exercise caution and take the Haori Cauldron. If Longqing could perish there, it is likely that a tribulation-crossing master lurks within. Understood. The Haori Cauldron is a replica of one of the Jiang family's imperial divine weapons, a treasure of the tribulation-crossing level. When nurtured by the Jiang lineage, it can unleash its full might, comparable to a strike from a tribulation-crossing master. Indeed, with the Haori Cauldron in hand, Zhang Rui could contend with Fu Yuanshan. This is the formidable nature of an imperial lineage. As Zhang Rui departs, deep within the Qinling Mountains, Han Feng, having cultivated for several months, not only restored his powers but ascended to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, poised to break through into the golden core realm. From this point forward, he could consume a single golden core at will, thus claiming his fate as his own. More importantly, under the guidance of the Heart Demon Elder, he successfully cultivated and mastered the power of the mind, awakening the eye of the soul. However, with this newfound ability, Han Feng becomes increasingly restless. For he possesses a system, the pursuit of women's system. Each conquest of beauty unlocks rewards, and with such incentives, how could one remain untainted by desire? No! I must leave Qinling. Only women can fuel my cultivation, only women can offer me hope for vengeance. Without them, how long must I toil in training before I can avenge myself upon Chu Feng, who has achieved the God transformation realm while I remain at the foundation establishment stage? Resolute, Han Feng abandons any pretense of focus on cultivation, a decision not lost on the Heart Demon Elder. You wish to leave? He inquires directly. Observing Han Feng kneel before him in silence. The elder sighs, I had hoped you would cultivate alongside me, yet you cannot still your heart. Do you not understand that the path of the mind requires tranquility for progress? If you wish to depart, you must provide me with an irrefutable reason. Do not deceive me, having awakened the eye of the soul, you should realize that lies hold no sway over me. Caught off guard, Han Feng finds himself at a loss for words. The Heart Demon Elder gazes at him with a knowing look. I sense you harbor great secrets tied to your system. Do not be alarmed, this revelation comes from deep within your psyche, and it pertains to your pursuits of women. With the conversation now laid bare, Han Feng has nothing left to conceal and proceeds to explain his system to the Heart Demon Elder. The Elder is left utterly astonished. Unable to fathom such a fortune exists, whereby success in courting women yields rewards. Master, I humbly request your assistance in forcibly claiming a few women, subduing them to earn system rewards. To be candid, I previously managed to claim an S-rank beauty, which granted me a pair of emperor-level plum blossom eyes and a legacy in the art of formations. The Heart Demon Elder is taken aback by the implications of such rewards, divine abilities, legacy teachings. He knows that his own self-created heart technique barely reaches the level of the Great Ascension stage. Han Feng, acutely aware that he cannot hide anything from the Elder, understands that the power of the mind can perceive hearts so deeply that no secrets remain before it. However, if the mastery of such power is exceedingly challenging, akin to the existence of a sacred body or bloodline, the odds of achieving it are minuscule, 1 in a billion. According to the Elder's words, having lived for over 4,000 years, Han Feng is one of only 2 individuals he has encountered capable of cultivating the power of the mind. This illustrates the formidable conditions required for such a feat. Given the difficulty, why not embrace it and draw the Elder into his own circle, enlisting his aid in pursuing women and accomplishing his system tasks to gain rewards? The nature of the system rewards remains a mystery to the Elder, and a taste of sweetness could easily sway him. With this plan in mind, Han Feng continues, Master, previously, I encountered an SS-rank beauty whom I sought to court, which led me to provoke Chu Feng of the Tai Xuan Dao sect, resulting in the loss of my eyes and my being cast into the Sky Sword Canyon. Had I not met you, I would surely have perished. Chapter 77, The Rampant Flower Thief. If I could capture Zhao Dongdong, the rewards would undoubtedly be exceedingly generous. Artifacts of the Immortal Emperor, elixirs, and unparalleled techniques would all be within reach. Han Feng grew increasingly exhilarated as he spoke. Furthermore, there were Nangong Yanran and Lu Linglong, who were both SSS-grade beauties. Master, why not orchestrate a grand scheme and abduct them all, then let my disciples handle her? Just like with Yuanying, initially resistant, but ultimately subdued after a thorough ordeal, yielding unexpected rewards for my disciples. Master, I observe that you have achieved the integration realm. It must be quite challenging to advance further. If I could thus earn system rewards, not only would the Great Ascension be feasible, but even the Heavenly Monarch might be within grasp. In this world, no one has shown me kindness. I have been an orphan since childhood, struggling to survive. I was even deprived of my eyesight and my foundation ruined. Were it not for encountering you, Master, I would have long since become dust. Truly, your kindness is akin to a rebirth. You have imparted the path of the mind to me, restoring my cultivation. This grace I shall never forget. Master, shall we venture forth together? I must admit, Han Feng's words genuinely stirred the heart of the Elder of the Heart Demon. His passionate rhetoric resonated deeply within the elder's soul. Who would wish to remain stagnant in the integration realm? Moreover, at 5,000 years. He is already over 4,000 years old. A few hundred years of life is indeed precious, living too long can kindle thoughts of despair. Yet the fear of death is an inescapable reality. Who would choose death when life is an option? The elder of the heart demon inhaled deeply and said, "Very well. Since that is the case, I shall accompany you to witness the wonders of your system." "Thank you, master." Han Feng laughed heartily. "I assure you, I shall not disappoint you. As for Chu Feng, what does it matter if he is in the spirit transformation realm? My master resides in the integration realm. Your demise is inevitable. Not only will you perish, but your women shall also belong to me. Xiao Dongdong, you abandoned me for Chu Feng. I shall make you regret that choice. Previously indifferent to me, you now find yourself unable to reach me." The Tai Xuan Dao sect showed little concern for the death of Moron Longcheng. On that very day, no one within the Tai Xuan Dao sect sensed the tumult of battle. Moron Longcheng had come to annihilate the Tai Xuan Dao sect, adhering to the principle of better to mistakenly kill 1,000 than to let one escape. Yet he was intercepted and slain by Chu Feng. However, Moron Longcheng's demise served as a wake-up call for Chu Feng regarding the looming threat from the Jiang family. It became imperative to enhance his combat prowess. Unless one possesses the strength of a heavenly monarch, after slaying Moron Longcheng, he expended 1 billion in fortune value to purchase the scriptures of the Grand Celestial Technique, totaling 2,500 characters. Nevertheless, Chu Feng believed he was merely 500 characters short of a significant power boost. To his dismay, the opposite occurred. His strength diminished by 30%, leaving him with an unbearable sensation akin to food lodged in his throat. This was intolerable. It was essential to acquire more fortune value. Chu Feng felt that if he could obtain the complete 3,000 characters of the Grand Celestial Technique, his combat capability would surely soar, enabling him to defeat an ordinary heavenly monarch, and even stand a chance against those in the mid to late stages of tribulation. If defeated, he could always rely on the art of flight to escape. To enhance his fortune, there were two options: kill enemies, though the fortune gained from a single kill was meager unless it was a figure of Moron Longcheng's caliber. The second option was to locate a child of fortune. Clearly, finding such a child within the Tai Xuan Dao sect was a daunting task, unless venturing into the wild for one, akin to Lin Xiyue from before. With nothing pressing to do, Chu Feng decided to wander about. Tai Xuan City, situated at the foot of the Tai Xuan Dao sect, is renowned as a city that rivals the imperial capital of Deqian, hosting nearly 10 million residents. Of course, most of these individuals were drawn by the allure of the Tai Xuan Dao sect, hoping for a stroke of luck to be accepted as disciples. Strolling through the bustling streets, Chu Feng activated his system, yet the greater his expectations, the more profound his disappointment, as he encountered not a single child of fortune. While meandering through the city, a surprising voice called out, "Disciple Xiang Zhizhu greets the Grand Elder." "It was you, young man." Chu Feng recalled Xiang Zhizhu vividly. He had been particularly enthusiastic during the annulment of his engagement to the Zhao family. However, it was his name that truly stood out, Xiang Zhizhu, reminiscent of a pig. Chu Feng even questioned whether his parents bore a grudge against him. Chu Feng inquired, "Why are you not diligently cultivating within the sect, but instead here in Tai Xuan City?" Xiang Zhizhu hurriedly explained, "I have come on a mission from the sect. Recently, a flower thief has emerged in Tai Xuan City, causing harm to numerous women. The city reported this to our sect, initially dismissed, and core disciples were dispatched. Yet, the core disciple pursuing the thief turned out to be a golden core cultivator. Thus, the sect leader assigned me to apprehend this flower thief. To be frank, I suspect this criminal has cultivated a technique to absorb the essence of women, as all victims have suffered severe damage to their primordial yin, their vitality severely depleted. The entire Tai Xuan city is in a state of panic, and it is my inadequacy that has prevented the capture of the flower thief. Therefore, I dare to implore you, Grand Elder, to assist in capturing and eliminating this thief, restoring peace to Tai Xuan City." The thought of searching for the flower thief stirred anger within Chu Feng. He immediately employed his divine abilities to locate the thief. Regrettably, despite his efforts, he found nothing. Though he possessed the infinite divine eye, the netherworld visualization method, and mental prowess, identifying the thief required confronting him directly. System. Is there a way to find the flower thief? Affirmative. The system replied succinctly. Chu Feng quickly said, "Find the flower thief for me." To locate the flower thief, the host must expend 20 million fortune value, which you currently lack. Chu Feng was incredulous. You demand 20 million? You greedy merchant, do you dare to provoke me? He felt an overwhelming urge to curse aloud. Host, please be aware that searching for the flower thief does not fall within the responsibilities of this system. Hence the elevated fortune value requirement. You may choose not to involve this system. Chapter 78. You are the targets of the flower thief as Chu Feng resolved to investigate the flower thief. Xiangji's excitement led him to spread the news far and wide. Instantly, the entire Tai Xuan Dao sect was abuzz, particularly the Golden Core elders. Since Chu Feng had ascended to the realm of transformation and surpassed Lu Rushi, he had become the revered figure within the sect, idolized by all. The fact that he had several enchanting and stunning female companions only fueled their admiration. With the examples of Lin Xiyue and Lin Xiyue, countless female cultivators aspired to be Chu Feng's consort, though they found no means to approach him. They knew he resided on the solitary mountain, inaccessible to them. However, upon learning that he had arrived in Taishan City, the female disciples of the sect were thrown into a frenzy, eager to ascend to his bed. Suiyu Pavilion, a gathering place for female cultivators in Taishan City, was typically a venue for communication, learning, and cultivation. Recently, however, it had become a place of unease due to the presence of a golden core flower thief, who had inflicted harm upon numerous women. How about we invite Ancestor Chu Feng to our Suiyu Pavilion? We could each rely on our own abilities to see who can entice him into their bed. Suggested a woman named Jialua, a golden core cultivator from the Beastmaster sect, one of the 7 major sects in Jianzhou. Known for her beauty and status, she saw no hesitation in her ambition. While she might deliberate on being the partner of a nascent soul immortal, she was more than willing to be the consort of a transcendent figure like Chu Feng, the foremost cultivator of Tai Xuan Dao sect. Such a union would afford her protection throughout Jianzhou. As Chu Feng, under Xiangji's guidance, made his way to the home of one of the victimized women, an invitation suddenly appeared in his hands. He had heard of Suiyu Pavilion, a haven for female cultivators. Although he felt little interest, Xiangji's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ancestor, this is an invitation from Suiyu Pavilion. It is the first time they have ever extended an invitation to a man. Chu Feng remarked, "Oh? You seem interested. Here. Take the invitation." Xiangji forced a smile. "Ancestor, I wish I could, but even with this invitation, I could not enter unless you personally attended." Suiyu Pavilion was a gathering place for the elite women of Jianzhou, renowned for its stunning beauties. The mention of enchanting women piqued Chu Feng's interest. Why not go? However, let me be clear, my concern is not for the beauties themselves, but rather for the flower thief who may target them. With so many lovely women, they are prime targets. Xiangji nodded. "You are right, Ancestor. Thanks to your reminder, I realized that all 17 victims had frequented Suiyu Pavilion. Could it be that the flower thief is connected to them?" Chu Feng agreed. "Then it is imperative we pay a visit to Suiyu Pavilion." Located in the eastern part of Taishan City, Suiyu Pavilion was an exquisite estate filled with the songs of birds and fragrant flowers. Teeming with spiritual energy and adorned luxuriously, protected by a grand array of flowers. The name Suiyu Pavilion was aesthetically pleasing. A throng of men lingered outside, yet none dared to enter. Upon Chu Feng's arrival at the entrance, the invitation transformed into a beam of white light, causing the previously closed doors of Suiyu Pavilion to swing open. A multitude of beautiful women emerged, greeting him with reverence. "Welcome, Ancestor Chu Feng. Your presence graces us and illuminates our establishment. Please, come in." Chu Feng nodded. "Lead the way." However, Xiangji was halted at the entrance. "I'm sorry, but you may not enter Suiyu Pavilion." Xiangji quickly protested. "I came with the Ancestor." The women shook their heads. "You cannot compare to the Ancestor. He alone has the privilege to enter." Chu Feng instructed Xiangji, "You wait here." With a pained expression, Xiangji complied. Inside Suiyu Pavilion, Jialua was the first to approach Chu Feng, inquiring, "Ancestor, do you find my appearance appealing? Might I be considered as your consort?" Her directness momentarily stunned even the seasoned Chu Feng. Before he could respond, she eagerly shared her details, height, weight, measurements, and more. Indeed, Jialua was beautiful. Yet Chu Feng discerned she lacked the fortune of a destined woman. This reminded him of Zhao Dongdong, who, although not a fated woman, became one due to his influence. The mention of the Beastmaster sect evoked thoughts of the dragon-taming scripture, a classic of ascendance. In contrast, the Beastmaster sect was merely a third-rate sect, its legacy extending only to the transformation stage. The other women, caught off guard by Jialua's boldness, rushed to introduce themselves to Chu Feng. "Ancestor, I am Xia Xiuying, a disciple of Tai Xuan Dao sect." "Ancestor, my name is Lu Shengnan." Chu Feng was taken aback. This was madness, beyond anything he had encountered in a land of women. Quickly rising, he unleashed his aura, creating a barrier of 2 meters around him, declaring, "Ladies, I apologize, but I have no interest in any of you. My sole purpose in visiting Suiyu Pavilion is to find the flower thief. As you may know, in Taishan City, 17 women have already fallen victim to this thief, all of whom were regular visitors here. This implies that any of you could very well be the next target." The previously exuberant women fell silent, their faces paling. Even Jialua expressed concern. "Ancestor, are you suggesting that the flower thief's targets are us? Is it possible that any woman who has visited here is being watched?" The implications of such a statement left them uneasy. But if the flower thief is a woman, why would the victims lose their essence? Moreover, this thief vanishes without a trace, appearing only to commit their crimes and then disappearing. Where could this flower thief possibly be? The anxiety among the women was palpable, as they pondered their uncertain fates. Chapter 79, Androgyny. If the flower thief were disguised as a woman and hiding within the Emerald Pavilion, then a sudden realization struck Chu Feng. Indeed, with his divine transformation, his consciousness could permeate the entirety of the Tai Xuan sect. As a mid-stage celestial being, he believed it improbable to locate a golden core flower thief in such a vast Taishan city. However, if he had been misguided from the outset, who would ever suspect that a flower thief would masquerade as a woman? In an instant, his consciousness enveloped the entire Emerald Pavilion, yet he found nothing. Chu Feng frowned, pondering whether he had erred in his assumptions. He could not believe that a golden core practitioner could elude his detection, even with hidden techniques. Just as doubt began to cloud his mind, he suddenly noticed a woman retreating, adopting a posture that suggested flight. Though her movements were discreet, they could not escape Chu Feng's keen perception. His gaze fixated on her. Lin Bufan, the fated antagonist. Androgynous, a manifestation of a pinnacle celestial being, whose true form is the ancestor of Yin and Yang. The avatar, Lin Xiyue, at the peak of the golden core, can draw upon the peak celestial powers of the true form for a duration of 3 minutes, appearing before you as a woman, yet possessing a male form as well. Chu Feng was taken aback. This was his first encounter with a being of dual nature. No wonder he had failed to detect her. In this moment, she presented as a female. If not for Chu Feng's unique system, he might never have uncovered her true identity. Lin Xiyue, sensing Chu Feng's penetrating gaze, felt an inexplicable tightness in her chest. Had she been discovered? This was unexpected. She believed her disguise to be impeccable. Yet, the intensity of his stare puzzled her. In an instant, Lin Xianue's resolve shifted. So what if she was revealed? She could simply resort to violence. After all, Chu Feng was merely a senior elder of the Taishan sect, while her true form was a pinnacle celestial being. Even with only 3 minutes of freedom, she deemed it sufficient to deal with him. Regrettably, he was not a virgin, otherwise, she could have indulged in some rather unsavory desires. His gaze, especially when it seemed to linger on her posterior, was infuriating. How could she forget that Lin Xiyue, an androgynous entity, was also a perverse fiend? Such depravity disgusted Chu Feng. Regardless of her status as a fated antagonist, he would not hesitate to eliminate her. Unfortunately, she was but a mere avatar. If only her true form were present, he would relish the opportunity to strike her down, unbothered by any potential backlash from the heavens. Chu Feng would rather face divine retribution than spare this perverse entity. A murderous intent surged within him, palpable and fierce. As he lunged at Lin Xiyue with a swift motion. She did not evade, and he grasped her firmly. Her complexion turned pale, trembling as she pleaded. "Lord Chu Feng, please spare me. What have I done to provoke your wrath? I am willing to do anything, merely asking for your mercy this once." The other women present, including Jialua, hastily interceded. "Please, Lord, spare Sister Xiyue. If she has offended you, we are willing to offer our apologies on her behalf." Chu Feng regarded them coldly. "Are you certain she is the Sister Xiyue you speak of, and not Brother Xiyue?" His words elicited confusion among the gathered women, who exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of how to respond. "What do you mean?" Chu Feng directed his gaze at Lin Xiyue. "Should I address you as Lin Xiyue? Or perhaps as the ancestor of Yin and Yang? Indeed, I speak the truth." Lin Xiyue froze, her demeanor shifting to one of near despair as she whimpered. "My lord, I do not understand your words. I am merely Lin Xiyue, a common girl of humble origins. My only distinction is my innate yin-yang physique, granting me access to the Emerald Pavilion. Compared to the esteemed ladies here, I am nothing. How could I be the ancestor of Yin and Yang?" "Yes, Lord Chu Feng. You must be mistaken. We have known Lin Xiyue for years, she cannot possibly be the ancestor." Chu Feng's icy gaze remained fixed on Lin Xiyue. "You refuse to acknowledge the truth." Lin Xiyue shook her head. "My lord, you truly misunderstand me. I am not the ancestor of Yin and Yang." In that moment, Chu Feng's murderous intent erupted. "I, Chu Feng, declare you the ancestor of Yin and Yang. Any argument is futile. If you refuse to comply, I shall simply end your existence." With that, the oppressive aura of his wrath surged forth. He tightened his grip around Lin Xiyue's throat, ready to crush her neck. However, just as he was about to execute his deadly intent, Lin Xiyue transformed into a mere shadow. Effortlessly slipping from his grasp and appearing several meters away, her gaze icy as she confronted him. "How did you uncover my identity?" Chu Feng shook his head. "You believed your disguise impenetrable, yet you could not conceal yourself from me. If I am not mistaken, you are the very flower thief that has plagued Taishan City for so long. You present as a woman to charm the unsuspecting, only to transform under the cover of night into a predator, wreaking havoc upon innocent women and drawing upon their essence. Your cultivation techniques are commendable, as you have managed to avoid the repercussions of your actions, but that speaks volumes about your true nature. Indeed, being a manifestation of a pinnacle celestial being, her prowess far surpassed that of a golden core practitioner, which explained why others had failed to perceive Lin Xiyue's ruse. She had been playing a game of cat and mouse, but now she faced Chu Feng. No matter how well she hid, he had seen through her facade. Lin Xiyue scoffed. "Should you wish to kill me, let us see if you possess the capability. To others, the elder of the Taishan sect is formidable. But to me, Lin Bufan, killing you is as easy as breathing." Her declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. Jialua and the others exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom that their close companion Lin Xiyue was, in truth, a concealed powerhouse. Her confidence suggested that even Chu Feng, the esteemed elder, was beneath her notice. Chu Feng erupted in laughter, dismissive. "You are but an avatar, and you dare to boast before me?" Lin Xiyue retorted, "Even as an avatar, I possess the strength to slay you." Chu Feng shook his head. "Very well then, come and attempt to kill me. I am eager to witness your prowess." Lin Xiyue responded with a scoff. "Then I shall demonstrate it to you now. Prepare to meet your demise." Chapter 80. Merely a clone. Lin Xiyue immediately formed a seal with her hands. Although her cultivation was originally at the golden core stage, it surged dramatically in an instant. In this moment, she drew upon the identity of her true self, aware of Chu Feng's status as a supreme elder of the Tai Xuan Dao sect, whose strength was at least at the transformation stage. This body simply could not match up. To engage would be tantamount to seeking death. In a fleeting moment, Lin Xiyue sprang into action, a massive Taiji diagram materializing in the void. However, this Taiji diagram was unlike any other. One side embodied yin, the other yang, with a hint of red intertwining them. Chu Feng instantly recognized that this was the primordial yin power that Lin Xiyue had yet to completely refine. The Taiji diagram began to whirl violently, resembling a grinding wheel, as it pressed forward towards him. This yin-yang grinding wheel was a creation of the yin-yang ancestor. Cultivated over millennia, representing a physique that could embody both male and female energies, harnessing the primordial yin and yang forces. It had the potential to unsettle the mind and disrupt the internal energies of yin and yang. Previous adversaries had always found success with this move, leaving countless opponents defeated at its hands. To Chu Feng, it appeared he would be no exception. Yet, in the next moment, Lin Xiyue was taken aback, her expression shifting to one of terror as she retreated frantically. Chu Feng had made his move. With the dragon subduing palm, a golden dragon surged forth, instantly shattering Lin Xiyue's yin-yang grinding wheel, its might undiminished as it lunged for her. She hurriedly attempted to evade, but the borrowed power was ultimately just that, borrowed. It did not belong to her. If Chu Feng could slay the second-ranked Moron Longcheng, he could certainly handle a mere clone. Even her true self, the yin-yang ancestor, ranked only in the 30s on the Earth ranking, a far cry from supreme. With a thunderous crash, the golden dragon struck Lin Xiyue violently. She spat a mouthful of blood, her form plummeting like a severed kite from the void, crashing to the ground. No, how could this be? You are merely a supreme elder of the Tai Xuan Dao sect, how could you possess such strength? I am but a clone of the yin-yang ancestor, having borrowed the ancestor's cultivation for a powerful strike, yet I am no match for you. Chu Feng scoffed, you are vastly outmatched. With a swift motion, Lin Xiyue's head was severed from her body, and she perished on the spot. However, in that very instant, a white light burst forth from her corpse, transforming into an elder radiating a chilling aura. He coldly regarded Chu Feng and spoke. I did not anticipate that a supreme elder from the Tai Xuan Dao sect would be a great ascendant. Yet, you should not have extinguished my clone. Chu Feng dismissed him. Pray tell, is that all you can say? If you wish to kill me, I await your attempt. I have long since grown impatient. He had inadvertently encountered a destined great villain, with countless clones. For each clone he vanquished, there was a reward. Ding! The host has defeated one of the clones of the destined great villain Lin Xiyue, earning 200,000 fortune points and a strand of primordial yin-yang energy. This primordial yin-yang energy may not have been widely known, but when one speaks of the primordial yin-yang bottle from Journey to the West, its significance becomes clear. It was the treasure of the golden-winged Great Pang. However, do not be deceived by the ease with which Sun Wukong outsmarted it. That was merely due to the golden-winged Great Pang's late birth and incomplete inheritance, failing to transform the primordial yin-yang energy into a true divine artifact rather than a mere magical tool. Legend has it that the phoenix bore two offspring, one a peacock, the other the golden-winged Great Pang. The former received the primordial five elements power, while the latter attained the primordial yin-yang power. The peacock, known as Kong Xian, refined this into the five-colored divine light, his signature divine ability, born from five of his primordial feathers, embodying the colors green, yellow, red, black, and white. Within the realm of the five elements, nothing could withstand it, nor could anything escape its might. Certainly, if Chu Feng could acquire a strand of primordial yin-yang energy, he could cultivate a transcendent divine ability rivaling the five-colored divine light. Alas, he only obtained a single strand. While scarce, it would still serve as a formidable asset. The Wanzhou Mountain, the Yin-Yang Daoist Temple, is located in the eastern wilderness of Qinzhou. The reputation of the Yin-Yang ancestor resonates throughout Qinzhou and even the eastern wilderness. His renown stems from two factors: firstly, his innate duality of yin and yang, allowing him to cultivate at an astonishing pace, and secondly, his notorious ability to attract both men and women, instilling fear in many women and revulsion in many men. His formidable strength rendered many too intimidated to voice their discontent. Moreover, he cultivated numerous clones. Even if his true form were slain, he could resurrect through a clone, which would then replace the former as his new essence. He was, in essence, an indomitable pest. However, eliminating him was not impossible, though few knew how. The instant a clone was felled, the yin-yang ancestor sensed it, and a tremendous killing intent erupted, engulfing the entire temple. Within the temple, countless men and women trembled in fear, prostrating themselves, too terrified to move. These individuals were those he had abducted, made into his male pets and female slaves, subject to his whims. When pleased, he would reward them with opportunities to serve him. When displeased, they were treated worse than animals, forced to live like dogs, hunched and submissive. Who dares to extinguish my clone? Whoever you are, I, the Yuanying ancestor, shall not let you go unpunished. With a grasp in the void, he summoned a silvery white light from the ether, swiftly drawing it deep into his mind. An image materialized before him, Chu Feng, Tai Xuan Dao sect. Very well, you dare to slay my clone? You shall die. Within the jade green pavilion, Chu Feng reclined on a grand bed, surrounded by beautiful women. Before him sat an exquisite lady, playing the guqin, while several others danced fervently behind her. In the grand tapestry of life, every moment was worth cherishing. The bliss of listening to melodies in such company was unparalleled. Come now, my beauty, grant me a smile. Elder, may I ask if you would consider marrying me? Impossible. Chu Feng shook his head decisively. To be my woman, beauty is merely the most trivial requirement. You are indeed lovely, yet you fall far short of the criteria to become my partner. Jialuo's face fell in disappointment, yet she steeled herself and inquired, then, may I ask what is required to become your woman? I am willing to change. Chapter 81, A True Affectionate Fool. Chu Feng shook his head and said, what do you like about me? I can change. Jialuo, with a hint of disappointment, replied, firstly, I like that your cultivation is superior to mine. This statement left Chu Feng momentarily speechless. Was he expected to abandon his own cultivation? He quickly shook his head and retorted, enough of this nonsense. Let us skip the first point. As for the second, you cannot meet it either, for you are not the daughter of fate. To be a powerful, handsome man is no easy feat wherever one goes. There are beauties like you, lamenting and pleading to marry me. The expressions of Jialuo and the other women changed dramatically. Although they did not fully grasp the concept of the daughter of fate, they understood Chu Feng's rejection. With a smile, Chu Feng reassured them, do not be disheartened. Although I cannot reciprocate your feelings or take you as partners, we can still share a physical bond. No one is leaving tonight. You will witness my prowess and serve me well, your rewards will follow. He chuckled heartily, already reveling in the prospect of an exhilarating night. Upon entering the Emerald Pavilion, it was inconceivable to simply leave. The women blushed, filled with a mixture of fear and anticipation. The Emerald Pavilion, while renowned, was merely a gathering place for elite women to exchange cultivation techniques, not a brothel. No man had ever entered, let alone shared the company of these women. Yet, considering Chu Feng's formidable status as a supreme elder of the Tai Xuan Dao sect, at least at the deity transformation level, he held immense allure for those in the Qi refinement, foundation establishment, and golden core stages, akin to encountering a wealthy individual. Looking at the women, Chu Feng boomed. Come now, continue your singing and dancing. With that, he pulled Jialuo into his embrace and pressed her down. You wish to be my woman, don't you? Then let us begin with you. Just as he was about to make his next move, an angry voice echoed from outside the Emerald Pavilion, reverberating throughout. Jialuo. It's me, Huang Chao. Why won't you see me? Jialuo stiffened in Chu Feng's arms, quickly extricating herself and scrambling to adjust her clothing. Chu Feng frowned, perplexed. What was the meaning of this? This woman named Jialuo had a man, making him the third party. He could forcibly claim a woman. But not if it meant becoming an interloper. Coldly, he said, you have a man. Realizing his misunderstanding, Jialuo hurriedly explained, my lord, you misunderstand. The man outside, Huang Chao, was once my fiancé, but that was before I met my master and entered the cultivation world. Our parents arranged a betrothal when we were infants, but as we grew, I rejected the marriage. However, he has relentlessly pursued me, which is why I have hidden in the Emerald Pavilion, hoping to become your woman and thus dissuade Huang Chao's unrealistic aspirations. I swear, I have no relationship with him, I truly do not like him. Chu Feng quickly comprehended the situation. A love-struck fool, indeed. What a delightful turn of events. He laughed heartily as Huang Chao shouted outside. Chu Feng's divine sense swept over him. Under the gaze of the infinite divine eye, he noticed Huang Chao, a golden core cultivator, with a luck value of 80,000 points, an ordinary man with some fortune. However, as Jialuo explained, the system notification chimed. Ding! Detected the son of fate, Huang Chao, with a luck value of 110,000 points. Huang Chao, at the pinnacle of Golden Core, a rogue cultivator, his luck is rising. He will join the Qingyun Dao sect in a year and become a Golden Core elder. In essence, Huang Chao was about to intersect with him, causing his luck to surge and draw the attention of the Qingyun Dao sect. A fabricated son of fate. Looking back at Jialua, her luck had indeed increased, though she still fell short of being the daughter of fate. Previously at over 60,000 points, her luck had now risen to 90,000 points. The disparity in their foundations was palpable, unlike Zhao Dongdong, who had directly ascended to become the daughter of fate with a staggering 300,000 points of luck. Seeing Chu Feng laugh, Jialua's previously anxious heart now tightened further. "My lord, do you not believe my words?" Chu Feng replied, "You can convince me. But only if you can prove it, such as showing me that your virtue remains intact." Jialua bit her lip and declared, "I shall prove it to you right now." With that, she began to remove her garments. Chu Feng laughed and scooped her up, heading toward the bed. Outside, Huang Chao, after a prolonged wait, found no sign of Jialua, only a throng of onlookers. There was a commotion at the Emerald Pavilion. This establishment was under the protection of an ancient nascent soul ancestor. Who was this person? Did he wish to court death? Huang Chao, a peak Golden Core cultivator, was no match for a nascent soul elder. Even 10 or 8 of him would likely be powerless against such a formidable opponent. Impatiently pacing back and forth, Huang Chao was entirely unaware that in one of the expansive rooms within the Emerald Pavilion, Chu Feng was engaged in unspeakable acts with his goddess. Utterly disregarding him, a love-struck fool left with nothing. At that moment, Jialua's luck began to shift. The system chimed in response. Ding! Under the guidance of the host, Jialua's luck has increased, reaching 130,000 points, qualifying her as the daughter of fate. Congratulations to the host for recreating the daughter of fate, rewarded with 1,000,000 points of luck. Congratulations to the host for conquering the daughter of fate, Jialua, earning 130,000 points of luck and the following rewards. Reward 1, a celestial grade artifact, a binding rope. Reward 2, a spirit stone formed by the essence of the heavens and earth. Reward 3, 500 years of cultivation. While the binding rope and 500 years of cultivation were understandable, what was the spirit stone born of the heavens? Could it be that it concealed a sun Wukong? Would a monkey emerge upon nurturing the stone? As time passed, Chu Feng educated Jialua, and a full day slipped away. The sky transformed from day to night. Outside the Emerald Pavilion, Huang Chao had completely lost his patience, anxiously pacing back and forth, yearning to rush inside if not for the protective formation barring his way. Chapter 82, The Puppet Master. Why has Garo not yet emerged? Could it be that you truly possess such a heart of stone? Huang Chao's complexion was ashen, his lips moving incessantly. For Garo, he had resolutely thrown caution to the wind and, raising his gaze to the resplendent Jade Pavilion before him, had made a momentous decision. He would storm the Jade Pavilion. Today, I, Huang Chao, shall bring ruin upon you. With a swift motion, a celestial sword manifested in his hand, and he brought it crashing down upon the Jade Pavilion. Boom! The formidable sword intent struck fiercely against the protective formation surrounding the pavilion. With a crack, a fissure appeared in the grand array under the weight of his strike. This act, of course, reverberated throughout the entire Jade Pavilion and even rippled across the vast expanse of Tai Xuan City. Countless eyes turned towards the pavilion. Within the Jade Pavilion, powerful auras erupted, revealing themselves as cultivators of the Golden Core realm. Who dares to disturb the sanctity of my Jade Pavilion? As for Garo, she was already drained of strength. Yet she still attempted to rise and see what was transpiring outside, only to be restrained by Chu Feng. Enough, he said, in your current condition, can you truly go? Allow me to handle this. Chu Feng was acutely aware of the situation outside. Huang Chao, whom he had previously regarded with disdain as nothing more than a lovesick fool, had now summoned the audacity to confront the Jade Pavilion. Can one imagine that the goddess of his affections was being toyed with at this very moment, while he stood at the threshold, merely waiting? According to Garo, Huang Chao had exerted every effort to pursue her, relentlessly seeking her favor. Now, he had finally mustered the courage to act decisively, daring to breach the Jade Pavilion. However, how long this fervor would last remained uncertain. Huang Chao's sword strike had not yet shattered the pavilion, and he prepared to unleash another blow. Just as this strike was about to meet the protective barrier, the formation abruptly sealed itself. Several figures emerged from within the pavilion, their voices laced with fury. "Who are you, and why do you dare intrude upon the Jade Pavilion? Are you unaware of its significance?" Huang Chao bellowed, "I demand to see Garo. If she appears, I shall leave at once. Otherwise, I, Huang Chao, will risk my life to demolish the entire Jade Pavilion." "You dare? Do you have any notion of what the Jade Pavilion represents? It is not something you can destroy at will." Huang Chao laughed heartily, "I care not what it is. All I know is that I must see Garo. If I cannot see her, I shall perish. Since death awaits me, what do I have left to fear? Garo, come forth and meet me." Huang Chao's voice rang out once more, imbued with an unwavering resolve and madness. "Impudent! To dare cause chaos in my Jade Pavilion is to court death. Sisters, take action." The women of the pavilion surged forth to confront Huang Chao. In that moment, he had completely lost his senses. Though he stood at the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm and feared no individual, facing 3 Golden Core female cultivators alone was a different matter altogether. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to exchange injury for injury, a reckless endeavor that would see him inflict harm upon himself while attempting to vanquish his foes. The powerful sword intent erupted forth, surging like a tempest. Huang Chao had known Garo since childhood, they had been childhood sweethearts and had even betrothed themselves. To him, Garo was destined to be his future bride. However, one fateful day, a cultivator had arrived in their town to assess the townsfolk's aptitude for cultivation. Garo, possessing an exceptional spiritual constitution, was taken as a disciple, while Huang Chao, with his inferior spiritual body, was dismissed. Before departing, Garo sought him out and requested to annul their engagement. Huang Chao could not possibly acquiesce. At that time, Garo's master had issued him a stern warning, which only fueled Huang Chao's resolve to one day enter the world of cultivation, to find Garo, and to claim her as his wife. Not long after Garo was taken away by the cultivator, Huang Chao vanished, embarking on his own path of cultivation. When he finally reappeared before Garo, she was taken aback. Yet, Garo, having tasted the splendor of the world and the journey of cultivation, had her sights set on higher aspirations, showing no interest in romantic entanglements, let alone dual cultivation. Moreover, Huang Chao's cultivation was inferior to hers, and his aptitude was lacking. Nevertheless, Huang Chao refused to yield, relentlessly pursuing her, which ultimately became a source of vexation for Garo. She retreated to the Jade Pavilion to escape his persistent advances. Since losing track of Garo, Huang Chao had spiraled into madness, searching frantically for years. It was only recently that he learned of her whereabouts in the Jade Pavilion. He had arrived, determined to see Garo face to face. Not long ago, he encountered a man who, upon hearing his plight, had mocked him and shared a philosophy: to claim a woman who does not love you, one must resort to force. By seizing her, if she eventually becomes devoted, she would belong to him. If she resisted, persistence was key. If one attempt failed, try again, and so forth until she succumbed. After enduring this ridicule, Huang Chao finally resolved to confront Garo directly, blocking the entrance to the Jade Pavilion, intending to follow this stranger's advice. Just as he prepared to act, 2 figures appeared in the distance. Among them, a young man wore an expression of disappointment. I have never encountered such a spineless man. Even under my mental influence, he hesitates. Is he truly so fearful of a woman? Master, do you think it possible for the women of the Jade Pavilion to possess beauty that exceeds an S-level rating? If Chu Feng were to notice the 2, he would recognize one of them as Han Feng, who, after some coaxing, had managed to persuade the Elder of Inner Demons to accompany him to Tai Xuan Taoist sect. Arriving in Tai Xuan City just in time to hear of the Jade Pavilion, his heart stirred with curiosity. He yearned to behold the beauties within the pavilion. If fortune favored him, perhaps he could employ a few subtle tactics to win over an S-level beauty, thereby alleviating his concerns about receiving inadequate rewards. Alas! His hopes were dashed as he realized that only women were permitted entry into the Jade Pavilion. In a moment of despair, he considered having his master force his way inside. However, such a course of action might provoke unnecessary alarm. As he grappled with indecision, he stumbled upon Huang Chao. Thus, he employed a modicum of influence, using mental power to manipulate Huang Chao, intending to incite chaos within the Jade Pavilion and, in doing so, gain a glimpse of its many enchanting inhabitants. The only vexation was that Huang Chao was woefully inept, not merely a lovesick fool, but a superlative one at that. Chapter 83, Until Death, a devoted fool Li Jianlei, an A-grade beauty, Feng Qingqing, an A-grade beauty, Yu Zhaozhao, a B-grade beauty, Zhe Shuer, a B-grade beauty. Han Feng's eyes gleamed, his mouth slightly agape, displaying an expression of sheer avarice. Indeed, the beauties associated with Cui Yuxuan were of an exceptionally high caliber. The four before him were all B-grade or above, surpassing any beauties he had encountered since his arrival in this world. All of them are mine. If I manage to win their affections, not only will I indulge in the pleasures of companionship, but I shall also receive substantial rewards. Gala, an SS-grade beauty. Amidst the chaos of battle outside, Gala, despite her fatigue, stepped out, her concern palpable. The moment she appeared, Han Feng, previously exhilarated, became utterly frantic. He turned to the elder of the heart demon, exclaiming, "Master, I have discovered an SS-grade beauty. If I can secure her, the treasures of the immortal emperor will be within reach." The elder followed Han Feng's gaze and nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, this woman is extraordinary." However, the young man beside her. Is he? Only then did Han Feng notice Chu Feng accompanying Gala. An overwhelming surge of murderous intent erupted from him as he gritted his teeth. "Master. That is Chu Feng, the one who took Xiao Dongdong and blinded me. Were it not for your guidance, cultivating the eye of the mind, I would now be a complete blind man. The eye of the mind, a power not derived from sight, but from the strength of the spirit. Master. You must take action on my behalf and eliminate him." The elder furrowed his brows. "Are you certain he is the supreme elder of the Tai Xuan Dao sect? At the transformation realm?" Han Feng detected the elder's hesitation and confidently asserted, "Master, how could there be any doubt?" Zhao Tian of the Breaking Heaven Sword sect himself spoke of his long-standing friendship with Chu Feng, spanning centuries. The elder nodded. "If true, that would be fortunate. Yet, I possess an unsettling feeling. My disciple, we cultivate the power of the mind, granting us an innate sensitivity to danger. In my experience, this Chu Feng is not simple. We should not linger here." Han Feng grew anxious, insisting, "Master, you are being overly cautious. If Chu Feng were truly formidable, would he remain in the Tai Xuan Dao sect, a second-rate sect, or in Jianzhou? Of course, excluding you, Master." The elder acknowledged, "That is a valid point. Jianzhou's decline is irreversible, the calamities of the past and the perils of Qinling have severed the lineage, resulting in a deplorable cultivation environment. Had anyone truly surpassed the transformation realm, they would have long departed Jianzhou for the eastern desolation. My return is to address the karma of those events. Since that is the case, my disciple, act freely, I shall handle Chu Feng." Han Feng's spirits soared. "Disciple is deeply grateful, Master. Ladies, here I come." Their exchange was not lost on Chu Feng. As the elder and Han Feng directed their mental energies toward him, Chu Feng was acutely aware. The enigmatic power of the mind was fortuitously awakened within him. He mused, "What a devoted fool! How could he brazenly infiltrate Cui Yuxuan? It appears all of this is Han Feng's doing. Nevertheless, he is a harbinger of fortune, perfectly positioned for me to reap the rewards. I was just lamenting my lack of luck, and here it is, delivered to my doorstep." Meanwhile, Huang Chao, under Han Feng's control, was engulfed in madness. Disregarding his own safety amidst the fierce battle against the four golden core cultivators. Upon Gala's arrival, her presence shifted the tide. Though weakened from her earlier encounters with Chu Feng, her status as a golden core powerhouse turned the battle in her favor, rendering Huang Chao defenseless. After a brief moment, Huang Chao was left battered and bleeding. Rather than retreating, he became increasingly frenzied. With the mystical powers of the infinite divine eye and the mind's energy, Han Feng observed Huang Chao's every move with clarity. It was evident that Han Feng was biding his time, waiting for Huang Chao to gain the upper hand before intervening. Yet, with Gala's involvement, Huang Chao found himself at a disadvantage. Han Feng's reluctance to act indicated either a hidden trump card within Huang Chao or that Han Feng had left a contingency. Such intricate scheming would not come to fruition for Chu Feng. It was clear that Han Feng was indeed a child of destiny. Having risen anew despite his cultivation being crippled and his eyes destroyed, successfully mastering the eye of the mind. This newfound ability swiftly severed Han Feng's control over Huang Chao as if it were a sharp blade. Han Feng was merely at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, while Chu Feng was in the mid-stage of the Great Ascension. Although newly acquainted with the mind's energy, he was not someone Han Feng could contend with. In Han Feng's perception, Huang Chao's liberation from his control was merely a sign of Huang Chao's own strength, failing to realize it was Chu Feng's intervention. As Huang Chao broke free from Han Feng's grasp, he regained his senses, bewildered. However, he now faced the onslaught from Gala and the others. In that moment of clarity, he immediately recognized Gala, who was attacking him. "Gala!" he shouted. But Gala paid no heed to Huang Chao's pleas. Her attack struck him with tremendous force, sending him flying several meters before crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, his body convulsing. Yet, he continued to mutter, "Gala, I am sorry. I don't know what came over me to attack you." Mind control does not merely manipulate thoughts and memories, it awakens an alternate aspect within Huang Chao, supplanting his original character while retaining his memories. Now, filled with guilt and remorse for having harmed Gala, his sole desire was to earn her forgiveness, even willing to sacrifice himself for her. Gala, observing Huang Chao in a state of near death, felt a fleeting pang of compassion, but quickly steeled herself, glancing at Chu Feng with resolute determination. "Huang Chao, it is impossible for us. Regardless of whether you live or die this time, do not seek me out again. I have my own man now." "No, I refuse to believe it." Huang Chao, disregarding his injuries, cried out desperately. Gala turned towards Chu Feng, declaring, "It is he." Chu Feng, the supreme elder of the Tai Xuan Dao sect, the venerable ancestor of the transformation realm. "Do you truly think you can compare with him?" Huang Chao fixed his gaze on Chu Feng for 30 seconds, then burst into laughter, his laughter tinged with bitterness and heartache. Chapter 84, For he is the child of destiny. Chu Feng, you are the supreme elder of the Tai Xuan Dao sect. By aligning with you, Xiao Luo has secured a formidable ally. However, should I learn that you dare to betray her, I, Huang Chao, will become a vengeful spirit even in death, seeking retribution against you," Huang Chao declared to Chu Feng. Chu Feng replied nonchalantly, "Rest assured, since Xiao Luo is my woman, I shall take care of her. As for you, you may peacefully embrace death." No sooner had he spoken than Chu Feng flicked his finger, and a surge of mystical energy transformed into a blade that instantly pierced through Huang Chao's body. Huang Chao perished on the spot. Beep, beep, beep. Congratulations to the host for slaying the child of destiny, Huang Chao, earning 2 million fortune points, along with the following rewards. Reward 1, a measure of Xian Huang power. Reward 2, a measure of merit power. Reward 3, a measure of faith power. Upon glancing at the rewards, Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback. The three most potent forces in existence, Xian Huang power, merit power, and faith power, were bestowed upon him. However, even if he acquired these three powers, he had no means to utilize them. He would have preferred rewards in the form of cultivation, magical artifacts, or techniques. Yet these three forces were all he received. Previously, conquering Xiao Luo had granted him 1,500 years of cultivation, yet even with that, it would be a considerable challenge to break through to the later stages of the Great Ascension realm. Chu Feng mused that attaining further cultivation rewards seemed a distant dream. Xian Huang power, the primordial force that birthed the heavens and the earth, merit power, a reward from the celestial order, faith power, the sincere strength granted by sentient beings. Xian Huang could lead to immortality, merit could lead to sanctity, and faith could lead to divinity. However, Chu Feng had no time to delve into the specifics of their applications, as another awaited him, Han Feng. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding enveloped him. Just as Chu Feng had surmised, he had left a contingency within Huang Chao, capable of causing chaos within Huang Chao's mystical energy at a critical moment, leading to his explosive demise. The power of this contingency could annihilate the entire Chuyu pavilion. At that moment, he would emerge to win the favor of the women and infiltrate their ranks, gradually exerting his influence over them to secure his victory. However, the situation had escalated too rapidly. He hadn't even had the chance to execute his plan before Huang Chao met his end at Chu Feng's hand. Damn it! It's him again, thwarting my schemes. Chu Feng, I will not let you escape unscathed. You shall die. A tempest of rage surged through Han Feng's mind. His gaze fixed fiercely on Chu Feng. If mere glances could kill, he would have slain Chu Feng countless times over. Master, I implore you to take action and eliminate this Chu Feng to avenge your disciple. Han Feng's fury was ignited by Chu Feng's interference, which had derailed his carefully laid plans. He could not bear to let Chu Feng live. The Elder of Heart Demons nodded. Very well. This Chu Feng is as good as dead. Thank you, Master. Han Feng exclaimed, his spirits lifted. His gaze towards Chu Feng transformed as if he were staring at a corpse. Chu Feng, may you meet a grim fate. You have crippled my cultivation, blinded me, and stolen my woman. You never anticipated that even reduced to this state, I, Han Feng, would not perish. Not only am I alive, but I have also encountered my master, the Elder of Heart Demons, and am now returning to seek vengeance. Is that so? You, a blind man, think you can seek revenge with another blind man? Just as Han Feng's inner thoughts cried out, Chu Feng's voice echoed in his ears, startling him momentarily. But the shock was brief, as Han Feng quickly regained his composure and turned his gaze towards the distant Chu Feng, declaring, Master, Chu Feng has discovered us. The Elder of Heart Demons swiftly moved to attack Chu Feng, unleashing a mental arrow towards him. While Chu Feng could not match the Elder's mental prowess, he certainly surpassed him in cultivation level. The essence of mental power closely resembled soul power and could be regarded as a variant of it. A direct hit would mean certain death. Just as the mental arrow was about to strike Chu Feng, he broke into laughter, reacting swiftly. With a wave of his hand, he activated the underworld visualization technique, combining it with his mental power, forming a whirlwind that obliterated the mental arrow in an instant. The tempest, born of soul and mind, rushed towards the Elder of Heart Demons. The Elder's expression changed dramatically as he hastily pulled Han Feng behind him, his face grave. The opponent is formidable. He is not merely a god transformation cultivator. We must flee. Han Feng was taken aback, his urgency rising. Master, are you saying you are not his match? But you possess the integration stage cultivation. The Elder of Heart Demons shook his head. Indeed, I cannot contend with him. We must depart promptly, or we shall not escape. At that moment, Chu Feng's voice rang out, dismissively stating, even if you attempt to flee now, you will not succeed. Return to me. With a swift movement, Chu Feng positioned himself directly between the Elder of Heart Demons and Han Feng, scoffing, Han Feng, how many times have you sought death now? Not to mention the previous occasions, but this time you even brought a blind man. Do you not tire of courting demise? Very well, I shall grant your wish. Die. The dragon suppression palm unleashed a magnificent golden dragon that soared forth, crashing towards the Elder of Heart Demons with a single strike. The Elder, in despair, realized that the mental prowess he had once prided himself on was rendered meaningless before Chu Feng, shattering upon contact. With a spurt of blood, the Elder shoved Han Feng away, bellowing, Run! I will hold him off. Master! Though Han Feng was inherently self-serving, this time he could hardly fathom why his master would willingly place himself in peril to buy him time to escape. Flee now! The Elder shouted again. Han Feng gritted his teeth, turning to the Elder and declaring, Master, I vow to avenge you. With that, he resolutely turned and fled. Watching Han Feng escape, the Elder of Heart Demons sighed with relief, coldly addressing Chu Feng, who would have thought that a mere second-rate Taoist sect's supreme elder would be a great ascension celestial. I was indeed careless this time, but killing me will not be so simple. Chu Feng scoffed, Do you truly believe you can impede me? Do you know why I have not killed you outright? It is because I find your path of mental cultivation intriguing. As for Han Feng, do you really think he can avenge you? The Elder of Heart Demons replied confidently, Why not? Chu Feng, though you are a great ascension celestial, you cannot comprehend what Han Feng represents. This setback is merely a trial for him, while you are but a stumbling block on his path to immortality and divinity. No matter how mighty you are, you will ultimately perish at his hands, for he is the child of destiny. Chapter 85, You truly know a great deal. Chu Feng scoffed, so what? Even if he is the chosen one, I will still slay him without hesitation. The Elder of the Heart Demon laughed heartily. Do you know what I find amusing, Chu Feng? I laugh at your utter ignorance regarding the power of the Chosen One. The Chosen One is destined by fate, favored by the heavens. Anyone who seeks to kill him is opposing the will of the heavens, and thus, will inevitably face retribution. Furthermore, you are simply incapable of killing him. He will always turn misfortune into fortune, becoming ever more courageous in battle. Chu Feng. You shall undoubtedly perish at Han Feng's hands in the future. Chu Feng retorted disdainfully, I understand the Chosen One better than you do. Do you know why I incapacitated Han Feng, blinding him without killing him? The elder of the heart demon dismissed it, saying, That's because you lack the courage to kill him. If you did, you would suffer the backlash of heaven and meet your own demise. Chu Feng coldly snorted. I am not like you, a piece of trash. Even if the heavens favor him, the Chosen One will undoubtedly perish. I merely let him go intentionally, with the purpose of harvesting his fortunes. Just like this time. I humiliate him, cripple him, and his luck diminishes. After 4 or 5 such instances, his fate will fall. By now, I have already suppressed him twice, this shall be the third. With that, Chu Feng extended his hand, and the burning heaven sword appeared in his grip, slicing towards the fleeing Han Feng. A scream echoed as Chu Feng severed Han Feng's arm. The severed limb instantly ignited, turning to ash. My arm! Chu Feng! You shall not die a good death! Han Feng bellowed. Initially, Chu Feng intended to spare Han Feng, but he changed his mind and swung the sword again. This time severing Han Feng's tongue. With a mouth full of filth, he would now become a mute. The elder of the heart demon's expression shifted dramatically as he incredulously exclaimed, How is this possible? Han Feng is the Chosen One, possessing a system comparable to an immortal artifact. How can you harm him without consequence? Upon realizing Han Feng's greatest secret, the elder was reminded of Han Feng's identity as the legendary Chosen One. Any injury inflicted upon the Chosen One would invoke the wrath of the heavens. Since Chu Feng had already harmed Han Feng, he could not escape the fate of divine punishment. Yet, he now witnessed Chu Feng acting as if nothing had happened. This could only mean one thing, Chu Feng's destiny level surpassed Han Feng's. Chu Feng coldly remarked, No wonder you would sacrifice yourself for Han Feng, even knowing he possesses a system. You do not believe that I, Chu Feng, also possess a system, do you? Not only do I have a system, but my level is also higher than his, and my destiny is greater. Killing him is as effortless as crushing an ant. The destiny lies with him, but it also resides with me. I can easily suppress him. Killing him, and the heavens would not dare punish me. No, how can this be? The elder of the heart demon was utterly shattered. Throughout his life, he had been the formidable heart demon ancestor, feared by all. Yet now, he found himself willingly courting death, merely to buy Han Feng a moment of time, only to realize that his actions were nothing but a farce. Chu Feng, unfazed by the elder's plight, swiftly ended his life with a single strike, sending his head soaring. Congratulations to the host for defeating the heart demon ancestor at the fusion stage, earning 100,000 fortune points. Soon, another voice resonated. Congratulations to the host for once again suppressing the Chosen One, Han Feng, earning 3 million fortune points. Examining Han Feng's attribute panel, he noted, name, Han Feng, age, 1050 years, cultivation, late stage of the tribulation transcendence. Han Feng is the host's greatest adversary. Although the host's cultivation is still inferior to Han Feng's, he possesses various immortal-level divine abilities. If he cannot win, he can at least flee. However, the host is advised to avoid provoking Han Feng and never engage him in battle. Fortune points, 8 million. Trash system. Chu Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. This system had once again collapsed. Even at the tribulation transcendence level, Han Feng was merely at the peak of foundation establishment. Crushing him was as easy as squashing an ant. This was the third time he had suppressed him. This time, he had severed his tongue and arm. Chu Feng was eager to see what fortune Han Feng would possess this time. His fortune points had dwindled from 5 million to 8 million. If he were to succeed for the 5th time, it would likely spell Han Feng's demise. At that point, it would be time for a proper harvest. Inside the Emerald Jade Pavilion, Chu Feng was quite content. Having acquired Jialua, he intended to create another fortune girl. However, this time, he planned to leave her at the Emerald Jade Pavilion rather than bringing her back to the Tai Xuan Dao sect. The Emerald Jade Pavilion itself was a gathering place for numerous elite women, where they assisted one another, exchanged ideas, and advanced together in cultivation. Over time, they formed a community within the Emerald Jade Pavilion. Its influence was not to be underestimated. Most importantly, the abundance of beautiful women attracted countless others, greatly facilitating his search for a fortune girl. While Han Feng's girl-chasing system appeared limited compared to Chu Feng's, which necessitated finding fortune girls, there was one aspect in which Han Feng's system fell short: the reward levels. Chu Feng, having conquered fortune girls and slain the chosen one, received considerably greater rewards. Presently, he possessed several immortal-level techniques and the Burning Heaven Sword, as well as a primordial water peach that had existed for 3,000 years. Surrounded by beautiful women, he reveled in bliss. In the blink of an eye, Chu Feng had spent half a month in the Emerald Jade Pavilion, receiving the affections of 10 beautiful women. Unfortunately, his earlier assumptions proved incorrect. Although he welcomed these women, he had not managed to elevate any of them to the status of fortune girls. Their fortunes had indeed improved, but only marginally. This indicated that enhancing one's fortune and achieving the status of a fortune girl was far from easy. Numerous conditions needed to be fulfilled. Genuine fortune children were rare, and artificially created ones were not easily found. It was quite challenging. Upon returning to the Tai Xuan Dao sect, Chu Feng was immediately pulled into a room by Chen Wanwan, who insisted on teaching him a lesson. In her words, he had indulged in merriment at the Emerald Jade Pavilion and had not returned to the Lonely Mountain, clearly enchanted by those enchanting fairies. She felt it necessary to discipline him. However, while her intentions were noble, reality proved harsh. Chu Feng didn't even need to deploy his 36 techniques. He effortlessly subdued Chen Wanwan. With a sharp slap, the sound echoed, not only failing to subdue her but instead eliciting a pained moan from her. Chapter 86, The Imperial Clan has come knocking, my dear. How wicked you are to dare strike me. However, it feels quite delightful. Do continue. This holy maiden fears you not. You dare to suppress me with your 5-finger mountain? I shall bite you to death. Ha ha ha. Chu Feng burst into laughter. Who was it that claimed they would teach me a lesson? Do you now realize my prowess? This is merely an appetizer. Greater challenges await you shortly. If you wish to bite me, you should be wary of your own teeth. Having cultivated the first level of the 9 turns mystic art, he was as formidable as steel, unyielding and indestructible. Chen Wanwan retorted, you only know how to bully me. I shall inform Linger, Yanran, and Dongdong. Together, we shall act. I do not believe we cannot drain you dry. Very well, I await your arrival. Chu Feng waved his hand, feeling not fear but anticipation. However, since you are alone, who else shall I bully? With that, he swiftly subdued Chen Wanwan. Just as he was poised to take the next step, the tranquility of the Tai Xuan Dao sect was abruptly shattered. A massive vortex appeared in the sky above, from which countless powerful figures emerged, each exuding an overwhelming aura. Leading them was a tribulation-crossing celestial, accompanied by 3 major heavenly beings, over a dozen integration realm practitioners, and nearly 100 more in the transformation and nascent stages. No other force in the entire Sword Province could mobilize such formidable strength at once, not even in the Eastern Wasteland, where they were a rarity. Their arrival instantly startled Chu Feng. Ji Linger and Chen Wanwan quickly discerned their identities: members of the Imperial Clan, the Jiang family, elders of the Tai Xuan Dao sect. Including the Grand Elder and Sect Master Xiang Yutian, gazed skyward, their faces etched with despair and bitterness. The terrifying pressure and the oppressive atmosphere made it clear that they were no match for these newcomers. Xiang Yutian anxiously approached Chu Feng. Ever since Chu Feng had subdued Lu Rushi and become a supreme elder, Xiang Yutian regarded him as the true pillar of the Tai Xuan Dao sect. He had fostered the thought that whenever difficulties arose, he should seek Chu Feng's counsel. Ancestor, what should we do now? Who are these people? Why have they come to our Tai Xuan Dao sect? They are from the Imperial Clan, the Jiang family, Chu Feng replied. Thud. Xiang Yutian was so frightened he fell to his knees, his voice trembling. The Jiang family? Does this mean that the incident has been exposed? Are they here to annihilate our Tai Xuan Dao sect? It's over, we are finished. The Jiang family was known for their tyrannical ways, often resorting to extermination at the slightest provocation. If they took action, not a single soul in the Tai Xuan Dao sect would survive. Chu Feng cast a cold glance at Xian Yutian. Do you not understand the principle of facing soldiers with soldiers and water with earth? Moreover, if the sky were to fall, there would be a tall person to support it. What is there to fear? Xian Yutian despaired, but they are the Jiang family, one of the most powerful forces in the eastern wasteland. Even so, our strongest member is merely you, ancestor. Chu Feng scoffed. What? Do you look down upon me? Under normal circumstances, Xian Yutian would have fervently defended himself, but now his face was one of utter hopelessness. It's futile, ancestor. I know you are formidable. But the ones we face this time are different, they are from the Jiang family. Ignoring Xian Yutian, Chu Feng gazed into the void. With the mystic eye of infinity, he could see everyone's strength clearly. He disregarded the transformation and integration stages, focusing intently on the tribulation-crossing celestial, who was none other than Fu Wantian's father, Fu Yuanshan. Indeed, the Jiang family had come for him. Yet, this tribulation-crossing celestial was merely at the initial stage of his tribulation? Chen Wanwan spoke. This man is Fu Yuanshan, Fu Wantian's father. His appearance indicates he knows of his son's demise at your hands and has come seeking revenge. My dear, what are your thoughts? Will you become one of the 5 wanderers of the heavenly demon sacred land? Ji Linger inquired. Would you prefer to join the heavenly demon sacred land? Rather than that, you should come with me to the Ji family. At least I am a direct descendant, and if you join the Ji family, you shall become our guest. Given our family's influence in the central lands, the Jiang family cannot harm you. Sister Wan, it is not my intention to speak ill. But the heavenly demon sacred land is truly not a favorable place. From what I know, the holy maidens of the heavenly demon sacred land practice the heavenly demon great method. Once you begin this practice, you cannot lose your virtue. If you do, you will be unable to cultivate the heavenly demon great method to its highest potential and will lose your position as holy maiden. If you remain the holy maiden, you could protect my dear, but if you are not, I fear that joining the heavenly demon sacred land will only bring endless troubles. Chen Wanwan chuckled. Sister Linger, you are quite knowledgeable. But I owe it to my dear's heaven and earth yin-yang great compassion song and the supreme celestial technique that even after my downfall, the heavenly demon great method not only remains intact but has reached unprecedented heights. Even the original creator of this technique could not match my current level of cultivation. Thus, your concerns are unfounded. My dear, should you express your desire, I will immediately step in to obstruct them and lead you to join the heavenly demon sacred land. In the eastern wasteland, while others fear the Jiang family, we of the heavenly demon sacred land hold no such trepidation. Chu Feng surveyed Chen Wanwan from head to toe. Chen Wanwan laughed. My dear, why do you look at me like that? Do I have flowers on my face? Chu Feng shook his head. It's nothing. I was merely contemplating whether or not to engage in battle and see whether I am stronger or they are. My dear, do not act recklessly. Chen Wanwan sensed Chu Feng's intentions, recognizing that he clearly wished to confront the Jiang family. Chu Feng opened his attribute panel, examining his cultivation, supreme techniques, and various special abilities, and instantly made a momentous decision. If battle is to be had, then let it be, I fear not. Name, Chu Feng, age, 1000 years, cultivation, mid-stage peak of major heavenly being, techniques, supreme celestial technique of 2500 characters. First turn of 9 turns mystic art, divine powers, dragon subduing palm, 1 sword opens the heavenly gate, underworld meditation technique, flying rainbow technique, mystic eye of infinity. Mind power, it is worth noting that these techniques are all celestial grade. His true combat strength is not inferior to Fu Yuanshan's. Indeed, he could fight. Instantly, a powerful battle intent erupted from Chu Feng. Chapter 87, the 3-year-old future prodigy of the Jiang clan. The Jiang family, descendants of the imperial lineage, boasts a legacy steeped in the illustrious history of numerous emperors who once suppressed the heavens. Their descendants naturally inherit a portion of this profound destiny. Take, for instance, Ji Linger. Destiny itself is inherently influenced by one's identity, status, power, and authority. The higher the authority, the more potent the destiny, the loftier the status. The stronger the fortune, and the greater the strength, the mightier the destiny. However, there exists a threshold. For instance, those with thick destinies compared to the fated children. And the fated children against the destined ones. If they were to be slain, Chu Feng knew he would undoubtedly reap significant rewards. Perhaps even enough to acquire the complete version of the Grand Immortal technique from the Destiny Marketplace. He felt an overwhelming certainty that once he amassed the full Grand Immortal technique, his strength would ascend dramatically, enabling him to confront challenges beyond his current capabilities, a feat of transcending tribulations. Of course, Chu Feng's confidence stemmed primarily from the fact that he seemingly still possessed an unused tribulation experience card. Fu Yuan Shan, early stage of tribulation, Mu Rongbua. Peak of Great Ascension, Zhou Xuansa, late stage of Great Ascension, Shen Duo, mid stage of Great Ascension, Ding Ding Ding, the system detects a new fated child. Zhang Shishan, age, 1003 years, cultivation, early stage of tribulation, physique, ancient sacred land, emperor bloodline concentration of up to 70, meeting the standards of sacred blood, destiny value, 990. 000 points. Zhang Shishan, the contemporary grandson of the Zhang family, is the son of Zhang's sixth elder and the only tribulation emperor among the next generation. He is a modest individual, with his mother being a saintess of the three pure lands, at the late stage of Great Ascension. Hearing that the Zhang family was to eradicate the second-rate sect, Tai Xuan Dao, he accompanied them to broaden his horizons, as the Zhang family deemed Tai Xuan Dao to be utterly weak. During the Battle of Annihilation, the host wreaked havoc, causing the Zhang family members to fall apart. All of which Zhang Shishan observed. Ultimately, the host spared a child, which led Zhang Shishan to harbor resentment, and this battle enhanced his destiny, solidifying his fate as a destined child. The host would thus become a stepping stone in Zhang Shishan's life, ultimately leading to his demise. This moment marked the sole opportunity for the host to eliminate him, missing it would herald a tragic fate until his own death. Wait a moment. The system's words are a bit jumbled. One moment, it states he is 1003 years old, and the next, he appears youthful. Does this imply that Zhang Shishan is merely 3 years of age? A child of 3. Chu Feng quickly spotted a young boy in the crowd, exuding an air of arrogance and confidence, radiating a lively essence. Through his limitless divine vision, Chu Feng discerned that the child possessed a sacred body, albeit not fully awakened, with an awakening rate of 65. What does this signify? This is remarkable for a mere 3-year-old. Chu Feng himself, up to this point, had an awakening rate of only 66, just slightly higher than the child. Lu Linglong had merely 37, and Chen Wanfang stood at 41. All were inferior to this young boy. No. Chapter 88, the demise of Fu Yuanshan. Fu Yuanshan grasped the void, and a long spear materialized in his hand, surrounded by boundless lightning. With a thunderous roar, he declared, Tai Xuan Dao sect, prepare to meet your end. The spear shot forth, descending upon the Tai Xuan Dao sect with devastating intent. This was the Annihilation Spear, an unparalleled divine power akin to the art of summoning winds and rains, wielded only by those at the tribulation stage of celestial beings. Though Fu Yuanshan was merely in the early stages of tribulation, he could unleash the full force of such celestial magic. The destructive power of this spear far surpassed that of the wind summoning technique. Since the one who had previously thwarted his wind summoning art remained hidden, Fu Yuanshan was determined to compel them into the open. Convinced that they would not dare to hide in the face of his threat to obliterate the entire Tai Xuan Dao sect. As the Annihilation Spear approached its target, Chu Feng realized it was time for him to act. He soared into the sky, wielding his finger as a blade, and directed a fierce thrust towards the spear. Zhang family, do you not wish to see me? Very well, I shall grant your wish. Let us see how you intend to meet me. With a single stroke, he opened the heavenly gate, unleashing a powerful sword intent that transformed into a torrential rain of swords, aimed at the Zhang clan members. To not reciprocate would be impolite. Since you seek to annihilate our Tai Xuan Dao sect, I shall not hold back and will extinguish your entire Zhang family instead. Fu Yuanshan scoffed, indeed. The Tai Xuan Dao sect harbors secrets, for it conceals a formidable presence. A celestial being of the Great Ascension stage, how brazenly foolish. Is that so? Chu Feng retorted disdainfully, what of a celestial being of Great Ascension? It suffices to eradicate you. Boom! The sword intent surged forth. Fu Yuanshan's expression shifted drastically as the Annihilation Spear crumbled beneath Chu Feng's sword intent. The Jiang family members, skilled in the realms of Yuanying, Huashan, and Haiti, were all pierced by the sword intent, falling without uttering a sound, lifeless in an instant. Corpses descended from the sky, landing before the many disciples and elders of the Tai Xuan Dao sect. "Have they gone mad?" gasped the spectators, their perceptions utterly shattered. When the Jiang clan had appeared, they had believed their demise was inevitable, yet now a glimmer of hope emerged. Previously, they had thought Chu Feng was merely the foremost elder, while their own sect's highest elder was but at the Huashan stage. Now, they witnessed their esteemed elder dispatching Huashan-level opponents with the ease of slaughtering chickens or dogs. Was this truly the elder they knew? Fu Yuanshan glared at Chu Feng, saying, "I underestimated you. I did not expect a mere mid-stage celestial being to possess such strength. I now believe you are capable of killing Morong Longchang." Chu Feng shook his head. "Not only do I possess the power to slay Morong Longchang, but I am also capable of ending your life. You are Fu Yuanshan, one of the leaders of the Jiang family, in the early stages of tribulation. And your son Fu Wangtian has perished at my hands. Speaking of which, your son was truly a bringer of fortune, his demise is one matter. But he also bore the Haori divine fire, one of the 33 divine flames of the myriad realms." Boom! A surge of Haori divine fire erupted from Chu Feng's being. Upon seeing the Haori divine fire, Fu Yuanshan's calm demeanor shattered, and a tempest of rage erupted within him. "You shall pay for this. You killed my son, Wang Tian, and I will ensure your demise." With a feral scream, Fu Yuanshan charged at Chu Feng, sword in hand. For cultivators, the desire for progeny is a daunting challenge, especially as their powers deepen. Fu Yuanshan had lived for thousands of years, surrounded by numerous wives and concubines, yet only had this one son. Now that son was dead. A loss that inflicted deeper pain than death itself. For ages, he had been oblivious to the identity of his son's killer, but now he knew. He would rend this murderer into pieces. Facing Fu Yuanshan's assault, Chu Feng was undaunted, his battle spirit ignited. To contend with a tribulation celestial being was a perfect opportunity to gauge his own strength. The two soon engaged in fierce combat. As a guest of the Jiang family, Fu Yuanshan had access to countless divine techniques. The swordsmanship he wielded was the Qingfeng sword path, a technique acquired from the destruction of a rival sword sect, embodying an ethereal grace akin to a gentle breeze, possessing extraordinary might. Yet, it was unfortunate for him that he faced Chu Feng. At this moment, Chu Feng showed no signs of restraint. With a single stroke, he unleashed the burning heaven sword. Initially, Fu Yuanshan held a slight advantage. But within the span of a mere incense stick, he found himself suppressed, with Chu Feng gaining the upper hand. Morong Bo, once self-assured, now wore a face of disbelief. "How is this possible?" Jiang Shisan urged, "We should leave at once. If we do not, none of us may escape." Morong Bo shook his head. "No. We must assist Lord Fu. If any misfortune befalls him, we shall all perish. Young Master Shisan, take care of yourself. I will aid Lord Fu in slaying this man." With that, Morong Bo charged towards Chu Feng. Xianduozhong and Zhou Xuanzi clearly shared the same resolve. The three launched their attack in unison. Chu Feng sensed their approach and burst into laughter. "Fu Yuanshan, it seems they underestimate you. Knowing you are no match for me, they wish to assist you." "Very well. Let them come, I shall dispose of all of you together. It is less troublesome than dealing with you one by one." Fu Yuanshan's expression darkened. He turned to Morong Bo and the others, commanding, "Step back, I will handle this." Morong Bo and the others hesitated. "My lord." "Begone!" Fu Yuanshan bellowed in fury. A dignified tribulation celestial being should not require assistance against a mid-stage celestial being. To admit such would be a disgrace. Chu Feng reveled in this turn of events. He had only managed to suppress Fu Yuanshan thus far. If Morong Bo and the others joined, he was uncertain he could vanquish him. Now was the opportune moment. With a swift motion, as Fu Yuanshan commanded Xianduozhong and the others to retreat, Chu Feng seized the opportunity to thrust his sword into Fu Yuanshan's body. Blood erupted from Fu Yuanshan as he glanced down at his blood-soaked form, his composure shattered. He raised his hand to strike at Chu Feng. Chu Feng chuckled, transforming into a streak of light that vanished from sight, evading Fu Yuanshan's strike. In the moment of Fu Yuanshan's stunned pause, Chu Feng reappeared behind him, driving his sword through Fu Yuanshan's body. You! Fu Yuanshan's voice faltered, his body plummeting to the ground like a falling meteor. Chapter 89, Even a 3-year-old must slay adults. He has slain the adults. All the grown-ups have perished at his hands, and we flee. In an instant, an unspoken consensus was reached among all. Bo was the first to approach Jiang Shisan, saying, "Young Master Shisan, we must leave at once." How could Chu Feng allow their escape? He laughed heartily, saying, "I never expected that the illustrious Jiang family, a lineage of the imperial clan, would be unable to contend with a mere sect of the Tai Xuan Dao. Now, to see you scattered in terror, if this were to spread, what a laughingstock you would become. However, I have long heard that the Jiang family's imperial bloodline is tainted. Their backbone lacking, unworthy of the title descendants of the emperor. Today, witnessing it firsthand, I find it utterly accurate. Their flight is entirely expected, thus, it is no surprise. Success and failure both stem from the imperial lineage. Others may flee, but they alone cannot. This retreat undoubtedly provides Chu Feng with the pretext to attack them." As soon as those words were spoken, the Jiang clan members, previously in disarray, visibly trembled. Some even halted their escape, turning to face Chu Feng, gritting their teeth and declaring, "We cannot flee, for we are the emperor's descendants. Even in death, we shall die on our knees, never bringing shame upon the Jiang imperial clan. Let us unite and slay him," they cried. Indeed, fighting to the death, the victor is yet to be determined. The intent to kill surged forth, igniting their fervor. The individuals who were once prepared to flee now stood resolute, an astonishing murderous intent radiating from them as they charged towards Chu Feng. Chu Feng laughed, "Indeed, a pitiful bunch burdened by their bloodline. Knowing well they are no match for me, they could flee but choose to fight to the death, making it all the easier for me." After slaying Fu Yuanshan, Chu Feng had already reaped significant rewards. Ding! System notification: host has slain the transcendent Fu Yuanshan, earning 80,000 fortune points. Due to the nature of defeating an enemy of a higher rank, a reward of 500,000 times critical return is granted, totaling 4 million fortune points. A few tens of thousands is nothing compared to nearly 100 lives here. Slaughtering them all would effortlessly yield millions of fortune points. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat, especially with a 3-year-old child of destiny among them, a mere sprout destined to become a figure of fate. Thus, the massacre commenced. Blood flowed like rivers in the wake of Chu Feng's path. With each swing of his sword, he dispatched foes effortlessly, the burning heaven sword unleashed. Soon, only 3 great transcendents and the 3-year-old Jiang Shisan remained. Gently caressing his long sword, a cruel smile graced Chu Feng's face. "3 of you. Have you not come forth to meet your demise? Do you expect me to personally come and slay you?" Xian Duozhong, Zhou Xuanzi, and Bo exchanged glances, their minds aligning instantly. Together, they launched an assault upon Chu Feng. Divine powers clashed, tempests, flames, and thunder descended upon him in a torrential wave of attacks. Should any of these strikes land, it would spell certain death. Chu Feng snorted coldly, "I have been anticipating you." With the burning heaven sword in hand, he struck downwards. Moments later, 3 heads soared into the air, the trio fell by a single stroke of Chu Feng's sword. Host has slain the great transcendents, Xian Duozhong, earning 70,000 fortune points. Host has slain the great transcendent, Zhou Xuanzi, earning 90,000 fortune points. Host has slain the great transcendent, Bo, earning 69,000 fortune points. In the void, within a flying chariot, Chu Feng beheld Jiang Shisan, the child of destiny with a fortune score of 99. With a smile, he asked, "Little one, it seems you are the last remaining. What do you suggest I do with you?" Jiang Shisan replied, "Naturally, you should release me." Chu Feng inquired, "What reason do you provide for your release?" Jiang Shisan proudly stated, "Because I am a Jiang, and a direct descendant at that. My grandfather is the head of the Jiang clan. If you kill me, the Jiang clan will certainly not spare you." Chu Feng chuckled. "Little one, after slaying so many of your Jiang clan's guests, how do you think your clan would respond to me?" "To kill you," Jiang Shisan blurted out. Chu Feng responded, "You see, you can comprehend this. For me, whether I kill you or spare you, your Jiang clan will seek my life, making your argument moot. Jiang Shisan hesitated, a wave of regret washing over him as he wished he could slap himself. Yet, he soon thought of another argument. Because I am still just a child. I am only 3 years old. Uncle, you wouldn't harm a mere 3-year-old, would you? Or are you afraid that I, as a 3-year-old, might seek revenge on you in the future, thus you must kill me now? Indeed, Chu Feng nodded. Have you heard that saying, 30 years in the East? 30 years in the West, do not bully the young and poor? You are an ancient sacred body, with an unprecedented concentration of imperial bloodline, destined for limitless achievements. If I spare you, what if you grow up and turn against me? See, therein lies the problem. To preserve my own life? I have no choice but to slay you. Jiang Shisan was on the verge of tears, his mind racing with thoughts. Tears streamed down his face as he cried out, "You bully me! You would not even spare a 3-year-old. Chu Feng coldly retorted, I despise nothing more than seeing someone cry before me. Do you know how irritating that is? Therefore, you may die. With that, he drew the burning heaven sword and cleaved Jiang Shisan in two. To his last breath, Jiang Shisan could not comprehend how he had perished. He was but a madman, slaying even a 3-year-old child. Ding! Congratulations, host has slain the child of destiny, Jiang Shisan, earning 20 million fortune points, along with the following rewards. Reward 1, 2,000 years of mana. Reward 2, 1 experience card for the realm of the immortal emperor, valid for 3 minutes. Reward 3, 1 hidden immortal level technique. Reward 4, 1 card for locating children of destiny. And then, it was over. The rewards appeared rather lackluster. The hidden immortal level technique was decent. It would allow him to conceal his aura and cultivation, an essential skill for playing the fool to catch the wise. Next time, he would not be so easily seen through and underestimated. A perfect match for pretending to be an elder or a master. However, the 2,000 years of power would at most elevate him to the late stage of the great transcendence. Upon reaching that realm, the mana required for each subsequent level increases exponentially. To reach the peak of great transcendence would require even more mana. As for the experience card, Chu Feng had thought he could finally utilize it when facing the Jiang clan, but it turned out to be unnecessary. The pride of being the descendants of the emperor led them to disdain united efforts, ultimately allowing Chu Feng to seize the opportunity to eliminate them, dying in a most humiliating manner. Chapter 90, Farewell to Yuanying. Half a year has swiftly passed. Since the battle 6 months ago, Chu Feng has wreaked havoc, even sparing no mercy for the young disciple of the Jiang family, the 13-year-old destined child. Initially, Chu Feng anticipated that the Jiang family would retaliate by sending someone to eliminate him. However, to his surprise, there has been no movement whatsoever. At this moment, Chu Feng has reached the late stage of the Great Ascension, possessing 2 experience cards for transcending the tribulation and 1 for the immortal emperor. The Jiang family, being of imperial lineage, boasts profound heritage and formidable power. Yet, as mere descendants of the emperor, they can only manage against a transcending tribulation being, wielding the treasures of the immortal emperor, which they can nearly unleash to their full potential due to their bloodline. Nevertheless, they remain vastly inferior to the emperor himself. Should they dare to confront him, Chu Feng would not hesitate to reveal the reason for the flower's vibrant hue. What is the imperial lineage to him? In his eyes, they are still inconsequential. The past 6 months have allowed Chu Feng to fully assimilate his gains. The sole source of his vexation is the fact that his fortune value is still short by over 10 million. Is he to embark on a spree of slaughter or seek out the child of destiny once more? Han Feng, who had severed his tongue and arm, has vanished without a trace. It is unlikely he has perished, perhaps he has encountered another opportunity. Since the battle 6 months ago, Chen Wanwan has not once mentioned the idea of inviting him to join the sacred land of heavenly demons. For this reason, Chu Feng made inquiries. According to Chen Wanwan, with his prowess, he could easily become of the sacred land, yet the number of is currently just right. And her husband joining them would only make him a lone wanderer, which would be a disgrace to her status as the heavenly demon saintess. On this day, Chen Wanwan experienced a breakthrough in her cultivation, reaching the early stage of integration. Yet upon seeing Chu Feng, she felt no joy. Husband, master, how have you cultivated so quickly? Could it be because of the great compassion of yin and yang, where the more partners one has, the faster their cultivation? Perhaps I should find a few more male companions to try. You dare! Chu Feng exclaimed in anger, are you itching for a lesson? How could you even think of seeking out male companions? Just wait and see how I deal with you. With that, he lifted Chen Wanwan into his arms and strode towards the inner chamber to impart a proper education. Eventually, after a thorough lesson, Chen Wanwan surrendered. Looking pitifully at Chu Feng and saying, husband, I was wrong. Chu Feng, satisfied, replied, I shall spare you this time, but should there be a next, I will ensure you cannot rise from bed for 3 days. Chen Wanwan obediently nodded. But you still haven't told me how you cultivate so quickly. I can almost guarantee that when I first met you, you had not reached the great ascension, and yet, in just a few years together, you have slain a transcending tribulation being. How did you accomplish this? The supreme celestial art, Chu Feng replied. Though both the great compassion of yin and yang and the supreme celestial art are celestial level techniques, she doubted they could yield such results. In the 2 years since, Chen Wanwan realized she could not bear to be apart from Chu Feng. Her bloodline had elevated, her magical power became more refined, and her innate talents surged. Initially, she feared that after losing her innocence, the great demon technique would be rendered obsolete, yet it not only remained intact but grew even stronger than before. As a naturally holy body, it had not fully awakened, but since being with Chu Feng, her awakening speed had accelerated exponentially, especially during their dual cultivation. Gently embracing Chen Wanwan, Chu Feng said, this is hard to explain, but as husband and wife, what is mine is yours. I possess methods to enhance our cultivation. And I would never neglect you. We shall progress together. Unbeknownst to them, time passed, and Chu Feng fell asleep while holding Chen Wanwan. Suddenly jolted awake. He opened his eyes to a familiar presence enveloping him. The soft fragrance drew him in, and he immediately recognized the lovely figure in his embrace, Yuanying. What brings you here? Chu Feng asked, his previous fears and apprehensions washed away. Earlier, he was merely at the divine transformation stage, while Yuanying was at least at the integration stage, if not great ascension. Now, he stood at the late stage of great ascension. And Yuanying no longer seemed so enigmatic. Even if she attempted to draw him into an illusion, he could resist her pull. Burying her head deep within Chu Feng's embrace, Yuanying inquired, husband, have you truly changed so greatly in just 3 days? Your newfound strength is enough to make even me wary. If it weren't for your willingness, I would have found it impossible to draw you into this illusion. Chu Feng smiled and replied, of course, you should know of my prowess. With Yuanying's arrival, he felt a longing for her presence. Do not leave. I have missed you dearly. Yuanying echoed his sentiment. That night, they spoke freely, and Chu Feng came to understand Yuanying's true identity. She had entered the realm of painting, achieving a divine body. Regrettably, when he had just refined his divine body and was unable to consume enough souls to reconstruct his physical form, he had been sealed within the blood cave. Only upon encountering Chu Feng did fate intervene. Fortunately, when they met, she was in a weakened state, otherwise, she would have consumed his soul instead. Thus, their destinies intertwined. Rest assured, Yuanying, I vow to rescue you from the blood cave, Chu Feng swore. The next day, Chu Feng awoke to find Chen Wanwan's beautiful eyes fixated on him, startling him awake. What a way to greet the morning! He feigned anger. With a serious expression, Chen Wanwan remarked, that Yuanying has come looking for you again. Surprised, Chu Feng asked, how do you know? She replied, that Yuanying is a divine spirit who survives by consuming the living. Your soul exhibited fluctuations reminiscent of when you first encountered her. Back then, your cultivation was low. And the signs were evident. This time, however, there seems to be no harm. Chu Feng, with no intention of concealing the truth, nodded and said, indeed. Yuanying sought me out, and I plan to enter the blood cave once more to bring her back. The blood cave was not new to Chu Feng. It was an ancient pit of blood, a conglomeration of foul essence formed from the heaven's decree, infused with malevolent power. It had previously birthed Feng Yun. Had it not been for Chu Feng's system detecting the danger in advance, it could have led to catastrophic bloodshed throughout the entire Tai Xuan Dao sect and even the entire Sword Province. Chapter 91, My Lord. Perhaps you should depart. Upon entering the blood cavern, Chu Feng intended to rely on his memory to locate the cave where Yuanying's painting was originally stored. However, once he stepped into the blood cavern, he discovered that he was not in the space he had anticipated, but rather suspended above a vast lake of blood. Before he could descend, a tremendous head, reminiscent of a horrifying beast, emerged from the sanguine waters, its gaping maw wide open, aiming to devour him. The interior of that mouth was lined with menacing white teeth, inducing a sense of dread in Chu Feng. "You wish to consume me? I shall not yield." The celestial flame sword materialized in his grasp as he slashed downward at the blood beast. In an instant, the creature's enormous head was cleaved in two, plummeting into the lake. Yet, the waters surged violently once more, as another monstrous entity swiftly consumed the fallen head. In the next moment, countless massive heads breached the surface of the lake, their stark white teeth lunging toward Chu Feng with reckless abandon. With a cold snort, he retaliated, unleashing his sword's formidable intent, reducing them all to ashes. Only then did the blood lake fall silent. Chu Feng seized the opportunity to scrutinize his surroundings. He now stood within a colossal cavern, the ground beneath him a lake of crimson. It appeared as if countless flesh and blood entities writhed in unison, with blood rapidly flowing into the lake, giving him the unsettling impression that he had entered the belly of some monstrous beast. Indeed, he was within the belly of a beast. With a decisive motion, he swung his sword, slicing through the air. Blood gushed forth, rushing towards him. But a golden light enveloped Chu Feng, preventing the sanguine torrent from reaching him. The blood splattered upon the ground, creating a noxious cloud of smoke and corroding a large hole. Where he had previously cleaved, a significant fissure emerged, revealing another cavern beyond a much more ordinary one. It dawned on him that he had indeed been swallowed by a blood beast. The gap he had created quickly began to mend. But it served as a solemn reminder to Chu Feng. Drawing from his previous experience, he furrowed his brow and struck once more, creating another opening. Seizing the fleeting moment before it sealed, he escaped to the outside world. To his astonishment, he had been correct, he had been consumed by a blood beast. Only to find that the creature before him was no larger than a small dog. This led him to question whether this diminutive beast had truly devoured him. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the grotesque creature lunged at him, its mouth agape, drawing him in with a powerful suction. It was merely a blood beast at the harmonization realm. In the next instant, Chu Feng cleaved it in half, blood spraying everywhere. As he prepared to depart, a blood-red crystal amidst the remains caught his eye. With a wave of his hand, it soared into his grasp, emanating a tremendous vitality that he promptly absorbed, reducing the crystal to ashes. "Remarkable, my vitality has indeed increased," Chu Feng mused, noting that his fortune points also rose with each beast he vanquished, 3,000 points gained. Though this was significantly less than what he earned from slaying humans, it was better than nothing. Evidently, blood beasts were abundant within the blood cavern. 3 days swiftly passed. Chu Feng had slain over 300 blood beasts, accumulating more than 5 million fortune points, bringing his total to an impressive 40 million. He needed just 10 million more to attain the final 500 words of the Grand Celestial Scripture. Absorbing over 300 blood-red crystals had significantly enhanced his vitality, allowing his 9 turns profound skill to evolve. Through the fortune shop, he purchased the first turn of the 9 turns profound skill and perfected it. Initially believing he had reached his limit, the blood-red crystals catalyzed a breakthrough, elevating him to a new realm, doubling the strength of his physique. After a series of slaughters, the remaining blood beasts scattered in terror at the sight of him, akin to mice fleeing from a cat. Chu Feng lamented that he could not hunt more. "I nearly forgot about Yuanying." He slapped his forehead and, after a brief moment, found himself back in the original cave. The instant he stepped inside, the dim cavern burst into brilliance, and the portrait of Yuanying floated gracefully in the air. A wave of dizziness washed over him as he realized she was aware of his arrival and sought to ensnare him in an illusion. He made no resistance. In the next moment, he found himself in a resplendent palace, where Yuanying, donned in a crimson gown, approached him with a radiant smile, exuding an enchanting aura. "My lord, you have come," she said warmly. Chu Feng replied with a smile, "Since I promised you, my dear, I shall fulfill that promise. Let us go home." Yuanying shook her head, embracing Chu Feng with gratitude. "My lord, your presence alone brings me contentment. You should depart, you cannot take me away." "With confidence?" Chu Feng stated, "If you are aware of my cultivation level, you must know the extent of my abilities. This mere blood cavern is hardly a barrier for me. We shall leave now." As he spoke, he consciously chose to exit the illusion, reappearing in the enigmatic cavern. His hand reached out to claim the painting. But just as he was about to do so, a powerful blade of intent descended from the void, striking down upon him. "How dare you? Who has the audacity to trespass in my domain and seize my treasures? You seek death." The blade of intent sliced through the air, fracturing the void, causing the entire blood cavern to tremble violently as torrents of foul blood coalesced, forming a massive blood-colored tiger that lunged at Chu Feng. In that moment, he comprehended Yuanying's words. She was not free but rather under the control of a malevolent force. This very blade might have been wielded by the unseen hand that sought to dominate her. Chapter 92, Reforging the Body of the Divine Spirit. The power of this strike was not in the slightest inferior to the assault launched by Fu Yuanshan. Chu Feng dared not be complacent and swiftly retaliated with a sword strike. The sword technique, opening the heavenly gate, belonged to the celestial realm. The blade intent shattered. From the depths of the blood hole, a surprised voice resonated, "Human, you can withstand my blow. Your strength is commendable, but with such feeble power, you seek to seize what is mine. You are courting death." Once more, a formidable blade intent surged forth from the depths of the blood hole. This blow was even more potent than the last. Initially, Chu Feng had thought that the previous strike represented the opponent's utmost limit. But now it seemed he had underestimated them. This strike was at least 10 times stronger than the last. Taking a deep breath, Chu Feng recalled the previous assault from the Jiang family. He had anticipated utilizing the Tribulation Ascendant experience card, but he had overestimated the people from the Jiang family. Now, it appeared that he had no choice but to employ the Tribulation Ascendant experience card. Although he could withstand this strike, he would undoubtedly be left in a wretched state. Moreover, it was evident that his opponent had yet to exert their full strength. The ancient blood hole harbored a mysterious powerhouse, and Chu Feng did not consider them to be an immortal emperor. Though not an immortal emperor, they were infinitely close to one. Ultimately, he was merely at the late stage of the Great Ascension. He could only wonder how much his strength would be augmented by using the experience card. Boom! In the next moment, Chu Feng crushed the experience card. A surge of potent magical energy erupted from him, coursing through his body, rapidly elevating his aura and magical fluctuations. He ascended to the pinnacle of the Great Ascension, then through the initial, middle, and late stages of the tribulation. This experience card allowed him to temporarily attain the power of the late stage of tribulation. The celestial level technique, Dragon Descending Palm, reached perfection. The underworld visualization technique, a celestial level secret method, attained completion. The first turn of the 9 transformations profound art shattered the limits. Opening the heavenly gate, a celestial level sword technique, reached perfection. The flying rainbow technique, a celestial level secret method, also reached completion. The supreme celestial method, renowned as the strongest foundation building method, still required 500 more words of scripture. His cultivation surged without restriction, enabling him to effortlessly unleash the full force of his current cultivation level. Every movement resonated with the weight of the heavens, and a formidable sword intent erupted instantaneously. The clash of their attacks reverberated violently. Chu Feng's figure swayed slightly, his sword intent did not dissipate, while the opponent's blade intent cracked with a crisp sound, shattering. Like lightning, the sword intent pierced into the depths of the blood hole. A muffled groan echoed from within, followed by an enraged roar, "Human, you have thoroughly enraged me." Chu Feng scoffed, "I know not who you are, but I am determined to take away Yuanying. Anyone who dares to obstruct me shall perish. I am not here to negotiate, I am merely informing you." As he spoke, he advanced towards Yuanying's portrait. This time, the mysterious powerhouse from the depths of the blood hole seemed momentarily intimidated by Chu Feng's previous sword strike and refrained from attacking. Yet, Chu Feng could distinctly sense the immense murderous intent and fury emanating from the ancient blood hole, which he disregarded entirely. After an incense stick burned down, Chu Feng successfully exited the ancient blood hole, a heavy heart finally at ease. He could surmise the identity of the being within the ancient blood hole. Throughout countless centuries, numerous emperors had perished, unwilling to embrace death. Thus, they self-inflicted wounds to seal themselves, enduring millions of years in stasis. Their cultivation levels hovering between that of a tribulation ascendant and an immortal emperor. In other words, they were stronger than tribulation ascendants but weaker than immortal emperors. The one who had just attacked was likely of this kind, relying on the blood hole to control beings like Yuanying and collect the souls of powerful individuals. Of course, unless one had ventured into the blood hole, engaging in a true battle with Chu Feng there would be perilous. Although he possessed the experience card of the tribulation ascendant, its effects would only last for a few minutes. Once that time elapsed, he would undoubtedly be outmatched. These ancient beings, having lived for so long, had grown fearful of death. Upon witnessing Chu Feng's might, they hesitated. On the solitary mountain. At Chu Feng's residence, he released Yuanying. The other women were immediately captivated by her grace. Sister Yuanying is truly beautiful. No wonder my husband would brave the dangers of the blood hole to rescue you. Yuanying was deeply touched, responding, thank you all. For tens of thousands of years, I have been sealed within a painting, trapped in the ancient blood hole and controlled by others, unable to act on my own. It is no wonder I could not hold back my tears. My husband, I am sorry for deceiving you before, Yuanying said, her face filled with guilt. Chu Feng comforted her, it is all right, you too were a victim of circumstance. Besides, you provided me with many hints, though I failed to comprehend them at the time. Now, you are finally free from that old monster's control. Yuanying expressed concern, my husband, you may underestimate the one who controls me. His name is the Blood Sea Ancestor, an unparalleled supreme being who once roamed the Tianyuan realm 100,000 years ago. He is ruthless, insidious, and unforgiving. Having lost face to you by having me rescued, he will not let you off lightly and will surely devise a scheme against you. Chu Feng's eyes deepened as he gazed toward the direction of the blood hole, coldly scoffing, if he desires battle, let it be so. As long as he dares to come, I, Chu Feng, shall not fear. Rest assured. Now that Yuanying has been rescued, it is a cause for grand celebration. Let us drink and dance. 3 days had swiftly passed since Yuanying's rescue. Chu Feng discovered an issue. Although Yuanying was a divine spirit, she lacked a divine body. Each time they shared intimate moments, they had to resort to illusions. While the experience felt real, Chu Feng sensed something was missing. The thought of reforging her divine body became a regular consideration. Now, 2 paths lay before Chu Feng. The first was to slay a divine spirit, using its body as a vessel to reforge Yuanying's corporeal form. This method was the simplest, but it posed a challenge. Divine spirits were elusive. Where would one seek a divine spirit? The second method was far more complicated. It required the blood of an ancient demon god as a catalyst, the assistance of divine spirit flowers, and the foundational bones of ancient divine beasts to forge the divine body. However, despite its complexity, this method had the advantage of creating a divine body of exceedingly high caliber, comparable to that of a sacred physique. Consequently, Chu Feng issued a command across the entire Tai Xuan Dao sect, seek the blood of ancient demon gods, divine spirit flowers, and the bones of ancient divine beasts. Having single-handedly suppressed the invading Jiang family, particularly with the presence of a tribulation ascendant among them, he had already been mythologized. All forces in the sword state trembled in fear. As for the Jiang family's retaliation, they must not forget about Chen Wanwan and Ji Linger. Chapter 93, Han Feng's rescue. On the following day, Chen Wanwan revealed her identity and publicly declared that the Tai Xuan Dao sect was under the protection of the heavenly demon Holy Land. Similarly, Ji Linger announced that the Tai Xuan Dao sect was safeguarded by the Imperial Ji clan. The presence of these two formidable forces, equivalent to the Imperial Jiang clan, likely contributed to the Jiang clan's restraint from retaliation for a full 6 months. Consequently, the Tai Xuan Dao sect's prestige soared to unprecedented heights throughout the sword state. With a mere command, the entire sword state sprang into action. In the eastern part of the sword state lies Wutong Mountain, named after the legend of a phoenix that once descended upon it. At the foot of the mountain resided a father and daughter. The father, Ao Jian, was a blacksmith, and his daughter, Ao Liar, was 18 years old. Approximately 6 months prior, while the pair was outsourcing iron ore, they encountered a man who had lost his arm and was mute. Out of compassion, they brought him back to their home. Their meeting with this unfortunate soul was rather dramatic. While they were on their way, Ao Jian suddenly felt a sharp pain in his right arm. as if it were being pulled by an unseen force, compelling him to move in a particular direction. In his youth, while hunting on Wutong Mountain, Ao Jian had once been delayed and found himself spending the night atop the mountain. In the dead of night, he was startled by a brilliant blaze that lit up the sky like daylight. Driven by curiosity, he stealthily approached the source of the light, only to discover a phoenix wounded by multiple arrows. Moved by pity, he removed the arrows from the creature, thereby saving its life. Grateful, the phoenix gifted Ao Jian with a phoenix arm, capable of withstanding high temperatures and sensing the quality of any weapon he forged. Yet today, this very arm seemed to act independently, dragging him towards the man with the severed arm. On the return journey, Ao Jian was engulfed in a heavy gloom. 3 days later, he severed his own arm to attach it to the one he had rescued. That man was none other than Han Feng, who had lost his right arm and tongue to Chu Feng's brutal assault. Remarkably, as the destined child of heaven, Han Feng not only survived his grievous injuries but was also saved and bestowed with a phoenix arm. Moreover, the presence of Ao Liar, an S-rank beauty, filled him with unbridled joy. After Ao Jian reattached the arm, he appeared to be drained of vitality, his health deteriorating rapidly, and within 2 months, he passed away. Before his demise, he entrusted Ao Liar to Han Feng. Without much effort, Han Feng won Ao Liar's heart, and her devotion to him became unwavering. For Ao Liar, Han Feng was her sole family in this world. As Han Feng successfully secured Ao Liar's affection, he immediately received rewards from the system, 3 significant prizes. Reward 1, the Phoenix Divine Sword, a treasure of the Immortal Emperor level. Reward 2, Water of Life. Reward 3, Qinglian Earth Fire, one of the 33 divine fires from the myriad realms. The Phoenix Divine Sword, an extraordinary weapon of Immortal Emperor caliber, when paired with his phoenix arm, could unleash its full potential. In the hands of a descendant of an imperial clan, it was as formidable as wielding the ancestral treasures. With this sword, if not for Han Feng's insufficient cultivation level, he could threaten even the most accomplished cultivators. Although Chu Feng possessed the Burning Heaven Sword, various factors prevented him from harnessing its true power, limiting him to merely 10% of its capability. In contrast, Han Feng, with his phoenix arm, could wield the Phoenix Divine Sword at 80 to 90% of its strength. The Water of Life could revive the deceased, restore severed limbs, and even regenerate Han Feng's tongue, enabling him to speak once more. The Qinglian Earth Fire, comparable to the Haori Divine Fire, would elevate Han Feng's standing among his peers, even without the Phoenix Divine Sword. Having learned from past experiences, Han Feng refrained from rushing out after receiving his rewards and opted to remain at the foot of Wutong Mountain to diligently cultivate. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, his cultivation stabilized, and his strength increased. However, complications arose in his relationship with Ao Liar. As an S-rank beauty with a sweet disposition and an affectionate gaze solely for Han Feng, he initially rebelled in her adoration. Yet, as time passed, his true nature began to surface. While staying with Ao Liar, his cultivation progress slowed after receiving his rewards, prompting thoughts of leaving Wutong Mountain in search of other exceptional women. Zhao Dongdong, Nangang Yenran, and Lu Linglong lingered like thorns in his heart, 1 SS-level beauty and 2 SSS-level beauties. The potential rewards for winning their affection were enticing. However, pursuing other women would require him to part ways with Ao Liar. Although she was an S-rank beauty, she was an ordinary person, and bringing her along would only be a burden, especially after receiving the rewards. Thus, he fabricated a lie to leave Wutong Mountain, leaving Ao Liar to wait in solitude. Filled with hope for his return, unaware that her wait would last a lifetime. Until her dying day, she would never see Han Feng again. Meanwhile, at the Tai Xuan Dao sect atop Lonely Mountain, Chu Feng devoted himself daily to cultivation and the company of the women around him. His fortune value remained stagnant at 40 million. After defeating Jiang Shersan, he had acquired a card for searching for a woman with good fortune. After much contemplation, he decided to use it. Shattering the search card, it transformed into countless beams of golden light that scattered in all directions. Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback, suspecting he had encountered a counterfeit card. After a considerable duration, the golden lights returned, surrounding him. With a surge of intuition, he allowed these lights to envelop him. One piece of information was swiftly absorbed, and Miaoyi. The name struck a chord he nearly forgot. And Miaoyi was Chen Wanwan's arch-rival. The one who had previously suffered injuries at Chen Wanwan's hands upon entering the Golden Immortal Palace, hiding within the Tai Xuan Dao sect. Unfortunately for her, she crossed paths with Chu Feng, benefiting him instead. The information revealed that Miaoyi was currently in Taishan City, seemingly with intentions directed at Chen Wanwan. Chu Feng promptly sought out Chen Wanwan to relay the news about Miaoyi. Chapter 94, and Miaoyi darling. Do you have any interest in taking in Miaoyi for yourself? Chen Wanwan suddenly inquired. Isn't she supposed to be pure and aloof? What would happen if someone were to take advantage of her? My dear, as long as you give me the nod, I will present Miaoyi before you, allowing you to do as you wish. Sounds good, Chu Feng replied with a smile. When will you bring her to me? I've had my fun with the demoness, but I have yet to enjoy the saintess. Chen Wanwan was instantly incensed, gritting her teeth as she exclaimed, You were already plotting against Miaoyi, weren't you? I'll bite you to death for this. With that, she bared her teeth and lunged at Chu Feng. Chu Feng hurriedly explained. But didn't you say that as long as I give the nod, she would be brought to me? I'm merely echoing your words. Regardless, I insist on biting you. Arguing with a woman clearly led to no resolution. In the end, Chu Feng had no choice but to allow Chen Wanwan to gnaw at him for a while before she finally relented. Upon inspection, there wasn't even a tooth mark left on his skin. With a huff, Chen Wanwan remarked, Speak. Have you been practicing some kind of body refinement technique? How are you so strong? Chu Feng smiled. It's the first transformation of the 9 revolutions mysterious art, but it requires considerable effort to cultivate. Pouting, Chen Wanwan replied. What is this 9 revolutions mysterious art? I've never heard of it. It cannot possibly compare to the heavenly demon refinement technique from my heavenly demon sacred land, which is the premier body refinement technique of the eastern wilderness, and you've only mastered the first transformation. Chu Feng chuckled wryly. The heavenly demon refinement technique cannot hold a candle to the full set of 9 revolutions arts. It is an unparalleled technique that transcends even celestial ranks. However, the requirements to cultivate the 9 revolutions arts are exceedingly high. Just look at how few in the myriad realms have succeeded, only Yang Jian and Yuan Hong. It's akin to the 8-9 mysteries of Sun Wukong. You think no one else has tried? Countless have attempted, yet not a single one has succeeded. Yang Jian, the war god, Yuan Hong, the great ape, and Sun Wukong, the spirit stone monkey. Chu Feng, aided by the system, thought to himself that since Chen Wanwan looked down on him, he wouldn't force the issue, as imparting the technique to her would likely be futile and merely waste her time. At Taishan City, Chu Feng soon detected Miaoyi's presence. To his surprise, she had entered the Emerald Pavilion, concealing her identity and cultivation. To outsiders, Miaoyi appeared enigmatic, veiled and garbed in white. Her pinnacle golden core cultivation well hidden. Yet, her holy and noble aura inadvertently emanated from her, captivating all, even women. Even Garo, having become Chu Feng's woman and the daughter of destiny, with her cultivation of the great Yuanying compassionate verse, felt somewhat overshadowed by the aura that Miaoyi exuded. If Miaoyi were to fully reveal her aura, Garo would surely feel utterly inadequate. Chu Feng escorted Chen Wanwan into the Emerald Pavilion. To others, it was a forbidden domain for men, but to Chu Feng, it was akin to entering a realm of women. And Miaoyi's complexion turned unnatural upon Chu Feng's sudden appearance. Sisters, I heard that men are not permitted in the Emerald Pavilion. What is this person doing here? The women chuckled lightly. Sister-in is correct. But this rule is ineffective against one person, him. Chu Feng, the husband of Sister Garo. You are indeed Chu Feng, and Miaoyi scrutinized him. At this moment, Chu Feng had cultivated a technique to conceal his own aura, appearing as an ordinary person. As Miaoyi assessed Chu Feng, the system within him chimed incessantly. Beep, beep, beep. Host, please be advised, before you stands Miaoyi, the saintess of the radiant light sacred land and a daughter of destiny. Fortune value, 980,000 points. Cultivation, late stage of tribulation crossing. Age, 1,523 years. Saintess of radiant light, born with the innate Tao embryo sacred body. practices the divine abilities of the radiant light sacred land, mastering the radiant light technique to great heights, becoming the foremost practitioner of this art. Her purpose here is to track down Chen Wanwan, as she aims to eliminate her. Despite her noble and pure origins, she is ruthless. And both you and Chen Wanwan are targets for her assassination. Thus, this system advises you to flee, you are not her match. Chu Feng had initially intended to conquer Miaoyi, but he was taken aback to discover that she intended to kill him. Since she was an enemy, there was no need for mercy, and he wouldn't hold back. Late stage of tribulation crossing, he thought. It was time to utilize the infinite divine eye to ascertain her true strength. And Miaoyi, saintess of radiant light, peak of transformation realm. In this manner, her cultivation seemed to be lower than Chen Wanwan's. Previously, a demoness and a saintess had been at a stalemate for nearly a century. Not long ago, and Miaoyi had outsmarted Chen Wanwan, but she managed to escape after their dual cultivation, thus gaining an edge in power. Before Chu Feng could respond to Miaoyi's inquiry, she continued, "Where is Chen Wanwan? And Miaoyi, you are seeking me?" At that moment, Chen Wanwan emerged from the shadows, smiling. Upon seeing her, Miaoyi's expression shifted dramatically. Chen Wanwan did not conceal her cultivation, clearly demonstrating her initial stage of the combined body realm. Initially, their powers had been evenly matched, neither able to outdo the other. However, now Chen Wanwan had advanced to an initial stage of the combined body realm, clearly surpassing her opponent. And Miaoyi's change in demeanor was not lost on Chen Wanwan, who remarked with a smile, "Do you consider this a case of you walking into a trap? Previously, at the Golden Immortal Palace, you schemed against me, leaving me gravely injured. Fortunately, I encountered my husband, who not only helped me recover but also allowed me to break through. You don't believe my injuries are still unhealed, do you? You've come here thinking you could eliminate me, the demoness? I'm afraid you will be disappointed this time. Who would have thought you would willingly walk into a trap?" And Miaoyi retorted coldly. "I admit, I was reckless this time. But you don't think that just because you've broken through, I, and Miaoyi, will not be able to escape your grasp, do you?" Chen Wanwan laughed. "I know your radiant light technique is formidable, reputed to be the finest in defensive arts, but I am not alone in this, am I, dear husband? Now that you are here, do not think of leaving, you shall serve as my husband as female slave, ha ha. Just thinking about it makes me laugh." Chapter 95, My Lord, allow me to restrain her. For years, the two had engaged in a fierce rivalry, each desiring to overpower the other. This was not a matter of life and death, yet now the opportunity lay before them, and Chen Wanwan could not let it slip away. In the realm of Sword State, who did not know of Chu Feng? The battle against the Jiang family had transformed the very heavens, the skies darkened, and the sun and moon lost their light, as a formidable and destructive aura enveloped the land. Countless lives were extinguished, as if they were mere dumplings being ruthlessly eliminated one by one. The might of Chu Feng had become the stuff of legends. And Miaoyi, while acknowledging the exaggeration surrounding these tales, recognized that the Chu Feng standing before her was indeed formidable. Should she engage Chen Wanwan in combat? He would undoubtedly determine whether she was a worthy adversary. Just as in Miaoyi's thoughts raced, Chen Wanwan made her move. Since aligning herself with Chu Feng, Chen Wanwan had been taught the celestial level technique, the dragon subduing palm. As her mastery of this technique deepened, her admiration for its power grew. In an instant, she unleashed a golden dragon toward Miaoyi, its terrifying maw revealing jagged teeth, as if it aimed to rend her asunder. Having battled Chen Wanwan for over a century, and Miaoyi was well acquainted with her. A saying rang true, the one who knows you best is often not a friend but an enemy. Although Miaoyi had never witnessed Chen Wanwan wield the dragon subduing palm, its majestic and grand display radiated an overwhelming force, reminiscent of a true dragon descending from the heavens. Faced with this palm strike, Miaoyi felt as if her own magical energy were imprisoned, unable to mobilize. "Chen Wanwan, is this the boon you acquired in the Golden Immortal Palace?" she questioned. "Guess," replied Chen Wanwan with a hearty laugh. "And Miaoyi, I wonder if your radiant light technique can withstand my dragon subduing palm." The radiant light technique, renowned as the pinnacle of defensive arts, promised invulnerability against myriad attacks when mastered. However, the efficacy of such a technique depended on the nature of the assault it faced. As Chen Wanwan unleashed her golden dragon, and Miaoyi activated her radiant light technique, conjuring a protective white halo above her head. The golden dragon collided fiercely with the shield of light, producing a resounding crack that shattered the illusion of invincibility, revealing a fissure in the protective barrier. This revelation delighted Chen Wanwan, for she understood the formidable nature of the radiant light technique. Previously, no matter her efforts, she had been unable to breach in Miaoyi's defenses. Now, however, the prospect of overcoming her rival filled her with exhilaration. "And Miaoyi, surrender and become my lord's concubine, serving him obediently," Chen Wanwan declared. And Miaoyi retorted coldly, "Which, do not delude yourself. Even if you have breached my radiant light, you must first defeat me. Do you truly believe my technique is limited to mere defense?" With a frigid gaze, and Miaoyi transformed into a streak of starlight, fleeing towards the outskirts of Taishan City. As she made her escape, Chen Wanwan remained unperturbed, urgently calling out, "My lord, do not let her escape." Chen Wanwan possessed unwavering confidence in Chu Feng, having witnessed him vanquish the formidable Fu Yuanshan, a calamity-level celestial. Though Miaoyi was a saintess, she paled in comparison to Fu Yuanshan. Moreover, Chu Feng's mastery of the flying rainbow technique was unparalleled. He had never encountered a technique as swift. Chu Feng nodded, assuring her, "Do not worry, she cannot flee." In the next moment, he vanished, reappearing before Miaoyi with a disarming smile. "Radiant Light Saintess, do you truly intend to leave? My lady has expressed her desire to place you in my bed." And Miaoyi's expression shifted dramatically, recalling the notorious tales of Chu Feng, depraved, lascivious, ruthless, willing to resort to any means. To fall into his clutches would be more tormenting than death itself, especially with Chen Wanwan present. The esteemed Radiant Light Saintess, reduced to the status of a mere concubine? In desperation, Miaoyi drew a hairpin, slashing it towards Chu Feng. This pin was no trifling weapon, it was a treasure of calamity level. Known as the Phoenix Blood Gold Pin, capable of tearing through the fabric of space. As it sliced through the air, the void before Chu Feng fractured, aiming directly at his brow. Had it struck true, it would spell certain doom for him. Yet, just as the pin was about to connect, a brilliant golden light erupted from Chu Feng, nullifying Miaoyi's assault. A surge of power enveloped her, causing her to tremble as the Phoenix Blood Gold Pin slipped from her grasp, her body plummeting like a kite severed from its string. In a flash, Chu Feng caught her, cradling her in his arms. Stiffening at the unexpected embrace, Miaoyi shouted, "Release me, you scoundrel!" With a cold scoff, Chu Feng replied, "You guessed correctly, I am indeed a scoundrel. Today, I, Chu Feng, declare that you and Miaoyi are now my woman." Chen Wanwan laughed heartily, and Miaoyi, "Having fallen into my lord's hands, you must resign yourself to your fate. From this moment forth, you are no longer the Radiant Light Saintess." Panic surged within Miaoyi as she struggled against Chu Feng's hold, but found herself utterly powerless. Overwhelmed by an unrelenting fear of impending defilement, her usual composure shattered, and tears streamed down her face. Witnessing this, Chen Wanwan felt a surge of exhilaration. "My lord, let us return home and savor Miaoyi at our leisure." "Very well," Chu Feng replied with a satisfied nod. Upon returning to the solitary mountain, he led Miaoyi into the chamber. At this juncture, she regained a modicum of mobility and desperately attempted to rise. Observing her struggle, Chen Wanwan swiftly approached and pushed her back down, urging Chu Feng, "My lord, allow me to restrain her while you educate Miaoyi properly." Chapter 96, The Reward from Miaoyi. Miaoyi's face turned ashen, and rather than struggling, she fixed her gaze coldly on Chen Wanwan and said, "Chen Wanwan, do you truly intend to tarnish my pristine reputation and utterly ruin me?" Chen Wanwan shook her head and replied, "And Miaoyi, who says I wish to destroy you? I am aiding you. Your current sense of grievance stems from your lack of understanding of your husband. When you truly comprehend his prowess, you will inevitably fall deeply in love with him. At that moment, you may even find yourself grateful to me." And Miaoyi seemed to accept her fate, turning to Chu Feng and saying, "If you really wish to humiliate me, please do so gently. I have heard the first time can be quite painful." Originally, Chu Feng had anticipated that educating this saintess of the shaking light would meet with unprecedented resistance. He had even devised various methods to counter her defiance. However, To his astonishment, she offered no resistance at all, lying there submissively, her only request being that he proceed gently. It was as if she felt that being bitten by a dog was the worst that could happen. While Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback, Chen Wanwan approached and delivered several sharp slaps to Miaoi's cheek, leaving her face red and swollen. "Husband, what are you still dawdling for? Is she not a saintess? Why pretend to be pure and aloof? Today, I shall tear apart her facade and reduce her to a wanton." Without hesitation, Chu Feng pounced on Miaoi, commencing her education. 3 days passed in a blur. During this time, Chu Feng thoroughly transformed Miaoi with Chen Wanwan's assistance, shattering her veil of purity and nobility. At first, she was like a lifeless corpse, yet Chen Wanwan showed her no mercy, delivering a relentless beating. Gradually, the initially unresponsive Miaoi began to cooperate. Finally, Chu Feng received the gratifying system notification: "Congratulations, host. You have forcefully claimed Miaoi and completely conquered her. Conquest value, 20. Reward, luck value of 10 million points. And the following rewards: 1. Reward, 2. 500 years of magical power. 2. Reward, a card for an extraordinary comprehension experience, lasting 15 minutes. 3. Reward, 1 celestial grade elixir. Celestial essence pill. 4. Reward, a celestial grade divine ability, the method of turning beings into soldiers. Additionally, because the host has forcefully claimed Miaoi and made her his woman, her luck value has increased to 1.5 million, making her the daughter of destiny. The host receives an additional 50 million luck points." Chu Feng was nearly elated enough to leap into the air. He embraced Miaoi and planted several fervent kisses on her. Truly, one reaps what one sows. The conquest value of 20 paled in comparison to the likes of Chen Wanwan and Zhao Dongdong, not even close to Ji Linger. Moreover, such a meager 20 points of conquest value could easily result in betrayal. He needed to press on. Despite Miaoi's lack of cooperation throughout, the very act of subduing a saintess awakened an unprecedented desire for conquest and a sense of accomplishment deep within Chu Feng. This satisfaction was unattainable with other women. The 500 years of magical power was sufficient to elevate Chu Feng's cultivation to the pinnacle of the Great Ascension realm. Most importantly, this time he had amassed a total of 60 million luck points, combined with the previous 40 million, amounting to an impressive 100 million. Acquiring the supreme heavenly immortal scripture would be effortless. Furthermore, he had obtained a celestial grade elixir, the celestial essence pill. Without delay, Chu Feng chose to enter seclusion, striving to convert these rewards into a part of his own strength. For him, the first step was to purchase the final 500 characters of the supreme heavenly immortal scripture from the luck shop. He had long felt that obtaining the complete scripture would significantly enhance his power. This time, his intuition proved correct. The complete supreme heavenly immortal scripture did not greatly enhance his realm but drastically improved his combat power. Previously, as a late-stage Great Ascension being, he could contend against mid-stage tribulation practitioners. Now, he could slay even the peak tribulation practitioners with a single strike unless faced with a celestial emperor. With the complete scripture, his two major shortcomings, celestial power and mental fortitude, were entirely rectified. His celestial energy transformed into genuine celestial power, no longer the imitation he had wielded before. Previously, he could barely unleash 10% of his potential, now he could harness over 50%. Surpassing even the might of so-called celestial emperor artifacts wielded by imperial clans in holy grounds. With a sword in hand, Chu Feng felt as if he were a celestial emperor himself. No one could truly stand against him. As for the Jiang family, they posed no threat. 6 months ago, if they had been determined to exact revenge at any cost, Chu Feng would have been at a disadvantage. After all, he had been alone. But now, the Jiang family had no reason to fear. It was time to find an opportunity to bring Lin Xiyue back. He wondered how she had been faring lately. Jiang family, if you dare to harm Lin Xiyue, I swear I shall obliterate you. If I do not, I am not Chu Feng. A powerful aura erupted from Chu Feng. And Chen Wanwan, being closest, felt the shock resonate within her. She had long grown accustomed to Chu Feng's rapid cultivation, yet his ascent was beyond comparison. And Miaoi, however, was entirely different. She appeared dazed, her previous composure replaced with a profound sense of panic. Just how powerful was he? The strength that Chu Feng now displayed made her feel as though even the current Saint Lord of the Shaking Light sect, her master, could not compare. Could he possibly be stronger than her master? Though she had been conquered by Chu Feng, deep within her heart, she had yet to accept him. Given the chance, she would flee at the first opportunity. For Chu Feng, it was merely a question of whose methods were superior. At that moment, Chu Feng was preoccupied with consuming the celestial essence pill. Although it did not enhance his cultivation level, it fundamentally transformed him, purifying his bloodline and enhancing his innate talent. Bloodlines and qualities were categorized into mortal, spiritual, royal, divine, and holy levels, with each stage further divided into 5 ranks. Previously, Chu Feng possessed a 3rd-tier ultimate holy body and a 1st-tier holy bloodline. Under the influence of the celestial essence pill, both were elevated to 5th-tier status. Chapter 97, The Invitation to the Talented Warrior's Battle at Last, the art of summoning soldiers from beings, one of the 36 celestial powers, is a system reward that allows for direct entry. However, attaining the realm of great perfection is no simple feat. Nevertheless, this challenge does not daunt Chu Feng. Coincidentally, he has received a reward, a 15-minute experience card for extraordinary comprehension. Without hesitation, Chu Feng begins to delve into the art of summoning soldiers from beings. This technique summons the Yellow Turban warriors for his command. The strength of the summoned warriors hinges on 2 factors. First, the cultivator's level, wherein the summoned warriors will always be 1 level below the summoner. Second, the summoning material, which in this case is beans. These beans are crucial, for they determine whether one can withstand the power of the summoned Yellow Turban warriors. Within the inherited memories of this art lies a record of a mystical being capable of enduring the strength of celestial-level warriors. Although the description exists, the means of acquisition are lacking. Yet, this does not trouble Chu Feng. A thought crosses his mind, leading him to the fortune mall. Upon opening it, he quickly locates the celestial beans necessary for the summoning. 1 bean costs 100 million fortune points. As he anticipated, it can endure celestial-level strength, allowing him to summon Yellow Turban warriors at the pinnacle of the fusion stage. In the Tai Xuan Dao sect, this would be overwhelmingly advantageous. Yet Chu Feng finds it somewhat lacking. Moving further down the list, he discovers the 7-colored beans priced at 50 million, capable of bearing the might of an emperor-level being, and the colorful beans at 20 million fortune points, which can endure the strength of a tribulation-level deity. He decides on the latter, as the summoned Yellow Turban warriors will be 1 major realm below his own. With his current 50 million fortune points, he can summon 2 Yellow Turban warriors to guard Lonely Mountain, keeping a watchful eye on Miaoi and preventing her escape. In the next moment, 2 Yellow Turban warriors materialize before Chu Feng. Standing at 2 meters tall, their muscular forms resemble statues. However, to mistake them for mere stone would be a grave error. Each is undeniably at the pinnacle of the fusion stage and possesses their own intelligence, solely obeying him. The 15 minutes of extraordinary comprehension elevate Chu Feng's mastery of the summoning technique to a remarkable level. The higher the technique's rank, the greater the intelligence of the summoned Yellow Turban warriors. Curious, Chu Feng inquires of the system, "Can you provide information on the 2 Yellow Turban warriors?" Yellow Turban warrior number 1, pinnacle of the fusion stage, possesses the supernatural ability of immense strength, unbreakable physique, and a mountain-shattering strike, with combat power comparable to the early stages of the Great Ascension. Yellow Turban warrior number 2, pinnacle of the fusion stage, possesses the supernatural ability of lightning speed, unbreakable physique, and a war-trampling technique, with combat power also comparable to the early stages of the Great Ascension. One warrior leans toward speed, while the other embodies strength. That day, as Chu Feng emerges from Miaoi's chamber, invigorated and refreshed, he receives an invitation. The talented warrior's battle, what is this? Chu Feng wonders, until Chen Wanwan explains. The so-called talented warrior's battle is essentially a cultivation exchange conference, a competition to determine ranks through combat. This event holds considerable allure for those who covet fame and fortune. Previously, the Tai Xuan Dao sect was a minor player, regarded as a second-rate sect, and thus received no invitations, nor even notifications. It is only after Chu Feng displays formidable strength, single-handedly vanquishing over 100 elite members of the Jiang family, including a tribulation-level deity, that he receives this invitation. Chen Wanwan asks, "My lord, do you wish to attend? I can accompany you." Chu Feng nods. It would be worthwhile to observe. But what of Miaoi? And Miaoi, with a conquest value of 30, has gradually resigned herself to her fate. It is unfortunate. As cultivators, we find it challenging to conceive. Otherwise, were she to bear a child, her disposition might soften, and even if unwilling, her maternal instincts could lead her to compromise, significantly increasing her conquest value. Chen Wanwan smiles. "Naturally, we shall bring her along with Sister Linger. Imagine, my lord. You will be surrounded by the direct descendants of the Ji family, the saintess of the heavenly demon sacred land, and the saintess of the Yuanying sacred land. I wonder how many rivals will seek to duel with you." Chu Feng's eyes light up. Will there truly be challengers? That sounds enticing. With companions at his side and 2 yellow turban warriors accompanying him, alongside his current cultivation level, he reflects on his journey since arriving in this world, feeling as though he is nearing the end of his days. Apart from the Tai Xuan Dao sect and Taishan city, he has only visited the Nangong family and the Breakthrough Sword sect, having yet to explore other regions. As for his previous life, he only roamed the Sword State, a declining territory, and has yet to traverse the other 8 states. The Wild State, the foremost of the Eastern Wilderness's 9 states, boasts an area larger than 10 Sword States combined. With abundant spiritual energy, a robust heavenly path, and remarkable legacies, it is home to the Yuanying sacred land, the Jiang family, and the heavenly demon sacred land. With the invitation in hand, Chu Feng, following Chen Wanwan's suggestion, sets off with a party of 6. The 6 comprise Chu Feng, Chen Wanwan, Jilinger, and Miaoi, and the 2 yellow turban warriors, while Zhao Dongdong and the other women remain at the Tai Xuan Dao sect. To reach the Wild State, they must traverse the Qinling Mountains and pass through Qingzhou, a journey exceeding 10,000 miles. Even with Chu Feng's flying technique, it would take half a day. However, this technique cannot accommodate so many travelers. As Chu Feng ponders the best means to journey to the Wild State, Chen Wanwan rummages through Miaoi's belongings and produces a flying boat, casting it into the sky. The enormous vessel, adorned with the Yuanying flag, soars smoothly through the air. Along the way, they encounter no obstacles. The Qinling Mountains and the various forces of Qingzhou all yield to their passage. Even numerous powerful beings bow in respect upon seeing the grand flag. Chu Feng cannot help but feel a sense of awe. Indeed, the Yuanying sacred land holds a prestigious status in the eastern wilderness. And Miaoi snorts. "You would do well to release me. Should the people of the Yuanying sacred land learn of my captivity, they will not let you off easily." Chu Feng shrugs nonchalantly. "Am I truly imprisoning you? You are already mine. This journey to the talented warrior's battle is the perfect opportunity for me to propose to your Yuanying sacred land." And Miaoi grits her teeth. "You might as well abandon that hope. I am the Yuanying saintess and will never marry you." Chu Feng scoffs. "If you refuse, I shall force them to agree." "What of the sacred land?" "I, Chu Feng, fear no one." Chapter 98, a final opportunity for you. It has been half a year since the complete annihilation of the Jiang family's forces at the hands of the Tai Xuan Dao sect in Jinzhou. Over 100 disciples perished, and even the promising Jiang Shishan, the scion of the family, met his demise there. This was an unparalleled humiliation for the Jiang family. Initially, they contemplated sending their strongest warriors to eliminate Chu Feng and eradicate the Tai Xuan Dao sect. However, they soon received word of the formidable backing of the Tai Xuan Dao sect, supported by the Ji family of Central Plains and the heavenly demon sacred land. It was no wonder that the Jiang forces faced total destruction, as they were up against these 2 powerful factions. The Ji family, akin to the Jiang family, belonged to the imperial lineage and was equally strong, while the heavenly demon sacred land was even mightier. The orchestrator of this calamity was none other than the heavenly demon saintess, a figure representing the authority of the heavenly demon sacred land. This revelation led them to the misconception that the Jiang family's downfall was not merely the result of the Tai Xuan Dao sect, but rather the machinations of the heavenly demon sacred land itself. Engaging in conflict with the heavenly demon sacred land gave them pause, leading to 6 months of indecision. Lin Xiyue, leveraging the formidable allure of her captivating beauty, enchanted the Jiang family disciples, who became infatuated and devoted to her. Despite her being confined and reduced to a breeding tool, countless resources were lavished upon her by these enamored followers. allowing her cultivation to flourish and reach the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. However, this fortunate state was not destined to last. Zhang Yan, the previous generation saintess of the Zhang family and the current Saint Lord's younger sister, who had achieved the realm of the tribulation transcendence, soon discovered this situation. With a chilling gaze, she approached Lin Xiyue and remarked icily, "I underestimated your beauty, it has bewitched my ungrateful disciples to the point of servitude." As Lin Xiyue opened her mouth to respond, Zhang Yan abruptly interrupted her with a disdainful snort, declaring, "I am not here to negotiate. This is your final ultimatum, you must consummate relations with these individuals and bear offspring for the Zhang family. Do not compel me to resort to force, for then your existence will not remain so tranquil." In that instant, Lin Xijue's countenance drained of color. It was unclear how long she was lost in thought after Zhang Yan departed. A throng of Zhang family disciples had gathered around her. Zhang Yan's intent was clear. Since these individuals were enamored with her, she was to be coerced into intimacy with all present until she conceived. She vowed to herself that whether in life or death, she would never betray her husband. Yet, despair gripped her heart as she feared she might not withstand the pressure. Nevertheless, she resolved that if they truly forced her, she would rather perish than yield. At that moment, a sense of resignation enveloped Lin Xiyue. "What troubles you, Lin Xiyue? Who has offended you?" The concerned Zhang family disciples inquired upon witnessing her sorrowful demeanor. It was then that she snapped back to reality, shaking her head and asking, "How did your investigation fare?" One disciple responded, "Lin Xiyue, you would never believe that half a year ago, our Zhang family ventured to Jianzhou to confront the Tai Xuan Dao sect. Do you know the outcome?" Lin Xiyue, acutely aware of the Zhang family's imperial power, understood that the Tai Xuan Dao sect was merely a fragile shell in comparison. Zhang Yan had previously warned her that if she did not acquiesce, she would be compelled to comply. The most effective method was to threaten Chu Feng to write a divorce decree, ensuring her heart would be laid to rest. Upon contemplating this, Lin Xiyue felt as if her very essence had been drained, leaving her teetering on the brink of despair, tears streaming down her cheeks as she lamented. "Could it be that my husband has encountered misfortune?" Zhang Xue, the disciple she spoke with, quickly shook his head. "Lin Xiyue, do not weep. It is my fault for not articulating clearly. While our Zhang family did indeed travel to Jianzhou, we inflicted no harm upon the Tai Xuan Dao sect and suffered devastating losses instead, with countless casualties. Even one of our two esteemed disciples, Fu Yuanshan, perished. Do you know his cultivation level? He was a tribulation transcendence expert." Lin Xiyue was left astounded. How can this be? The Tai Xuan Dao sect cannot possibly be that formidable. Indeed, Zhang Xue replied. The Tai Xuan Dao sect's strength derives from the backing of the heavenly demon sacred land. It was undoubtedly the heavenly demon sacred land that dispatched individuals to annihilate our Zhang disciples. Initially, we planned to retaliate, sending our strongest to Jianzhou to eradicate the Tai Xuan Dao sect and deliver a reprimand to the heavenly demon sacred land. However, with the upcoming young master battle, we have postponed our plans. I suspect that once the young master battle concludes, our Zhang family will inevitably seek vengeance upon the Tai Xuan Dao sect. Lin Xiyue, you must find a way to alert your husband, failure to do so may result in dire consequences for him. Determined, Lin Xiyue declared. I wish to leave the Zhang family. Can any of you assist me? The Zhang family disciples exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. Lin Xiyue, we can accommodate any request you make, but facilitating your departure from the Zhang family is beyond our capabilities. Even if we allowed you to leave, you would not get far and might incur punishment. We cannot allow you to suffer because of us. However, we can send a message to Chu Feng. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiyue hesitated, ultimately choosing silence and shaking her head. No need. She did not wish for Chu Feng to be burdened with worry over her plight. Very well. The Zhang family disciples sighed. Meanwhile, Chu Feng and his companions, aboard an Miao Yi's flying vessel, traversed swiftly, reaching the desolate state within 10 days. Upon entering the wasteland, Chu Feng stowed away the vessel. The Eastern Wasteland young master battle gathers all the extraordinary talents of the Eastern Wasteland. Those under a millennium in age, for a selection process. Those who pass the selection will gain entry into the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace. which is the primary reason for Chu Feng's journey. The children of destiny, those marked by fate, are all peerless prodigies, akin to dragons and phoenixes among men. This event convenes nearly all the exceptional talents of the eastern wasteland. One wonders if he might encounter some fated individuals. However, it appears he may have already surpassed the age limit for participation in the young master battle. The Purple Mansion Immortal Palace exists beyond the reach of major factions. It is rumored to be the sacred ground of an immortal emperor, where, 100,000 years ago, a sage inadvertently acquired the legacy of this immortal emperor. Rather than hoarding it for himself, he chose to share it with the world, though his method of dissemination differed. Every millennium, a young master battle is held to select the finest talents from the eastern wasteland to enter the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace and comprehend the teachings left behind by the immortal emperor, relying on their individual prowess and fortune. Thus, over time, the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace has come to be known as an academy, the Purple Mansion Academy. The so-called young master battle has transformed into an entrance examination for this esteemed academy. Chapter 99, Han Feng's affiliation with a wealthy matron. The Purple Mansion Celestial Palace is situated within the Great Wilderness Mountain, one of the 5 perilous locations of the Eastern Wilderness. It is perpetually shrouded by a force known as the Wilderness. Anyone, be they mortal or practitioner, who falls under the influence of this power shall witness their lifespan rapidly diminish until it reaches its inevitable conclusion. However, there exists one notable exception, the imprint of the Purple Mansion. Within the Great Wilderness Mountain, countless resources, treasures, and exotic fruits abound, but most significantly, the presence of the Purple Mansion Celestial Palace remains. Fortunately, every millennium, the Purple Mansion hosts a grand contest known as the Celestial Heroes Battle, allowing individuals from all corners of the world to qualify for entry. Each iteration of this contest is held at the base of the Great Wilderness Mountain. Consequently, over the course of millennia, a sprawling city named Wilderness City has been established below, its scale and population far surpassing that of the Tai Xuan City. The power dynamics within Wilderness City are intricate, with numerous factions establishing strongholds therein. Following Chen Wanwan's earlier suggestion, they intended to head directly to the stronghold of the heavenly demon Sacred Land. Yet, this was rebuffed by Chu Feng, who instead carried an invitation and made his way to the venue of the Celestial Heroes Battle. You are one of the judges for this contest, Lord Chu Feng, he was informed. Previously, Chu Feng had been unaware of this development. Confusion arose within him. Having crossed the threshold of a millennium in age, he received an invitation, which seemed implausible, leading him to suspect possible ulterior motives. Could it be the Zhang family had orchestrated this to lure him into the wilderness and eliminate him? In the past, such a notion might have instilled fear in him, but now, he felt no trepidation. His primary objective in coming to the wilderness was to reclaim Lin Xiyue, his beloved. She could not be held captive by another. The so-called Celestial Heroes Battle was merely a secondary concern, a means to an end. Armed with a Transcendent Experience card for the Tribulation Lord and an Immortal Emperor Experience card, even the Zhang family would have to pay a price. Being a judge only made things more convenient, as the contest would determine the victor through combat. Lord Chu Feng, please step inside, we have prepared your accommodations. The Celestial Heroes Battle commences tomorrow. However, before entering your quarters, we require you to verify your strength, said the attendant. According to tradition, each Celestial Heroes Battle not only includes the 3 elders of the Purple Mansion but also invites 7 judges, each of whom must possess a minimum cultivation level of Great Ascension. Frowning, Chu Feng retorted, if the Purple Mansion does not trust my abilities, why extend an invitation? I see no reason to prove anything. I have no interest in this pointless judging. With that, he turned to leave, thinking no one would covet the role of a judge. The attendant, Li Honyun, was left speechless. After all, this was an invitation from the Purple Mansion, a rare opportunity held once every millennium to select 100 heroes to enter the Celestial Palace and comprehend the legacy of the emperors. While others would rejoice at receiving such an invitation, Chu Feng's dismissal of the requirement to display his strength left Li Honyun agitated. Wait, Lord Chu Feng. If you are unwilling to demonstrate your strength, that is acceptable. Those invited to our Purple Mansion are certainly extraordinary. Please, enter, he implored. Chu Feng replied. There is truly no need for me to prove myself again. Li Honyun shook his head vigorously. My lord, please, he insisted. And only then did Chu Feng nod in satisfaction and stride inside. As he departed, Li Hongyun trembled with anger. Chu Feng, I shall remember you. The accommodations proved quite satisfactory, a private courtyard spacious enough to comfortably host 6 or even 10 individuals. Upon entering, Chen Wanwan remarked, "Husband, do you not find it strange? You are merely a senior elder from the second-rate Dao sect of Sword State, even if you vanquished the Zheng family. It would appear as a joint effort by our heavenly demon sacred land and the Ji family. What could possibly warrant an invitation for you to serve as a judge in the celestial heroes' battle?" Chu Feng nodded thoughtfully. "I have pondered this as well. But unless it is the Zheng family's doing, there seems no justification for such a grand opportunity being bestowed upon me. Regardless, we shall face whatever comes our way. The truth will reveal itself in due time." As he surveyed the courtyard, he noticed a delightful surprise. Although spacious, there was only one bed. "It seems we shall have to share the bed tonight," he laughed. "Look, the sky darkens, is it not time for rest?" With that, he embraced in Miaoi. She stiffened and instinctively attempted to break free. Although she had experienced intimacy before, it had always been forced. The thought of willingly sharing such a moment with Chu Feng was entirely foreign to her, prompting her to struggle against his hold. Yet, Chu Feng was unyielding. Sweeping her off her feet and striding towards the room, disregarding her futile attempts to escape. Meanwhile, outside Wilderness City, Han Feng found himself ensconced in the embrace of a portly figure weighing over 500 pounds, seated in an opulent palanquin. The palanquin soared swiftly through the air. Flanked by 10 statuesque and muscular men, each boasting 8-pack abs and clad in sheer fabric that left little to the imagination. Han Feng, bare-chested and grinning broadly, cursed inwardly. Upon departing Wutong Mountain, he had caught wind of the celestial heroes' battle and was immediately struck by the desire to enter the Purple Mansion. This contest was not merely a test of strength but also of talent. As the fated child of destiny, Han Feng believed that with the aid of his system, he could gain entry into the Purple Mansion and attain the Emperor's legacy, thus dramatically enhancing his abilities. "Chu Feng, wait for me, once I enter the Celestial Palace. I shall deal with you," he vowed. However, upon arriving in the wilderness, he encountered an S-class beauty, enveloped in luxury and surrounded by powerful protectors. A spark of intrigue ignited within him, compelling him to approach her. To his dismay, what he encountered was not a captivating beauty but rather the imposing figure of the aforementioned portly gentleman. "Do not underestimate this man. He is one of the 5 wandering sages of the heavenly demon sacred land, with an early-stage great ascension cultivation. Known for his fondness for handsome men." The sage was more than pleased to accept Han Feng, who was both attractive and conveniently presented to him. Without hesitation, he drew Han Feng into his palanquin.